Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 81, Kazuma who tries to show off. This time, Kazuma did the most work, so he gets 400,000 Eris. Aqua was second, so she gets 200,000. I'll take 50,000. Any objections? With that, Renzo placed the money on the table, stating his distribution plan. Nope. Kazuma immediately shook his head. He was getting over 65% of the total earnings, how could he possibly complain? Without Aqua constantly healing him and boosting his status, there was no way he could have taken down so many giant toads. As for Renzo, let's not even mention his training or the 2 times he saved their lives today. In fact, the first 4 toads that were officially counted in the mission were all killed by Renzo. Not to mention, he helped process the toad corpses and haul them back. If anything, Renzo was actually getting the short end of the stick. Why does Kazuma get so much? I did a lot of work too. However, Aqua was clearly unhappy. She wished all the money could go to her so she could splurge without restraint. This girl, her greed was beyond words. Kazuma immediately snapped, I was the one doing all the actual fighting. The only one really getting the short end here is Renzo, and he has no complaints, so what's your problem? This is final. After saying that, he quickly grabbed his share before anyone could say otherwise. Renzo, without hesitation, also took his 50,000 Eris. Seeing this, Aqua reluctantly accepted her 200,000 Eris, but she still rolled her eyes at Renzo. Seriously? You're not even short on money, was it really necessary to get involved? Of course it was. This time, before Renzo could say anything, Kazuma retorted with righteous indignation, just because Renzo has money doesn't mean we can just ignore proper compensation. Missions must be paid according to effort. Otherwise, it's unfair to the team. A team like that won't last long. You can't just make someone work for free just because they're rich. So bright. Kazuma was really shining with moral integrity at this moment. Aqua scoffed and smirked. Oh, really? Then why don't you pay for all the gear Renzo made for you? It's not fair to mooch off your teammates, right? I won't even bring up rent and food, Renzo probably doesn't care about those. Kazuma, hearing this, merely chuckled coldly. I already planned on doing that. Then, he turned to Renzo. Boss. Name your price. How much do I owe you for the gear you gave me? I'm willing to pay. We shouldn't take advantage of you for free, it's bad for team harmony. He was dead serious. With 400,000 Eris in hand, he was feeling rich. There's really no need. That was just a welcome gift from me. Just take it. Renzo smiled and waved dismissively. No. But this time, Kazuma was unexpectedly stubborn. He held out his hand to stop Renzo and insisted, this is non-negotiable. It's a matter of principle. Please cooperate, boss. Renzo. He was speechless. Was this bastard trying to show off and make himself look like a righteous man? Oh, he couldn't let this slide. With a serious nod, Renzo said, all right then. Since you insist, I won't argue. I never expected you to be so strict with yourself, Kazuma. These pieces of equipment are top quality, even among their grade. I've optimized them significantly. But I'll just charge you the standard market price. Your entire set, let's say 80 million Eris. That's a bargain. As for you, Aqua. Renzo turned his gaze to Aqua. Stop right there. Aqua frantically waved her hands. I don't have Kazuma's stupid, self-righteous mentality. You already said my gear was a gift, so don't even think about charging me. All right, fine. Renzo chuckled and nodded before looking back at Kazuma. Kazuma. His mouth hung open, his eyes wide in disbelief. He was completely frozen. There was only one thought in his mind, 80 million. 80 million. 80. Kazuma. Hello. Kazuma. Hey. Kazuma. Renzo and Aqua waved their hands in front of Kazuma's blank stare, but he remained motionless. Ahahaha. You're so screwed now, aren't you? Aqua clutched her stomach and laughed hysterically. Did you really think Renzo gave you some random cheap gear? Those are top tier. The best of the best. Have you even looked at the prices of equipment? The price he gave you is already a massive discount. Based on Axel's current market, your set is worth at least 200 million. And you were dumb enough to insist on paying. You absolute idiot. Ha ha ha. Aqua was laughing so hard she was nearly rolling on the floor. I was wrong. Boss Renzo. Can I take back what I said earlier? Anxious face with sweat. Kazuma finally snapped out of his daze and looked like he was about to cry. He wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to run his mouth? Why did he have to act righteous in front of the boss? Now look where that got him. Nope. Renzo firmly rejected him. You said it yourself, it's your rule, and it's for the team's harmony. Kazuma. See. This is why you don't try to show off, you just end up getting struck by lightning. Of course, I know you don't have that much money right now. You can owe me and pay it back gradually. Seeing Kazuma sinking into despair, Renzo suddenly added, but of course, as a welcome gift, I'll still give you something. Really? Then. Kazuma's eyes lit up with hope. Did this mean he was off the hook? Renzo then said, I'll give you one free gear upgrade. When you level up and feel like your current equipment is outdated, come find me for an upgrade. That's a pretty hefty gift, don't you think? High-level upgrades were worth way more than his current equipment, possibly 10 times more. Definitely. Thank you, boss, loudly crying face. Kazuma was touched to tears. He really had been too naive. At least this really did sound like a better deal, and it seemed like he was getting something out of it. Ah, but that was a problem for the future. For now, he was still stuck with an enormous debt. His current income barely reached the 100,000 range, yet somehow, he had managed to rack up a debt in the tens of millions, and getting dangerously close to the 100 million mark. It wasn't hard to imagine how he'd be stuck grinding quests for a long, long time just to pay this off. I just got my first bucket of gold in this other world, how the hell did I end up in debt by the millions? Kazuma couldn't help but question himself internally. Oh. It was all because he couldn't resist showing off. An advanced equipment upgrade bonus. Aqua's eyes immediately lit up when she heard that. Without hesitation, she lunged forward and grabbed Renzo's arm, shaking it eagerly. I want one too. I want one too. Renzo, feeling both flattered and exasperated, sighed. You already have a staff that's custom-made for you. Even your robes are exclusive. You don't really need an upgrade, do you? Of course I do. Your designs are so pretty. Aqua's eyes sparkled as she spoke. And, well, she wasn't wrong. Since her priest robes were technically just cloth armor, they looked like regular clothing, which meant there was a lot of room for stylish customization. The set Renzo had given her was specifically designed to make her look more ethereal and divine. She absolutely adored it. However, Renzo simply shook his head. Rules are rules. This was a policy Kazuma set himself. But I can offer an upgrade service for 1 billion Eris per session. Or, if you prefer, I can design you a brand new outfit for the same price. 1 billion per upgrade. Just kill me now. Aqua immediately collapsed onto the table like a lifeless fish. Where the hell was she supposed to get that kind of money? Besides, if she had that much, she'd rather spend it on bubbly wine. Clothes. Pfft. She could just go buy something nice looking in town, even if the material wasn't as good. It's not like it had to be actual equipment. Well, that's not my problem. It's your decision, Renzo shrugged casually. If I don't set the price high, how am I supposed to stop them, especially Aqua, from turning me into a personal tailor? Terrifying. When it came to women and fashion, they could be absolutely relentless. Chapter 82, Recruiting Teammates. After finishing their meal, Renzo and his group returned to his villa. Renzo. Where's the top-tier bubbly wine you promised me? As soon as they got back, Aqua suddenly remembered and clung to Renzo, demanding her prize. TCH. Here, take it. Renzo used his fantasy creation ability to replicate a whole case and handed it over to Aqua. Yahaha. Awesome. Thanks a bunch. Time to drink. Aqua happily took the case and skipped off to her room. This girl. Renzo shook his head in amusement. She was way too easy to please. He had tasted that top-tier bubbly wine before. It was pretty good, but the alcohol content was weak. Thanks to his data templates, he didn't have to waste money buying it again. That stuff was ridiculously expensive, one bottle cost 5 million Eris. Basically daylight robbery. The night passed uneventfully, and the next morning, after breakfast. Kazuma. Aqua. Renzo turned to Kazuma and Aqua. You two aren't taking any quests today. Huh? Why not? Both Kazuma and Aqua looked confused. Especially Kazuma, after racking up 80 million Eris in debt yesterday, he was desperate to make money and pay it off. Renzo explained, Kazuma, your job today is to learn sacred water creation from Aqua. Then, I want you to practice controlling water element magic with your breathing technique while training your sword skills. As for me, I'm heading to the guild to recruit 2 new teammates. they still needed a crusader to increase their physical endurance from darkness, and a true explosive magic user, Megumin. If there ever came a time when he wasn't around, they'd need someone like Megumin, a walking artillery cannon, to land a decisive blow. Though, to be fair, both of them were questionable choices. Especially Darkness, a total masochist. But she had her uses. And of course, Renzo wasn't about to pass up the chance to add two beautiful girls to his team. Huh. Kazuma and Aqua were dumbfounded. New teammates. Who? And why do we even need them? Their current lineup was already perfect. With Renzo as the ace, Kazuma as the vanguard, and Aqua handling buffs and healing, what else did they need? Tisk. Renzo rolled his eyes. I'm not always gonna join your missions. Our power levels are worlds apart, I'll just go whenever I feel like it. Just like yesterday, if I wasn't there, you guys would have been wiped out instantly. We need at least one tank and one heavy hitter. Someone who can take damage and another who can finish fights with a bang. That way, even if I'm not around, you won't get annihilated. Of course, all of that was just an excuse. He just really wanted Darkness and Megumin in the party. Kazuma rubbed his chin, thinking about it. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense. If they'd had a tank yesterday, he wouldn't have been mobbed and nearly eaten alive. And if they'd had a powerhouse, the enemy wouldn't have even stood a chance. The more he thought about it, the more he agreed with Renzo. Damn, boss, you really think things through. I'm in. The stronger the team, the better. Aqua also nodded. All right then. I'm off. You two, train hard. With that, Renzo left and headed straight for the Adventurers Guild. At the guild, he asked Luna for some paper and a pen, then started writing a recruitment notice. The requirements were simple, just like in the original story. Only top-tier classes allowed. Luna, curious, leaned in to watch. So, you're finally recruiting teammates. But isn't only accepting top-tier classes a bit too demanding? She hesitated to say more. After all, their current party consisted of 2 adventurers, and an unreliable and useless priest. And now they wanted only the strongest classes. Unless those elite adventurers had major issues and couldn't find a party, why would they join? That said, the sheer success of Renzo's team in their last mission had caught a lot of attention. At the very least, it showed their party had potential. Plus, through her own investigations, Luna had learned that the massive disturbance at the western outskirts yesterday was likely caused by them. That added an air of mystery to their team in Luna's eyes. You're becoming more and more interesting to me. Luna mused, her gaze lingering on Renzo's handsome profile. He really is good-looking. As the guild's most popular receptionist, Luna was adored by nearly every male adventurer. But that same attention made her love life miserable. Any time a man tried to get close to her, he'd face the wrath of every other guy in the guild. Because of that, she remained single. No dating, no marriage, just another leftover woman. A woman full of bottled-up emotions. If Renzo is strong enough, could he be the one to free me from this situation? Luna's imagination ran wild, and a faint blush crept onto her face. With his sharp senses, Renzo immediately picked up on her change in mood. He used mind reading and instantly saw her thoughts. Oh. He smirked. Damn, my charm's already working, huh? Not bad. Honestly, Luna was indeed a beauty. Great figure, too. Sure, she had a bit of a greedy, money-hoarding streak, but for someone like Renzo, who had no shortage of money, that was more of a cute quirk than a flaw. But he couldn't rush things. He was after an entire forest, not just a single tree. Try not to fall in love with me, okay? Renzo teased. Wah. I would never. Luna's face instantly turned bright red. She quickly cupped her cheeks with both hands, flustered. Unless you can handle the pressure from every guy in this guild. Otherwise, don't joke about things like that, it could cause real trouble, she huffed. Oh. So Luna-san is quite popular around here, huh? Must be a real headache for you, Renzo said casually. Before she could answer, he grabbed the recruitment notice he had just written and walked over to the guild's job board. With a swift motion, he pinned it up before turning back to Luna, who had followed him. Why would you say that? She asked curiously. Usually, when people hear that someone is popular, their first reaction is to think that person is lucky, right? In fact, many of the young women in the guild, and even in all of Axel, looked at Luna with either admiration or jealousy because of the attention she got. Because you're a kind person, Luna-san, Renzo said with a knowing smile. And this isn't what you actually want, is it? Being the center of attention might sound nice, but for someone with your personality, it's not a blessing or a stroke of luck, it's just a burden, isn't it? Luna's gaze locked onto his for a long moment before she finally looked away with a sigh. Yeah. I guess things feel different depending on who you are. This whole situation has been a huge headache for me, she admitted. Do you have any way to fix it, Renzo-san? Who knows? Renzo grinned, spreading his hands. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Guess we'll find out. Anyway, you should get back to work, there are newbies waiting for you to register them. Huh. Oh. Alright. I'll get going. Luna hurried off, a mixture of flustered embarrassment and a strange sense of expectation lingering in her expression. Meanwhile, Renzo found an empty table in the guild hall, ordered some snacks and drinks, and leaned back comfortably as he took a sip. According to his senses, the people he was waiting for were already on their way here. Oi, kid. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Renzo looked up to see the same bald adventurer he had met on his first day at the guild, the one who had kindly explained the registration process to him. The man was carrying a bottle of alcohol and plopped down in the seat across from him. Oh, hey, old bro. Something on your mind? Renzo asked with a smile. Well. The bald adventurer took a swig from his bottle before leaning forward and lowering his voice. Not much, really, just wanted to give you a heads up. I saw you getting a little close to Luna-san earlier, and, well. You should be careful. The guild's got plenty of hardcore Luna fanboys, and if they think you're getting too friendly with her, they might try to make trouble for you. He sighed before adding, honestly, I can't stand those guys. Because of them, Luna-san's been under so much pressure that she hasn't even been able to properly look for her own happiness. Then, the bald man gave Renzo a serious look. So tell me, kid. Do you think you'll be the one to bring Luna-san real happiness? Renzo stared at him, speechless. Man, gossip really was part of human nature. Even in another world, it seemed like that much hadn't changed. Support me and 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 83, Chunibyo Megumin and Masochistic Darkness. Renzo shrugged. Who knows? But tell me, what exactly do these crazy guys usually do to people like me? Do they just sneak up and knock me out, or? Ha ha ha. Nah, nothing that extreme. The bald adventurer waved his hands dismissively. At most, they'll try to isolate you or make things difficult so you can't fit in around here. They can be a pain, sure, but most of them aren't actually bad people. Plus, if they went too far, Luna-san would hate them for it, and they wouldn't dare risk that. After all, Axel was just a peaceful little starter town. Most people weren't bad by nature, and even the troublemakers hadn't completely gone off the deep end. Then there's nothing to worry about. They won't be able to affect me anyway, Renzo said, completely unfazed. Then, he added with a smirk, besides, nothing has even happened between me and Luna-san yet. Isn't it a little early to be worried about this? Huh, I guess you're right. Maybe I'm just overthinking things, the bald adventurer said, giving Renzo an apologetic look as he got up to leave. But Renzo shook his head. Not at all. I actually appreciate the warning. Here, take this bottle of wine, it's on me. And if anything comes up about me or my teammates, I'd appreciate the heads up. With a casual flick of his wrist, Renzo conjured a bottle of top-quality bubbly wine and handed it over. In this world, magic was everywhere, so a little trick like that wouldn't raise any suspicions. Oh. Ha. This is some good stuff. Well, I won't turn down a fine drink. Thanks, kid. The bald adventurer happily accepted the bottle with a grin, gave Renzo a nod of gratitude, and walked away. At the same time, he was thinking to himself while holding the bubbly wine, this guy seems worth befriending. He's pretty confident too, maybe because he's strong. Maybe I should invite him to the Succubus Cafe sometime. Hee hee. Renzo, who had been casually reading his thoughts with mind magic, nearly choked on his drink. Do I really seem like that kind of guy? Expressionless face. But then, a sly grin spread across his face. Please, make sure to invite me. I've been meaning to have a deep philosophical discussion with the succubi, after all. Just as Renzo was chuckling to himself, a timid voice called out from behind him. You excuse me, are you the one recruiting party members? Renzo turned around. Standing before him was a petite girl wearing a large, pointed wizard's hat, a red short robe, and a deep brown cape. Her left eye was covered by a Chunibyo-style eye patch with a white cross pattern. Are you the one recruiting top-tier class adventurers? My name is. Before she could finish introducing herself, Renzo cut her off with a grin. You're Megumin, the arch-wizard, right? You're hired. Anguished face. Megumin stood there, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? This isn't how it's supposed to go. Aren't there supposed to be negotiations, questions, trials? Ahem. You know who I am, she asked, slightly uneasy. Her mind raced. Is this party full of weirdos? Or maybe this handsome guy has some kind of ulterior motive, But then she quickly shook her head. No, no. If this was an official guild recruitment, Luna-san must have approved it. That means they can't be bad people, right? Bonk. Renzo, seeing the gears turning in her head, reached out and flicked her forehead with a smirk. Stop overthinking things, little troublemaker. Megumin clutched her forehead, looking up at him in shock. I already know about you, Renzo said with a grin. That's why I accepted your application. You're exactly the kind of member we need for our party. Oh, and I'm Renzo. And why not? His team already had a complete idiot and a temporary battle maniac, nobody in their right mind. A girl who could only cast one giant explosion spell per day and then collapse from exhaustion. She fit in perfectly. Ah, really? Megumin's eyes sparkled with excitement. You truly believe that explosion magic is the ultimate power? Absolutely. Renzo nodded firmly. So, are you in? Megumin clenched her fists with determination. Please let me join your party. Great. Renzo gave her an okay hand gesture. You're officially part of the team. Have a seat and order whatever you like, it's my treat. We're still recruiting one more person, so make yourself comfortable. He handed her a menu. See, can I really? Megumin stared at the menu, her mouth watering at the sight of all the delicious-looking dishes. Wow, this guy's really generous. She thought. And he's super handsome too. What a great person. Grumble. At that moment, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Megumin, flushed face. Blushing furiously, she looked up at Renzo, trying to find a way to explain herself. But before she could, Renzo waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. Everyone has tough times. Just go ahead and order whatever you want, I've got plenty of money. Megumin nodded firmly, feeling touched. Thank you. She eagerly started scanning the menu. However, a new problem arose. If I order too much, will he think I'm greedy? But if I order too little, I might not get full. We just met. I don't want to give a bad first impression. She hesitated, flipping through the pages nervously. Renzo, seeing her dilemma, simply took the menu from her and ordered a massive spread of food himself before handing it off to the waitress. Megumin's eyes widened in gratitude. Thank you. At this moment, she actually looked like a normal girl. No need to be so polite. You'll soon realize, I really don't have money problems. Renzo waved it off with a confident grin, making Megumin envious. When will I finally reach the point where I don't have to worry about money like him? That must be such a wonderful life, sigh. The Adventurers Guild had pretty fast service, and within 10 minutes, half the dishes had already been served. Megumin immediately dug in, completely abandoning any sense of table manners. Between keeping up appearances and filling her stomach, well, appearances could wait. Renzo. Megumin's mouth was stuffed with food, but she still looked up at him, wanting to ask something. What is it? Got a question? Renzo, casually chewing on a piece of giant toad meat, smiled at her. Man, I gotta say, this toad meat is delicious, he added, thoroughly enjoying his meal. It was leagues better than the steaks from his past life. Not to mention, it was packed with nutrients that actually helped improve his physical strength. Well, it was monster meat, after all. So, the others you mentioned recruiting, who are they? Are they already confirmed members like me? Megumin asked curiously. She knew herself well, she had no idea why Renzo had chosen her. It wasn't like she hadn't tried to join other adventurer teams before. At first, those teams had been excited to have an arch-wizard, a top-tier class, join them. But the moment they found out she could only fire one spell before collapsing, they all abandoned her. Lately, no one even wanted to give her a chance anymore. If it weren't for Wiz, the kind-hearted lich who ran the magic shop occasionally helping her out, she probably would have starved to death by now. Her life. A single word summed it up, tragic. Yep. That's right. Renzo nodded, then pointed behind Megumin. Look, here they come now. Megumin quickly turned around and saw a beautiful female knight with long, golden hair walking toward them, accompanied by a petite, flat-chested thief. Excuse me. Are you the ones recruiting party members? Darkness stared at Renzo, her face slowly turning red as she stammered. You I. Ah. Her voice trembled with excitement. What if they reject me? That would be so humiliating. The shame, the agony, oh no. Renzo. Megumin. Chris, ahaha, yeah, that's Darkness for you. No wonder she couldn't make friends. That was why she, the goddess herself, had secretly descended to the mortal realm to befriend her. After all, Darkness's family had worshipped her for generations. By the way, this thief, Chris. Yeah, she was actually Eris, the goddess. And not just any goddess, she was the patron deity of the largest church in this world. Hell, even this world's currency was named after her. Compared to Eris, Aqua wasn't even worth mentioning. The difference was just too big. Chapter 84, Hentai Renzo. Megumin watched the trembling, overly excited knight in front of her, then turned to Renzo with a blank expression. Are you sure this is the teammate you were looking for? She admitted she had her own quirks, but this woman. This was just full-on perversion. Yep, that's the one. Renzo chuckled, amused by Megumin's deadpan reaction. Honestly, she looked pretty cute when she was this serious. Can I refuse? Megumin's eye twitched as she asked. A teammate this messed up? Yeah, no thanks. She could already see her reputation getting dragged through the mud just by being associated with this lunatic. See, can I say something? At that moment, Chris spoke up. She could tell that her friend's questionable behavior was about to cost her the chance to join Aqua's new team, so she had no choice but to step in. That's right. The whole reason she had darkness apply to Renzo's party was because Aqua was in it. Sure, Aqua might not be the smartest, but her abilities were legit. At the very least, she was a master at resurrection magic. If darkness stuck close to Aqua, her life wouldn't be in danger, at the very least. Go ahead, Renzo nodded. Thanks. Chris pointed at Darkness, who was still trembling from excitement, and began explaining. Darkness is a crusader. Her offensive skills might be, well, let's say problematic, but when it comes to defense, she's unbeatable. There's no one at her level who can take a hit like she can. She might have some personality issues, but she's actually very reliable. As far as I know, your party only has a high-tier mage and a high-tier priest, right? The other two members are just adventurer class. You should seriously consider adding Darkness. Please. Chris was going all out to get Darkness accepted. Even as a goddess, she had to hustle. Wait a minute. Megumin blinked, then turned to Renzo in surprise. We have 2 adventure class members. That means, you're one of them. She genuinely hadn't expected this cool-looking guy to have such a low-tier class. Her eyes practically screamed, damn, is your power level actually that bad? Noticing her skeptical look, Renzo casually reached out and flicked her forehead. Apologies for being an adventurer, I guess. But it's not because I couldn't choose another top-tier class. In fact, aside from priest, which requires specific faith, I actually meet the qualifications for every other high-tier class. I can confirm that. A cheerful voice cut in, and Luna, the receptionist, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What Renzo says is true. His base stats are off the charts. Even without relying on a class, he's probably stronger than most people under level 50. Of course, that was just based on her estimations. If she actually saw Renzo's full strength, she'd be scared out of her mind. After all, base stats were only one part of a person's combat ability. Wait, what? Megumin and Darkness were both stunned. Chris, too, though Renzo noticed something interesting. Her expression of surprise felt fake. Her eyes told a different story, she already knew. Clearly, a mere adventurer's stats couldn't fool a goddess. So that's how it is. But then why did you pick such a useless class? Megumin was still confused. I'm guessing it's because adventurers can learn every class's skills, Chris answered immediately. She could feel a tremendous power hidden inside Renzo. With that kind of strength, he didn't need flashy combat skills. Expanding his skill options was the smartest move. Aqua really picked a strong hero this time. I'm looking forward to seeing how this party turns out. Chris thought to herself. Is that true? Megumin and Darkness both turned to Renzo. Exactly. Renzo nodded with a grin. Class-based skills aren't useless to me, but I don't lack attack or defense abilities. So instead of locking myself into one class's skill set, I'd rather have the option to learn everything. You're such a weirdo. That's good. Want to learn explosion magic with me? Megumin's eyes lit up, looking way too eager. She was already trying to drag him into the explosion magic fan club. I'll pass for now. I don't have that many skill points to waste. Renzo waved her off, then turned to Darkness. I officially invite you to join our party. What do you say, Darkness? I really can join. No interrogation or special trials or anything. Darkness was practically trembling with excitement, though, knowing her, it wasn't clear which part of that sentence excited her more. Megumin. Chris. Luna. Renzo considered making her go through some kind of test, but with a certain nosy goddess standing right there, he decided against it. There would be plenty of time to get to know her later. Afterward, Renzo invited everyone to a meal before taking Darkness and Megumin back to his villa. Wow. This place is huge and beautiful. Megumin's eyes sparkled as she took in the massive house. She was already imagining a glorious future here. It's definitely unique. Darkness, being from a noble family, had seen plenty of grand palaces and castles. To her, Renzo's villa wasn't luxurious, but it had its own charm. Kazuma. Aqua. I'm back. And I brought 2 new teammates. What? We're coming. The mental space. At that moment, a group of Renzos were huddled around a newcomer, each wearing an oddly perverted grin. What the hell is going on here? Why do you all look so creepy? Hero Renzo stepped out of a portal and looked at an Eevee slumped over on the table, clearly annoyed. He had just settled Darkness and Megumin into the party, introduced them to Kazuma and Aqua, and even picked up a physical growth skill from Darkness. Excited to share the good news, he rushed here. Only to be greeted by this bizarre scene. Humph. Eevee let out a disdainful snort. It's just a bunch of horny animals. That newcomer over there. He's from the hentai multiverse. Huh. Hero Renzo froze for a moment before asking, wait, you mean that kind of hentai? What do you think? Eevee rolled its eyes in exasperation. The next moment, Hero Renzo dashed forward with a whoosh, stretched out his hand, and slapped the newbie on the shoulder. Instantly, he absorbed all of Hentai Renzo's memories and abilities. Then, just like that, he got sucked into the experience himself. Ah. Eevee. Expressionless face, anger symbol face with symbols on mouth. Ha. This newbie is something else. He actually chose full memory sharing, respect. For real. By the way, Hero Renzo, how are things on your end? Got your party together yet? I just recruited Megumin and Darkness. Oh yeah, everyone, fist bump me real quick, I just learned physical growth from Darkness, and I also picked up sword mastery from a swordsman. Our future training is gonna be way more effective. Hell yeah. Hurry up and share it. Hero Renzo, you're the man. Our swordsmanship division is about to rise up. The whole place erupted in excitement. At the same time, Hentai Renzo's memories had now been fully shared, so everyone grabbed a seat and started watching and experiencing the interesting content while chatting away. Of course, they also took the opportunity to exchange their latest skill acquisitions. Eevee, you sly dog. You actually mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and fused it with your psychic teleportation to create peak teleportation, that's insane. After going through Eevee's memories, Hero Renzo couldn't help but give it a big thumbs up. Maybe Eevee was pretty damn capable after all. It was a joint effort between me and the Uchiha version of Renzo. I wouldn't have done it this fast alone. Uchiha Renzo also mastered Flying Thunder God. Eevee shook its head humbly. If it deserved credit, it would take it. If not, it wouldn't steal the spotlight. It was a good Eevee. Oh. That's a must. Apocalypse Renzo suddenly shouted. Huh? What is it? Eevee asked, confused by the sudden excitement. Ah, sorry. It's just a method I saw in Hentai Renzo's memories. I have to try it with my girls, Apocalypse Renzo replied with a straight face. All the Renzos. Damn it. This is all your fault, Hentai Renzo, Pirate Renzo grumbled, looking both annoyed and envious. Humph, say what you want, but just hurry up and end this gathering. Now, with the endless money, power, and especially stamina. I need to get back, I have many activities to enjoy and battles to fight, Hentai Renzo said, clearly excited. For the first time, Pirate Renzo wished he could switch places for real. Before he could say another word. Hiss. Just then, a strange sound echoed from another portal. Another newbie. What's with today? We're getting 2 new ones at once. Pirate Renzo looked surprised. The others were just as curious. Support me in 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 85, The Value of the Blood Orchid. Just a quick note, this story won't get messy like some people might think. I promise it'll stay solid all the way through. It's a good story right to the end. Why does this sound like a snake? Swordsman Renzo furrowed his brows as he spoke. Could it be that a Renzo has transmigrated into a snake? Apocalypse Renzo boldly speculated. No way, right? If it's true, that's gonna be interesting. TSK. It's possible. But which version would it be? You guys are overthinking it. Just as everyone was debating, a massive grayish-white python slithered out of a passageway. A real python. Over 10 meters long. Whoa. Demon Slayer Renzo was instantly startled. Someone actually got unlucky enough to transmigrate into a python. Isn't that worse than Eevee? Some Renzos really had it rough. Demon Slayer Renzo suddenly didn't feel so bad about his own situation anymore. Can you understand me? If you can, try speaking through telepathy. Uchiha Renzo stepped forward and used telepathic communication to connect with the python. SSSSSS. The python hesitated upon hearing the voice in its mind. After a brief pause, it clumsily responded in human language through telepathy. You can hear me. You really can hear me. Boo-hoo, my golden finger ability finally kicked in. Tears welled up in the python's eyes. It had been through too much. Way too much. Only the heavens knew what kind of hell it had endured after transmigrating into a python. Ah, we can hear you. Relax. You finally found your people. Uchiha Renzo smiled, walked up, and placed his hand on the python's head. In an instant, he completed a memory and ability share with the python, learning everything about it. So it's not just any python, but one from the Anaconda's universe. This is. Uchiha Renzo quickly processed the python's memories and opened his eyes in shock. He studied the massive creature with a strange expression before nodding. I see now. Regular anacondas don't get this huge. So it's because of the blood orchid. That actually sounds like a valuable resource. What's the deal with the newcomer? The other Renzos asked curiously. Pirate Renzo, being impatient, rushed over and touched the python to share its memories and abilities. Moments later, he was just as shocked. TSK. Anacondas. That takes me back. I remember the blood orchid in that world is a miraculous plant that boosts evolution and extends lifespan, right? If we can manifest it through fantasy creation, that would be incredible. What? Let me take a look. Hearing that, Apocalypse Renzo, Gundam Renzo, and Eevee all hurried over to share the knowledge. As everyone processed Python Renzo's memories, the python itself finally finished digesting the information it had received. Through telepathy, it asked, so that's how it is. We're all connected. But why am I the unlucky one who turned into a python, while all of you are out there living cool lives? Especially Hentai Renzo. Damn, how is that even fair? It openly admitted its jealousy. The worst part was the comparison. Compared to everyone else, its transmigration was nothing short of a tragic joke. I even adapted to being referred to as it instead of he. Where are my human rights? Now wait, I'm not even human. Still, with all these new abilities and power boosts, at least I can finally protect myself. Python Renzo hadn't forgotten how, in Anaconda, the blood orchid in Borneo was discovered by humans, and the pythons there were eventually hunted down. Having once been human, it was all too aware of how terrifying humans could be. TSK. Snake bro, you've got it rough. How are you gonna get a wife now? Gonna date another giant python? Hentai Renzo teased with a schadenfreude-filled grin. You looking for a fight? The python's snake eyes glowed with an icy light. It had suffered enough, and now this jerk of a playboy had the audacity to mock it. Absolutely unacceptable. Pirate Renzo looked at Python Renzo, and with just a look, they knew what to say. Hentai Renzo must die. Eevee's expression darkened. Hentai perv, cut it out. Or are you looking down on us who transmigrated into non-human forms? Ha. That was a serious threat. Ha. No. I'm just messing around. I'll shut up. Hentai Renzo immediately backed off with an awkward laugh, not daring to provoke Python or Eevee further. Meanwhile, Python Renzo looked at Eevee as if it had finally found a kindred spirit. Through telepathy, it cried out, thank goodness someone else understands my pain. But Eevee, you're way luckier than me. You even ended up as Cynthia's Pokémon. That's beyond lucky. Seeing the massive python acting all emotional, Eevee's face twitched, and it waved its paw dismissively. Not worth mentioning. But you. Has being a snake messed with your brain? You seem different. When did a Renzo become such a crybaby? Honestly, seeing such a massive python crying was like watching a horror movie. Python Renzo felt utterly defeated. Cut it some slack, okay. Snakes' brains weren't built for this. It had been a python for over 10 years. Of course, its mentality had changed. If it had not been for repeatedly consuming the blood orchid, strengthening its mind, and developing intelligence, it would have probably ended up even worse. Thankfully, after the memory fusion, it had gained immense mental power, further enhancing its intelligence. It was finally regaining a sense of normalcy. But after 10 years of being a snake, old habits die hard. TSK. Pirate Renzo clenched his fists and chimed in, Python bro, having a huge body isn't all bad. Your shared strength and physique are insane. I feel like my martial arts skills are about to level up again. The real game changer is the blood orchid. Python Renzo's cells have undergone multiple evolutions and mutations because of it. His lifespan and vitality have skyrocketed. That's some serious potential. I think my own abilities are about to see a massive improvement too. Since Pirate Renzo focused on martial arts and swordsmanship, he was extremely sensitive to changes in his body. He could immediately feel the benefits of the giant snake's abilities. He thought Python Renzo would just be some weakling in the crew. Turns out, he was an unexpected treasure trove. You're absolutely right. Uchiha Renzo nodded. Python has undergone so many evolutions and mutations, its power is nothing to scoff at. This could be my chance to massively boost my chakra reserves. Who knows, I might even awaken a sage body. Lately, he had been researching various Kekkei genes, including his own. After comparing the Senju Hashirama's genes with his Uchiha lineage, he found some overlapping elements, ones related to the sage body. The problem was that the Uchiha clan's sage body genes were incredibly weak, nearly dormant. He had tried activating them before, but it had always ended in failure. But now, he finally had a real lead. Oh. Hearing this, Apocalypse Renzo's eyes gleamed with interest. A sage body, huh? Now that's something to look forward to. But right now, I'm more interested in the blood orchid. With this, I might be able to perfect the T-virus evolution serum, or even develop genetic enhancement serums and life extension potions. Of course, doing this alone would take a lot of time. So, he turned to Gundam Renzo and said, Gundam bro, how about we team up to study the blood orchid and T-virus? Of course, if Uchiha bro is interested, you're welcome to join in. We could even experiment on how the blood orchid and T-virus interact with Ninja Kekkei. Since his world was just an ordinary post-apocalyptic setting, he had always been worried about the safety and lifespan of people like Siko and the others. He had long wanted to help them evolve, gain supernatural strength, and extend their lives. And now, he finally saw a real opportunity. No problem. I was just thinking about it myself. Gundam Renzo grinned and nodded. His custom Gundam project had finally reached completion, so he had plenty of free time. Besides, the technology used by coordinators still had flaws and limitations. He had been looking for ways to improve it. Researching the blood orchid and T-virus could be the perfect opportunity. As for Earth's military and plant forces, they were still busy bashing each other's brains out. Gundam Renzo didn't care much about that. But just a few days ago, he had taken the opportunity to infiltrate plant and steal classified data on the Freedom and Justice Gundam projects. While he was at it, he used his custom AI, Red Queen. He also was so lazy to change the name, to silently hack into Plant's entire tech database, copying everything. To put it bluntly, he now had access to almost all of his world's most advanced technology. Even the full blueprints for Genesis and Requiem were in his hands. Chapter 86, The Charm Buff of Hentai Renzo. No problem on my end. Uchiha Renzo nodded in agreement. Lately, I've been researching Kekkei and my Sharingan. The blood orchid and T-virus should be useful for my studies. Studying alone is never as efficient as working together with three equally intelligent versions of himself. Heh. Then it's settled. Apocalypse Renzo grinned and stretched out a hand, raising it slightly. From today, our genetic research team is officially established. Let's also discuss a formal research and exchange protocol later. Since this was an interdimensional research collaboration, task assignments and daily meetings in the consciousness space needed to be properly structured. No problem. That's the way it should be. Gundam Renzo and Uchiha Renzo placed their hands on top of his, sealing the deal. Then, the three of them moved aside to discuss the details. TSK Tisk. Pirate Renzo smacked his lips and commented, so this is the first small group within our Renzo collective, huh? Swordsman Renzo nodded, seems like it. But isn't this a great idea? Maybe I should start a swordsmanship exchange group too. Even though all Renzos shared abilities and experiences, their personalities and ideas were different. But with shared talent, every Renzo had the potential to be a top-tier swordsmanship genius. Swordsman Renzo saw real potential in this idea. Studying and practicing alone could never compare to learning alongside multiple versions of himself. Without hesitation, he approached Demon Slayer Renzo, Pirate Renzo, and Hero Renzo to start discussing the plan. Eventually, they agreed to meet at least once a week in the mental, consciousness, space to exchange insights on swordsmanship. Practicing too frequently wouldn't be effective. It was important to have time to gain new insights and accumulate experience. How about forming a non-human group too? Python Renzo slithered closer to Eevee and suggested. Eevee rolled its eyes. Non-human? What exactly are we supposed to research? Ourselves. Other non-humans. Stop overthinking it. Eevee scoffed. You should focus on mastering your power first and keeping yourself alive. Just don't get discovered by humans, or you'll never know peace. In the past, Eevee thought its intelligence was affected by its form, but that issue has been resolved ever since it evolved into an espion. In fact, with the increase in psychic power and mental strength, its intelligence had continued to grow, to the point where it was smarter than many humans. Python still had a long way to go in that regard. You're right. Python looked a little downcast. Seeing this, Eevee reminded it, for now, our priority should still be strengthening ourselves. But if we ever find a way to transform, then we can explore it further. I'll go back and collect some dragon-type Pokémon genes from my world. Maybe you can study them and try evolving toward a dragon form. Of course, if you prefer sticking to your giant snake form, then forget I said anything. After all, powerful serpents existed in mythology. Jormungandr, the heaven-devouring serpent, the legendary basilisk. Nah, I think I'll go with the dragon evolution path. The giant python made its decision after some thought. Whether it was Eastern dragons or Western dragons, they all shared a similar principle. Besides, the Pokémon world already had dragon genes available for study, why not take advantage of that instead of searching elsewhere? Then make sure you find Eizen Renzo and the others to help with the research. Don't just blindly fuse genes, you might end up as a dead snake. Eevee warned with good intentions. Oh, right. Something suddenly occurred to Eevee, and it turned to Python. Since you fused with my abilities, that means you now have my genes as well. And Eevee can potentially evolve into a dragon type. Maybe you can find the dragon attribute within my genes. You should give it a try. Once Python successfully transformed into a dragon and shared its power, Eevee was confident it could evolve into a dragon type as well. Just like how, after receiving top-tier water elemental affinity from Hero Renzo, Eevee could faintly sense its latent Vaporeon genes being awakened. However, since it was currently in its Espion form, its water-type genes were being suppressed, preventing it from evolving into Vaporeon. Fortunately, the current Lily of the Valley conference had concluded. As expected, Cynthia won the championship. After resting for a few days, they would set off for Kanto in search of that unique Eevee with many forms. Eevee was certain it would find the answers it was looking for when they met that special Eevee. All right. Python nodded. Then I'll leave the collection of more dragon-type genes to you. No problem. Eevee smiled. This benefits both of us. Your progress will be a huge help to me too. Wishing you success in your transformation. Haha. Same to you. Both Eevee and Python laughed. Eevee looked at Python and said, "Hey, I don't recommend you laugh. Actually, don't even smile, it looks creepy." With that, Eevee left the mental space. Pokémon World. Eevee. Time to go. Hurry up. Cynthia called out from downstairs. Coming. The next second, Eevee floated down and leaped straight into Cynthia's arms. Cynthia quickly caught it, stroking its head with a chuckle. You little rascal. Good thing I've been practicing my breathing techniques, my physique and strength have improved a lot, or else I wouldn't be able to hold you. Espion wasn't like the normal Eevee, it was much bigger. Nonsense. I've been using my psychic powers to control my weight. Are you starting to dislike holding me now? Eevee huffed. It still wanted a skill that allowed it to freely change its size. Sadly, it hadn't found anything suitable yet. Of course not. Cynthia laughed, ruffling Eevee's fur. You're my favorite, you know that. After reassuring Eevee, she finally put it down. Then, she suddenly noticed something. Huh? Am I imagining things, or do you look even cuter than before? She wasn't just saying it to flatter Eevee, she genuinely felt it. Huh? Eevee blinked in surprise, suddenly remembering its conversation with Hentai Renzo in the mental space yesterday. That guy had boasted about having maxed out charm stats. Otherwise, how else could he attract so many outstanding women? Eevee had scoffed at him, assuming he was just bragging. It had even thought that if it were transported into some hentai world, it wouldn't be any worse than Hentai Renzo. But now, it seemed like that guy was telling the truth. So his ability really is a charm buff. Eevee tilted its head, deep in thought. Hee hee. That's adorable. Seeing Eevee's expression, Cynthia couldn't resist squatting down and ruffling its fur again. Cynthia. Eevee. You need to leave now, or you'll miss your flight. Professor Carolina's voice rang out from the yard. Coming. Let's go, Eevee. They quickly left the house, hopped onto Professor Carolina's Garchomp, and flew toward Jubilife City's airport. Twin Leaf Town didn't have an airport of its own. After a long day of travel and layovers, their plane finally landed in Saffron City, Kanto. The moment Eevee arrived at the airport and spread its psychic awareness across the entire city, a certain emotionless little girl deep within the Saffron City gym suddenly looked up. Such powerful psychic perception. A rare flicker of emotion crossed Sabrina's usually calm eyes as she attempted to establish a telepathic connection with the mysterious presence. Who are you? Huh? Eevee, who had just stepped out of the airport with Cynthia and was scanning the city, suddenly heard the voice in its mind and froze in place, letting out a surprised noise. Chapter 87, Psychic Queen Sabrina. What's wrong, Eevee? Cynthia asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Eevee grinned, shaking its head. I just found an interesting psychic. My name is Renzo, an evolved Eevee. And who are you? Eevee responded through the telepathic link. I am Sabrina. So you're not human? How strange. Sabrina was visibly surprised. The psychic energy radiating from Eevee didn't feel like a typical Pokémon, nor did it resemble a pure human psychic. It was a peculiar and mysterious existence. Sabrina suddenly grew very interested in Eevee. She immediately sent an invitation through telepathy. Would you like to visit my home? We can meet in person. Huh. Eevee blinked in surprise. That was pretty straightforward. But since it was also curious about Sabrina, the future psychic queen known as Master of Psychic Pokémon, it immediately responded, sure. We're on our way. See you soon. With that, Eevee lifted itself into the air, placed a paw on Cynthia's shoulder, and said, Cynthia. Sabrina invited us over. What do you think? Sabrina. You mean the psychic you just mentioned? Cynthia asked, intrigued. That's right. So, are we going? Eevee nodded. Since she invited us, we might as well. Cynthia agreed. She had always been curious about human psychics. Speaking of which, ever since she had learned Eevee's modified meditation technique, she had also awakened psychic abilities. Though still weak, barely at an intermediate level, it technically made her a psychic, right? Then let's go. We'll teleport there. Without further delay, Eevee instantly teleported them away with a flash. The citizens of Saffron City, upon seeing this, remained unfazed. After all, Saffron City was home to a renowned psychic family. Besides, just 2 years ago, Sabrina had lost control of her powers, causing quite a commotion. However, visitors from other regions were visibly shocked. After all, a psychic-type Pokémon capable of teleporting with a human was quite rare. Many onlookers couldn't help but look on with admiration. Meanwhile, Eevee and Cynthia reappeared inside Saffron City Gym, landing in a dimly lit room. Where is this? Cynthia looked around, slightly uncomfortable with the eerie atmosphere. Welcome. I am Sabrina. A voice echoed in their minds. The next moment, a petite girl with an expressionless face floated toward them. So small. You're the one who invited us? Cynthia asked, curiously studying her. Nice to meet you. I'm Cynthia from the Sinnoh region. She extended a hand in greeting. The girl in front of her looked no older than 5 or 6, adorable and pretty. Unfortunately, her cold, emotionless face and dead, lifeless eyes ruined that cuteness. Hello, Cynthia. Sabrina tilted her head in confusion at Cynthia's outstretched hand but didn't reach out in return. Instead, she simply replied with a short greeting. It was clear she didn't understand the gesture. A problem child? The thought suddenly popped into Cynthia's mind. What do you mean by problem child? Sabrina's voice echoed in Cynthia's head again. Cynthia nearly jumped in shock. Why you? She huffed, glaring. You shouldn't just read people's minds without permission. It's a habit, Sabrina replied indifferently. You. Cynthia wanted to argue, but Eevee quickly intervened. Cynthia. It's obvious she lacks basic social awareness. Just let it go. Huh? Lacks common sense. Cynthia hesitated, looking at Sabrina again. Faced with those empty, lifeless eyes, her frustration faded, replaced by a hint of sympathy. She started imagining all sorts of tragic backstories about Sabrina's life. Her thoughts are chaotic. Sabrina, unintentionally peering into Cynthia's mind again, turned to Eevee and commented telepathically. Ah. Eevee twitched its ears. Ignore her. She loves overthinking things. Anyway, nice to meet you, Sabrina. From what I can tell, you don't have full control over your psychic powers. You're not completely in sync with them, and there's a chance you could lose control at any moment. Want me to help? A rare flicker of surprise and curiosity flashed through Sabrina's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She telepathically asked, You can help me. How? Just then, a man and a woman suddenly teleported into the room. The man spoke up, looking straight at Eevee, in his Espion form. That's what we'd like to know as well. Espion, can you really help Sabrina? How? The moment Eevee and Cynthia arrived, the couple had already sensed them. But since it was just a little girl and her Pokémon, they didn't react hastily. Now, hearing this Espion's claim, they couldn't hold back any longer. Cynthia was surprised to see 2 more psychic users appear out of nowhere, both capable of teleportation, no less. Are powerful psychics just common now, she wondered. However, after comparing their appearances, she quickly figured it out. These two must be her parents, right? Sure enough, in the next moment, the man and woman looked at Sabrina and said, "We're just worried about you, so we came to check on you. Please, don't push us away, Sabrina." Sabrina's mother looked like she was about to cry. Only they knew how painful it had been when their sweet little girl awakened her psychic abilities overnight, only for them to spiral out of control. Though she had eventually stabilized, she was never the same again. Their lively, adorable daughter had turned cold and emotionless, as if she no longer cared about anything. Her emotions had become so distant, she barely seemed human. "Yeah, I can definitely help. I'd say there's a good chance it'll work," Eevee nodded confidently. Sabrina's parents exchanged glances, then looked at their daughter. Finally, they both nodded and said, "Then let's give it a try. Sabrina, what do you think?" They carefully watched her for a response. Cynthia, observing from the side, narrowed her eyes slightly. "It looks like her relationship with her parents is even worse than I thought." "Fine," Sabrina nodded telepathically. She wasn't doing it for her parents' sake. To her, they were no different from strangers. She simply wanted to master her own power. That was all. "I'll teach you a modified version of my meditation technique. Give it a try," Eevee said. It floated over to Sabrina, gently placing a paw on her forehead, transmitting the meditation technique directly into her mind. Then, using its psychic powers, it moved Cynthia and itself further back. Seeing this, Sabrina's parents quickly stepped back as well. Sabrina sat cross-legged in midair, closing her eyes. Her body gently floated up and down. Her psychic energy began to fluctuate more intensely. Her parents watched anxiously as the changes continued, but fortunately, there was no sign of her powers spiraling out of control. Whoom. A few minutes later, Sabrina's psychic energy surged to an elite 4-level intensity. Her entire body was enveloped in a visible blue aura of psychic power. After reaching a peak, her energy started to condense rapidly, quickly stabilizing. Sabrina opened her eyes. They were completely different from before. There was still some coldness, but now they had a trace of human emotion. Curiosity, excitement, and more. "So, did it work?" Eevee floated over and asked telepathically. Sabrina nodded slightly. Then, surprisingly, she spoke out loud for the first time in a long while, "Th. Thank you." Her voice was stiff and unfamiliar, but at least she wasn't relying on telepathy anymore. That was a good sign, wasn't it? "No need to thank me. Congratulations." Eevee grinned, reaching out a paw. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Eevee. I may have evolved into an espion, but people still like to call me Eevee." "Sabrina," she said, hesitating for a moment before mimicking Eevee's gesture, extending her hand and shaking its paw. A small smile tugged at her lips. "Oh my god. Honey, did you see that?" Sabrina spoke. "She's back to normal." I saw it. This is incredible. We owe everything to this espion. We have to properly thank them. And that young lady too. Yes, yes. Whatever you say, dear." Sabrina's parents could no longer hold back their emotions. Watching their daughter interact with Eevee, they burst into tears of joy. They had waited so long for this moment. They had thought Sabrina would never return to normal. Support me and 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 88, Rocket Game Corner. The next morning. With her parents accompanying her, Sabrina saw Cynthia and Eevee off at the door. Hugging Eevee tightly around the neck, Sabrina asked with a hint of reluctance, "Do you really have to leave so soon? Can't you stay just a few more days?" She had only just regained her human emotions after years of being suppressed by overwhelming psychic power. Yesterday was the first time in forever that she had felt so much emotion, and even now, she was still feeling it intensely. Eevee wasn't just her savior, there was something different, something truly special about him. Sabrina could tell, this was no ordinary Pokémon. In fact, he might just be the most unique Pokémon she had ever encountered. So she wanted to stay by Eevee's side. Cynthia, too, had become a close friend in just a single day, making parting even harder for Sabrina. If she were a little older, she would have joined them on their journey without hesitation. Hey, Eevee chuckled, gently patting Sabrina's head with his paw. "Don't worry. I really do have something important to take care of. But Cynthia and I already promised, we'll come back to visit when we're done, right, Cynthia?" "Of course." Cynthia quickly nodded in agreement, picking up on Eevee's cue. "All right then, it's a deal. You have to come back. See you soon." Sabrina waved enthusiastically. "See you." Cynthia and Eevee waved back before hopping onto Garchomp, heading straight for Celadon City. That was the last place where the special 3-form Eevee had disappeared, and that's where Eizen Renzo planned to begin his search. After more than a full day of travel, with several rest stops along the way, they finally arrived at Celadon City. As soon as they got off the air transport, Cynthia turned to Eevee. "So, where do we start looking?" She was completely unfamiliar with this city. This search was entirely up to Eevee. "Give me a second, I'll check." Eevee closed his eyes and expanded his psychic detection field, instantly covering most of Celadon City. One area at a time, he started scanning for any signs. At the very moment Eevee unleashed his psychic detection, several powerful Pokémon across Celadon City, those at least at the Elite 4 level, were startled, turning their heads in his direction. However, once they realized it was merely a psychic scan, they quickly lost interest. Of course, the fact that this unknown psychic-type Pokémon was incredibly strong also played a part. Any Pokémon capable of using psychic detection on such a massive scale had to be at least champion level. Meanwhile, their trainers, noticing their Pokémon's reactions, began asking them what had happened. Deep underground, beneath the Celadon City game corner, inside Team Rocket's secret base. Team Rocket executive Athena frowned as she listened to her Golbat. "What? A powerful psychic-type Pokémon is scanning Celadon City. What's going on? Can you determine what kind of Pokémon it is? Where is it located? What's its estimated power level?" Athena was on high alert. Their current experiment was at a critical stage, and she was responsible for ensuring this base's security. Not long ago, another Team Rocket base in a nearby city had been completely wiped out by the Pokémon League. Fortunately, key personnel had managed to escape, bringing along crucial research data and relocating it to this base. Unfortunately, their greatest success, the 3-form Eevee, had also escaped during the chaos. However, as if luck had been on Athena's side, that very same Eevee had somehow ended up near Celadon City, where a trainer had found it and taken it to a Pokémon Center. Athena had seized the opportunity. She had agents capture the Eevee in secret when it left the Pokémon Center. Now that Eevee was undergoing further experiments here in this very facility, Giovanni himself had ordered them to extract as much data as possible. Failure was not an option. Back above ground, Eevee's skin yielded no results in the rest of Celadon City. That only leaves one last place, the underground base beneath the game corner, Eevee muttered to himself. "If I can't find it there, then I'll have to expand the search to the outskirts, but that would take much longer." He wasn't completely certain that the Eevee was underground. The base seemed to have some sort of psychic interference device that blocked his mental scan. Humph, typical Team Rocket. Always hoarding useful tech. "I think I'll take this one for myself." Eevee smirked internally. Retracting his psychic detection, he turned to Cynthia. "There's nothing in the rest of the city, only one place left to check. But it's protected by a psychic interference field, so I'll have to go in myself. Are you coming with me, or do you want to wait at the Pokémon Center?" Eevee asked. Truthfully, Eevee wanted Cynthia to stay at the Pokémon Center, but they had made a deal before. Eevee wasn't allowed to ditch her and take risks alone. This time, Eevee was being smarter about it and didn't directly tell her to stay behind. "Where exactly are we going?" "It sounds dangerous," Cynthia asked, immediately catching on. Eevee nodded. "It's a secret underground rocket team base. The game corner on top is just a front." "Huh. The rocket team in Kanto is really bold, huh? I'm going with you. Don't even think about leaving me behind, I can help," Cynthia declared, clenching her fists. All this time, Eevee had been helping her, and now that things were getting serious, she wanted to do something for Eevee in return. Even though her Garchomp was only at the peak of pre-elite status, she carried 2 of her grandmother's champion-level Pokémon with her at all times. At the very least, she could protect herself. "I knew you'd say that. All right, let's go together. But stay close to me and be careful." Eevee chuckled, shaking its head before hailing a taxi with Cynthia. Soon, they arrived at the Celadon City game corner. "Should we just walk in, or disguise ourselves first?" Cynthia asked. "No need for disguises. I'll handle the guards directly." With that, Eevee led the way inside. "Welcome. Would you like to play some games? Or exchange coins for prizes?" a friendly staff member greeted them. If Eevee didn't already know what kind of people they were, it would have been hard to tell they were Rocket Team members. They were playing their roles a little too well. Too bad for them. Whoom. Eevee's eyes glowed with psychic power, and the employee was immediately put under its control. "Take us to the entrance of the underground base." "Yes." The staff member obediently led Cynthia and Eevee down a back hallway. "What the?" Along the way, a few Rocket Team grunts disguised as security guards noticed something was off and moved to intervene, but Eevee effortlessly put them under control as well. Even the Pokémon in their Pokeballs weren't spared. A group of weaklings like them was no match for an Espion's overwhelming psychic power. Not even while inside their Pokeballs. Eevee hadn't wasted its time these past months. It had studied Pokeball mechanics thoroughly. Eevee was already considering changing his name to Eevee the Genius. Just like that, Eevee led Cynthia straight to the entrance of the underground base. But there was one problem: there was a locked security door that required a password. Red Queen, can you hack this electronic lock? Eevee asked, glancing down at the sleek, silver bracelet on its right paw. Cynthia wasn't even surprised at this point. 1 second, no problem at all. Red Queen's voice came from the bracelet. A moment later, a beep sounded, and the lock disengaged. The door slid open automatically. Now, infiltrate their network and copy all their data. Let's take everything they've got. Eevee used its psychic power to put the guards inside into a deep sleep before confidently stepping into the underground base with Cynthia. Piece of cake. Red Queen responded. Oh, by the way, while scanning their network, I found something interesting. You and Mistress Cynthia might want to take a look. And Mistress. Cynthia's face immediately turned red as she waved her fists in protest. Red Queen, don't say embarrassing things like that. What if someone misunderstood and thought she was with Eevee? Sure, she did think Eevee was super cool. She had even caught herself admiring it many times before. But rumors like that? She wasn't ready for that kind of attention. It's not like she could ever have anything romantic with a Pokémon. How would that even be possible? She didn't even have the idea. Chapter 89, Eevee's looting spree. The Red Queen didn't even bother responding to her objections. After all, Eevee's authority was absolute. Cynthia did also have a silver wristband identical to Eevee's, equipped with the Red Queen's system, which helped her in many ways. Regarding communication wristbands, they were actually an upcoming product from the Renzo's group. Of course, it was a heavily restricted version. There was no way they'd include the Red Queen's subsystem. At most, it had a significantly downgraded AI. Eevee, the mastermind behind it all, secretly chuckled to itself. There was no plan to change that. Then, it turned to the Red Queen and asked, could it be a Porygon? Exactly. Red Queen confirmed. Oh. Then capture it and store it in my wristband for now. I'll deal with it later when we return. As you command. In no time, the Red Queen had taken care of the Porygon. With that done, Eevee led Cynthia straight to the base's third underground level without any resistance. There, right in the center, beneath a transparent glass dome, Eevee spotted a uniquely evolved Eevee, the one with 3 different forms. Hey, so it really is here. Excellent. That saves me the trouble of searching any further. Eevee grinned widely. Everything was going even smoother than expected. Who are you? Athena and a group of Team Rocket members were no fools. They immediately noticed Eevee and Cynthia's sudden appearance. Without hesitation, they questioned them while simultaneously releasing their Pokémon. Master. The one who used telepathy earlier seemed to be that Espion. Athena's Golbat took the initiative, emerging from its Pokeball and buzzing as it reported to Athena. Of course, it wasn't speaking human language, only a few Pokémon could do that. Still, after years of companionship, Athena had her own way of understanding it. What? It was really that one. Athena was shocked, then turned her gaze toward Eevee. So, you've come for us specifically. Has our hideout already been exposed? Golbat, ATT. Before she could even finish her command, Eevee had already flickered out of sight, appearing right above Golbat in an instant. Raising a paw, it delivered a brutal slap straight onto Golbat's body. Smack. A terrifying force surged through Golbat. It felt like it had just been hit by a Garchomp's dragon rush. Golbat was instantly sent flying. With a loud crash, it smashed into the cement wall on the left, leaving a deep crater in its path. What? Golbat. Athena gasped in shock. Looking at Golbat embedded in the wall, its eyes swirling in a daze, completely unconscious and out of the fight, she couldn't believe what had just happened. She was utterly stunned by Eevee's terrifying speed. She knew that teleportation was impossible in this space, meaning Eevee had relied purely on its speed. That wasn't just quick attack, it was an enhanced, ultimate version of quick attack. You. Shocked and furious, Athena reached for her other Pokeballs, ready to retaliate. Hypnosis. But Eevee wasn't about to let her have her way. Its eyes flashed red, and in an instant, a powerful wave of psychic energy radiated outward, engulfing the entire area. Athena, the Team Rocket members, and all their Pokémon were immediately struck by the force, succumbing to an unavoidable sleep. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Cynthia, watching all of this unfold, was utterly dumbfounded. She turned to Eevee with a shocked expression. Eevee, you're way too strong. Hypnosis can be used like that. She felt like Eevee's techniques were on a whole different level, something she had never seen before. If Psychic-type Pokémon could really use hypnosis on such a large scale, incapacitating both humans and Pokémon, including powerful ones on the Elite Four level, then Psychic types would have already ruled the world. What are you thinking? Eevee rolled its eyes. This isn't just about the move. It's because my psychic power is insanely strong, far beyond the limit of Elite Four level psychic Pokémon. Plus, I've mastered hypnosis to an extreme degree through deep research, which is why I can achieve this effect. Of course, I can't forcefully put champion-level Pokémon to sleep just yet. Just listen to this Renzo. He even wanted to put champion-level Pokémon to sleep. As expected of Eevee, the ultimate humble bragger. This is already ridiculously impressive. Cynthia shook her head in amazement, feeling both surprised and proud of Eevee. Of course, she was happiest that Eevee was on her side. No one would believe it if she told them, but her Eevee didn't even need training. It trained itself, and became ridiculously strong on its own. It even helped train her other Pokémon, and sometimes, even her. People always praised her, saying she was a prodigy and had the potential to become the youngest ever regional champion. But Cynthia felt that most of the credit belonged to Eevee. Of course, she had some part in it too, just a little. So, what's next? What should we do with these people? And have you found that Eevee yet? Cynthia turned to ask Eevee. Yeah, look over there, inside that glass dome. Eevee casually tilted its head in the direction of the trapped Eevee. As for these people, Eevee thought for a moment before saying, let's erase their memories of us, then have Red Queen notify the local officer Jenny. She can inform the League investigators nearby. Eevee was mainly concerned about staying off Team Rocket's radar, it didn't want Cynthia's safety to be compromised. Of course. Then, turning to Cynthia, Eevee added, if you want to take credit for taking down a major Team Rocket base, you could report it to the Kanto League yourself, or ask Professor Carolina to help contact the League headquarters. What do you think? As far as Eevee knew, the League's treasury was stacked with valuable rewards like top-tier pseudo-legendary Pokémon eggs. The choice was hers. Even if she decided to take on some risk and claim the achievement, Eevee would ensure her safety. Team Rocket. Give it a little more time, and Eevee wouldn't even consider them a threat anymore. Hearing how thorough Eevee's planning was, Cynthia grinned and crouched down to hug Eevee around the neck, nuzzling it affectionately. Then, cupping its face seriously, she said, of course, our safety comes first. I don't care about a little reward, we're already rich. Eevee, you're too special. If Team Rocket or any other dark organization catches wind of you, it'll be dangerous. Just like how Eevee valued her safety, Cynthia cared deeply about Eevee's well-being too. Neither of them wanted to see the other get hurt. Heh. Eevee chuckled warmly. Alright, then it's decided. Let's grab whatever useful stuff we can and get out of here. There were still unconscious people at the entrance, after all. They needed to handle them quickly before anything unexpected happened. Without further delay, Eevee had Red Queen unlock the glass dome containing the three-formed Eevee. Cynthia immediately used an empty Pokeball to capture it. Then, Eevee had Red Queen deactivate the base's psychic interference devices. With nothing blocking it, Eevee freely used telepathy to scan the entire underground facility. In no time, it had looted the entire place. Not only did Red Queen copy all the data from their systems, but Eevee also dismantled and stored the entire psychic interference system in its personal space warping wristband. That's right. Aside from the commonly used storage backpacks, the Pokémon world also had more advanced storage wristbands and rings, products of high-end spatial technology. They were rare and ridiculously expensive, but for convenience, Eevee had Professor Carolina pull some strings with Devon Corporation to custom order 2 of them. One for Eevee, one for Cynthia. All done. Time to go. Before leaving, Eevee made sure to erase the memories of all the Team Rocket members at the entrance, wiping out any recollection of Cynthia and itself. Red Queen also deleted any security footage of them from the base's monitoring systems. Triple-checking that nothing was left behind, Eevee finally took Cynthia out of the game corner hideout. They headed straight to a top-tier hotel, ordered a feast, and enjoyed a well-earned meal. Only then did Red Queen notify Officer Jenny. Chapter 90, The Sad Little Dratini, Bonus. Hurry up and lock down this area. In less than half an hour, Officer Jenny of Celadon City had gathered her team and sealed off the entire game corner. At the same time, the Kanto League headquarters dispatched 2 Elite Four members, Lance and Lorelei. Coincidentally, both of them had been investigating Team Rocket's whereabouts in nearby towns. Lord Lance. Lady Lorelei. Please be careful. Don't worry, leave it to us. Meanwhile, Eevee and Cynthia were comfortably seated in a hotel across from the game corner, enjoying their meal while watching the League operatives raid the underground Team Rocket base. Before long, squads of League personnel began escorting groups of unconscious Team Rocket members out of the building. These people were clearly still knocked out, without even the chance to resist. Among them were Athena and a scientist named Dr. Nancy, both captured without a hitch. Lance was left utterly baffled. Who the heck took care of all this? With a face full of confusion, he turned to Lorelei for answers. Do you have any idea who did this? How should I know? We entered together, didn't we? Lorelei rolled her eyes. But whoever did it must have an extremely powerful psychic-type Pokémon. She and Lance had both noticed that almost everyone in the base had been put to sleep simultaneously. That alone spoke volumes about the strength of the culprit. Lance nodded in agreement. That would require a champion-level Pokémon. And not just any champion-level psychic type, it would have to be an exceptionally strong one. After all, even Athena, a high-ranking Team Rocket executive, had been taken down by the same method. Lorelei crossed her arms. Exactly. But I've never heard of such a powerful psychic-type Pokémon in this area. Both of them were left with more questions than answers. Well, once Athena and the others wake up, we can just ask them directly, Lorelei shrugged. True, Lance admitted, but he frowned. Still, the fact that someone went to the trouble of taking down this base, erased all traces of their involvement, and then quietly tipped off Officer Jenny and the League. It makes me think they wouldn't be careless enough to leave behind such an obvious clue. Which means, our trail probably ends here. Lorelei sighed, spreading her hands in resignation. Looks like it. With no better way to track down the mysterious helper, the two Elite Four members focused on safely escorting Athena, Dr. Nancy, and the other captured Rocket members to League headquarters. After all, these two weren't just any grunts, one was a high-ranking executive, and the other was an important researcher. There was no way Team Rocket would let this slide easily. Alright, show's over. Are we heading back now? Having finished their meal and watched the whole spectacle, Eevee turned to Cynthia. Of course not. We're just getting started with our Kanto adventure. How could we leave so soon? Cynthia playfully flicked Eevee's forehead. Sure, she came to Kanto mostly to accompany Eevee, but now that she was here, she couldn't just leave without winning a league championship. How else could she face her grandmother? Besides, I need to check in on Sabrina from time to time. Might as well stay and compete in the Kanto League. She grinned, clearly excited. And this is a great chance to capture some interesting Pokémon along the way. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to Eevee with a hopeful look. By the way, there were some Pokémon among the loot we collected from Team Rocket, right? Can I pick one or two? All of those had been stored away by Eevee. Let's book a place with a yard first, Eevee suggested. This hotel isn't the best spot. Good idea. Let's go. With that, Cynthia quickly recalled her Garchomp and the rest of her Pokémon, then rented a small house with a yard at the Pokémon Center. Eevee then retrieved a pile of Pokeballs from its spatial wristband. In the Pokémon world, while space backpacks were common, higher-end accessories like space wristbands and rings also existed. These were advanced applications of pocket dimension technology. However, unlike the ones in some worlds, these wristbands didn't have time-stopping effects. Oh wow. There's a Dratini. A pseudo-legendary from Kanto. Cynthia's eyes lit up as she noticed one of the Pokeballs contained a Dratini. This is perfect. If I train it well, it could become a main fighter in my secondary team. She knelt down, gently patting the small dragon's head after a brief moment of communication. Me. Dratini let out a soft cry, enjoying Cynthia's gentle touch. However, despite the affection, it still looked weak and a little malnourished. It's possible, but... Eevee nodded. Dragonite is pretty strong when trained properly. But this one has average potential and hasn't been raised well. We'll need to put in some extra effort to make up for it. Hopefully, it won't get too fat. Dragonite. Cynthia nodded in agreement but then paused, confused by Eevee's wording. Wait, why are you calling Dratini Dragonite? It's not even evolved yet, and it's not fat at all. Me. Exactly. Dratini cried out in protest, clearly upset. I'm obviously slim and elegant, it thought to itself. Clearly, this Dratini was female. Eevee shrugged. Dratini and Dragonair are slim, sure, but once they evolve into Dragonite, the design takes a weird turn, doesn't it? You can't tell me Dragonite isn't chunky. Still, chubby or not, Dragonite is kind of adorable in its own way. Dratini. It was officially depressed now. Maybe. I just won't evolve into Dragonite. Dratini seriously started considering this option. Buffed. Eevee, that's too much. You can't just call Dratini fat like that. Cynthia, noticing Dratini's emotional shift, looked at Eevee helplessly. That was a little too harsh on Dragonite, wasn't it? Dragonite was actually pretty cool. Now that she thought about it, Eevee had said something similar about Garchomp before. Something along the lines of, Garchomp looks badass, but also kinda ugly. Or, in Eevee's words, ugly in a unique way. I'm just telling the truth. Eevee spread its paws, looking completely innocent. I mean, are you seriously telling me Dragonair evolving into Dragonite doesn't feel like a massive style shift? Dratini to Dragonair looks super elegant, and then, boom. Big orange dragon. Haha, still, you shouldn't say it like that. Cynthia ruffled Eevee's fur playfully. Me. I've made up my mind, I'll evolve into Dragonair and stop there. Dratini declared with determination. Cynthia. She felt like this conversation was taking a strange turn. Without dragging things out any further, she returned Dratini to its Pokeball and took out another one. Whoa. A Ralts. It's a psychic type, so cute. The moment Ralts appeared, Cynthia's eyes sparkled. She immediately tried using her own weak psychic abilities to communicate with it. She even pulled Eevee in to help soothe the poor Ralts, who looked exhausted and terrified. It was obvious it had suffered a lot in Team Rocket's hands. Ralts naturally had a timid personality, so its time in captivity must have been awful. I've decided. I'm keeping this Ralts too. As for the rest, I'll send them back home and let Grandma take care of them. Our family's backyard is huge anyway. There are quite a few Pokémon unique to Kanto in here, I'm sure Grandma will love them. What do you think, Eevee? Cynthia turned to look at Eevee. She noticed Eevee staring intently at Ralts with an unreadable expression. Ah. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever you decide is good. There's no way we can carry all of them with us anyway, there are like, dozens. Eevee snapped out of its thoughts and quickly responded as if nothing had happened, putting on a completely serious face. This was already after they had filtered through the Pokémon they had taken from Team Rocket. Eevee had only kept the rare and valuable ones. Things like Caterpie, Weedle, and Rattata. Nope, not a single one. Those were left behind for the League investigators who came afterward. Though, realistically, those common Pokémon would probably just be released back into the wild. Of course, before that, they would undergo psychological care to help them recover from their trauma. Chapter 91, The Vaporeon Evolution, Bonus. Haha. Cynthia smirked playfully and sent a telepathic message to Eevee using her clumsy psychic abilities. How about training this Ralts? Maybe she could be your future wife. She's a girl, you know. As she finished, she even winked at Eevee mischievously. She had definitely noticed the way Eevee had been staring at Ralts earlier. On the other side, Ralts had been keeping an eye on Cynthia and Eevee the whole time. With Cynthia's sloppy attempt at telepathy, it wasn't hard for Ralts to overhear the conversation. The moment she caught those words, her entire white body flushed pink with embarrassment, and she immediately lowered her head. Then, whoosh. With a flash of red light, Ralts bolted straight back into her Pokeball. Clearly, she was way too shy to handle that. Ho ho ho. Cynthia burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying the situation. Eevee. Ahem. This has nothing to do with me, okay? That was your fault this time. Eevee coughed awkwardly and used its psychic power to block Ralts from eavesdropping. Then, turning to Cynthia, it said, speaking of wives, wouldn't you make a better wife for me, Cynthia? Cynthia froze. Then, in the next second, her face turned bright red, and she waved her hands frantically. Why you? Don't say things like that. A human and a Pokémon together, that's just absurd. Despite her words, Eevee wasn't discouraged at all. It had definitely noticed Cynthia's flustered reaction. Just wait. One day, when I can take human form, no one will have anything to say about it. Hee hee hee. Eevee grinned mischievously, openly revealing both its feelings and ambitions. Huh. Cynthia, still blushing, was caught off guard. Take human form. What do you mean? Clearly, this was outside her realm of knowledge. Exactly what it sounds like. Eevee explained. I mean fully transforming into a human. Huh. Cynthia was stunned. Transform into a human. Is that even possible? Not even legendary Pokémon can do that. Why wouldn't it be? Eevee rolled its eyes. Latias can already take human form. And Mew probably can too. Of course, those are just temporary transformations. True transformation means having an actual human-like body, where there's no real difference between me and a regular human. If it was just basic transformation, then it wouldn't be such a big deal. After all, even simple ninjutsu techniques could achieve that. Eevee and Uchiha Renzo would probably crack the kind of transformation jutsu eventually and even use it without hand seals. Something like that actually exists. Cynthia was still in disbelief. Then, suddenly realizing what Eevee was implying, her face flushed again, and she let out a huff. You sneaky little thing. I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, she stomped her foot and ran off. He. You won't escape. Sooner or later, you'll be mine. Eevee thought to itself, feeling quite pleased. Alright, time to study the three-form Eevee's evolution principles. With that, Eevee pulled out a Pokeball containing the three-form Eevee. Right now, this special Eevee was still unconscious. Instead of waking it up immediately, Eevee retrieved some specialized examination and analysis equipment from its space bracelet. With Red Queen's assistance, it conducted a full-body scan and analysis of the three-form Eevee, gathering as much data as possible. At the same time, it also extracted a small genetic sample. Only after completing the tests did Eevee finally wake the three-form Eevee. Through careful communication, it earned its trust and convinced it to undergo monitored evolutions and reversions. 2 days later. Eevee. Any results yet? Cynthia stepped out into the backyard and called out to Eevee, who was still busy operating the analysis equipment. Almost there. Almost there. Eevee was sitting on the ground, using its psychic powers to continue manipulating the equipment while replying, I've basically cracked the core principles. Now, it's just about refining the details. Also, I've been experimenting with that blood orchid I told you about, to see how it affects Pokémon evolution. Since the blood orchid had proven to have effects on biological evolution, there was no way Eevee was going to ignore it. Over the past 2 days, it had even gone into its mental space multiple times to discuss the blood orchid and multiform evolution with all Renzos there. Thanks to their help, Eevee had made incredible progress in just 2 days. Of course, its prior research and preparation had also played a huge role in these rapid results. Oh. Cynthia raised an eyebrow in surprise. You mean that blood orchid you mentioned 2 days ago? Is it really that incredible? Can it actually grant Pokémon a special kind of evolution without changing their form? As far as she knew, evolution had always been a fixed process, it followed set rules. But what Eevee was describing sounded more like an evolution of potential rather than form. If that were really possible, wouldn't it mean that Eevee and all her Pokémon could unlock new opportunities for further evolution? If that's true, then this is amazing. Cynthia thought excitedly. Eevee is becoming more and more extraordinary. If I don't become strong enough, will I really be able to protect it from humans who might try to interfere or harm it? She knew that human greed had no limits, not even legendary Pokémon were safe from being hunted or exploited. And in Cynthia's eyes, Eevee was even more miraculous than a legendary Pokémon. If she wanted to protect Eevee, she had to become much stronger. That was why she was constantly looking for ways to improve herself, so she could shield Eevee from any threats. My status in the Pokémon League is also important. Let's set a small goal for now, I'll become the Sinnoh League champion first. With that firm resolution in mind, she continued her training. 2 days later. Haha. I did it. Cynthia. I finally did it. Look at my new form. Cynthia had just woken up when she suddenly heard Eevee's excited voice calling her from the backyard. Instantly, her sleepiness vanished, and she sprinted outside. And then, she saw it. A completely new version of Eevee, different from any evolution she had seen before. She hesitated. Eevee. Is that you? A Vaporeon. Yep. It's me. This is my Vaporeon form. Eevee responded telepathically. Huh. Cynthia froze for a moment. Wait. You're using psychic powers? But your current form, aren't you in the Vaporeon evolution? How can you still use psychic abilities? That didn't make sense, the two types were completely different. Haha. Eevee grinned proudly. That's my special ability. Even after evolving into Vaporeon, I can still use all my psychic type moves. Probably because my psychic powers are unique. After all, psychic abilities were mainly linked to mental energy. Just because Eevee had evolved into Vaporeon didn't mean its psychic energy would weaken or disappear. At most, it was just a genetic activation switch, allowing one set of abilities to take priority while the others remained dormant. Even its psychic-type genes hadn't vanished, they had simply gone into temporary hibernation while its water-type genes took the lead. That's amazing. Cynthia's eyes lit up as she realized what this meant. So, does this mean you can use both types at the same time now? That lowers the chance of you ever being at a disadvantage in battle. Eevee would now have way fewer weaknesses. That's mostly correct. Eevee nodded but then shook its head. So far, I've only successfully switched into my Vaporeon form. I have some clues about evolving into Flareon and Jolteon too. But Umbreon, Sylveon, Leafeon, and the others, I still don't know how to access those forms yet. I'll need to come into contact with Eevee of those evolutions and study them closely to unlock the key to transforming into them. Also, Umbreon is a dark type, which directly opposes psychic type abilities. I don't know if I'll even be able to transform into Umbreon. And if I do, will I still be able to use psychic powers at the same time? That's another big mystery. Eevee sighed. In short, there are still a lot of problems to solve. But at least I've taken the first step. Now that it had successfully started down this path, it firmly believed it would eventually master all 18 evolution types. And if one day it could fully merge all 18 forms into a single, ultimate state, then it would truly become a god Eevee. Congratulations, Eevee. Hee. Cynthia grinned, stepping forward to scoop Eevee into her arms. She ran her hand over its fur and giggled. Vaporeon's form is completely different from Espeon's. Your skin feels so smooth. Eevee. 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 92, Giovanni's Fury. Wait a second. Suddenly, Cynthia let go of Eevee and looked at it with curiosity. If you can switch between two forms now, does that mean you can also revert to your original Eevee form anytime you want? Seeing the anticipation in Cynthia's eyes, Eevee smirked slightly, nodded, and then, its entire body was enveloped in a bright white glow. A second later, Vaporeon vanished. And in its place, a small, fluffy Eevee appeared before Cynthia. Absolutely adorable. Eevee. Whoa. Cynthia was instantly smitten. She scooped Eevee up in her arms and rubbed her cheek against its soft fur, grinning. It's been so long since I've felt this. As expected, Eevee's original form is still the cutest and coziest. Eevee, yep, Cynthia's arms are still the most comfortable place. Honestly, it liked this form the most too. Oh, right. How's the research on the blood orchid coming along? Cynthia suddenly looked down and asked. This was a crucial matter, it could enhance the potential and strength of her other Pokémon. And more importantly, it determined whether she could become powerful enough to protect Eevee. Naturally, she was deeply concerned about it. It's not that fast. Eevee shook its head. Give me some more time. At least 10 more days. I won't let Garchomp and the others use it until I can create a version with 0 side effects. Otherwise, it'd just be harming them. It was a good Eevee, not some mad scientist. And it definitely wasn't like those Rocket Team lunatics who threw ethics out the window for their experiments. It was better to take things slow and steady. For now, Eevee had mainly handed this research over to Apocalypse Renzo and his science team. After all, they were already studying the blood orchid. Adding a Pokémon-specific subproject to their research wouldn't be a big deal for them, right? If anything, it might even give them a new research direction. As for Eevee, its main priority was still unlocking and awakening new evolution forms. Not to mention mastering the power of those new forms. Plus, integrating ninja techniques into its evolved skills to grow even stronger. For example, with its newly unlocked Vaporeon form, it could incorporate techniques like Water Clone Jutsu, Water Release, Hard Whirlpool Water Blade, Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique, and many more into its battle style. Even if some jutsu weren't directly usable yet, that didn't mean Eevee couldn't absorb their core principles and develop Pokémon-style versions of them. That makes sense. Thanks, Eevee. Cynthia nodded, feeling pleased with how cautious and thoughtful Eevee was, not just for itself, but for its teammates as well. Still, they had been staying in this place for quite a few days now. Now that Eevee's research had reached a temporary break, Cynthia turned to it and asked. So, do we stay here and continue studying, or do we finally start traveling again? Honestly, she was getting a little restless. Staying in one place for too long got boring. Especially since Eevee was always caught up in research and barely had time to hang out with her. Let's hit the road. At this point, staying locked up won't help much. The best way to master my new water-type form is to use it in real battles. Eevee made the decision firmly. There were a lot of water-type moves it still needed to learn. Hee. Perfect. Then let's leave today. Cynthia laughed and gave Eevee a quick kiss on the cheek. Eevee was left feeling a little dazed. First, come shopping with me to get all the travel essentials. Got it. Yay. Eevee, you're the best. Viridian City, Viridian Gym, Giovanni's office. Bang. What? The Celadon city base was exposed. Athena, Dr. Nancy, and the others got completely captured. What the hell happened? Giovanni slammed his desk in fury as he received the latest report from his Rocket Team members. Was this some kind of sick joke? How the hell did they lose such an important base without so much as a warning? And not only that, Athena, one of his highest-ranking executives, and even key Pokémon researchers had all been taken. To Giovanni, this was nothing short of a disaster. When did Athena become so useless? But the most infuriating part? According to the Rocket Grunts report, the entire base, including the Celadon game corner, had been taken over by the Pokémon League without a fight. There wasn't even a single sign of struggle. It was as if Athena and the others had just let themselves be captured. Oh, right. Boss. The rocket grunt's voice continued over the transmission. When I was observing from a distance while the League was taking our people away, I noticed something strange. Athena, Dr. Nancy, and every single captured rocket member were completely unconscious when they were carried out. I was thinking, could they have all been instantly hypnotized and subdued? Otherwise, I really can't think of any other explanation for this bizarre situation. The rocket grunt reported and analyzed the situation carefully. And honestly, his theory made a lot of sense. By the way, the only reason he himself hadn't been caught was that he had been hiding in another safe house deep within Celadon City. Giovanni fell into deep thought. Tap. 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 He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of his chair before giving an order. All right, I'm upgrading your clearance level for Celadon City and the surrounding areas. Immediately infiltrate the police department and dig for any information. If you bring me something useful, I'll promote you on the spot. Understood. Yes. Thank you, boss. I'll get on it right away. The rocket grunt was thrilled. Without wasting another second, he cut the communication and rushed off to work. Meanwhile, Giovanni turned to his secretary, Matori, his expression ice-cold. Send Apollo to intercept the League's transport before they can rescue Athena and Dr. Nancy. Also, mobilize our entire network to investigate everyone who entered and left Celadon City in the past week. At the same time, send rocket operatives to question the customers who were at the game corner that day. We must find out if there were any suspicious individuals entering or leaving the premises. I want results, and I want them fast. I need to know who the hell dared to move against Team Rocket from the shadows. As he spoke, Giovanni clenched his fists tightly, his voice dripping with venom. If I find out who it was, I'll grind them to dust and scatter their ashes. There was no way he was letting this slide. Matori immediately nodded. Yes, boss. I'll contact the necessary people and begin the operation right away. She swiftly relayed Giovanni's orders. But after finishing, she couldn't help but ask in confusion. Boss, do you mean someone secretly took down Athena and Dr. Nancy first, then tipped off the League? And that's why they were captured without resistance? Who the hell would have the guts to pull something like that? This was Kanto, Team Rocket's home turf. Even criminal organizations from other regions wouldn't dare to make such a bold move out of nowhere. It has to be that way, Giovanni said darkly. There's no other explanation for why Athena and the others didn't fight back. The culprit likely has a champion-level psychic-type Pokémon. Otherwise, there's no way they could have taken out our people so quietly and effortlessly. Even Giovanni himself was struggling to think of someone capable of pulling off such a feat who had a psychic type that strong. Names flashed through his mind, but none of them matched. Either they lacked the necessary strength, or they had solid alibis. Many of them weren't even in Kanto at the time, let alone near Celadon City. Not knowing the enemy's identity only fueled his frustration. Celadon City. Over the next few days, the underground of Celadon City, and even nearby areas, was in complete turmoil. While Eevee continued its experiments, it also occasionally split part of its mind to secretly monitor Celadon City using its psychic abilities. Naturally, it noticed Team Rocket's movements. Some of the game corner's customers had actually remembered seeing Cynthia and Eevee enter the building that day. Specifically, they recalled their unusual conversation with the receptionist. At the time, it didn't seem like anything special, but when Team Rocket's men started asking questions, these customers started thinking more deeply about it. Great. We found them, it has to be them. Just as a few Rocket members were getting excited about their discovery. Zwoop. Eevee silently teleported right beside them. And in an instant, all of them were hypnotized. A smooth and practiced mind-wiping session followed. Within seconds, those Rocket members completely forgot anything related to Eevee and Cynthia. Nope. You guys didn't find anything. With a smug flick of its tail, Eevee teleported away. Despite searching Celadon City for days, Team Rocket couldn't find a single clue about the mastermind behind the attack. Worse yet, Athena and Dr. Nancy had already been transferred to the Kanto League headquarters under the personal supervision of Lance and Lorelei. Meaning, Giovanni's plans to intercept them were already too late. For now, he was completely out of options. All he could do was plan for the future, find a way to break Athena and Dr. Nancy out later. Chapter 93, Who's the Real Weirdo? Consciousness Space, Mental Space. That night, Eevee once again entered the space. Eevee, did you succeed? Seeing Eevee appear in its original form, Uchiha Renzo immediately stopped his discussion with Apocalypse Renzo and Gundam Renzo. He stood up excitedly and asked, I've been waiting for this day for so long. Right now, Eevee had the best compatibility with him. If Eevee leveled up, he could gain a bunch of useful skills in return. Combining them with his ninja techniques always led to unexpected benefits. Isn't it obvious? Eevee leaped onto the center table and proudly raised its chin. Alright, spill it. How many new forms did you unlock? How many new moves did you learn? Actually, never mind, let's just share everything directly. As he spoke, Uchiha Renzo and the others reached out their hands toward Eevee. Smack. Smack. Eevee, looking utterly disgusted, jumped up and smacked away every single hand that tried to touch it. At the same time, it completed the power and memory sharing process. TSK. You won't even let us touch you now. You've changed, Eevee. Uchiha Renzo rubbed his sore hand with a regretful expression, pouting at Eevee as if saying, Bro, you've turned your back on us. Eevee's face immediately darkened. Get lost. Do I look like a plush toy that you can touch whenever you want? It hadn't forgotten that this Uchiha guy once wanted to keep it as a pet the first time they met, claiming he'd help it evolve and all that nonsense. This guy was definitely not a good person. Oh. Uchiha Renzo raised an eyebrow. So we're not allowed to touch you, but Cynthia is, huh? TSK. Exactly, chimed in Hero Renzo, who had somehow appeared next to them. He was checking Eevee's memories while sharing power with Uchiha Renzo. With a mischievous grin, he added, You actually confessed to Cynthia already. And, you got rejected. That's brutal. Go to hell. Eevee exploded in rage and lunged at Hero Renzo, claws swinging, but he effortlessly dodged. Looks like someone's embarrassed, Hero Renzo teased. Embarrassed, my ass. Eevee grumbled, hopping back onto the table. Do you really think I failed? Can't you see that Cynthia likes me too? She only turned me down because of our current differences in status. Once I master human transformation, this won't be a problem anymore. Unlike you, who doesn't even have a crush. How can you judge me? Who says I don't? Hero Renzo placed his hands on his hips and boasted, Megumin and Darkness from my party, aren't they beauties? Even Aqua, for all her faults, is undeniably gorgeous. Not to mention Luna from the guild, she's stunning, and I know she has a thing for me. It's only a matter of time before she's mine. If he left things to those clueless guild guys, Luna would probably never get married. Hero Renzo figured he might as well take responsibility and give her happiness. Besides, ever since he got the max charm ability from Hentai Renzo, he had noticed Megumin and Luna treating him much more favorably. At this rate, forming a harem didn't seem that far-fetched. After all, his world didn't have any restrictions on multiple marriages. As for Sato Kazuma, that guy had been spending way too much time ordering dreams at the succubus bar. Let him indulge for now, Hero Renzo would deal with him later. Oh, please. Eevee scoffed. You're still a virgin. You really think you can mock me? If I had been born human, I would have locked down Cynthia ages ago. Uchiha Renzo sighed. You're delusional. If you were human, Cynthia probably wouldn't even look your way. You should be grateful you got reincarnated as an Eevee, that's the only reason you have a shot at her. Nonsense. That's not true at all. Eevee stubbornly denied. By the way, what was that deal with that female Ralts the other day? Were you getting flustered? Are you in love with her? Apocalypse Renzo smirked. And no way. Eevee's fur bristled as it blushed beneath its coat. I was just curious. We're both psychic types, I just found it interesting, that's all. Sure, whatever you say. Whatever makes you happy, hee hee hee. The Renzos all looked disdainfully at Eevee. Come on. Did Eevee really think he could fool them? Liking someone wasn't a crime. What was the big deal? Uchiha Renzo remembered that back in his previous life, many Pokémon fans adored Ralts and said that if they could travel to that world, they'd want one as a waifu. See? Totally normal. When the majority of people shared the same thought, the real weirdos were the ones who didn't. So, at some point, the normal ones became the weirdos. That's right. It should be known that there's no such thing as a normal otaku, only weirdos. If you think you're a normal otaku, then know that the weirdos now see you as the weirdo. And that makes you the weirdo of the weirdos. Now, who's the real weirdo? Enough about me. Let's talk about you guys. Eevee hurriedly changed the subject before he became the main target. How's your research on the blood orchid going? What about your Kekkei Genkai experiments? And Uchiha, have you awakened the sage body yet? It's not that easy. Uchiha Renzo sighed, spreading his hands. The Uchiha clan does have traces of sage body genes, but activating them isn't simple. I'm Uchiha, not Senju. That said, we've made progress. We extracted an evolution factor from the blood orchid. It seems to enhance evolution significantly. It's also great for gene regression and activation. Once we fully understand it and remove the negative side effects, we can finally put it to use. Uchiha Renzo then looked at Eevee with a smirk. You, my friend, might be the biggest beneficiary of this research. If we inject you with this evolution factor, you might not even need to analyze evolution templates anymore, you could just awaken all your forms naturally. It's not just you, either. Cynthia and her Pokémon could benefit from this too. So, wish us luck in succeeding soon. Blood Orchid was turning out to be an unexpected treasure. They never imagined it would be this valuable. Every world has its hidden gems. You never know what surprises await. Uchiha Renzo mused. For real. Apocalypse Renzo nodded. Even zombie viruses might end up useful, right? Oh. Eevee perked up. Sounds like you've made progress in your research. Oh yeah. Thanks to the blood orchid, I've eliminated most of the T-virus's negative effects. I'm close to creating an anti-aging serum. Once that's done, genetic enhancements and evolution serums won't be far behind. Nice. That's a game changer. Eevee nodded. If you perfect the anti-aging serum, I can manifest some bottles for Cynthia, Professor Carolina, and Sabrina. No more worrying about their short human lifespans. Of course, introducing something that revolutionary would bring new challenges, but by then, Eevee would have the strength to face anything. Agreed. That'd be awesome. We're counting on Apocalypse. The other Renzos all cheered in unison. Chapter 94, Jurassic World plus Godzilla plus King Kong, bonus. A loud hissing sound echoed through the space as Python Renzo slithered out from a dimensional portal, dragging its enormous body behind. Using telepathy, it greeted the others. Hey, everyone. The place feels a bit empty today. Oh, it's you, Python. What's the situation on your end? Eevee asked curiously. Ugh, don't even get me started. The Python shook its massive head in frustration. At first, I thought my world was just a simple Anaconda-style disaster world. But a few days ago, after sharing everyone's abilities, I decided to create a hidden underground base and even materialized a quantum computer. I then programmed my own version of Red Queen AI to help me gather some hidden information about my world. And guess what? I found out that back in the 1960s, a massive ape went on a rampage in New York. Also, there were records of Godzilla appearing in Japan. Not to mention that there's an island called Skull Island, which the US military has classified as top secret. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Oh, and there's also data about Jurassic Park dinosaurs. The Python couldn't help but sigh at the ridiculousness of it all. Wait, you have Godzilla, King Kong, and Jurassic Park in your world too. This was a huge revelation. If the past events were any indication, the future of this world was bound to be chaotic. In Jurassic World 2, weren't dinosaurs released into the US due to human recklessness? Not to mention that these dinosaurs had been genetically modified with DNA from various creatures like lizards and chameleons, allowing them to self-reproduce. Basically, as long as even one dinosaur was alive, it could repopulate on its own. A future disaster was inevitable. And with the presence of other behemoths, this world was about to get very interesting. Of course, this chaos would take place over the next few years or even decades. Eevee, however, was amused. Isn't this a great thing? At least for you, it is. You're not wrong. The Python nodded. With so many giant creatures around, I'll blend in more easily, which means better survival chances. And the more humans screw up, the less time they'll have to focus on me. The chances of being discovered would significantly drop. This meant it could continue evolving in secret, becoming stronger and stronger. One day, when it either mastered shapeshifting or became the undisputed apex predator, that would be the day it stepped into the spotlight. Oh ho. A mashup behemoth world, huh? Now that is interesting. Apocalypse Renzo stroked his chin. If I'm not mistaken, Jurassic World has some pretty advanced gene editing and cloning technology, right? We should try to merge it with Umbrella Corporation's cloning tech to create an even more advanced system. Python bro, if you get the chance, can you steal a copy of their research for us? Faced with the temptation of genetic advancements, it was impossible for Apocalypse Renzo to remain indifferent. But I can't leave Borneo's rainforest anytime soon. It's too dangerous outside. The Python shook its massive head firmly. It had no intention of stepping out to court death. Despite merging with the powers of all the Renzos, making it seem quite strong, this was still a modern world dominated by humans and advanced technology. Guns, rockets, missiles, and even nukes existed here. If it recklessly wandered into the open, it could be killed or captured for research in no time. Just imagining that horrifying scenario sent shivers down its spine. It decided to play it safe. You can teleport now, so what's there to be afraid of? At that moment, Hentai Renzo strolled in through another dimensional portal with a smirk. Oh, please, Uchiha Renzo rolled his eyes. Don't listen to him, Python. Play it safe for now. Even if you can teleport, the max range is only about 7 to 8 kilometers, and that's for a human-sized body. Your teleportation distance would be even shorter. That distance is nothing in a high-tech world. For now, just use Red Queen to dig up information on Jurassic World's tech. If that doesn't work, program some AI-controlled androids to infiltrate and steal the data. There were always ways around problems. Why risk your life running around outside when you can just lay low and survive? Staying alive is the real deal. That actually makes sense. Python nodded and said to Apocalypse Renzo, all right, I'll do it. I'll have the Red Queen look into it. If that doesn't work, we'll send in the robots. Actually, if I need other resources, I could use robots for that too. The more the Python thought about it, the more excited it became, its mind racing with possibilities. Hey, Hinata Renzo. Come on, lend a hand. You must have gotten your hands on some good stuff again, right? Share some. Gundam Renzo grinned mischievously, walking up to Hinata Renzo and placing a hand on his shoulder. His smile was slowly turning, unsettling. The others started inching closer as well. Even Python wasn't holding back. Only Eevee huffed and stormed off. The hell am I staying for? Just to torture myself. As it walked away, Eevee muttered in its heart. Out of sight, out of mind. It silently vowed to achieve its human transformation as soon as possible. Hinata bro, this is disappointing. You still haven't found any god-tier artifacts like the time stopwatch. After a long while, Uchiha Renzo looked at Hinata Renzo with an unimpressed expression. Seriously? This guy got stronger, but his performance hadn't improved much. The only thing that changed was that he got himself a few more women. Did Uchiha Renzo care about that? If he wanted, he could just go find someone himself. What he really wanted were the legendary artifacts from Hinata worlds. The time stopwatch, for example. That thing involved time-based powers. If they could fully analyze it, wouldn't that mean gaining control over time-stopping abilities? And if that didn't work, at the very least, he could copy and mass-produce some of these artifacts. Although, making something like that would probably drain an insane amount of mental energy. Still, it'd be worth a shot. Yeah, this ain't good enough. Keep working on it. Gundam Renzo patted Hinata Renzo's shoulder with a slightly flushed face, then casually greeted Uchiha and Apocalypse before dipping out. This guy. Uchiha Renzo sighed, speechless. Gundam really was living the dream. Rich, powerful, he could have any temporary lover he wanted, but he also loved to learn new moves. I haven't found the time stopwatch yet, but I'll keep an eye out. Not that I really need it with my strength and charm. Hinata Renzo waved him off dismissively, smug as ever. Get lost. Uchiha Renzo rolled his eyes. TSK. I'm heading out. Then, he disappeared in a flash. I'm leaving too. Same here. Too much excitement lately. One by one, Apocalypse Renzo, Python, and the others logged out of the consciousness space. TSK, a bunch of dishonest guys. Oh well, I'm out too. Hinata Renzo smacked his lips, shook his head with a grin, and left the consciousness space as well. Naruto world. Back in reality, Uchiha Renzo opened his eyes after fully processing the latest updates. He stood up, clenched his fist, and chuckled. My power has increased again. Everyone's putting in the effort, so I can't slack off either. It's time to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. With that thought, he vanished from his home and reappeared deep underground, outside Konoha, in a secret experimental base. Over the past month, he had slowly built this base using his reality crafting abilities. It spanned a massive 2,000 square meters across 3 underground levels, buried 1,000 meters deep. There was no physical entrance, only teleportation could get him in. Of course, to ensure oxygen flow, Uchiha Renzo had installed an air circulation system from the Gundam world. He even planted some greenery, making the place feel less like an underground bunker. With a nuclear energy source, the entire base was brightly lit, feeling like a fully functional facility rather than a hidden hideout. Red Queen. Have the Sharingan boost tests been completed yet? The moment he arrived, he spoke to the empty air. In the next second, a holographic projection of the Red Queen appeared before him. It took the form of a chibi tsunade. In some ways, it represented Renzo's ambitions. Support me and read 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 95, Awakening the Mangekyo. Master, the tests are complete. Everything checks out, and we can proceed to the next phase. Red Queen responded swiftly. No need for that much hassle. Renzo waved his hand dismissively. I'll test it myself. I've done all the necessary preparations and trials, I know this will succeed. With that, he picked up a device that resembled an eye patch and placed it over his eyes. Sitting cross-legged, he commanded Red Queen, begin injecting the purified ocular energy. As you wish. The next moment, Renzo felt a surge of terrifyingly pure ocular energy flowing into his eyes through the eye patch. Instantly, his Sharingan activated. As more and more power poured in, the 3 tomo in his eyes began to spin slowly, then faster and faster, until they became nothing but afterimages. A splitting pain erupted in his eyes, as if they were about to explode. This energy wasn't ordinary, it was the refined and optimized version of his own Sharingan power, created through his imagination-based ability. It was even purer and more condensed than his natural ocular power. To ensure the perfect Mangekyo Sharingan awakening, he had prepared 200 times his own refined ocular energy. It had taken him over 10 days to amass this much. Ever since his Sharingan hit a bottleneck at the 3 tomo stage, he had felt an insatiable hunger in his eyes, as if they were nurturing something incredibly powerful, something that required far more energy than usual. The infusion process continued for an entire day. At times, his optic nerves suffered micro-tears due to the overwhelming energy influx. Luckily, his immense regenerative abilities healed them instantly. With each cycle, his optic nerves and blood vessels became stronger and gradually adapted to the immense energy. Master. Your heart rate is increasing rapidly, and your optic nerves have sustained minor damage. Should we halt the energy infusion? After nearly 25 hours, Red Queen issued a warning. No. Continue. I can feel it, I'm almost there. Renzo refused without hesitation. By this point, he had already absorbed over 100 times his normal ocular energy. Despite the throbbing pain, he continued refining and compressing the power within his eyes, forcing it to condense further. As the process continued, he could clearly sense the transformation taking place. His ocular energy was becoming more solid, potent, and was even beginning to evolve. Even the fundamental core of his power was undergoing sublimation. His eyes were being optimized, strengthened, and completed. Buzz. Finally, when he had absorbed around 180 times his usual ocular energy, Renzo felt his eyes reach their absolute limit. He immediately ordered Red Queen to halt the infusion and tore off the eye patch. A warm sensation surged through his eyes. Boom. In the next instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from his eyes, spreading outwards. His Sharingan had changed. No longer did his eyes bear the 3 tomo pattern. Instead, a 6-petaled lotus design had formed, reminiscent of Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, but even more complex and refined. The sheer pressure radiating from his eyes sent shockwaves throughout the surrounding area. Fortunately, his base was heavily fortified with barriers, preventing the energy from leaking out. Dojutsu. Takamagara and Omniscience. Now this is interesting. This power suits me perfectly. Ha ha ha. As he absorbed the knowledge of his newfound ocular abilities, Uchiha Renzo couldn't hold back his laughter. Dojutsu, Takamagara. Renzo's right eye harbors a world seed. The seed requires various types of energy and rules to develop. Once developed, it will grow into a small world and expand over time. As the world expands, it grants the ability of domain projection, allowing Renzo to use all abilities of the other Renzo's faction within the domain. Bypass world restrictions, using abilities even if they are incompatible with his current world. Dojutsu, Omniscience. This eye technique allows Renzo to analyze and decipher all things at the cost of ocular energy. It's closely linked to the Takamagara, making both abilities symbiotic. The energy cost of omniscience increases proportionally with the complexity and mystery of the analyzed target. The more intricate or powerful something is, the more ocular energy it consumes. One more unexpected surprise, Renzo realized that due to the massive infusion of purified energy, his Mangekyo Sharingan lacked any of the usual drawbacks. It would never cause blindness, nor did it degrade with use. Additionally, it had an innate ability to convert both chakra and mental energy into ocular energy, making it a perpetual power source. In other words, the moment his Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, it skipped the usual limitations entirely, just like the Sage of Six Paths and Indra in ancient times, directly advancing to the level of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So this is what a true eye awakening should be like. The Uchiha clan's method of unlocking the Mangekyo through extreme negative emotions is nothing but a defective version. Renzo raised his hand and touched the area around his eyes as he analyzed his situation. Even someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara had to rely on his brother's Mangekyo to patch up its flaws and evolve it into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But Renzo had a feeling that even among eternal Mangekyos, his version was on an entirely different level, far beyond Madara's. Of course, that was something he'd need to confirm through future battles. However, there was no denying that the two abilities his Mangekyo had granted him were absolutely perfect for him. First there was Takamagara. This ability had granted Renzo the seed of a world, a developing domain that could grow with the accumulation of different types of energy and rules. It also allowed him to synchronize and integrate all the various world energies within his body, making them far more effective. While, for now, he could only use powers from other worlds within his domain projection, that was already an amazing starting point. Then again, he hadn't encountered any power he couldn't use in this world yet. And since all Renzos shared their abilities, they could leverage the differences in power systems across worlds to rapidly grow and expand this Takamagara realm. The potential of this technique was limitless. Second, there was omniscience. This ability granted him absolute analysis. He could decipher and learn anything in existence by consuming ocular energy. When combined with his fantasy creation ability, it was an unstoppable synergy. As Renzo thought about how powerful these abilities were, excitement surged through him. Unable to hold back any longer, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered his mental consciousness space. The moment he arrived, he realized something unusual. Nearly everyone was present today. Yo. Uchiha Renzo. Pirate Renzo casually raised his hand to greet him, only to freeze mid-sentence. Holy shit, your eyes. The moment he saw those dazzling Mangekyo Sharingan, he completely lost it. Share it. Share it now. Without hesitation, Pirate Renzo lunged at him like a madman. Whoa. No way. You really unlocked the Mangekyo. Count me in. This is insane. Big Boss delivers once again. Give us the hack too. One by one, all the Renzos erupted in excitement, shouting and cursing as they charged at him. Oi, oi, oi. Seeing the stampede heading his way, Uchiha Renzo immediately leaped into the air. Mid-jump, he planted his foot right onto Pirate Renzo's face, using him as a launch pad, and at the same time, he completed the Sharingan synchronization with him. Then, while flipping through the air, he shouted to the crowd. Pirate Renzo already got the Sharingan sync. Go bother him instead. And with that, he bailed to the back, ready to enjoy the chaos from a safe distance. Damn animals. Watching the madness unfold, Uchiha Renzo muttered to himself. These guys never act this crazy, until moments like this. Look at them. Bunch of rabid monkeys. Meanwhile, Pirate Renzo, who had just been used as a stepping stone, felt like punching something, until he suddenly sensed new information flooding into his mind. Instantly, his rage vanished, replaced by sheer ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. Hell yeah. But his celebration was short-lived. In the very next second, he was completely swallowed up by the onslaught of Renzos crashing down on him. Hey! Get off me! What the hell do you guys want? Oi, Demon Slayer Renzo! You got the sync, so move. Why are you still on top of me? Swordsman Renzo, your sword is poking my ass. Wait, Giant Python. What are you doing? Stay back. You'll kill us all. Who the hell just stepped on my face? Within seconds, the entire group collapsed into a tangled mess, a complete and utter disaster. Meanwhile, Uchiha Renzo was absolutely losing it, watching from a safe distance. At first, he just snickered. Then he saw Python Renzo slithering into the pile, preparing to coil around and crush everyone. That was it. He burst into full-blown laughter, rolling on the ground. Pfft, ahahaha. Support me and read 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 96, Picking 36 Devil Fruits. After a while, the chaotic scene finally settled down. Everyone stepped back and started fixing their messy clothes. Some still had footprints all over them. But the worst off was undoubtedly Pirate Renzo. There wasn't a single spot on his body that was unharmed, even his hairstyle was completely ruined. You guys are savages. Animals. How could you do this to my pure body? Pirate Renzo grumbled with frustration. Then, he turned toward the real culprit, Uchiha Renzo, who was sitting on the side, snickering while watching the show. Pointing at him angrily, he yelled. You're still laughing. This is all your fault. What grudge do you have against me? You actually stomped on my face and then shifted the blame onto someone else. That's too much. Uchiha Renzo simply shrugged with a smirk. Blame yourself for that. Who told you to shout like that? And who was the first to jump in and start the commotion? That was just my reflex. Pirate Renzo's face darkened. So you're telling me this is all my fault? Yup. Uchiha Renzo nodded seriously, then glanced around at the others. What do you all think? Am I right or what? Demon Slayer Renzo, right. Swordsman Renzo, makes sense. Apocalypse Renzo, everything is Pirate Renzo's fault. Hentai Renzo, exactly. Eevee Renzo, serves him right. Python Renzo, that was fun. Let's do it again. Hey, hey. You guys are too much. Pirate Renzo was fuming. Especially you, Python. You actually want to go for round 2. Have you been influenced by your snake instincts or something? That's gotta be it, right? He then pointed accusingly at Python Renzo. The others all turned to stare at him. Python Renzo awkwardly laughed. Ahaha. I didn't mean to. It was pure instinct. Don't blame me. Yeah, right. Like hell I'd believe you. Pirate Renzo rolled his eyes. Alright, enough nonsense. Let's check out the new hacks that Uchiha Renzo unlocked. Eevee's eyes lit up with excitement. It was particularly interested in the first dojutsu, Takamagara. This ability allowed it to freely use all sorts of jutsu within the domain without any restrictions. Now that's OP. Swordsman Renzo nodded. One skill unifies all powers and temporarily removes the limitations of our different worlds. The other can analyze everything, paired with fantasy creation, it's practically a god-tier ability. He turned to look at Uchiha Renzo. The Mangekyo Sharingan is also called the Mirror of the Soul. It looks like these two abilities reflect your strongest desires, right? Pretty impressive. If it were him, his abilities would probably enhance swordsmanship and overall strength. Ha ha ha. Pirate Renzo chuckled. That omniscience ability is amazing. I was just worrying about how to deal with devil fruits if we found any. But now, I don't have to. I can just analyze them one by one with this dojutsu. This way, I won't even need to eat them, I can completely break down their structure and information, then use creation to replicate and improve them into flawless versions. Once that happened, he could freely choose a powerful Logia, Zoan mythical type, or an incredibly strong Paramecia type devil fruit to eat. Hey, do you guys think we could eat 36 devil fruits in total? Pirate Renzo asked the group excitedly. If that was possible, then things were about to get insanely overpowered. He was about to become unstoppable. From now on, everyone should just call him the ultimate carry. Unfortunately, the reaction he got wasn't what he expected. Everyone just stared at him with blank expressions. Come on. Say something. What do you guys think of my idea? Isn't it awesome? Pirate Renzo urged. Swordsman Renzo replied coldly. Not really. Gundam Renzo nodded. Agreed. Demon Slayer Renzo shrugged. Sounds ridiculous. Let's see if it even works first. Then, he added, also, I'd advise against experimenting recklessly. If you eat 2 devil fruits and just drop dead, that'd be a problem. Of course, if you're willing to sacrifice yourself for science, that'd actually be great. We could use you as a test subject to see what happens when one of us dies. This was actually a topic that Uchiha Renzo and the others had discussed before. But they never reached a conclusion. After all, they didn't have a test subject, and sadly, no one wanted to volunteer out of curiosity. Hiro Renzo also shook his head. Better to be cautious. But, if it does work, man, you'd be ridiculously OP. Apocalypse Renzo speculated, or maybe the whole, only 1 devil fruit per person, rule is just a flaw that can be optimized. That would be amazing. Pirate Renzo waggled his eyebrows. If that were the case, then the chances of eating multiple devil fruits would skyrocket. They could even capture Teach in the future if they needed to find another way. Speaking of which, Pirate Bro, how about we make a deal? Eevee and Python both looked at Pirate Renzo with eager eyes. When the time comes, why don't you eat a human fruit? If they could use a Zoan-type human fruit to transform into humans, that would be pretty awesome. Yeah, no thanks. Pirate Renzo immediately crossed his arms in an X gesture. Unless I know I can eat all 36 fruits, I'm not wasting one on something pointless. A human eating a human fruit. That's just a waste. Yeah, that'd be pretty stupid. Gundam Renzo nodded in agreement. Uchiha Renzo, on the other hand, took advantage of Eevee being distracted and patted its head a few times. You really don't need to rush this, you know. Cynthia's still young. Even if you could take human form now, you wouldn't be able to do anything with it. And don't forget, you're still just a little over a year old. You sure your human form wouldn't just be a tiny kid? As he spoke, Uchiha Renzo gestured with his hands, clearly teasing. Eevee. For a long moment, Eevee just stood there, processing. Then, realizing the trap, it snapped, "Can you stop petting me, you bastard?" It ran off to sulk in the corner of the table. It completely forgot its own age. Damn it. If Uchiha Renzo's right, even when Cynthia grows up, I might still be a little kid. Or, wait. Do Eevees have shorter lifespans? Maybe I mature faster. Wait, how long is an Eevee's lifespan again? I think I forgot. I need to check when I get back. Hopefully, it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, it'd have to find a way to forcefully speed up its growth. Eevee thought the only thing standing between it and Cynthia was taking human form. But reality just slapped it in the face. With this Mangekyo ability, I can probably take care of Kabutsuji Musen ahead of schedule. Demon Slayer Renzo mused to himself. Before, he was still lacking in strength. He couldn't guarantee an instant kill on Musen, which meant the demon would just escape again. But now, with Takamagara, as long as he could trap Musen in his domain, there'd be no running away. Pair that with ninjutsu techniques, maybe fire release could burn Musen to death. No, that still felt risky. He turned to Uchiha Renzo and asked, "Do you think fire release could kill Musen?" Uchiha Renzo shrugged. "How the hell should I know? That was something that needed to be tested in battle." "Eevee, when are you gonna unlock Flareon and learn moves like Solar Beam, Solar Blade, Sunny Day, or Solar Flare?" Demon Slayer Renzo asked expectantly. "Huh?" Eevee gave him a deadpan look. "Dude, I haven't even figured out how to unlock the next evolution yet. You're asking way too much. Also, since when can Flareon even learn all these moves? Why not?" Demon Slayer Renzo spread his hands. "You already learned Heal Pulse, which even Espion isn't supposed to be able to learn. If you're gonna be breaking the rules anyway, then there's no reason you shouldn't be able to master Sunny Day and others once you evolve into Flareon. Who are you again? You're supposed to be the future god Eevee. You're going to fuse all 18 Pokémon types into the ultimate Eevee, Eevee. You're seriously telling me you don't have the confidence for this?" Demon Slayer Renzo gave Eevee a condescending look, as if saying, "No way, you're not actually this weak, are you?" Chapter 97, A Female Renzo. Even though Eevee knew Demon Slayer Renzo was just provoking it, trying to get under its skin, it still fell for it. "Fine. I accept the challenge. I'll figure out how to unlock next evolution and will master all these moves as soon as possible. Just you wait, you'll be groveling at my feet, begging for my forgiveness." Humph. With that, Eevee arrogantly raised its chin. Of course. It was on the path to becoming Eevee, the ultimate Eevee. There was no way it could take the ordinary route. Worst case scenario, I'll just get Uchiha to help me. That guy's got a real talent for developing abilities. Eevee secretly plotted in its mind, sneaking a glance at Uchiha Renzo. Uchiha Renzo caught the look and felt weirdly unsettled. He glanced around, confirming that Eevee was indeed staring at him. Confused, he asked, "What?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Eevee quickly shook its head, flustered. It couldn't let Uchiha Renzo realize it was planning to use him as a tool. "Well then, I'll be counting on you. Try to get it done as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might not even be needed anymore." Demon Slayer Renzo added casually. Who knew how powerful he'd become if it took too long? "Ugh, stop nagging already." Eevee huffed in annoyance. "I said I'll try. Whether I make it in time or not depends on your luck. If Apocalypse Renzo and the others could quickly figure out the Blood Orchid and Evolution Serum, it might be able to fast-track its growth and awaken even sooner. It'd have to evolve into Flareon or Jolteon first. After all, it had a natural affinity for those two elements, thanks to Uchiha Renzo's lightning and fire attributes. The ability to analyze all things. Hero Renzo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe I can use it to analyze weapons, equipment, even artifacts. That reminded him of the Chinibyo magic sword he got from Aqua. If he could analyze it, he could start crafting some proper, legitimate magic gear suited for a hero's world. And I could even break down the magic runes inside. Speaking of which, Hero Renzo suddenly had a realization and blurted out, "Wait a second, something's not right." "What's not right?" Everyone turned to look at him. "Think about it." Hero Renzo spread his hands, explaining. "If this analyze all things skill really applies to everything, and it's tied to a creation level I technique like Takamagara, then shouldn't it also be able to analyze the differences between world rules? And if that's true, wouldn't that mean we could use it to adapt ninja hand seals to our own worlds, so we wouldn't even need the domain projection to use ninjutsu?" That was a huge discovery. If he hadn't thought about analyzing magic runes, he might never have made the connection. Huh. You're right. That actually sounds possible. Should we test it? Let's do it. How about we all go back and run some tests? Meet back here in half an hour. Gundam Renzo suggested. Then, he turned specifically to Uchiha Renzo. Especially you, Uchiha. The rules of the ninja world are particularly important. If we can fully understand your world's rules, we can compare them to our own and make adjustments to the hand seal techniques. That way, we can properly integrate ninjutsu into our worlds. Got it. Leave it to me. As long as it's just about the relationship between rules and hand seals, it shouldn't be too hard. Uchiha Renzo nodded and agreed. TCH. What hand seals? Shouldn't ninjutsu be something you just snap into existence? This is totally unfair to people like me who don't have hands. I wish you never made this discovery. Python grumbled in frustration. Even if they succeeded, so what? It wasn't like it could use hand seals anytime soon. No hands equals no ninjutsu. Ah, my condolences. The other Renzos were momentarily stunned before looking at the python with sympathy. Even Eevee, despite being a fellow handless creature, couldn't help but feel lucky. For the first time, it genuinely appreciated that it was still better off than Python. At least it could use its paws to form hand seals. Before long, everyone disappeared from the consciousness space, returning to their respective worlds to conduct their experiments. Even Python had no choice but to leave. However, just before it completely disappeared, it faintly heard the sound of footsteps in the space. Back in the ninja world. The connection between rules and hand seals, huh? Guess I'll give it a shot. With that thought, Uchiha Renzo immediately headed to the underground training facility. Activating his left eye's dojutsu, omniscience, he formed the hand seals for the most basic fireball jutsu. Sure enough, under the power of omniscience, he noticed the differences. First, he could completely analyze the relationship between the fireball jutsu and its hand seals, as well as the principles behind how it took shape. In fact, by doing this, he even discovered certain flaws in the jutsu, flaws that he could potentially improve. More importantly, he saw that the hand seals followed a structured formula that dictated how ninjutsu functioned. And within that formula was exactly what they were looking for, the fundamental laws of the ninja world. Damn. This omniscience ability is even stronger than I expected. It can help improve ninjutsu too. That means it's useful for all kinds of research. Once Apocalypse and Gundam find out about this, they're gonna lose their minds with excitement. Uchiha Renzo smirked. This was a game changer for their research progress. And for Eevee. This could allow it to analyze its own evolution and regression process, breaking down all the rules behind them. With this ability, Eevee could potentially gain complete mastery over every new form. At the very least, it could fully grasp Jolteon, Flareon, and the already documented evolutions of Umbreon, Leafeon, and Glaceon just by analyzing their existing evolution processes. As for the other 10 evolution types that hadn't been discovered yet, that would require deeper investigation. Alright, time to keep testing different ninjutsu and see how the hand seals fit into the overall rules. Uchiha Renzo didn't hesitate. He immediately started casting jutsu one after another. He even intentionally picked ninjutsu that used a lot of hand seals, like Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. That technique required 44 hand seals. Even at Renzo's speed, it still took him a few seconds to complete. Seriously, people actually used this in battle. What a joke. But for testing the connection between hand seals and the laws of the ninja world, it was perfect. Of course, he couldn't just cast something like that inside the underground base, way too cramped. So, with a quick teleportation, Renzo moved to a remote, uninhabited area on the outskirts of Konoha. And then, the real experiment began. Half an hour later. Back in the consciousness space, a newcomer sat slouched in a chair, looking bored. Muttering, seriously. There were people here just a second ago, and then, bam, everyone vanished. Would it have killed them to wait a few seconds? Now I have no idea what's going on. Ugh, leaving blindly probably won't solve anything either. Guess I'll just wait for someone to show up. Then, grumbling again, Harry and Ron, those two idiots. Can't they ever be a little smarter? And Dumbledore, that old geezer totally rigged my sorting. There's no way I should have ended up in Gryffindor. I explicitly told the sorting hat I wanted to be in Ravenclaw. Ugh. I do not vibe with meatheads. Tap. 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 Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the sound of rushed footsteps echoing from multiple dimensional portals. Mixed in with them was an odd, rustling noise. The newcomer immediately jumped up from the chair, eyes lighting up with excitement. They're back. Finally. Ah. There's. Pirate Renzo was the first to rush out of a portal. He had been about to say something, until his eyes locked onto the unfamiliar figure standing before him. The moment he registered their appearance, he froze. Staring wide-eyed, his mouth trembled as he stuttered, a girl. How is that possible? A female Renzo. Chapter 98, Hermione Granger's Disgust and Hentai Renzo, the Gentleman. Bonus. At that moment, the rest of the group also stepped out of the portals one after another. And just like Pirate Renzo, they all froze the moment they saw the long-haired newcomer. Huh. What's going on? Where did this little girl come from? Holy crap. The only people who can show up here are Renzos, so. Does that mean Renzo finally stopped being a man? This is huge. Oh no. This is a disaster. The reputation of the Renzos is about to take another hit. Everyone couldn't help but throw out their own remarks. After Eevee, Python, and Hentai Renzo, this was yet another brand new variety, a female version. So, what do we do? The group exchanged glances, communicating telepathically. Let's just ask directly. I'm great with girls. Leave it to me. Hentai Renzo stepped forward confidently. Before he could take a single step, Demon Slayer Renzo pulled him back and scolded, "Are you out of your damn mind? That's literally one of us. What the hell are you planning to do?" "What? Nothing. I was just gonna say hi and ask what's up." Hentai Renzo blinked innocently. "Get lost." Demon Slayer Renzo didn't buy a single word of it. Among all the Renzos, this guy was currently the most shameless. Demon Slayer Renzo used to think he was the most morally bankrupt of the group, but after witnessing Hentai Renzo's memories, yeah, he had been way too naive. Shamelessness is relative. Compared to Hentai Renzo, he was basically a saint. "I'll handle this." Pirate Renzo, who had already recovered from his initial shock, cleared his throat and extended a hand toward the newcomer. "I'm Pirate Renzo, from the One Piece world. Judging by your outfit, you're from Hogwarts, aren't you? And with that curly hair and top student energy, don't tell me you got reincarnated as Hermione Granger." The newcomer. She stared at Pirate Renzo, enunciating each word carefully. "What did you just say your name was?" "Pirate Renzo." Pirate Renzo shrugged, completely unsurprised by her reaction. What the hell is going on? The newcomer looked utterly dumbfounded. "Ugh, enough talking. Just grab hands, and you'll understand everything." Demon Slayer Renzo, already losing patience, strode forward, grabbed the newcomer's hand, and instantly activated memory sharing. Holy shit. The very next second, the newcomer shouted out in shock. "You're telling me, this is what's going on? You're all just different versions of me." At this point, she didn't even care about acting ladylike anymore. Screw dignity, this situation was insane. Pirate Renzo groaned dramatically, "My image of Hermione is ruined." Demon Slayer Renzo shot him a look, unimpressed. "And why are you so sure she's Hermione? What if she's someone else?" "Impossible." Pirate Renzo shook his head firmly, then pointed at the newcomer, who had stopped cursing and was now sitting in stunned silence, still processing the flood of memories and abilities she had just received. "Look at her outfit. Look at that familiar curly hair. Look at those little front teeth. If she's not Hermione, do you really expect me to believe that?" Demon Slayer Renzo took a long, hard look at the girl. After a moment, he nodded slowly. "Fair point. Fair point, my ass. Hurry up and share the memories, I want to know what's going on with the newcomer." Pirate Renzo didn't waste any time. He slapped a hand onto Demon Slayer Renzo's shoulder and immediately initiated another round of memory sharing. "Us too. I'm super curious. This is gonna be good." A female Renzo. "Oh, ho." The others all swarmed over, placing their hands on Demon Slayer Renzo or Pirate Renzo, joining the shared memory link. It didn't take long for everyone to finish processing the information. Then, they all turned to look at each other. Silence. This was. Yep. There was just no way to sum it up in words. Why the hell am I the unlucky one? Why did I have to reincarnate as a girl? By this point, the newcomer had processed most of the shared memories and had a rough idea of the situation. And she was not happy about it. That's right, she had really reincarnated as Hermione Granger from Harry Potter. Full name, Hermione Renzo Granger. She had insisted on adding Renzo to her name back when she was little, as a way to honor her past life. Except, she wasn't just an ordinary reincarnator. She had actually split into 36 different versions of herself. And worst of all, out of all the possibilities, she got stuck as Hermione freaking Granger. This life was bullshit. Come on, don't be ungrateful. Eevee rolled its eyes at Hermione's complaints. At least you're still a person. Look at me and Brother Python, we're not even human. You hear us complaining about it. That's completely different. Hermione shot back, clearly still fuming. You guys still have your, that thing. And besides, aren't you both working on transforming into human form anyway? With the way things are going, we'll definitely reach that point eventually. Who knows? Maybe some big shot will show up and just take you guys along for the ride. Poof. Transformation complete, easy as that. But me. I went from being a guy to being a girl. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? You expect me to just get married or something? She didn't even get a chance to undo this. There was no way to go back. No way to fix it. The other Renzos visibly cringed at the thought. They all shook their heads so fast they looked like a bunch of bobbleheads. Nope. Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. Didn't you say in your memories that you wanted to become Hermione the Scholar, the first legendary witch, Minister of Magic, Hermione Renzo Granger, and the Dumbledore of the Wizarding World? Yeah. Snap out of it. If Hermione actually got married and then shared memories, they might just end up killing themselves out of sheer horror. That was absolutely unacceptable. Ha, typical men. Hermione let out a cold chuckle. You all complain about having it worse than me, but the second I mention this, you can't handle it. Actually, here's something to consider. At that moment, Swordsman Renzo chimed in. If a really powerful big shot shows up, changing from male to female, or vice versa, shouldn't be that hard, right? Or better yet, why not just go full-on rebirth? Start fresh. If the person's strong enough, that shouldn't be impossible either. Hermione stared at this pretender sage in white robes, deadpan. Then what if that rebirth turned me into a woman again? That's literally the exact same situation I'm in right now. Swordsman Renzo. Well, you get the idea. After dropping that completely unhelpful suggestion, Swordsman Renzo casually walked away. Forget it. Thinking about it now won't change anything. In the end, Hermione shook her head, walked over to a chair, and sat down. She closed her eyes and focused on processing the overwhelming flood of memories and abilities she had just absorbed. Honestly, she had already been reincarnated for years now. She had long since passed the stage where she couldn't accept reality. Her earlier outburst had just been an emotional reaction after getting hit with the memories and experiences of the other Renzos. It was just frustration. A sense of unfairness. Now that she had calmed down, there really wasn't anyone to blame. They were all in the same boat. All versions of the same person. Of course, some of them had really lucky reincarnations. Like a certain someone. Back in her old life, she probably would have been jealous as hell about that. Now. She just felt pure second-hand embarrassment. Can I kill Hentai Renzo? Suddenly, Hermione opened her eyes and shot a disgusted look at Hentai Renzo. She was looking at him like he was a walking dumpster fire. Ah. The group had no idea what to say to that. They weren't Hermione. They couldn't exactly understand how she felt. Hentai Renzo. What the hell did I do? Since when was it a crime to be this attractive? Every single woman in those memories was the one being horny and asking for his favor. Yeah, he was innocent. Was he supposed to just reject the MILFs? The young, busted girls? Or what, turn away the naked women who just happened to appear in his bed? Even those cheating wives, he never told them to do that, right? Actually, every night, he made sure to tell them it was wrong to cheat and that they should just leave their husbands. He was a good man. A real gentleman. Thinking about it, he felt like he needed to say something to clear his name. He actually wanted to defend himself, but before he could, Demon Slayer Renzo yanked him back. Ugh, whatever. Think what you want. Hentai Renzo let out a long sigh and shook his head. I do feel bad about what happened to you, but that doesn't mean you get to take it out on me. If you had ended up in my position, do you really think you'd be any better than me? At the end of the day, we're all just different versions of the same person. Who are you to act high and mighty? TCH. Hermione scoffed. You're not wrong. But after seeing your memories, I just can't help but feel disgusted, okay? Sue me. Fine, fine, you win. Hentai Renzo finally surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. Pfft. Then, Hermione actually laughed. She was laughing at Hentai Renzo. And also, at herself. I was being too dramatic. Shaking her head, Hermione let out a sigh, then turned to Hentai Renzo. Sorry about that. After that, she looked around at the rest of them and said, well, what's done is done. I can't change anything right now, so I might as well deal with it. At least I got a cheat ability out of it. That's better than nothing. And honestly, I need power right now. So really, you guys showed up at just the right time. Support me and read 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 99, The Amazing Potential of HP World. Haha. That's the spirit. Glad to have you on board. We're all excited to welcome you. Everyone, let's give a big round of applause for our newest member, Hermione, the Wizard Renzo. Uchiha Renzo took the lead in cheering. Clap. 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 Welcome. The others followed suit, applauding warmly for Hermione. This was the first time. Usually, there was no welcoming ceremony for newcomers. But, being reincarnated as a girl really did have its perks, after all. Wait a sec. Right then, Hentai Renzo suddenly squinted in suspicion. Did anyone else notice? Hermione's memories don't seem to include any private moments. Bam. Before he could finish, Hermione teleported right in front of him and kicked him straight into the opposite wall. He slowly slid down, just like a cartoon character deflating against a wall. Hentai Renzo. Yeah, I knew this idiot was asking for it. Hermione huffed, dusting off her hands. Agreed. Yup, no objections here. He had it coming. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Deserved. This time, everyone fully supported Hermione's actions. No sympathy for that guy. Cough. Okay, I admit I had it coming, Hentai Renzo groaned, slowly sitting up. But hey, at least I discovered a hidden rule, didn't I? Well, that is true. Everyone nodded. Excuse me. Hermione shot them all a glare. Instantly, they lowered their heads. Not because they were scared. No, they were just gentlemen who didn't bully girls. Yep, totally not because she could kick their asses. Ahem. Anyway, let's get back on track and discuss dojutsu and the rules we've collected from our respective worlds. Uchiha Renzo quickly changed the subject. Yes. Good idea. The others immediately agreed. Though, let's be honest, we didn't get much, Apocalypse Renzo shrugged. Trying to figure out the difference between our world's rules and the ninja world's rules is impossible without analyzing ninja world-specific mechanics, right? Oh. Right. Hentai Renzo scratched his head awkwardly. Same here, Uchiha Renzo admitted. But I did manage to compile all the different hand signs and their connection to chakra flow. I just shared the data with everyone. Go test it out later, I bet cracking the code for using jutsu in your worlds won't be too hard. We were already planning to try that. The group nodded in agreement. Then, Uchiha Renzo turned to Eevee. By the way, Eevee, did you realize something? Since my dojutsu can analyze all the laws of nature, it should also work on genetics and evolution. You should try analyzing your own DNA. If you compare it to your Vaporeon form, you might be able to force the conditions needed for other evolutions. Good luck. I'm counting on you. I'm especially looking forward to seeing Leafeon and Glaceon. Eevee was practically a treasure trove of potential. Huh. Eevee blinked. Wait, seriously? That's a thing. Then I definitely need to try it when I get back. But why are you so obsessed with Leafeon and Glaceon? Pirate Renzo raised an eyebrow. Because Leafeon is grass type and Glaceon is ice type, Uchiha Renzo explained. I want to use them as a foundation to develop wood release and ice release Kekii Genkai. Pirate Renzo nodded, TCH, not gonna lie, that's a genius idea. Actually, Uchiha, I think you're still thinking too small. Lightning, fire, earth, wind, all the elements could be useful to you. If you ever want to fully master chakra and create your own Kekii Tota or even a Kekii Mora, you need all 7 elements. Uchiha Renzo shrugged. Yeah, I get that. Lightning and fire are manageable. But earth and wind? No way to get those right now. Eevee doesn't have earth or wind types. In fact, Pokémon doesn't even have a wind type at all. The closest thing to earth is rock or steel, and even those aren't quite the same. Oh, wait, there is Suicune. Hentai Renzo entered the conversation. That's still water type, stupid, X. Yeah, just forget I said anything. Hentai Renzo exited the conversation. Pirate Renzo sighed. Looks like you'll have to find another way. At that moment, Hero Renzo spoke up. As for wind and earth elements, I might be able to figure something out. I'll try learning wind and earth magic to see if I can gain affinity for those elements. If that works, it'd be amazing. Hero Renzo's world had a lot of potential, after all. Good idea, X. Uchiha Renzo immediately added, but before you try it yourself, have our resident guinea pig, Kazuma, test it out first. With Omniscience Dojutsu, you can analyze his blood and verify if he gains any affinity for those elements. Hero Renzo grinned. I was already planning on doing that. Plus, while I'm at it, I can teach Kazuma wind breathing and stone breathing techniques. Hermione, who had been quietly listening, felt a headache coming on. You guys really don't see Kazuma as a person, do you? It's better than letting him fumble around and mess things up on his own, right? Hero Renzo shrugged. Fair point. Hermione nodded. This version of Kazuma the pervert, Kazutrash, was already way stronger than the one in the original story. Anyway, what about you? Gundam Renzo turned to Hermione. You've probably processed most of your memories by now. What's your plan for the future? Are you sticking to the magic path? Of course. Hermione nodded without hesitation. The magic system in my world is already well developed. There's enough for me to keep exploring. Plus, if we ever get members from other magic-based worlds, I can merge their magic with mine to make myself even stronger. The Harry Potter world might not seem powerful at first glance, but you can't deny that its magic system is incredibly refined. It's only because the world is in a low magic era that elemental magic doesn't seem very strong. But look at what it has: advanced everyday magic, powerful attack spells, strong defensive magic, teleportation, apparition, alchemy, divination, transfiguration, potions, the list goes on. There's way too much to learn. Honestly, if she hadn't inherited everyone's abilities, like enhanced intelligence, mental strength, and a stronger body, she would never have been able to learn all the Harry Potter world's magic in a single lifetime. But now, she had a real chance. Her improved mental power and stamina meant she could learn and master magic faster. And with the dojutsu, omniscience, she had the ultimate cheat code for learning and improving spells. With just one glance, she could fully understand how a spell worked and instantly master it. Not only that, but she could analyze and enhance existing spells to make them even better. Alchemy. Same deal. Before, she wouldn't have even dared dream about mastering such complex topics. But now, she had absolute confidence that she could do it. Originally, when she was reincarnated, her mental power and soul were already twice as strong as the original Hermione's, making her naturally smarter. Now, she felt like she had completely transcended human limits. The ultimate academic weapon was about to be unleashed. Hogwarts, get ready to fear your new straight-A overlord. Hee hee hee. Hermione chuckled darkly to herself. Agreed. Gundam Renzo nodded enthusiastically. I've already seen a lot of your magic knowledge from your memories, it's super useful. But we need even more. You have to learn as much as possible, as quickly as possible. Some of the spells in your world might seem simple, but to us, they could be game changers. Even something as basic as the cleaning charm or the repair charm, reparo, could have huge applications for them. With the cleaning charm, they could easily create dust-free environments for delicate experiments. With the repair charm, they could quickly fix damaged mecha parts and experimental equipment. Uchiha Renzo added, don't forget about the undetectable extension charm, Capacious Extremis, and Newt Scamander's magical suitcase. We need to get our hands on that technology. I've been working on developing a Ninja World version of storage equipment, and this could be super useful. So far, Eevee had only managed to get basic Pokeball technology. Forget high-level storage rings, he didn't even have access to something as simple as a backpack. Chapter 100, Senju Tom and Senju Jerry. Uchiha Renzo sighed and complained to Eevee, Eevee, you need to pay more attention to your world's space tech. You've got Red Queen now, can't you hack into the networks and steal the necessary technology? In his opinion, Red Queen should be able to completely dominate that world's cybersecurity. Eevee rolled its eyes. I'll do my best. But don't underestimate the tech in my world, alright? This is a world that literally created Porygon, a digital Pokémon. Our cybersecurity isn't weak either. Besides, you do realize how unsafe networks are, right? What makes you think companies that develop spatial storage tech would connect their classified databases to the public internet? Nobody was that stupid. For highly classified technology like that, companies would always use isolated, offline networks. Under normal circumstances, hacking into those was impossible. At least, that was the case before. Previously, Eevee wasn't confident in pulling off something like this. But now, with ninjutsu issues being resolved, and with Hermione the genius on their side, things were different. Transformation jutsu and shadow clones could be incredibly useful for a heist like this. Not to mention, the magical Harry Potter world had tons of spells and potions that could significantly aid in Eevee's grand theft project. Yeah, just hurry up already. Stop spending all your time flirting with Cynthia. Uchiha Renzo teased. You're not the boss of me. Humph. Eevee lifted its head arrogantly. What? Yeah, it liked Cynthia. So what? Want to fight? Hermione. She found it really hard to imagine an Eevee in a romantic relationship with Cynthia. These alternate versions of herself sure played things differently. Should I start collecting all the beautiful girls at Hogwarts? Hermione mused to herself. That might actually be really fun. Hee hee hee. Hermione, what are you thinking about? You're about to start drooling. Pirate Renzo teased. Hermione snapped out of her thoughts and instinctively wiped her mouth, only to realize there was no drool at all. She had been tricked. Annoyed, she shot Pirate Renzo a glare. You bastard. Ignoring him, she turned to Uchiha Renzo. I'll learn the undetectable extension charm as soon as possible. As for Newt Scamander's magic suitcase. That thing. You can buy one similar in Diagon Alley. I'll get one as soon as I have time, then use my dojutsu, omniscience, to fully analyze its principles. She was actually quite interested in that item. She wasn't the original Hermione, after all. As a Renzo, of course, she liked cool things like spatial storage equipment. Previously, she was too broke to afford one. But now, with her fantasy creation ability, she could just make a pile of gold galleons. It wouldn't even consume much of her mental energy. In fact, she was planning to go on a shopping spree, buying up all the magical books, potion ingredients, and research materials she could find. That way, she'd have plenty of resources for future experiments. Good. Uchiha Renzo nodded in satisfaction. If possible, also get some dragon blood and analyze it thoroughly. Both me and Python need it. At this, Eevee turned to Hermione and spoke up. Oh. Hermione raised an eyebrow. She had already seen Eevee's memories and knew its ultimate goal, unlocking all 18 of its possible evolutions. She immediately guessed its intentions. Dragon blood, huh? That's not hard to get. As long as you have money, buying it is easy. You want to study dragon blood composition to evolve into Dragon Eevee, right? And Python, it's hoping to mutate and evolve into a dragon. Eevee and Python both nodded in unison. Exactly, X. Back in their previous world, there had always been fan theories about the existence of a dragon-type Eevee evolution. Eevee itself believed it should be possible. Might as well test it and see. If Uchiha Renzo's theories about the dojutsu, omniscience were correct, they should be able to pinpoint the exact way to trigger a new evolution. It would likely require a dragon-type gene or some kind of dragon force. Of course, dragon genes from another world would be different from those in the Pokémon world. But that was a good thing. By comparing them, they could absorb the strengths of both and eliminate weaknesses, making the final result even stronger. It's possible, Hermione said, not refusing, but she still gave them a reminder. But to be honest, you guys do realize that the so-called dragons in my world are kind of pathetic, right? Calling them fire-breathing lizards isn't even an insult. Of course, their ancestral bloodline should still have some value. So, I wouldn't recommend consuming anything directly just yet. Let me study it first. I remember Hogwarts' restricted section has books on bloodline modification and fusion. I'll check them out, using omniscience to analyze and improve them. If all goes well, I might even be able to make it super easy for you guys to obtain the dragon bloodline. If it actually worked, she wouldn't mind fusing a little dragon blood into herself either. Of course, not just any dragon blood would do, it had to be purified and enhanced first. Oh. Eevee's ears perked up. Bloodline fusion, huh? Sounds like a solid idea, but not for me. Let's give it to our Python friend instead. Once he successfully fuses and evolves with the dragon bloodline, he can share it with the rest of us. No need for everyone to go through the same process. Besides, I definitely can't recklessly merge a dragon bloodline into my body. Not because I'm afraid of failure or anything. My biggest concern is that it might mess with my existing genes and prevent me from evolving into my other forms in the future. And honestly, that wasn't an unreasonable concern. So, it was safer to let Python Renzo successfully merge with the bloodline first. Once it worked, they could all benefit without any negative side effects. They had already confirmed that shared abilities and bloodlines wouldn't negatively impact the original user. Otherwise, if one person screwed up, wouldn't that mean everyone was doomed? Speaking of which, Eevee turned to Python. You don't mind me saying this, do you? I don't want it to sound like we're just using you. Not at all, Python responded, shaking its massive head. I understand your reasoning. And honestly, I want to fuse with the dragon bloodline. Otherwise, transforming into a true dragon would be far too difficult for me. Plus, with Sharingan's dojutsu, omniscience, Python had full confidence that Hermione would develop a perfect dragon bloodline elixir. And if things didn't go smoothly, well, they could always call on Apocalypse Renzo, Gundam Renzo, and Uchiha Renzo for backup. Since you've all decided, I'll get started on perfecting the bloodline fusion process as soon as possible. Hermione nodded. Bloodline fusion, huh? Uchiha Renzo's eyes lit up at the thought. Maybe. I can use this knowledge to fuse Keki Eigenkai too. Awakening would release was insanely difficult. His sage body genes were too weak, and even having a sage body wasn't a guaranteed way to awaken would release. Bloodline fusion sounded like a much more reliable path. Of course, this depended on whether they could perfect the fusion technique. With his omniscience ability, Uchiha Renzo was confident that he could fully master Keki Eigenkai fusion in the future. But if Harry Potter's bloodline fusion knowledge could speed up the process, even better. It should work. I'll run a few tests first, Hermione said. After all, the memories I got from you include complete information on Hashirama's cells. I can just use fantasy creation to generate a sample and experiment with it. You should try it too. Hermione gave him a knowing smirk. Demon Slayer Renzo cut in, "You're not seriously thinking about fusing it into yourself, are you?" "Of course not." Hermione shot him a "you idiot" look. Who would use themselves as a test subject right off the bat? It's not like we don't have lab rats for this kind of thing. Just imagine, if I managed to create a little mouse that can use would release, wouldn't that be a hilarious sight? Hee hee hee. She giggled. The group fell silent. If Hashirama found out, I bet he'd be very curious about which of his descendants had such unique tastes. Uchiha Renzo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ah. Hermione paused, then thought about Hashirama's goofy and very abnormal personality. You know what? That actually sounds like something he'd find amusing. Weird ideas required weird minds. Pirate Renzo laughed, waving a hand dismissively. Maybe he'd even be happy about it. I mean, technically, that would count as having a successor, right? Yep. He'll definitely be grateful to us. I'm sure he'll love Senjujeri. Oh. That's a great name. And if we make another one, a cat, and call it Senjutom, it'll be the best. I can already picture him move to tears. After chatting for another half hour and wrapping up their discussions, everyone left the mental space. Only Uchiha Renzo remained silent, imagining the absolute chaos if what they said actually happened. Maybe Hashirama would join Madara in the Eye of the Moon plan. With that thought, he, too, left. Yo. Koreal note here. For every 200 power stones, I'll drop a bonus chapter. And if we hit the top 20 this week, I'll prepare a mass release of 10 chapters. Support me and read 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_Koreal. Chapter 101, Internal Issues of the Uchiha Clan. The Ninja World. Now that my Mangekyo Sharingan is finally awakened. Time to take a couple of days off. Uchiha Renzo stretched lazily as he exited his mental space, muttering to himself. After tidying up his research base, he used teleportation to return home to Konoha. Just as he returned to his house, a knock came at his door. Knock. 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 With a quick scan using his sensory abilities, Renzo detected the presence of an Uchiha clan member. It was Uchiha Kage, one of Fugaku's close aides, almost like his shadow. What's the matter? Renzo asked directly as he opened the door. Lord Renzo, the clan head requests your presence, Kage said respectfully, bowing slightly. Renzo's status within both the Uchiha clan and Konoha had skyrocketed. His immense strength had earned him the nickname, the Twin Star of Konoha, alongside Namikaze Minato, and others even called him, Konoha's Thunder God. Of course, Renzo couldn't care less about these titles. He was well aware that behind his rising reputation were the schemes of the Uchiha clan and Danzo. But he didn't mind. As long as he remained powerful, no sneaky tricks could shake him. And if things ever got too troublesome, he wouldn't hesitate to flip the table and lead those willing Uchiha to leave Konoha, or even the Land of Fire, altogether. That was the confidence his Mangekyo Sharingan granted him. If before he was just a solid Kage-level fighter, now he was confident he could take on Madara, of course, without the Rinnegan. As for Danzo, that scheming old rat. He was probably trying to manipulate Renzo's reputation to drive a wedge between him and the third Hokage. Or maybe Danzo had sensed something off about Renzo's connection to Sarutobi Asuma. Got it. I'll head over now. Renzo nodded at Kage before setting out for Fugaku's residence. As he walked through the Uchiha district, many clan members greeted him with enthusiasm. Good day, Lord Renzo. Renzo-sama, you're so cool. Yo Renzo. Some respected him, some admired him, and some were simply relieved to have such a powerful ally in their clan. Renzo found their warmth pleasant. Honestly, this clan isn't as bad as the village makes it out to be. Sure, some among them might be extreme, but when you've been systematically oppressed for so long, isn't it natural to be resentful? If Konoha keeps pushing the Uchiha into a corner, should they really be surprised when they push back? In the original timeline, the Uchiha were wiped out not just because of Itachi and Shirsue's misguided loyalty, but also because they simply weren't strong enough. If any of the Uchiha had reached the power level of Madara or Hashirama, would anyone have dared to deny them the Hokage seat? Of course, Madara was unfortunate to have Hashirama as a rival and Tobirama as an enemy. Had things gone slightly differently, he might have ruled Konoha instead. Upon arriving at Fugaku's residence, Renzo was immediately welcomed inside. Renzo, you're here. Come, take a seat. Fugaku greeted warmly, standing up to receive him. Also, no need to be so formal with me. Just call me Fugaku II. Renzo chuckled and sat down. Alright, Fugaku II, what's this about? He hadn't been keeping up with the latest village or clan matters since he'd been focused on training and research. Most of the time, he even had shadow clones handle the training sessions for Asuma, Kurenai, and the others. Just then, Uchiha Mikoto entered, carrying a tea tray. She gracefully placed a cup of tea in front of both men before settling beside Fugaku with little Itachi, who was barely 2 years old. Fugaku took a sip of his tea before speaking. You might not have heard yet, but Kiri has declared war on Konoha. Renzo raised an eyebrow. Oh. I haven't been paying attention, but I can't say I'm surprised. It was bound to happen sooner or later. He looked at Fugaku and said, the third Hokage has ordered the Uchiha clan to mobilize, hasn't he? Right now, Konoha was running out of manpower. Saying the village was at its breaking point might be an exaggeration, but the shortage of troops was real. After more than a year of war, the losses had been massive. And now, fighting against both Iwa and Kumo at the same time. The pressure was immense. Of course, the third Hokage deploying the Uchiha clan wasn't just about military necessity, he clearly wanted to weaken them. At this point, the Hokage's faction and even some ninja families had suffered significant losses. But the Uchiha, because they had been restricted from going to the front lines, they had taken far fewer casualties. At this point, neither the third Hokage nor Danzo cared whether the Uchiha gained merit or not. They just wanted to throw the clan into battle, both to hold back Kirigakure and to see the Uchiha suffer losses. That way, they could rest easy. After all, whether the Uchiha actually accomplished anything on the battlefield didn't matter. If necessary, they could just smear their contributions later. That's right, Fugaku nodded. Looks like you figured it out. The third Hokage wants our Uchiha ninjas to serve as the main force in the Land of Water battlefield. As for his real intentions, I'm sure someone as sharp as you can see right through them. Renzo nodded. It's just the same old routine, depleting the Uchiha clan's forces while using us to hold the line for the village. Otherwise, why would they send Uchiha to fight against Kiri? Everyone knows the Uchiha specialize in fire release and the Sharingan. But both of those are countered to some extent by Kirigakure. Water release naturally suppresses fire release. And Kirigakure's hidden misjutsu severely weakens the Sharingan's effectiveness. Exactly. Fugaku nodded, both frustrated and angry. Clearly, his resentment toward the third Hokage and Danzo had been building for a long time. Honestly, asking for my opinion won't help much, Renzo said with a shrug. You should know that I'm technically on vacation, which is just a polite way of saying I've been sidelined. The third Hokage and Danzo won't send me to the front anytime soon. For now, all the Uchiha can do is be cautious and minimize casualties. Losing too many people won't do us any good. Fugaku nodded repeatedly. But off to the side, little Uchiha Itachi was quietly observing Renzo, his eyes filled with curiosity and an eerie sense of maturity. Renzo noticed and couldn't help but think, is this kid really some kind of genius from birth? He's barely a toddler. Still, Renzo only gave it a moment's thought before refocusing on his conversation with Fugaku. Of course. His tone shifted as he looked at Fugaku meaningfully. This is also an opportunity for the Uchiha. Or rather, an opportunity for you, Fugaku. Fugaku frowned, staring at Renzo. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Renzo wasn't bothered by Fugaku's reaction. He casually took a sip of tea and continued, the Uchiha clan's problems aren't just external. There are internal issues too. The external ones, we all know. But internally, Fugaku, you haven't been clan leader for long. You don't fully control the Uchiha yet, let alone have a unified clan vision. There are multiple factions within the Uchiha. The first elder, second elder, third elder, all of them have their own agendas. The clan is split into hawks, doves, and neutrals. And their attitudes toward Konoha vary wildly. In my view, before the Uchiha can escape this crisis and move forward, the first step isn't dealing with the village. It's unifying the clan's stance. You can't let certain fools ruin things at critical moments. And you definitely can't allow some naive opportunists to sell out the clan's interests to outsiders. If those elements aren't dealt with, then Fugaku, no matter what you try, changing the Uchiha's fate will be impossible. Chapter 102, Grim Reaper Gundam. Renzo set down his empty teacup and looked straight into Fugaku's eyes. I've said everything I needed to say. Also, let me make one thing clear, I will always stand by your side as long as it's for the good of the clan. If you ever need me to clear out obstacles, just say the word. I have no hesitation in using force. After spending over a year interacting with him, Renzo had come to a conclusion, Fugaku was a decent person. He genuinely wanted to reform the Uchiha clan and change their difficulty. The only problem was that he lacked the boldness and ability to see it through. But if Renzo was willing to help, it might actually work out. Handling all the reforms himself would be way too much trouble for Renzo. Why go through all that effort when he could just use Fugaku as a tool to get things done? Might as well make full use of this man. And besides, this way, Fugaku and most of the Uchiha would benefit too. That was enough for Renzo. Rather than waiting until Konoha decided to wipe out the Uchiha, leaving him on the run, why not deal with the Uchiha-Konoha conflict before it reached that point? Fugaku fell into deep thought after hearing Renzo's words. After a long silence, he finally looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Renzo. Let's go with your plan. This time, when we go to war, I'll take most of the first and second elders faction with me. While I'm gone, I'm leaving the clan in your hands. It was clear that making this decision took a lot out of him. All right, Renzo nodded firmly. He was genuinely pleased. Looks like there's still hope for Fugaku after all. Nice, I just scored myself a reform tool. This is great. One more thing, Fugaku continued. He turned around and called over Uchiha Itachi, pulling the boy in front of him. Itachi is almost old enough to start training. I want you to take him as your disciple and teach him. What do you think? Fugaku knew very well how talented Renzo was. And that's exactly why he wanted Itachi to be his student. This way, not only would it strengthen the bond between their family and Renzo, but Itachi would also gain an excellent teacher. A win-win situation. Is that so? Renzo looked at Itachi for a few moments, meeting the boy's curious gaze. After some thought, he nodded at Fugaku. All right, I'll take him as my student. But he's still too young. Let's wait another year. Starting at 3 years old will be better for his growth, forcing him too soon might do more harm than good. Renzo had always believed that Itachi's illness in the original story was likely caused by pushing his body and potential too hard at a young age. On top of that, the strain of the Mangekyo Sharingan had slowly worn him down. Even though Renzo didn't particularly like the original Uchiha Itachi, that didn't mean he couldn't train a version of Itachi that aligned with his own vision. The same went for Uchiha Shursue. There was no way he was going to sit back and let the third Hokage and Danzo manipulate two of the Uchiha's most talented members into betraying their own clan. That would just be annoying for him. Why even bother reincarnating into this world if he was just going to let history repeat itself? Besides, in the future, Renzo planned to study the mechanics of their Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. If he could crack the secrets behind their techniques, he might even be able to learn them himself. Establishing a good relationship early on would make that a lot easier. Of course, Fugaku smiled when Renzo agreed. I'll leave him in your hands. I trust you. He then patted Itachi's head and said, Itachi, greet your teacher. Uchiha Itachi greets his teacher. The young boy bowed deeply to Renzo. All right, stand up, Renzo said. Come find me in a year. I'll start training you then. With that, Renzo stood up and turned to Fugaku. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. All right, I'll walk you out, Fugaku said. He and Itachi escorted Renzo out of the Uchiha compound before returning inside. Once back, he had Mikoto take Itachi away and then called out toward one of the rooms in the house. Kage. Swish. In the next moment, Uchiha Kage appeared in a flash, bowing slightly. Clan leader. What do you think of Renzo's plan? Fugaku asked as he poured himself a cup of tea. I want to hear your honest opinion. I agree with his approach, Uchiha Kage responded without hesitation. As he saw it, the clan's internal problems had reached a breaking point, it was time to clean house. And the upcoming war was the perfect opportunity to send those people to the battlefield. It wasn't about deliberately getting rid of them. It was simply a matter of using their expendable lives to protect the more valuable members of the clan. That was only fair, wasn't it? At the very least, it was better than having to kill their own people outright. Fugaku nodded after hearing this. I understand. You're dismissed. Yes, sir. Swish. Uchiha Kage vanished once again. Sigh. A long silence followed before Fugaku let out a deep sigh. This is the only way. Meanwhile, Renzo had just returned home. Suddenly, he sensed the sword aura marks that he had left on Kakashi, Nohara Rin, and Uchiha Obito being triggered, one after another, within less than 5 minutes of each other. His brows immediately furrowed. Looks like old man Madara has finally made his move on them. Then. It's my time to shine. Without hesitation, Renzo left a water clone at home, while his real body disappeared in a flash. In the next instant, he reappeared underground in a hidden base several kilometers away. Red Queen. Prepare the Grim Reaper Gundam for launch immediately. As soon as he arrived, Renzo issued the order. Yes, Master. Red Queen immediately complied, moving the Grim Reaper Gundam to launch bay number 1, getting it ready for deployment. Renzo then teleported into the cockpit of the Grim Reaper Gundam, powered it up, and launched. After flying at low altitude for a short distance to avoid being detected by Konoha's surveillance, he shot up into the sky, accelerating toward Kakashi and the others. In moments, he reached Mach 5, and his speed was still climbing. This Grim Reaper Gundam was a creation he had worked on during his free time. Using his fantasy creation ability, he had crafted it based on the knowledge and memories of the Gundam world, along with some technical data he had obtained from Orochimaru. Not only did this Gundam have a propulsion system from the Gundam universe, but it also featured a chakra-driven engine. A dual-power system, capable of running on both chakra and nuclear energy. And the result? It wasn't just a simple case of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The synergy was far beyond that. Red Queen. Lock onto Kakashi's location and show me their current status. Also, use the satellite to search for Uchiha Madara, find him if possible. As he sped toward his destination, Renzo issued another command. Oh. The satellite. It was an upgraded version based on Ninja World technology. Not only did it have standard scanning and communication capabilities, but it also featured a chakra detection system. It could pinpoint chakra sources, making it the perfect tool for tracking down powerful individuals. Understood. Beginning search. High above in space, a satellite rapidly adjusted its trajectory, repositioning itself over the region where Kakashi's team was engaged in battle. In less than 5 minutes, it arrived at the designated area and began scanning a radius of several dozen kilometers. Soon, it locked onto Kakashi and the others, projecting a real-time image onto Renzo's display. On screen, Kakashi and his team were struggling against a large number of Iwanin. Kakashi's left eye was already blinded. Obito's Sharingan had just awakened. As Renzo observed the live feed, Red Queen continued scanning the surrounding area, searching for any massive chakra signatures underground. This time, it only took 20 seconds for Red Queen to respond. Master. A massive chakra source has been detected 123 meters ahead of Kakashi's position, 250 meters underground. The energy readings are at least on the level of a tailed beast. It is highly likely to be Uchiha Madara. Shall I fire an orbital weapon for a precise strike on the target? Renzo's eye twitched. If you fire that thing over there, do you think Kakashi and the others will still be alive afterward? No, they won't. Red Queen answered without hesitation. Renzo rolled his eyes. Then why even ask? Is this AI brain dead or something? Red Queen, however, continued speaking in her usual monotone. I was simply providing the most optimal tactical suggestion based on calculations. Judging from the target's chakra energy level, he is extremely powerful. In close combat, Master's probability of victory is only 55%. Factoring in all known data on Uchiha Madara from the system's database, Master's win rate drops to just 30%. Therefore, engaging him in direct combat is highly unadvisable. Red Queen spoke with absolute seriousness. Renzo facepalmed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Seriously, you're still far from being the real Red Queen. You're way too rigid. I uploaded some artificial memories into your core to make you more flexible, so why do I feel like they're not having any effect? Red Queen. She had no idea how to respond to that. Chapter 103, Obito almost awakens the Mangekyo, bonus. Forget it. Cancel your attack plan. Renzo ordered. I came here to rescue them, not to wipe everyone out. If we fire that weapon at this range, I don't know if the enemy will die, but Kakashi and the others definitely will. Hell, everything within a dozen kilometers would be obliterated. That's a price I can't afford to pay. Renzo tried to explain to Red Queen, hoping to teach her and make her evolve over time. Understood. Executing your will, Red Queen responded flatly. Clearly, she still didn't grasp the concept of emotional reasoning. She was just following cold, calculated logic, choosing the most optimal solution for Renzo based on data. This is gonna be a long road. Renzo sighed, rubbing his forehead. Maybe he should try creating a digital soul. But without a reference sample or proper data, it was just an idea. Maybe I should ask Apocalypse Bro to dismantle his version of Red Queen for research. Nah, forget it. The thought alone made Renzo shake his head rapidly. Apocalypse Renzo treasured his Red Queen like a child. If he touched that, he'd be in serious trouble. Still. Maybe I can get him to use his omniscience eye technique to analyze the original Red Queen's data and break it down. That might be the best solution he could think of for now. Of course, if a Renzo from a world with more advanced AI technology joined up later, that would be even better. Meanwhile, deep in a forest at the border of the Land of Fire and Land of Grass. Kakashi. Rin. Watch out. Obito shouted as he fought off Iwanin, his combat prowess completely unlike his past self. His Sharingan was now blood-red, with 2 tomo in each eye. Seeing Kakashi and Rin fall into danger, he let out a fierce roar, cutting down another enemy with his kunai before rushing to their aid. Kakashi was already exhausted, his chakra almost depleted, and his one eye blinded. His combat ability had plummeted, and he was struggling against multiple Iwanin. As a blade swung toward him and Rin, it was already too late to dodge. Obito's heart shattered as his eyes spun wildly, the tomo in his Sharingan beginning to merge. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura erupted from Kakashi's shoulder, forming a devastating slash that cut through the Iwane in front of them, along with several trees in the background. What the? Kakashi stood there stunned, looking at his shoulder, then back at the devastated battlefield in front of him. Renzo. Huh. Obito, who had been on the verge of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, froze mid-thought. His spinning tomo slowed down, and soon returned to normal. Kakashi. What just happened? What was that? Obito shouted, flashing to Kakashi's side while staying on high alert. Kakashi. Obito. Look out. At that moment, Rin screamed, shoving the two of them aside, just as a blade erupted from the ground, swinging toward her. Kakashi and Obito barely dodged the attack thanks to Rin's warning. But. No. Rin. Obito turned just in time to see a blade descending toward Rin. His heart stopped. The world turned gray. A storm of emotions raged inside him, and his eyes spun wildly again, the tomo overlapping. Boom. Before Obito could explode, another sword aura erupted, this time from Rin's shoulder. It instantly enveloped the Iwane attacking her. The energy burst inside his body, killing him on the spot. His lifeless body and weapon dropped to the ground with a thud. Obito. What the F? He didn't even know whether to celebrate or scream in frustration. This was the third time he had been on the brink of unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, only to have some mysterious force interrupted at the last second. Still. Rin was safe. And that was all that mattered. But what the hell was that? Obito glanced at the lifeless enemy, then at the others cleanly sliced in half in the distance. His brain was a mess. Hey. Kakashi, what did you mean by Renzo just now? Does this have something to do with him? As he spoke, Renzo's annoyingly smug face popped into his mind. His expression immediately soured. He hated that guy. Renzo was almost everything Obito wanted to be. The problem was, he wasn't even near. Damn it, now's not the time for this. We need to break through. Kakashi's expression was serious as he urged Obito and Rin to follow him, sprinting westward in an attempt to escape. That's right, X. Obito and Rin knew they were in deep trouble. More enemies were closing in from every direction, surrounding them. Without hesitation, they rushed after Kakashi, trying to break through the encirclement. At this moment, Obito was their main firepower, leading the charge at the front. But barely 5 minutes later, as Obito himself found himself in a life-threatening situation, the same mysterious sword aura Renzo had left on him suddenly activated. In an instant, the 7 or 8 Iwane surrounding him were all cut in half at the waist. Obito almost jumped out of his skin. What the hell? I had it too. His face twisted as he frantically pieced things together. This is Renzo's doing, isn't it? It has to be. I knew something was off when he patted all of our shoulders before he left. Right on this exact spot. I thought he was just being weird. I even wondered if he had some strange new habit or something. But turns out, he actually left us with a life-saving measure. If I make it out of this alive, I definitely owe him a big thank you. For once in his life, Obito actually put 2 and 2 together quickly, and he was so moved he almost teared up. But he didn't let his emotions distract him, he still needed to get the hell out of here with Kakashi and Rin. Yeah, if we make it back alive, Kakashi muttered, nodding grimly. Rin, on the other hand, looked like she was about to pass out from anxiety. Could you two stop jinxing us, she snapped. I'm grateful to Renzo too, but can we please wait until we're actually safe before celebrating? We may not even make it out alive. The moment she finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth. She wished she could go back in time and slap herself. Kakashi. Obito. Rin. You're no better than us. Meanwhile, on the enemy's side. At the site where the first group of Iwane had been brutally cut in half, a squad of enemy ninja had gathered, their leader looking extremely serious. What the hell happened here, he muttered. Even our Jonin didn't have time to react before getting instantly sliced in half. It looks like some kind of slash attack, very sharp. Are you kidding me? A slash attack. What kind of sword technique is this powerful? You think some samurai could do this? The Iwane immediately began arguing, panic and disbelief spreading among them. The squad captain snapped in frustration. Enough. Seal the corpses and bring them back to the intelligence division for analysis. Then, his eyes narrowed. What about those 3 brats? Have we located them yet? They absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. A nearby Iwane immediately stepped forward and reported, Captain, we found them. They're hiding in a cave a few hundred meters away. Looks like they think we haven't noticed them. Heh. Perfect. A cruel smirk spread across the squad captain's face as he clenched his fist. This time, we won't underestimate them. Don't engage them directly. Since they've chosen to hide in a cave, surround the area and plant explosive tags everywhere. We'll bury them alive to eliminate the threat once and for all. A bunch of bratty kids with this level of power. And to make things worse, they were the students of Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash. Killing them would not only eliminate future threats but also serve as revenge for the Iwa who had been slaughtered by Minato. If they were allowed to live and grow stronger, they'd only become an even bigger problem in the future. Yes, sir. We'll get to work right away. The Iwa immediately began preparing their trap. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, Kakashi and the others remained unaware that danger was rapidly closing in. Plus 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 104, Even an idiot is smarter than you. These three idiots. How could they be so careless? Did they forget even the basics? 50 kilometers away, Renzo was piloting the Grim Reaper Gundam at full speed toward their location. Watching the scene unfold via satellite surveillance, he couldn't help but curse. Kakashi and the others had truly disappointed him. But there was no time to dwell on that, he was worried for their safety. Steeling himself, he pushed the Gundam's thrusters to their limit and accelerated toward their position. The 50-kilometer distance. He covered it in just 3 minutes. With a deafening roar and a fierce gust of wind, the Grim Reaper Gundam appeared in the skies above the stone cave where Kakashi and the others were hiding. Its towering, intimidating form loomed over the Iwa below. What the hell? Shit. Where is this crazy wind coming from? The sudden turbulence sent the Iwa reeling. Some were even blown off their feet, rolling across the ground as they cursed. Look up. In the sky. One sharp-eyed Iwa pointed, and everyone followed his gaze. There, under the glaring sun, stood a 20-meter-tall, metallic titan glistening menacingly. What the hell is that thing? A puppet. No way, it doesn't look like one at all. For a moment, all of the Iwa stood frozen in shock. Something about this massive metal warrior screamed danger. Meanwhile, inside the stone cave, Kakashi and the others also heard the commotion outside. Their faces immediately darkened. Damn it. We've been found. Obito and Kakashi rushed to the entrance and peeked outside, only to confirm their worst fear, they were completely surrounded. And to think, they had actually believed they had successfully escaped. Damn it. I let my guard down. Kakashi clenched his fists in frustration. Kakashi, look up. What the hell is that? Obito yanked on Kakashi's sleeve, pointing at the sky with wide eyes. Kakashi, along with Rin, who had just caught up, followed his gaze. Their jaws dropped at the sight of the massive Grim Reaper Gundam hovering above. What the hell is that? Inside the cockpit of the Gundam, Renzo watched their dumbfounded expressions, as well as the stunned Iwa, and let out a cold laugh. Without hesitation, he activated all weapons. The Dragoon system deployed, splitting into dozens of floating cannons. With the help of the onboard AI, Red Queen, all surrounding Iwa were instantly locked onto. ZZZZZTT. In the next instant, dozens of rainbow-colored energy beams rained down from above. Each beam struck a single target with perfect precision, regardless of whether they were Genin, Chunin, or Jonin, they were all equal in death. None of them even had the chance to react before they were instantly vaporized into charred husks. Enemy attack. Counterattack now. The Iwa captain, witnessing the massacre, roared in fury. He began weaving hand seals, attempting to launch a jutsu against the Gundam. Renzo sneered. Muda muda. All of you warmongering bastards. Die. Taste the power of my beam cannons. Gee ha 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 ha. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. The floating cannons and particle beam launchers fired another volley of brilliantly colored beams, wiping out another squad of Iwa in an instant. The remaining Iwa broke formation and began fleeing in terror. But Renzo's assault wasn't over. These people were all locked onto by radar, there was no escaping. No matter how fast they ran, the next wave of beams rained down, turning them into nothing but ash. You rats hiding in the shadows, I see you too. Die. Using his chakra scan, Renzo pinpointed the locations of several white Zetsu hiding inside the surrounding trees. Without hesitation, he unleashed another round of particle beams. Massive explosions erupted, reducing the trees and everything within them to blackened craters. Hell yeah. Only after wiping out every single enemy did Renzo finally land the Grim Reaper Gundam near Kakashi and the others. Using the Gundam's external speakers, he called out to the three dumbfounded shinobi. Yo. You three morons. You should be thanking your lucky stars that I got here in time. Hearing the familiar voice, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all froze. A moment later, their shock gave way to pure joy. Renzo. It's really you. How the hell? The three of them were completely stunned. At that moment, Renzo opened the cockpit hatch, stepping out onto the platform high above them. Looking down with a smirk, he waved lazily. Who else besides me would come to save your sorry asses at a time like this? Minato-sensei sure as hell doesn't have time to babysit you guys right now. Then, his smirk vanished, replaced by an exasperated frown. You mean to tell me none of you realized this whole mission was an obvious trap? And yet you still walked right into it like idiots. No, sorry. Even an idiot would be smarter than you three. And the worst part? You three dumbass not only completely wasted the life-saving measures I left for you, but you also didn't even bother checking if you truly lost your pursuers. You thought you were safe just because you hid in this cave. Seriously. Do you even know how many explosive tags the IWANine have planted around here? Do you understand what's going to happen when they detonate? Renzo's tone was one of sheer exasperation, like a teacher disappointed in his failing students. The excitement that Kakashi, Obito, and Rin had initially felt upon seeing him quickly faded, replaced by deep embarrassment. As they glanced around their surroundings, sure enough, they spotted several explosive tags hidden nearby. We really screwed up this time. Damn it. The great Obito-sama let his guard down. Ah, well. Kakashi shook his head, clearly frustrated with himself. Enough. Renzo cut in. He had already returned to the cockpit and sealed the hatch. Now's not the time for self-pity. Get out of here. Leave this place immediately. The real boss behind this whole mess is about to show up. And when the fighting starts, I won't have time to babysit you. The reason he came here was simple, he wanted to meet Uchiha Madara in person. Waiting for Madara to make his move wasn't Renzo's style. No, he planned to send the old bastard straight to the afterlife for a long overdue reunion with his hidden lover, Hashirama. Madara had no business sticking around and causing trouble any longer. Of course, as for the true mastermind, Black Zetsu, Renzo didn't yet have a surefire way to eliminate him completely. That meant future threats were still inevitable. Huh? Who's the real boss? Obito asked, confused. No time for questions. Kakashi snapped, grabbing him by the collar. We need to go, now. Let's not make Renzo's job any harder than it already is. With that, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin started running away from the battlefield as fast as they could. At the same time, Kakashi snapped a special kunai in half, the one Minato had given him. That was their distress signal. If even Renzo considered their opponent to be a true boss-level threat, then things were beyond dangerous. They needed someone like Minato on the scene. Damn it. We're still too weak. We didn't even realize we were being manipulated, and now we have no way to fight back. Kakashi had never felt this powerless before, and he hated it. Man. What the hell is even going on? I'm so lost right now. Obito shouted as he ran, pulling at his hair in frustration. And what the hell was that giant metal thing Renzo was piloting? When did he even make something like that? It looked completely out of place in the ninja world. Obito. Kakashi suddenly turned to him, his expression dead serious. Listen to me. Everything you saw today, Renzo's arrival, that giant metal warrior, you must take it to the grave. You are not allowed to tell anyone, got it? Not a single soul. Don't forget, Renzo is supposed to be resting in the village right now. You don't want to get him into trouble, do you? That metal giant was clearly something beyond ordinary. It had to be Renzo's secret weapon. Despite the insane risks, Renzo had crossed enemy lines to rescue them, just like he had before. This was the fourth time he'd saved their lives. And now, he was staying behind to cover their escape, willingly facing the mastermind who had set them up. They couldn't repay that kindness by exposing him. TCH, you talk too much. Obito scoffed, waving him off. What kind of person do you think I am? I, the great Obito, am not someone who forgets a favor. But the way Kakashi looked at him clearly said, you really believe that? Obito nearly lost his mind. You bastard. If the situation weren't so serious right now, I'd beat the crap out of you. Don't forget, I've awakened the Sharingan. Kakashi, you're no match for me anymore. Ha. Kakashi smirked, unimpressed. You sure about that? Just because he had awakened the Sharingan, Obito suddenly thought he was invincible. He still had a long way to go. Chapter 105, Fighting Uchiha Madara, Susanoo plus Gundam. Hey. You little rats hiding underground. Isn't it about time you came out to get some fresh air? I've already cleared the battlefield. Let's settle this once and for all. After Kakashi and the others had run more than 1,000 meters away, Renzo used his loudspeaker to issue a challenge to Madara and his group hidden 250 meters below the surface. Oh. Little rats. How arrogant. No one's ever dared to call me that before. Madara raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise. So, this kid is Uchiha Renzo, huh? Looks like he noticed us a while ago. Makes sense. Even White Zetsu got detected so easily. He must have some kind of special sensory ability. No surprise he found us. Any idea what that giant hunk of metal is? Madara asked Black and White Zetsu. Well. Black Zetsu shrugged. No clue. Couldn't get close. Every White Zetsu that tried got obliterated instantly. That thing is strong, practically a puppet version of Susanoo. But at the end of the day, it's either a puppet or something similar to the chakra armor from the Land of Snow. Just, bigger and stronger. He had never seen anything like it before. To think he managed to build something like that in secret. Pretty impressive. I guess I haven't been paying enough attention to him. I need to learn from this mistake. Black Zetsu made a mental note to keep better track of Renzo in the future. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Madara waved his hand dismissively and stood up. This kid doesn't seem like an easy opponent. Even from a distance, I can feel the terrifying power in his eyes. He must have already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. And with that metal thing, I'll have to go all out. He turned to Black and White Zetsu. After this fight, my time will be up. The rest of the plan is in your hands. If Obito works out, great. If not, find someone else. Konoha is about to send some Uchiha to the Land of Water battlefield, right? Pick a few from our list and see if they can be molded. He never insisted on Obito specifically, Obito had just seemed like a good fit. A deeply loving and kind-hearted Uchiha, once consumed by darkness, would inevitably swing to the opposite extreme. Naive fools were the easiest to manipulate. Understood, Lord Madara. Black and White Zetsu immediately acknowledged the order and began withdrawing from the underground base. Above ground, Renzo sensed their retreat but ignored them for now. His focus remained locked on Madara, waiting for him to surface. Meanwhile, deep below, Madara used the Geto statue to inject a massive amount of life force into his body. In mere moments, his withered, old frame rapidly regained its youthful state. Ah, this feeling. Too bad it's only temporary. Madara clenched his fist, relishing the surge of power and vitality. Just wait. The next time I return, the entire ninja world will kneel at my feet. Muttering to himself, he abruptly severed the tubes keeping him alive. Above ground, Renzo raised an eyebrow and smacked his lips. Damn. Looks like I missed my chance to earn the legendary achievement of pulling the plug on Madara. Boom. The ground trembled violently. A moment later, the earth split apart as a towering, blue chakra giant emerged, standing just a few dozen meters from Renzo. Madara, clad in his signature red armor, hovered proudly within the crystal on Susanoo's forehead. Arms crossed, he looked down at Renzo's 20-meter-tall Gundam with a cold expression. Brat. My name is. Renzo instantly recognized that Madara was trying to make a dramatic entrance. No way he was going to let that happen. Cutting him off mid-sentence, Renzo's Gundam shot into the air until it was level with Madara. Uchiha Madara. Do you want to dance? Madara. This brat stole my line. Unforgivable. Infuriated, Madara didn't bother with pleasantries. He immediately drew Susanoo's twin energy swords and slashed at Renzo's Gundam. Slash. Whoa. Madara, you got no honor. Attacking without a word. Renzo instantly maneuvered his mech 200 meters away. Then, with a thought, Susanoo. A golden Susanoo flared to life around his Gundam, seamlessly fusing with it and rapidly expanding. As it grew, complex sealing patterns lit up across the Gundam's surface. Moments later, massive mechanical parts were teleported in, assembling around the Gundam as its core. In less than 30 seconds, a colossal 120-meter-tall mecha loomed over Madara. The battlefield had just leveled up. Oh. At first, Madara scoffed when he saw Renzo's Susanoo. A tiny Susanoo like that. Pure garbage. But in just seconds, Renzo's Susanoo rapidly expanded, evolving into its full form. Now, it stood at nearly the same height as Madara's own. Finally, Madara's expression changed. Throughout this transformation, he made no attempt to attack. After all, he was Uchiha Madara. If he was going to defeat his opponent, he would do so when they were at their strongest. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're interesting. You actually created something this incredible. Looking at the fully armored Gundam wrapped in a complete Susanoo, Madara laughed heartily. Ever since Hashirama died, it had been a long time since he had encountered such an exciting opponent. Then let's fight. The next moment, the two colossal warriors clashed fists. Boom. 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 They started exchanging blows with pure hand-to-hand combat. Every punch and kick carried a tremendous force, sending shockwaves through the air. The sky itself trembled, the clouds above shattered, and the ground quaked violently. Shit. Fall back. Keep retreating. Kakashi and his team were knocked off their feet by the sheer force of the battle. Without hesitation, he led Obito and Rin even further away. At the same time, he thought to himself, no wonder Renzo told us to run. Damn it. We were too naive. This isn't even ninja-level combat anymore. His entire perception of what it meant to be a ninja was crumbling. This is what a real ninja battle looks like. Just then. Swoosh. The flying thunder god kunai at Kakashi's waist flashed with light. A split second later, a golden figure appeared in front of them. Yo. Kakashi. Obito. Rin. I'm not too late, am I? Namikaze Minato had arrived. Still unaware of the situation, he tried to greet his three students in his usual cool and casual way. Boom. Another deafening impact echoed from the battlefield, shaking the ground violently once more. Minato, caught off guard, stumbled and nearly fell flat on his face. Luckily, his quick reflexes saved him. With a backflip, he managed to regain his balance. Lowering his stance, he looked up at the two towering giants, both over 100 meters tall, trading blows like gods in a catastrophic battle. His face went blank. Then, in utter disbelief, he muttered, "What, the actual hell, are those things?" He couldn't even be bothered to keep his words polite. The sheer sight of these colossal warriors was too overwhelming. Why the hell are there two monsters duking it out like this? Kakashi and the others exchanged glances. Eventually, Rin spoke up, "Those two over there, they're both ninjas. The blue one is Uchiha Madara. And the golden one covered in that white thing. That's Renzo." Huh. Minato was even more stunned. He turned to Kakashi, eyes wide. "You're telling me that Platinum and Gold Giant is Renzo? How the hell did he build something like that? And as for the other guy?" Minato's expression suddenly turned serious. He glanced at his three students and asked. "I didn't mishear, did I? You said his name is Uchiha Madara. That's a name you don't forget easily. Are you absolutely sure?" Kakashi nodded. Renzo called him that directly. There's no reason to doubt it. Chapter 106, The Power of Technology. There's no mistake. Obito nodded repeatedly. "Sensei, look at the person inside the crystal on that blue giant's forehead. There's no doubt, it's Uchiha Madara. I've seen his portrait in our clan archives. I've also visited the Valley of the End and seen the statues of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. There's no way I'd mistake him." Truth be told, Obito had always admired Madara. After all, the guy was the ultimate badass, cool, powerful, and everything Obito had ever dreamed of becoming. Is that so? Minato's frown deepened as he gazed at the colossal figures clashing in the distance, a heavy weight settling in his chest. Madara is still alive. Not just alive, but active in the present day. This is a huge problem. The world had long believed that Madara was dead. He was supposedly killed by the first Hokage himself, and before that, he was practically forced out of Konoha. If he had been lurking in the shadows all these years, his grudge against the village had to be monumental. Minato's expression turned serious as he looked at his three students. "Tell me everything, every single detail. Why is Renzo here? Why is Uchiha Madara here? Why are they fighting? What exactly happened before I arrived? I need all the details." Minato was determined to understand the situation in full. If Madara had been in hiding all these years, there had to be a reason. His gaze lingered for a moment on Kakashi's left eye, or rather, where it used to be, his expression darkening with regret. He should have arrived sooner. It went like this. Immediately, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin took turns recounting everything that had happened. Boom. Ha ha ha. Not bad. You're really something, kid. That was a good warm-up, now let's see where your limits truly lie. After exchanging countless blows, Madara realized something shocking: he couldn't easily overpower this 11 or 12-year-old brat. The kid had an insane amount of combat experience. His punches and kicks weren't just strong, they were well-honed, precise. Even his martial art style was far from ordinary. Madara was impressed, but he didn't have the luxury of wasting time. The stronger Renzo appeared, the more Madara felt the need to eliminate him now, before he could grow into a real threat. If he didn't, this kid might end up messing with his plans down the line. Just what I was thinking. Renzo grinned, pushing his mecha's power to the max. In an instant, his speed shot through the roof. He shot up into the sky, over 1,000 meters high, and activated the Dragoon system. Madara. Let me show you the power of technology. Zing. The next moment, dozens of rainbow-colored particle beams rained down from above, bombarding Madara mercilessly. Good. Madara drew both his Susanoo blades and moved to deflect the attacks. He managed to block some of them, but a good number still slipped through, slamming into his Susanoo. Crack. The impact tore through his defenses, shattering parts of the Susanoo's armor and leaving visible damage. Hiss. Seeing his Susanoo riddled with holes, Madara sucked in a sharp breath. What the hell is this weapon? These beams, their attack power and penetration are terrifying. Good thing he had defended himself properly. If he hadn't, this brat might have ended the fight right then and there. I can't underestimate him anymore. Madara's eyes sharpened as he activated his chakra. The Susanoo instantly repaired itself, and with a powerful flap of its wings, he shot into the sky, sword flashing as he lunged toward Renzo. Trying to end this quickly. Not so fast. Renzo smirked, expertly maneuvering his mecha to evade. For over 10 minutes, he dodged and weaved, forcing Madara to chase after him in frustration. TCH, technology really is terrifying. The only downside is the high energy consumption. Back then, he had thought Gundams were strong but not quite at Madara's level. But now, after fighting Madara firsthand, Renzo had changed his mind. This thing was insanely powerful. Of course, Madara wasn't at his peak strength. Not even close right now. But even if he wasn't at full power, he was still a legend, and Renzo's enhanced Gundam, powered by both chakra and nuclear energy, was actually holding its own. That alone was enough to make Renzo excited. Brat. Is all you can do run? Madara was growing more and more pissed. Renzo kept dodging while pelting him with those damn particle cannons. This was beyond frustrating. He had never fought an enemy like this before. Even Hashirama, his greatest rival, had never annoyed him like this. At least Hashirama fought him head-on, using wood release to suppress him. Not like this damn brat, who kept dodging and spamming those annoying long-range attacks. Just then, Red Queen's voice rang in Renzo's ears. Master. The energy system is nearing overload. The energy channels are about to collapse. Renzo clicked his tongue. Just as I thought. What a shame. The materials he had access to were still limited, and his research wasn't complete. The energy system was far from perfect, and its output wasn't high enough to pose a real threat to Madara. On top of that, such a massive mecha consumed energy at an insane rate. Alright then, one last attack. Renzo unleashed all his beam weapons, lighting up the battlefield once more. Then, a terrifying force began gathering in his mech's chest. Uchiha Madara. Take this, particle cannon. With a roar, Renzo fired. A blinding platinum-white beam, over 20 meters in diameter, tore through the sky, slamming directly into Madara's Susanoo before he could dodge. In an instant, most of Susanoo's body was vaporized. Madara barely managed to move half of Susanoo's head out of the blast's range, leaving only the remaining half intact. That was the only reason he survived. But even so, the sheer chakra and life force he had to burn through just to endure the attack pushed him to his absolute limit. Madara was beyond frustrated. He wanted nothing more than to rip Renzo apart. Damn brat. At this rate, things were only going to get worse for him. He couldn't afford to stay here any longer. Gritting his teeth, Madara immediately connected with Black Zetsu, who was lurking underground, and made his move. Meanwhile. Warning. Chakra energy channel is destroyed. Ordinary energy channels overloaded. Dual system mode shutting down. Master, please take caution. Red Queen's alerts rang out again. Renzo chuckled bitterly and gave his orders. Red Queen, take the mecha back to the base. Activate optical camouflage, make sure Konoha doesn't notice it. Understood, Master. The next moment, Renzo teleported out of the mech, letting it fly off on autopilot, while he himself chased after Madara. Just then, Red Queen's voice came through his wrist communicator. Master. The target's chakra signature has split into two. One is being carried underground and is currently undetectable. The Gundam was out of commission, but his satellite surveillance system was still active. Yet even with that, he couldn't lock onto Black Zetsu's presence. Shadow clone, huh? Looks like Madara isn't planning to keep fighting. Heh. Renzo smirked, not too concerned. After that fight, he could clearly sense Madara's life force rapidly deteriorating. The guy was on the verge of death. Uchiha Madara. So you just left a shadow clone here to stall me. Renzo slowly descended, hovering a meter above the ground, arms crossed as he looked down at Madara's clone. Madara narrowed his eyes. As expected, I can't fool you, brat. Tell me, what the hell was that strange puppet of yours? Was that your creation? Renzo shrugged. Who knows? Then he smirked. I have no obligation to tell you my secrets, especially not to an enemy. An enemy, huh? Ha ha ha. Madara laughed loudly, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Renzo. Becoming my enemy isn't something to take lightly, brat. Let me show you what that really means. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. The next instant, Madara took a deep breath and unleashed a massive firestorm. A sea of flames roared to life, swallowing the sky as it surged toward Renzo like an unstoppable tsunami. Brat. Now that you don't have that weird puppet anymore, let's see what you're really made of. Let's see if you're worthy of being my enemy. Chapter 107, Uchiha Madara, I acknowledge you as the greatest genius of this era. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. The next instant, Madara conjured another terrifying fire-based attack, a massive flame spear burning like an arrow, and hurled it at Renzo's position. Yet, as the inferno rushed toward him, Renzo simply grinned. With a single thought, a golden Susanoo armor materialized over his body, wrapping around him like a second skin. Unlike the traditional giant form, his Susanoo manifested as a fitted golden armor, covering him completely. Susanoo, armor mode. Then, he drew his sword. One sword style, ocean cleaver. Slash. In a single motion, Renzo swung his katana, unleashing a compressed flying slash several meters long. The slash cleaved through the incoming flames, splitting the sea of fire in two before colliding with Madara's flame spear. Boom. The moment the two attacks met, a massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves and searing flames surging outward in all directions. Both Renzo and Madara immediately retreated dozens of meters to avoid the fiery blast. And then, the real fight began. Madara launched a relentless assault, combining ninjutsu, taijutsu, and his Mangekyo Sharingan in an attempt to disrupt Renzo. But none of it worked. Renzo saw through him instantly. Mangekyo. No, just a 3-tomo Sharingan with partial Mangekyo abilities, huh? His razor-sharp instincts allowed him to immediately discern the flaw in Madara's Sharingan. Meanwhile, Renzo kept swinging his sword effortlessly. Each slash was as natural as breathing. Boom. 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 No matter what ninjutsu Madara used, Renzo's sword destroyed it all. There was no flashy trickery, just raw, overwhelming force. His attacks combined sword aura, the devastating slashes of a pirate world swordmaster and ninja kenjutsu techniques. At this moment, it seemed like there was no ninjutsu in the world that Renzo's sword couldn't cut through. If there was, then he'd just cut it twice. With his Susanoo armor boosting his defense, Madara simply couldn't land a hit on him. Madara was shocked beyond words. Swordsmanship can be this powerful. Even Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, wasn't even near this kid. Every one of Renzo's slashes carried a mysterious, razor-sharp force, which was the key to breaking through ninjutsu. And his Susanoo wasn't just armor, it was denser and tougher than the usual giant form. Madara clenched his fists. This brat is on a whole different level. But before he could do anything else, his shadow clone ran out of chakra. Instead of fighting until the bitter end, Madara smirked, crossed his arms, and arrogantly looked down at Renzo, who was shorter than him. Then, he spoke, "You're not bad, brat. I acknowledge you as the greatest genius of this era. Humph. You should be proud." And with that, he willingly dispersed his clone. Renzo. What the hell? Even when leaving, Madara just had to drop an over-the-top, dramatic line. Truly, the king of show-offs, Uchiha Madara. Wait. Hold on. Wasn't Madara supposed to be the dance king of the ninja world? The real show-off king was Uchiha Sasuke, right? Man, the Uchiha clan really breeds show-offs. Just as Renzo was roasting the Uchihas in his head, he suddenly heard shouting from a distance. Renzo. Turning around, he saw Minato and his team running toward him. "Oh, it's you guys. And Minato-sensei too. When did you get here?" Renzo smiled, waving at them. He had been so focused on fighting Madara that he hadn't even noticed them approaching. Minato chuckled. "Right when you started fighting Madara in hand-to-hand combat using that massive puppet." Then, his smile faded as he looked at Renzo seriously. "Can you tell me everything you know about Uchiha Madara?" Surprisingly, Minato didn't ask about Renzo's abilities. He didn't even mention the gigantic mecha. He had already realized something. Ever since Renzo had been mysteriously recalled and taken off missions, it was clear, the third Hokage was wary of him. Today, Renzo had only revealed himself to save Minato's 3 students. Minato didn't want to cause him any more trouble. In fact, before coming here, Minato had already warned Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, not a single word about what happened today was to be leaked. Kakashi and Obito understood the gravity of the situation. In fact, they had already decided on their own to keep it secret. For once, both master and students were on the same page. Obito, however, was itching to ask Renzo about that giant puppet, but after remembering Minato's warning, he forcefully held back his curiosity. For someone like Obito, that level of restraint was pretty rare. Of course. Renzo nodded. Minato-sensei, I assume Kakashi and the others already told you about the sword aura mark I left on them as a safety measure. Minato raised an eyebrow. Oh. So that attack is called sword aura. Yeah, Kakashi and the others explained it. Speaking of which, we all owe you one. If not for your precaution, they would have died 4 times already. Then, Minato's expression turned serious. You had this set up in advance, which means you knew someone was after them, didn't you? Was this all part of Madara's plan? As expected, the enemy had targeted Kakashi's team specifically. Or rather, was the real target Obito? After all, both Uchiha Madara and Obito were from the Uchiha clan. Kakashi and Rin had zero connection to them. There was no way Madara was doing all this just to kill Minato's students. It wasn't like Minato was that important yet, he seriously doubted he was worth this level of scheming from Uchiha Madara. Wait, you knew about this back then. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Obito demanded, confused and a little pissed. Idiot. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Obviously, there were concerns involved. Rin also chimed in, backing Kakashi up. Yeah. Watch your attitude, Obito. Renzo literally saved us 4 times today. Do you think he'd ever mean us harm? Obito scratched his head awkwardly. Right, my bad. Then, he looked at Renzo and apologized without hesitation. It's true. Ignoring Obito, Renzo turned to Minato and nodded. You guys already know my sensory abilities are ridiculously strong, I can detect anomalies within several kilometers, including deep underground. Back then, I sensed something strange underground and inside the nearby trees, there were these white humanoid creatures constantly observing me and Obito. That was when I got suspicious. But these things were too weird, I couldn't pin them down, and I didn't want to alert the enemy, so I kept quiet. Instead, I left precautions on Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. When I felt those triggers being activated, I rushed over. That's when I sensed Madara deep underground near Kakashi's group, along with even more of those white creatures. That's when I realized Uchiha Madara was behind all of this. Of course, this was bullshit. He wasn't analyzing anything, he already knew the plot. He was just reverse engineering the reasoning to fit what he saw. So that's how it is. Minato and the others grew tense. Do you know why Madara is after you and Obito? Minato couldn't understand it. Even if they were all Uchiha, there shouldn't be any special reason for this. Renzo shrugged. This was the end of what he was willing to say. Anything more, and it would start sounding too suspicious. Minato seemed trustworthy, but Renzo wasn't about to take any unnecessary risks. This was enough for Minato to stay alert. Once Minato became the 4th Hokage, then he'd start paying serious attention to these threats. And by that time, Renzo would probably be strong enough to do whatever the hell he wanted. As for why he didn't just take the 4th Hokage seat himself. Well, it wasn't that he couldn't. If he really wanted to, he could stage a coup, crush the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, Jiraiya, Minato, and anyone else who stood in his way, and take Konoha by force. But honestly, wouldn't it be way more fun to just chill, do research, and flirt with girls? Why waste time running a whole village when he could be living his best life? Chapter 108, Minato's Promise, Bonus. Renzo knew that being the Hokage isn't easy. Once you take the position, you're responsible for the entire village. What a hassle. With enough strength, who needs political power? In a world where strength rules, absolute power is the only thing that truly matters. Besides, the future 4th Hokage has a good relationship with the Uchiha clan, unlike Hiruzen and his faction. That's exactly why Renzo chose to be lazy. He was basically planning to use Minato as a tool to resolve the Uchiha conflict with the village. I need to find an opportunity to introduce Minato to Fugaku. Let them get familiar with each other and lay the groundwork for solving the Uchiha issue in the future. Renzo pondered in his mind. Minato, of course, had no idea that Renzo had already decided to use him as a pawn in his grand plan. Hearing that Uchiha Madara had targeted Obito and Renzo himself for some unknown reason, Minato frowned. This is going to be a problem. By the way, Renzo, you fought Madara before, right? Can you track him? Minato asked, clearly wanting to deal with Madara for good. But then, recalling the battle between Renzo and Madara, his confidence wavered. Can I really fight Uchiha Madara? Even with Renzo on my side, could we actually take him down? The sheer power of Susanoo had left him deeply shaken. That giant's every move carried the force of destruction, far beyond human limits. Come to think of it, Renzo also used something similar. The massive puppet he controlled had a similar energy surrounding it. So, is this ability exclusive to the Uchiha? Could the Sharingan have powers I don't know about? Or maybe, does it have an evolution beyond the 3 Tomo? Minato's mind raced, trying to put the pieces together. Nope, I can't. Renzo shook his head. Madara was taken away by some kind of shadowy figure. That thing was weird as hell, even I couldn't sense it. I have a feeling there's something even deeper going on behind the scenes. As for Madara himself, we just have to be careful. Of course, Renzo already knew Madara was actually dead after this. Gone for good, off to the Pure Land, reuniting with Hashirama for another round of bickering. But he wasn't going to say that. Keeping Minato on edge about Madara's survival was beneficial, to him, to Konoha, and even to the Uchiha clan. Besides, Minato might not tell Hiruzen everything about Renzo, but he would definitely report Madara's survival. At the very least, he would inform Jiraiya. And if Jiraiya knew, Hiruzen would know. Not necessarily a bad thing. Knowing that Madara was still alive would make Hiruzen and Danzo truly fearful of the Uchiha, meaning they wouldn't dare push them too far. After all, Madara was once their clan leader. Sure, he had turned against the Uchiha, but who could say for sure how he felt about them now? From what they had seen, him targeting Renzo and Obito, it was clear he still had plans for the Uchiha. That much, Minato and even Hiruzen could figure out on their own. Oh, and as for Renzo, Minato and his team had already agreed to erase any traces of Renzo's involvement in this incident. Not like anyone else knew what had happened, Renzo had already wiped out all witnesses. If Minato's team didn't speak, who would? For now, this is the best we can do. Minato sighed and nodded. Even Renzo couldn't track Madara, what could he do? Tracking wasn't his thing anyway. Obito, Kakashi, Rin. From now on, you 3 need to be even more careful. I won't always be there to save you. And more importantly, you need to train harder. If your strength isn't enough, you won't even be able to protect yourselves, let alone those around you. Understood. Renzo spoke seriously. Yeah. Kakashi and Rin nodded. Obito, however, scoffed. TCH. I'm not the same as before. I awakened my Sharingan. My strength is going to skyrocket just like yours, Renzo. The one who needs to train harder is Kakashi. Oh. Renzo smirked. You do know that not all Sharingan are the same, right? His tone was full of hidden meaning. Obito and Kakashi might not have noticed, but Minato did. From a distance, Minato had noticed that Renzo's Sharingan didn't have the usual 3-tomo pattern. It must have been a more advanced form. And perhaps, the key to summoning that giant chakra warrior. Kakashi, hearing Obito's cocky declaration, rolled his eyes. Ha! A loser will always be a loser. You don't seriously think unlocking a Sharingan suddenly makes you a big shot, do you? No way. No shot. You Uchihas awaken Sharingan all the time. And yet, here I am, still stronger than most of you. Kakashi smirked. And you? Heh. The disdain was obvious. Trash talking. Yeah, Kakashi could do that too. You bastard, Kakashi. You wanna fight? Obito flared up instantly. He hated that arrogant attitude of Kakashi's. Past or present, it never changed. To be honest, he was nervous too. Before, when he lost to Kakashi, he could blame it on not having awakened his Sharingan yet. But now. If he lost again, no excuses. No way. I need to train hard, yeah. I should ask Renzo for help. Sure, that guy's smug as hell, but that's still better than losing to Kakashi. Obito clenched his fists, silently making up his mind. He had to admit, Renzo was a total monster. Even among the Uchiha, even in Konoha, in the entire ninja world, he was a genius among geniuses. Even Uchiha Madara himself had acknowledged Renzo as the greatest talent of this era. Seeing that Minato and Rin were both watching him, Obito waved his arms dramatically and declared. Fine. I'll train hard, okay. Minato chuckled. That's what I like to hear. Satisfied, Minato then turned to Renzo. Are you coming back with us? The Canopy Bridge mission was done. The battle at the IWA front had settled, for now. It was time to return to Konoha. Nah. Renzo shook his head. You know how it is, Minato-sensei. I'm technically not on an official mission, so I'm supposed to stay in Konoha and train. I left a shadow clone at home to keep up appearances, but I should get back before Hiruzen gets suspicious. Yeah, makes sense. Minato fell silent for a moment before nodding. He knew the third Hokage hadn't exactly been fair. And Konoha. It wasn't as beautiful and perfect as he once thought. Clenching his fists, Minato suddenly looked Renzo in the eye and spoke firmly. Renzo, I promise you, none of us here will ever speak a word about what happened. Not a single detail. And, if you're willing to trust me, give me time. When I become the 4th Hokage, I will create a fairer future, for you, for the Uchiha. For the first time in his life, Minato truly yearned to be Hokage. Not just to protect Konoha, but to change it. To fix its broken system. To make the village he loved into something better. Renzo smiled brightly. I believe in you, Minato-sensei. I believe in Kakashi and the rest of you too. And I look forward to that day. Then, stepping forward, he casually tapped each of their shoulders. A subtle mark formed on all 4 of them. Minato could have resisted. But he didn't. He simply let Renzo place the mark and smiled knowingly. So, this is another one of your backup plans. And this time, even I get one. Appreciate it. I won't forget this. To him, Renzo was someone who cared about his friends, about the village. He didn't deserve to be suppressed. The Uchiha weren't evil. Minato saw that now. You're making it sound way too serious, Renzo chuckled. But yeah, this is a new failsafe. This mark contains some of my chakra. If you 3 brats ever find yourselves in danger, it'll automatically activate and summon a shadow clone of mine. The clone will have about 30% of my full power, enough to save your asses in a crisis, or at least buy you time to escape until I arrive. Oh, and if you ever need to contact me urgently, just inject some of your chakra into the mark. Plus 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 109, Hiruzen, what? Uchiha Madara is alive. Oh. Right. At that moment, Renzo raised a finger. I also engraved the Flying Thunder God seal into the mark. So if things really go south, don't worry, I can teleport over in an instant. It hadn't been long since he got the Flying Thunder God technique, but he had already mastered it. After awakening his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and gaining the ability of omniscience, he had used his eye's analytical powers to break down the technique, perfect it, and push it to a higher level in a short time. At the very least, he was confident he wasn't any worse than Minato at it. And in the future, he'd refine it even more. With his omniscience, it was only a matter of time. Fast, effortless, this kind of cheat ability felt amazing. Wait, what? Flying Thunder God? Minato, Kakashi, and Rin were all stunned. Isn't that our teacher's jutsu? Obito blurted out in shock. Kakashi and Rin were equally dumbfounded. Had Renzo really mastered that technique too? Heh. I should have known. Minato gave a helpless smile and shook his head. I heard from Jiraiya-sensei that you chose the Flying Thunder God as your reward for your last mission's achievements. But I didn't expect you to master it so quickly. No, actually. Master isn't even the right word. Minato sighed. You can already imprint the seal on any object or living being at will. You even managed to integrate it into your sealing techniques. In terms of Flying Thunder God, you've already surpassed me. Even Minato hadn't reached that level yet. Minato-sensei, you're too modest. Renzo waved it off with a smile. Everyone knows how accomplished you are with the Flying Thunder God. I just followed in your footsteps. Minato, however, shook his head with a wry smile. If that's the case, then I'm just following in someone else's footsteps too. This jutsu was originally created by the 2nd Hokage, after all. I had his notes and experiences to learn from. Without them, I wouldn't have mastered it this fast. It was clear that Minato deeply respected and admired the 2nd Hokage. The 2nd, huh? Yeah, he was a legendary figure. Renzo nodded. Though, he died way too early. Of course, the 2nd Hokage's hostility toward the Uchiha clan was also well documented. Back when Renzo watched the anime in his past life, many tried to defend the 2nd Hokage's stance. But after witnessing the Edo Tensei scene where Orochimaru revived Hashirama and Tobirama, and hearing Tobirama's words, it was obvious, even at death's door, he was still wary of the Uchiha. To be fair, his experiences shaped his views. But still, compared to Hiruzen and Danzo, at least Tobirama wasn't as extreme. Hiruzen and Danzo. They took Tobirama's ideology and pushed it beyond its limits, taking it to the extreme level. Rather than improving on his legacy, they doubled down on all the wrong aspects. Renzo didn't even know whether to mock them or pity them. Whatever, let's drop this topic. I'm leaving. See you back at the village. With that, Renzo vanished in a flash, using the Flying Thunder God to teleport across hundreds of kilometers back to his underground base near Konoha. This was what made Flying Thunder God superior to simple teleportation. As long as he had a marker, he could teleport across distances far beyond his usual sensory range, with minimal chakra cost. Red Queen. How's the recovery process for the Grim Reaper Gundam and its components? Have the energy system diagnostics come back yet? As soon as Renzo arrived, he called out into the air. A moment later, a holographic projection of Red Queen appeared before him. Master. The diagnostics are complete. All components have been successfully dismantled and are currently undergoing repairs and maintenance. However, both the Grim Reaper Gundam unit and the components have sustained varying degrees of damage to their energy transmission systems. I recommend replacing the entire system. It would be more cost-effective than repairing them. Renzo frowned slightly. It's that bad. So chakra-conductive metal still isn't strong enough, huh? Looks like I'll need to find another solution. Chakra metal was a unique material native to the ninja world. It had excellent chakra transmission properties, making it an obvious choice for building mechas that could integrate chakra-based abilities. But clearly, it wasn't durable enough for his needs. Maybe I'll need Gundam Bro and the others to help me come up with a solution. Renzo sighed in frustration. Oh well. Red Queen. Let's focus on fully restoring the mecha first. Same for its components. You never know when we'll need them, better to be prepared. Yes, Master. Immediately, men and AI got to work. Renzo's battle with Madara had been massive. Even hundreds of kilometers away, the shockwaves had been felt all the way to Konoha. It didn't go unnoticed. The third Hokage, Danzo, Inoki of Iwagakure, people in the Land of Grass, and other key figures had all dispatched scouts to investigate. They all wanted to know what the hell just happened. Who was fighting? After spending over a day repairing the Grim Reaper Gundam, Renzo ran a quick test before returning to his house in Konoha. Upon arrival, he dispelled his water clone and absorbed its memories. Thankfully, nothing unexpected had happened in his absence. Clearly, Renzo had been enjoying a relatively easygoing time lately. The third Hokage was more than happy for him to avoid taking on missions. Of course, he was especially pleased that Renzo was helping train Asuma. Asuma had been improving at an impressive rate, and his temperament had matured significantly. This only further solidified the third Hokage's idea of grooming Renzo to be Asuma's right-hand man. As for his eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, there was no hope for that kid. That useless brat had made it to Jonin rank, but his skills were still painfully mediocre. He simply didn't have the talent that the third Hokage had. There were even times the old man wondered, was this really his own son? But then, every time he looked at Shinosuke's face, so eerily similar to his own, he dismissed the thought. No doubt about it. This useless son of his was definitely his own flesh and blood. Another day passed. Finally, Minato and his team returned to Konoha. His first order of business was to report the details of the Canopy Bridge mission to the third Hokage. You did an excellent job on this mission. If not for you, who knows how much longer our war with IWA would have dragged on. The destruction of Canopy Bridge means Inoki has no choice but to withdraw his forces. This will finally bring our conflict with the IWA to a close. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. His appreciation for Minato only deepened. In his eyes, Minato was the perfect tool, a reliable warrior who executed every mission flawlessly. Obedient, humble, and, most importantly, born a commoner with no political backing in the village. That made him easy to control. Yes, compared to Orochimaru, Minato is the far more suitable choice to inherit the mantle of Hokage. The third Hokage thought to himself. Oh, right. The third Hokage suddenly remembered something. Minato's mission had taken him in the same direction as that massive disturbance 2 days ago. He immediately inquired, Minato, do you know anything about the huge battle that erupted northeast of Konoha 2 days ago? Lord Hokage, I was just about to report on that. Minato proceeded to relay his modified version of events. He deliberately omitted Renzo's involvement, instead describing the person who fought Uchiha Madara as a mysterious Uchiha warrior. Additionally, he mentioned that Madara seemed to be targeting Obito, as though orchestrating some hidden scheme. What? Uchiha, and Madara. Are you certain? The third Hokage shot to his feet in shock. His expression turned deathly serious. This was not a name to be taken lightly. Could it have been an impostor, someone merely using Madara's name for some kind of conspiracy? The third speculated. No, that's impossible. Minato shook his head. I questioned Obito about it, and I even personally compared his face to Madara's statue at the Valley of the End. I'm certain that was the real Uchiha Madara. Oh, and one more thing. I saw him use a unique ninjutsu, a towering blue chakra giant, at least 100 meters tall. Also, his Sharingan, it wasn't the usual Tomo pattern. It had a strange, unfamiliar design. And the battle between him and that mysterious Uchiha. Minato took a deep breath, recalling the devastation he had witnessed. Their fight was utterly terrifying. It was like watching gods clash, a battle capable of wiping out everything. Even though I was far away, I still felt insignificant in comparison. His voice was filled with genuine awe. He wasn't exaggerating, this was exactly how he had felt. Despite mastering the Flying Thunder God technique to a high level, Minato had never before felt such an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. They were simply unbeatable. That was the only way to describe the strength displayed by Madara and Renzo. Perhaps that was also why he was so determined to protect Renzo and the Uchiha clan. Though, he wouldn't admit it outright. If Konoha truly pushed the Uchiha into becoming enemies. If they forced Renzo onto the opposing side. Minato didn't even want to imagine the consequences. Would Renzo lose patience and eradicate the third Hokage, Danzo, and every other scheming snake in the village? Would Konoha be plunged into utter destruction? For just a brief moment, a dangerous thought crossed Minato's mind, maybe, if Renzo really did eliminate those people. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Maybe Konoha could be reborn. The thought vanished as quickly as it came. No. He couldn't think like that. That was the kind of thinking that led to disaster. Chapter 110, The Truth Left Behind by Senju Tobirama. You mentioned a giant blue chakra warrior. I've seen something like that before. Did it have two massive swords at its waist, resembling a towering samurai with a crow tengu mask? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grim as he recalled the image and questioned Minato. Huh. That's right. Minato blinked in surprise before nodding. He looked at the third Hokage with curiosity. Lord Hokage, you've actually seen it before. Then, do you think that person was really Uchiha Madara? If Hiruzen had seen it, that would make things easier, it would further validate Minato's claim. Minato genuinely wanted the third Hokage to take this matter seriously. At the same time, he hoped that by using Madara's name, he could pressure Hiruzen and Danzo into easing up on their suppression of the Uchiha clan. He wasn't sure if Madara would retaliate, but he knew that if things escalated too much, Renzo would definitely flip out. Ah. Hiruzen let out a long sigh, picked up his smoking pipe, and started taking deep puffs. Minato frowned slightly as he inhaled the strong, acrid smell of tobacco, silently complaining in his mind, being Hokage really means you can do whatever you want, huh? Not even worried about setting a bad example for the younger generation. Hiruzen, of course, had no idea what Minato was thinking. He simply walked to the window, gazing out at the slightly desolate streets of Konoha. His voice was low and distant. I did see it before, but that was decades ago. You weren't wrong, he really must have been Uchiha Madara. That massive blue chakra warrior is a technique granted by the Sharingan after it evolves beyond the 3-tomo stage, into the Mangekyo Sharingan. That's also why you saw his Sharingan had a different pattern. That kind of power, it's terrifying. As he spoke, Hiruzen's hand trembled slightly, as if recalling a particularly unpleasant memory. Mangekyo Sharingan. Minato's expression showed just the right amount of shock. Yes. Hiruzen nodded. Most people today believe that the 3-tomo Sharingan is the Uchiha clan's ultimate form. Even many Uchiha themselves think that way. But those of us who lived through the Warring States era know the truth, it's far beyond that. At this point, Hiruzen furrowed his brows deeply. Still, by now, Uchiha Madara should be incredibly old. There's no way he could still be alive, right? Besides, we know he was definitely killed by the first Hokage. The Valley of the End was carved out by their battle. That fight shook the heavens and earth. Even though it happened far from Konoha, I could feel the ground tremble all the way from here. Hiruzen turned to Minato, his eyes sharp and serious. What did Madara look like when you saw him? Minato hesitated for a moment before answering. He looked young. If I had to guess, he seemed to be in his early 30s, strong and full of vitality. His hair was long and jet black, and he wore red armor, just like in the old records. Minato carefully described the Madara he had seen. Hiruzen's expression grew even more rigid, his unease deepening. It's confirmed. That was definitely Uchiha Madara. But how? Why hasn't he aged? He locked eyes with Minato. And the fight? What happened? Who won? Where did Madara go? And what about that mysterious Uchiha? Minato answered without hesitation. It seemed like Madara lost. What? That's impossible. Before Minato could continue, Hiruzen interrupted him, his face filled with disbelief. Madara, lose. To another Uchiha. That was beyond absurd. Hiruzen had never seen any Uchiha stronger than Madara. But I saw it with my own eyes, Minato insisted. Madara fled. He left behind a shadow clone to stall the mysterious Uchiha and used it to fight for a while before dispelling it and disappearing. Minato sighed inwardly. Why won't he believe me? I'm telling the truth. No. No. This can't be happening. Hiruzen clutched his head in frustration, his fingers digging into his hair. He was losing it. Who the hell is that Uchiha? How can someone even stronger than Madara exist? What did he look like? At this point, Hiruzen's usual calm and dignified demeanor had completely crumbled. Screw this world. Why does the Uchiha clan keep producing these absolute monsters? This isn't fair. Madara. He was a complete cheat. All the Uchiha were. Against monsters like them, Hiruzen's talent and hard work felt like a cruel joke. So yeah, maybe he did have a reason for not liking the Uchiha. It wasn't really his fault. If anyone was to blame, it was Danzo. That bastard encouraged him. The mysterious Uchiha appeared to be in his 20s or early 30s, Minato described. From what I could see of his build and hair, he was definitely a young man. But he wore a Crow Tengu mask, so I couldn't get a clear look at his face. He continued, I only saw him after he defeated Uchiha Madara. Madara left behind a shadow clone to stall him and then escaped. After that, this Uchiha emerged from his massive puppet-like construct. Minato had already confirmed these details with Kakashi and the others. Hell, he wasn't even worried about Hiruzen questioning them separately. As for interrogation or memory extraction techniques, yeah, no. You don't just use those on your own village's shinobi so easily. That was Minato's confidence in this story, his trump card. It was also why Renzo was willing to trust him. Otherwise, Renzo might have just wiped Team Minato's memories of the entire event. I see. A young Uchiha in his 20s or 30s. There shouldn't be anyone like that in the clan. Could the Uchiha have some secret force they've kept hidden all this time? That was the only logical explanation. Otherwise, how could a random Uchiha nobody surpass Madara? And there was no way it was Uchiha Obito. That kid had zero redeeming qualities. As for Uchiha Renzo, impossible. For one, Renzo hadn't even left Konoha these past few days. He'd been busy training Kurenai and Asuma. Not to mention, Renzo didn't have that kind of power. Hiruzen was willing to acknowledge Renzo's talent. The kid was strong. But compared to Madara? Not even close. Even if Renzo had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan recently, there was no way he could suddenly reach Madara's level and summon a full-body Susanoo of that size. Hiruzen had read Tobirama's research on the Uchiha. He had detailed notes on the Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara's unique abilities, and even Susanoo. Why had Tobirama recorded all that? Hiruzen wasn't sure. But he had read it. And so had Danzo. Wait. Hold on. Hiruzen suddenly froze as a realization struck him. Why did my teacher document all of that in such detail? Could it be, he already knew Madara wasn't actually dead? Izanagi. That's it. It has to be Izanagi. Madara must have faked his death back then by rewriting reality with Izanagi. And later, Tobirama must have discovered the truth. That's why he recorded all this intel on the Mangekyo Sharingan and Madara, to secretly warn us. Hiruzen's brain was on overdrive. Everything clicked into place. The truth was right there. Minato, meanwhile, just stood there watching the third Hokage's expression cycle through panic, disbelief, and sudden enlightenment, like a damn slideshow. Now, Hiruzen was practically shaking with excitement, like he had just solved the world's greatest mystery. Minato's face darkened slightly with concern. Is he okay? Did I just break the third Hokage's brain? Sure, Minato had lost a lot of respect for Hiruzen lately, thanks to Renzo. But he really didn't want the old man to lose it completely. If Hiruzen had to go insane, Minato would rather he wait until after the Third Shinobi War. Once he handed over the Hokage position, then he could go crazy all he wanted. That would be the perfect timing. Plus 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 111, Hermione's Unusual Actions. Still, in Hiruzen's mind, there was no way Renzo was the mysterious Uchiha. He hadn't grown that fast. Besides, as far as Hiruzen knew, overusing a standard Mangekyo Sharingan led to blindness. Tobirama's records confirmed this. Even Uchiha Madara suffered from it back in the day. But then, by transplanting his younger brother Izuna's eyes, he obtained an even more advanced version, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With that, Madara gained the power to fight on equal footing with the first Hokage. And it was thanks to this Eternal Mangekyo that he could manifest such a colossal Susanoo. Renzo, however, didn't have a genius little brother to swap eyes with. It seems the Uchiha clan really does have a hidden force protecting them. That mysterious Uchiha must have come from there. Not even Fugaku is aware of their existence. Hiruzen thought to himself. Otherwise, Fugaku wouldn't be this spineless. And the Uchiha wouldn't have been behaving so obediently all these years. Still, even if that were the case, this was the worst possible news for Hiruzen. At the same time, he felt a bit relieved that he and Danzo hadn't actually acted against the Uchiha yet. Otherwise, hey. Madara's stance was uncertain, perhaps he no longer cared about the Uchiha. After all, Hiruzen knew that back then, Madara was betrayed by his own clan. They refused to follow him and instead chose to remain in Konoha. They had grown attached to the village's peaceful way of life. But this new mysterious Uchiha was the real problem. Since he could summon a chakra giant, it was undeniable that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. And his mastery of it wasn't far off from Madara's. Someone that terrifying wasn't an enemy they could afford to make. I need to have a serious talk with Danzo about our approach to the Uchiha clan from now on, Hiruzen decided. Of course, he also had to verify the information with Kakashi and the others. It wasn't that he didn't trust Minato, but with matters this important, double-checking was necessary. The greater the stakes, the stricter the process. All right. Having made up his mind, Hiruzen waved at Minato. I understand the situation now. You've worked hard, Minato. Go home and rest, otherwise, that Kushina girl is going to come kicking down my door again. There was a clear note of helplessness in his tone. Kushina was difficult to handle, and as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Hiruzen had no choice but to give her some leeway most of the time. Hee, got it. Minato chuckled awkwardly before excusing himself and heading home as quickly as possible. As soon as he was gone, Hiruzen tapped his desk and issued an order to the Umbu hidden in the shadows. Summon Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura immediately. The Umbu ninja silently acknowledged the order and vanished. Meanwhile, Hiruzen sent another team to question Kakashi, Obito, and Rin to confirm the accuracy of Minato's report. After verifying that the information was mostly correct, Danzo and the other two elders arrived. Take a look at this, Hiruzen said, handing over Minato's report. I've already checked the facts, everything lines up. He passed the document to Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. Not bad. At this moment, Renzo withdrew his hidden sensory perception, satisfied with how things played out. Not long after, Fugaku noticed a subtle shift in the third Hokage and Danzo's attitude toward the Uchiha. Even the hidden surveillance on their clan had been significantly reduced. What the hell is going on? Fugaku couldn't wrap his head around it. Still puzzled, he led most of the Uchiha's ninja, alongside members of the Inoshikacho trio and a few Hyuga, to the Land of Water's borders. Their mission, to confront Kirigakuru's forces. Meanwhile, after discussing things with Hiruzen and the other elders, Danzo returned to his underground hideout, his expression grim. Uchiha Madara. Izanagi, huh? Could he really still be alive? But if so, how has he survived for this long? And how has he remained so young? Has he discovered the secret to immortality? Could it be related to his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? And that damn mysterious Uchiha, they're all pests. Danzo hated that unknown Uchiha with a passion. Their existence threw a massive twist into his plans, his schemes against the Uchiha and their Sharingan. But now that such a powerful figure had appeared from the shadows, Danzo had no choice but to lie low for the time being. Of course, he was still waiting for root operatives to bring back intelligence from the battlefield where Madara and the mysterious Uchiha fought. He wasn't going to take Minato's word for it. Only after verifying the information with his own men would he believe it. And if everything turned out to be true, then he'd have no choice but to adjust his plans. But right now, there's a perfect opportunity. So many Uchiha ninjas have been sent to the front lines, if a few more happen to die, if a few more Sharingan happen to be lost, well, isn't that perfectly normal? Danzo had considered taking advantage of the Uchiha's absence, striking while their main forces were away to steal some Sharingan from the nearly defenseless clan compound. But because of his fear of the mysterious Uchiha, and his concern over Hiruzen's stance, he ultimately held back. It would be safer to collect them from the battlefield instead. After all, he needed those Sharingan. The more, the better. Not just for his ongoing secret collaboration with Orochimaru, but also because now, he had to uncover Madara's secret. After all, Danzo was getting old, but his ambition was still burning strong. And to see that ambition realized, he needed a young, powerful body, one capable of sustaining his dream of becoming Hokage. Just you wait. One day, Hiruzen, Madara, that mysterious Uchiha, none of them will be able to stop me from ruling over the entire ninja world. Harry Potter world. Hermione opened her eyes, feeling the surge of power coursing through her body, her magic, her mental strength, everything was skyrocketing. A small smirk formed on her lips. This was the feeling she wanted. Her cheat was finally activated. Hermione. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and come over here. Ron's voice called out from ahead. There's a giant enchanted chessboard. Harry and I are trying to get through it, we just need you. Hermione groaned internally. Seriously, I really don't want to participate in this main character training arc nonsense. Still, she sighed and walked forward. She stood before the massive chessboard, but instead of stepping onto it, she just stood there. Hermione, what are you waiting for? Get in here. You can be the queen piece. Ron was already sitting atop a stone knight, waving at her. The knight itself was carved entirely from rock. Yeah, no thanks. Why don't we just blast our way through? Hermione rolled her eyes, pulling out her wand from inside her robes. With a flick, she pointed it straight at the opposing king piece. Conf Ringo. The moment she cast the spell, a brilliant burst of energy shot from her wand, racing toward the enemy king. It won't work. Ron hadn't even finished speaking. Boom. The Stone King shattered into small pieces, instantly reduced to rubble. Ron. Harry. Dumbledore, secretly watching from the shadows. Ha. Knew it. You were hiding in the shadows watching, you old geezer. Hermione grumbled internally as she sensed a faint trace of magical observation. But outwardly, she didn't react. She immediately fortified her mind with her psychic abilities, ensuring that Dumbledore wouldn't have any opportunity to pull a legilimency stunt on her. To be honest, she had wanted to learn occlumency for a while now, but never found the right chance. And truthfully, occlumency wasn't that easy to master. Now, though. With her new psychic abilities, it was a breeze. Her mental defenses had skyrocketed. Unlike occlumency, which relied on constructing false memories and suppressing emotions to resist legilimency, her psychic barrier was an entirely different level of defense. In fact, Hermione suspected it could even resist the unforgivable curses to some degree. At the very least, Imperius' curse should be useless against her now. And with her newly enhanced mental strength, she was starting to realize just how valuable it was. Not only did her memory and learning abilities increase dramatically, but her magic was also growing at a terrifying pace. Chapter 112, Violent Hermione and Speechless Dumbledore. Has Hermione really mastered the blasting curse, Conf Ringo, to this extent? Dumbledore, observing from the shadows, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Looks like I haven't been paying enough attention to this child. Of course, he knew about Hermione's reputation as a genius. He was well aware that before coming to Hogwarts, Hermione was already a top student at her Muggle school. That's exactly why he rigged the Sorting Hat to place her in Gryffindor, so she could use that brilliant mind of hers to carry Harry and Ron, the two lovable idiots. Hermione. What did you just do? Ron finally snapped out of his daze, screaming in shock. What do you think? I'm clearing the stage for us. Without waiting for a response, Hermione raised her wand again, sending out over a dozen blasting curses at the remaining stone pieces. Boom. 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 The statues were instantly reduced to rubble, filling the entire area with dust. Cough, cough. Ron and Harry immediately started choking, the dust turning them into two walking piles of ash. Scour Jiffy. Scour Jiffy. Scour Jiffy. Hermione casually flicked her wand, casting cleaning spells on both of them. She then waved her wand at the air and the ground, sweeping all the dust into the corners of the room. With that, the path to the next challenge was completely open. That spell-casting speed and precision. Seems like Hermione has excellent control over her magic. Dumbledore was once again impressed from the shadows. Alright, let's go. I'll carry you two useless idiots through the rest of this. Hermione lifted her chin smugly before striding toward the next trial. Ron and Harry exchanged looks. Neither of them knew what to say. Hermione seemed way more violent than before. What are you two idiots standing around for? Hurry up. Hermione's irritated voice echoed from the passage ahead. All right. We're coming. Snapping to attention, Ron and Harry quickly ran after her. For the rest of the obstacles, Hermione simply bulldozed through them with brute force magic. Ron, Harry, and even Dumbledore, who was watching secretly, were left utterly speechless. They had just witnessed the true definition of violence solving everything. At last, they arrived at the final trial. A wall of cursed fire, conjured by the fire trap spell, blocked their path. There was no way through. Please, after you. Ron and Harry immediately stepped aside, dramatically bowing to Hermione and gesturing for her to take the lead. Hermione. What the hell are you two doing? She stared at them, completely baffled. Ron scratched the back of his head. Well, haven't you just been brute forcing everything? Can't you just blast your way through this too? Harry nodded furiously, like a bobblehead. At this point, both of them had fully accepted their role as side characters in the Hermione show. They had no idea this entire gauntlet was actually a carefully crafted test by Dumbledore, designed to help Harry and his friends grow stronger. The ultimate goal. To groom Harry into a hero capable of defeating the Dark Lord. But if Harry and Ron knew the truth, would they be grateful to Dumbledore? Not a chance. Hell no. Who the hell enjoys being forced into these kinds of tests? Ugh, miscalculation. Dumbledore let out a deep sigh from his hidden vantage point. Yep, this test had gone completely off the rails. Aside from the devil's snare at the beginning, which Hermione hadn't blasted apart, every other obstacle had been completely annihilated by her violent spell work. You two are actual morons. Hermione rolled her eyes so hard she almost saw the back of her skull. She was so done. Use your damn brains for once. That's cursed fire. If you so much as touch it, there won't even be ashes left of you. The correct way to deal with this is to use the potions that were clearly set up right in front of us. Ron and Harry both blinked in surprise. This was the same Hermione who had been blasting everything to pieces just a moment ago, right? Wait, so she did know how to follow the rules. They quickly examined the potions on the table. Actually, there wasn't even a need to analyze them, someone had conveniently labeled them all in advance. There's only one potion that grants fire immunity. Ron frowned, looking troubled. Harry did too. Ron turned to Hermione. So, why don't you drink it and go on alone? I mean, you are the strongest here. Harry nodded furiously. Dumbledore. This was not going according to plan. This was supposed to be Harry's moment. Not just because this entire trial was meant for him, but especially because of this final challenge. Because beyond that fire was Voldemort. Among the three of them, only Harry had the lingering protective magic from his mother, the curse of love, the sacrificial protection, which could counter Voldemort. If Hermione went in instead, despite how powerful she seemed throughout this trial, Dumbledore was certain of one thing: she was not a match for Voldemort. Even in his current weakened state, he could still kill her. Sigh, do I have to step in myself? Dumbledore let out a tired sigh in his heart. This was not going according to plan. Hermione was completely ignoring the expected path. You bastards. That's your reason for making me go in alone. Hearing Ron's suggestion, along with Harry nodding like a bobblehead, Hermione was furious. But she took a deep breath, calming herself. No need to make things so complicated. I've actually been studying potion making recently, and I just so happen to have some extra fire resistance potions on me. As she spoke, she dramatically reached into her pocket. Of course, she had already analyzed Snape's fire resistance potion using her omniscience just moments ago. Without anyone noticing, even avoiding Dumbledore's gaze, she had completely deconstructed the potion's formula in just a few seconds. And right now, she simply created an identical one inside her pocket using fantasy creation. Then, she pulled out the bottle and waved it in front of Harry and Ron. Here. Take a look. Smell it. It's exactly the same, isn't it? Whoa, it really is. Harry and Ron took a few whiffs and compared the colors. Then, they both nodded rapidly. Not that they actually knew what they were looking at. They were just rolling with Hermione's confidence, believing she wouldn't joke about something like this. But there are still only 2 bottles. Ron hesitated. You're not going, Hermione said, waving her hand dismissively. Go back and find Professor Dumbledore for backup, just in case something happens. Ron opened his mouth to argue, then immediately shut it. He knew better than to challenge Hermione at this point. After seeing her blow up everything in their path, he was genuinely afraid she'd blast him into dust too. All right. Harry, on the other hand, wasted no time. He grabbed one of the potions, downed it in one gulp, and ran straight into the fire. Hermione followed right behind, drinking her own potion as she stepped through the flames. Oh. She can already brew such an advanced potion. No wonder Snape keeps calling her a prodigy in potions. Dumbledore stroked his beard with a smile of approval. On the other side of the flames, Harry and Hermione entered the final chamber. And there, waiting for them, was Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell. Why is it you? Where's Snape? Harry stared at the men in the purple turban, his face full of disbelief. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Quirrell let out a sinister chuckle, his expression filled with mockery. Look at you. Even now, our dear savior still believes that Snape was the mastermind behind all of this. Ha. Poor Snape. He was trying to protect you this entire time. Snape was protecting me. That's impossible. Harry screamed in denial. No way. For the past half-year, Snape had constantly targeted him. Always embarrass him in class. Always finds reasons to deduct his points. Harry hated Snape. And he was sure Snape hated him just as much. Otherwise, why would Snape always be making his life miserable? And now Quirrell was telling him Snape was actually a good guy. Harry just wanted to scream, bullshit. Ha 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 ha. Quirrell laughed even harder, enjoying Harry's pain and confusion. But that's the truth. Now, tell me where the Philosopher's Stone is. As he spoke, Quirrell stepped closer to Harry. Fool. Take off that ridiculous turban. Let me speak to our dear savior myself. A hoarse, sinister voice echoed from the back of Quirrell's head. Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. Hermione, on the other hand, was completely unfazed. She was watching this unfold like she was enjoying a show, her expression almost amused. And that really pissed Voldemort off. Enough. Give me control of the body. Voldemort forcibly seized control from Quirrell. Ah. No. Master, please. Don't do this. Quirrell let out a final scream before collapsing to his knees. V. Voldemort. Harry finally saw it, the face on the back of Quirrell's head. A face he recognized instantly. His eyes widened in terror. Hermione. Run. Without hesitation, he grabbed Hermione's hand, ready to make a break for it. Chapter 113, Hermione destroys Voldemort's soul, bonus. You idiot. How can you think about running away at a time like this? Hermione rolled her eyes. No matter how hard Harry tried to pull her, she didn't move an inch. To Harry, it felt like he was trying to drag a statue. Hermione, why are you so heavy? Harry was shocked but quickly shook it off, still pulling on her. We need to run. That's Voldemort. We can't win. We have to go get Headmaster Dumbledore. That was the Dark Lord after all. Hermione scoffed. Oh please, it's just a half-dead Voldemort. Why are you so scared? She grabbed Harry's wrist and, whoosh, in the blink of an eye, she moved so fast that she suddenly appeared behind Professor Quirrell. Bam. Before Voldemort could even react, she delivered a powerful kick straight to his back, sending him flying. Voldemort crashed hard into a stone pillar before rolling to the ground. Dumbledore. Harry. Voldemort. Did the Dark Lord just get drop-kicked by a first-year girl? This felt completely surreal. Also, wasn't Hermione way too fast just now? You filthy little mudblood. You're dead. Voldemort, who had fully taken over Quirrell's body, roared in fury. He struggled to his feet and reached into Quirrell's robes, attempting to draw his wand. As if I'd let you. Before he could even grab it properly, Hermione flashed forward again, dragging Harry along like a doll. In an instant, she appeared right in front of Voldemort. She grabbed his wand. Snap. And broke it in half. Voldemort. What the hell? Voldemort was shocked. Then, his shock turned into rage. For years, he had ruled as the Dark Lord, feared by wizards everywhere. Never before had he suffered such humiliation. And now, a first-year girl had just stolen and snapped his wand right in front of him. This wasn't just breaking a wand, this was shattering his dignity. You little brat. Do you think this is over? I am the Dark Lord. Furious, Voldemort's body surged with dark magic. He raised a single finger, a sickly green glow forming at the tip as he prepared to cast a spell without a wand. Oh no, you don't. At that critical moment, Hermione didn't hesitate and used the weapon in her hand. She threw Harry forward. Harry, still dazed from being dragged around at lightning speed, had no idea what was happening. His hand collided directly with Voldemort's hand. Instantly. Crack. Voldemort's entire arm turned to stone and crumbled into dust on the floor. But Hermione wasn't done yet. Still holding on to Harry, she shoved his face straight into Voldemort's. Arg. Voldemort let out a blood-curdling scream as his face began to decay. Within seconds, his entire body crumbled into ash. All that remained was an empty pile of clothes. No. Damn you, damn you, damn you. But Voldemort wasn't completely gone. His soul, now a shadowy wisp, shot out from the remains, attempting to escape. But before disappearing, he let out a furious roar, just like every villain does. Filthy mudblood brat. I will make you pay for this. Hermione didn't even think about letting him go. Harry Shuriken technique. With a swift, Uchiha-style throw, she threw Harry's unconscious body straight at Voldemort's soul. Fortunately, Harry had already passed out when his face had been smashed into Quirrell's. Otherwise, he definitely would have been screaming right now. Splat. Harry slammed into Voldemort's wraith-like soul. Aya. Voldemort's final shriek filled the air before he decayed completely. Gone. Not a trace left behind. Phew. That's it. Hermione leaped up, caught Harry mid-fall by the collar, and landed gracefully. Grinning brightly, she gave a little twirl. All done. Hee hee. The Dark Lord wasn't that tough after all. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who had been watching in secret. He was completely speechless. Just, what the hell did he just witness? The Dark Lord's main soul was completely destroyed. Just like that. And Harry. Harry didn't do a single thing. No trial, no hardship, no character growth. He was literally just a weapon. Dumbledore let out a long sigh. This was not how things were supposed to go. Dumbledore was feeling very troubled right now. He had no idea what to do anymore. This was supposed to be Harry's big trial, a test to help him grow. Instead, Hermione soloed the Dark Lord. There was zero learning experience for Harry. However, Dumbledore had to admit, Hermione was unexpectedly strong and incredibly sharp. From his point she managed to figure out Voldemort's weakness, Harry's ability to counter him, just from Voldemort's brief moments of fear and hesitation. At least that part made Dumbledore feel somewhat relieved. Maybe I should give Hermione more responsibility. Dumbledore stroked his beard, deep in thought. On the other side, Hermione suddenly shivered. Ugh, why do I feel like someone's plotting against me, she muttered, rubbing her arms. Poof. With a soft pop, Dumbledore appara'd right in front of her, sighing heavily. Professor. Hermione's eyes lit up, and she quickly took 2 steps forward. You're finally here. You have no idea how dangerous things just got. We actually found the Dark Lord down here. Turns out, Professor Quirrell was the real villain all along. And guess what? Voldemort's ugly face was stuck to the back of Quirrell's head. She launched into a non-stop chatter, detailing everything at lightning speed. Dumbledore twitched. This wasn't the Hermione he had imagined. Oh, wait. She had already broken character long ago. Never mind, then. Wait, no, this was still a problem. All right. Miss Granger. Dumbledore quickly raised a hand to stop her from talking him to death. I understand the situation. For now, let's focus on getting Harry to the hospital wing first. Fine, Hermione pouted. She smacked her lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied, but still threw the unconscious Harry over to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's eyebrow twitched again. This delicate-looking girl was lifting and throwing a whole human as if he were a rag doll. All right, let's go. He checked on Harry, confirming that he was merely knocked out from the impact, nothing serious. Feeling relieved, he motioned for Hermione to follow him out of the underground chamber. As they walked, Hermione sidled up to him. Hey, Professor, she grinned. I totally took out the Dark Lord this time. Doesn't that deserve a reward? How about lending me that Philosopher's Stone? I'd love to study it. I'm super curious about alchemy. Dumbledore slipped while walking, nearly falling over. This girl. Thankfully, he steadied himself quickly. He gave her a long, analyzing look, then asked cautiously, why do you want the Philosopher's Stone? Why else? Hermione shrugged, looking innocent. It's one of the greatest alchemical achievements of all time. I've read about it in so many books. Apparently, it can turn things into gold. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. And if I can turn anything into gold? She continued, deliberately putting on an exaggerated look of greedy excitement, then I can buy all the magic books and potion ingredients I want. I'd never run out of money for research again. Her logic was flawless. Sure, she could technically use her own powers, fantasy creation, to materialize galleons, but that wasn't exactly legal. She needed a legitimate source of income. At least for initial funding. After that, she could find other ways to create money openly while keeping her real abilities hidden. This was the perfect opportunity. Sure enough, Dumbledore's eyes softened. Hearing Hermione's words, his suspicion vanished. Instead, he felt a hint of pity. He suddenly remembered Hermione's background. As a Muggle-born, she had no wealthy wizarding family to support her. She was stuck with the Ministry's ridiculous currency exchange limits. Muggle-born students could only exchange a set amount of Muggle money for galleons each year, 200 galleons, max. And once they graduated, they had to pay it back over time. As for those fanfiction theories Hermione had read in her past life, the ones that said Muggle-borns could just infinitely exchange pounds for galleons. Total nonsense. Like hell those greedy goblins would let someone exploit the system. They weren't stupid. They knew that unlimited currency exchange would completely crash the magical economy. And that would never happen. Plus 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 114, A Marriage Ad for Snape. Back on track. Dumbledore realized Hermione was really short on money. And she was exceptionally talented in potions, not to mention how eager she was to learn. After a moment of reflection, he decided to reward her. I can't give you the Philosopher's Stone, but I can reward you with 2,000 galleons. Also, if you want access to more magic books, I can issue you a special permit to enter the restricted section. Of course, some books are still off limits, you'll have to wait for those. Additionally, if you want to study potion making, I can have Snape personally tutor you. He will provide the ingredients you need as well. What do you think of this reward? After all, Snape did admire Hermione's talent in potions, right? This was a perfect chance to find him a student. Hearing this, Hermione's eyes widened in shock and excitement. Are you serious? Haha. Of course. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, my word carries weight. Then I accept. Thank you, headmaster. You're the best. Hee hee. Dumbledore chuckled heartily. Hermione grinned and thanked him cheerfully. The money was nice, but the real prize was a legitimate pass to the restricted section and Snape's personal tutoring. Plus, she wouldn't have to pay for ingredients. What could be better than that? She could already see herself mastering magic and potions at an insane pace. 5 days later. Uchiha Renzo, Pirate Renzo, and the others had just finished syncing new memories and abilities with Hermione. They all looked at each other. And they all had the same reaction, their eye muscles twitched uncontrollably. What's with those looks? Hermione asked, completely baffled. Ahem. Uchiha Renzo cleared his throat and said, we're just shocked by your brutal methods. Beating every challenge with pure violence was already surprising enough. But you actually used Harry as a human weapon against Voldemort. Gotta admit, that's some next-level strategy. Dumbledore is still so impressed with you. But if Harry had gotten seriously hurt, he'd probably be out for revenge. That boy was Dumbledore's carefully groomed, chosen one. Oh, come on. Hermione rolled her eyes. I'm not the original Hermione. I've always been like this. I just had to hold back before because I wasn't strong enough. And besides, Dumbledore's ultimate goal is to eliminate Voldemort. The method doesn't matter. He's not Harry's babysitter, why would he blame me over something like this? Dumbledore's morals were respectable overall. Sure, he had his manipulative moments, but at the end of the day, he was still a good person. That's true. Uchiha Renzo nodded, then smirked. But getting Snape, the bat of the dungeons, to genuinely agree to teach you. Now that's impressive. Make sure to milk every bit of knowledge out of that old bat. This is a golden opportunity. And don't forget to absorb as much magic as possible from the restricted section. Occlumency and Fiend Fire, for example, are incredibly useful. It had only been a few days, and Hermione had already mastered so many new abilities. Uchiha Renzo, Pirate Renzo, and even the Gundam Renzo were thrilled. Of course. Hermione crossed her arms and lifted her chin proudly. I am a genius, after all. Even Dumbledore would want to train me personally. As for Snape, he's actually a great teacher. People misunderstand him too much. And honestly, he's kind of a tragic guy. She couldn't just let him die alone and miserable. So, she decided, she was going to post a marriage ad for Snape in the Wizarding newspaper. She was determined to find him a nice witch wife. With Snape's reputation as a potions master, plenty of witches in the magical world would definitely be interested. And honestly, this was going to be hilarious. Immediately, Hermione shared her idea with Uchiha Renzo and the others, asking for their input. They all stared at her. More twitching. Way more twitching. After a long silence, Uchiha Renzo sighed and finally said, I mean, it's not a bad idea. I just didn't expect you to be this crazy. Is this just who you are? What? Hermione's face turned a bit red. I am not crazy. I'm just helpful. She pouted but then grinned again. Since you all think it's a good idea, I'll go for it. Hee hee. And just like that, Hermione made a decision that would change Snape's life forever. You know, Uchiha Renzo said dryly, maybe you should discuss this with Dumbledore first. I'm pretty sure he'd support you. There was no way anyone could keep something like this from Dumbledore. And if they wanted to keep Snape in the dark, set everything up properly, and ensure nothing went wrong, they would definitely need Dumbledore's support. Makes sense. I'll go discuss it with him, then. Hermione nodded. Dumbledore knew all too well about Snape's painful past. If there was a way to help him move on, step out of his shadow, and start a new life, he probably wouldn't refuse. Oh, right. At that moment, Hermione Renzo turned to Uchiha Renzo. I bought one of those magical suitcases like Newt Scamander's. Just a smaller version. The principle behind it is the same, the only difference is the material and the cost of making it. Also, I've mastered the undetectable extension charm. You should be able to start working on creating your own storage space now. By the way, I never actually asked, can our world's magic be used in yours? Uchiha Renzo and the rest all shook their heads. Nope. Still the same issue with different world rules. The way you guys use magic relies on wands, specific movements, and incantations to activate spells. Honestly, that's kind of weird. Clearly, your world has something like a magic network that simplifies the entire process. For us to actually use your spells, we'd need more than just our visual abilities and Takamagara's projection techniques. We'd have to study the underlying magical scripts and spell formations, break down each spell into its core structure, and fully understand how magic energy is converted and applied. This wasn't exactly surprising. Hermione simply nodded, unfazed. I see. I'll start learning more about this and work on reverse engineering spells from the simplest ones first. Not that it would be a problem for her. After all, she had cheats. And if she ran into anything she didn't understand, she could always ask Snape, Dumbledore, or Professor Flitwick. That was the advantage of being a brilliant student. We're looking forward to it. Pirate Renzo and the others grinned. Sure, they could cast spells through Takamagara's domain projection, but having a proper method would make things much more convenient. Oh, and another thing. Hermione turned to Gundam Renzo. I need some advanced biological instruments for my potion studies. I want to try integrating future technology to make potion brewing more precise and efficient. Can you help me learn about and memorize some of the top-tier equipment? I'll try building them myself. She was even considering creating a quantum computer and programming her own AI assistant, something like Red Queen, to help with her research. She already had the perfect place in mind, the room of requirement. As long as she set up the necessary protective measures, it would work just fine. Of course, there was still one major issue to solve. Magic interference. Technology and electronics tend to short out and malfunction when around strong sources of magic. Especially in a place like Hogwarts, where magical energy was densely concentrated. So using advanced technology in Hogwarts was no easy feat, especially anything electronic. Got it. Give me 2 days. Let's meet here at noon. Gundam Renzo agreed easily. This wasn't difficult for him. Make it nighttime instead. Hermione shook her head. I might not have free time during the day. You guys know how it is, I'm still a student, and my schedule isn't exactly flexible. Sometimes, I really envy you guys for not having to deal with school. Chapter 115, Eevee's 5 New Evolution Forms. Whatever suits you, Hermione. Gundam Renzo didn't really mind. Lately, he had been relatively free. Thanks to his dojutsu omniscience ability, the research on blood orchids and the genetic technology of coordinators had made significant progress. It wouldn't be long before they achieved real results. Should I make a move on that woman, Lakis? Gundam pondered. In his previous life, opinions about her were mixed. But one thing was undeniable, she was a highly capable woman. If he could subdue her, she wouldn't betray him. Instead, she would be an invaluable ally. After all, his ultimate goal was to venture beyond the solar system and into the universe. It's worth a shot. Gundam Renzo finally decided he would secure Lakis. It would make taking control of Plant in the future much easier, which would greatly benefit his long-term plans. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from within a space portal. The next moment, an ice Eevee dashed out of the portal, leaped into the air, and landed right in the middle of the table. Puffing out its chest proudly, the ice Eevee smirked. Tada. Uchiha. Everyone. I did it. Oh. Eevee, is this your Glacian form? Uchiha Renzo and the others immediately gathered around. Before Eevee could continue basking in its glory, multiple hands shot out and landed on its body. Before it even had a chance to dodge, a forced memory sharing session was initiated. Oh ho. So that's how it works. And it's not just Glacian. You've also awakened Leafian, Sylveon, Jolteon, and Flareon. You're only missing Umbreon now from the standard 8 forms. That's incredible. Everyone immediately started discussing excitedly. Eevee, _. You damn bastards. Can't you at least let me finish speaking before stealing my moment? You just had to ruin my fun, didn't you? Unbelievable. Eevee was absolutely fuming. What kind of people were these? Ahem. Eevee, you're amazing. Uchiha Renzo flashed a thumbs up at Eevee. It had only been a few days, and it had already succeeded. With this, Uchiha Renzo now had access to ice, grass, and fairy innate attributes, while his lightning and fire attributes had also become even stronger. And that wasn't even counting all the new abilities Eevee had gained. Especially Leafian's abilities. I wonder, can I awaken would release through my new wood attribute? Uchiha Renzo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Just test it when you get back. Worst case scenario, if it doesn't work, we'll just speed up the research on Hashirama cells and create a proper wood release Kekkei Genkai. Gundam Renzo laughed. It wasn't like before. Now, with dojutsu omniscience, all their experiments and studies had become significantly easier. True. Uchiha Renzo nodded. I'll try it out once I get back. Then, he turned to Eevee. Eevee, try to learn as many skills from your new forms as possible. For example, Glacian's Hail, Freeze Dry, Blizzard, Ice Beam, and Rain Dance. Leafian's magical leaf, sunny day, synthesis, and grass knot. And of course, skills from Jolteon, Flareon, and Sylveon too, learn as many as you can. He had noticed that even the seemingly less important skills Eevee had could become incredibly powerful once modified. Just like the tackle move, at first glance, it was nothing special, but it eventually led to the development of his impact punch combat system. Yeah. At that moment, Demon Slayer Renzo joined in excitedly. Also, don't forget Solar Beam, Solar Blade, and Morning Sun. I've been waiting too long for them. Finally. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Kibutsuji Musen. You're finished. Ha ha ha. Demon Slayer Renzo grinned mischievously. Enough already. Eevee rolled its eyes dramatically. What do you guys think I am? A learning machine. You're dumping all this on me at once, at least give me some time. I'll do my best, okay. Eevee did want to master as many moves as possible. But more than that, it needed to improve its control over these new elemental abilities. Otherwise, in unfamiliar forms, it wouldn't be able to fight at full strength. Hee hee. Then we'll be counting on you. Uchiha Renzo and the others chuckled. After some more casual chatting, they all eventually went their separate ways. Pokémon World. Eevee, you're amazing. You managed to master 5 new evolution forms so quickly. I never even knew Eevee had so many different forms. Maybe you'll really awaken all 18 evolutions someday. Cynthia hugged Eevee tightly, gently rubbing its cool, icy fur in its Glacian form. It felt so refreshing. Of course. Eevee proudly lifted its head. Mastering all 18 evolutions has always been my goal. Now, I'm already halfway there. The rest won't be a problem either, I just know it. Even if this world couldn't help it achieve that goal, there were other worlds out there. As long as Python Renzo successfully fused with dragon blood, or if a new recruit arrived with the dragon bloodline, Eevee was confident it could awaken its dragon evolution. It had already compared the dragon genes from Hermione's world to the dragon-type Pokémon in its own world. They shared many similarities, and in some areas, they could complement and enhance each other. That's why Eevee had asked Apocalypse Renzo, Gundam Renzo, and Hermione to help research a way to fuse the 2 dragon-type genes, either through a scientific method or a special potion. If successful, not only would Eevee awaken a powerful dragon evolution, but Garchomp and Dratini could also undergo further evolution and transformation. Should we tell Grandma? She'd be thrilled to hear about this. Cynthia looked at Eevee for confirmation. Go ahead. Eevee nodded. Besides, I need the professor's help collecting some rare TM discs so I can learn even more skills. Otherwise, I won't be able to unleash the full potential of my evolutions. Got it. I'll call her right now. Cynthia quickly pulled out her phone, a special device produced by the Renzo group, and dialed Professor Carolina. The call connected almost instantly. Cynthia. Calling me at this hour, what's the occasion? On the screen, Professor Carolina appeared with a warm, grandmotherly smile. Hee hee. Cynthia giggled mischievously. What, I can't call my lovely grandma just to chat. Professor Carolina chuckled. Oh please, I know you too well. You hardly ever call for no reason. Now, out with it, what's up? It's actually Eevee who needs something. Eevee hopped into view and excitedly explained its 5 new evolutions to the professor. Then it added. I'll have Red Queen send you all my research notes and data. You can use my findings as a reference for perfecting the evolution process for these 5 forms. Also, I need TMs for my new evolution forms, stuff like Sunny Day, Blizzard, Grass Knot. These moves are super rare in the market. I need your help to track them down. If Eevee searched for them itself, it would probably find them eventually, but that would take too much time. And Eevee still wanted to travel with Cynthia, so it didn't have the luxury to waste time. Leave it to me. Professor Carolina nodded. I'll gather them as quickly as possible and send them over. Now, if that's all, I need to get back to my experiments. Before Cynthia could even react, Professor Carolina hung up the call. Cynthia. Seriously. Grandma, that was so rude. You didn't even say goodbye. She pouted, clearly upset. Haha. Eevee couldn't help but laugh and shake its head. Come on, you know how obsessed she is with research. Whenever something interesting comes up, she forgets about everything else. And this time, she just got 5 new evolutions to study, of course she's excited. I don't care. Cynthia hugged Eevee tightly, pouting even more. You have to make it up to me. I want ice cream, 7 flavors. You're gonna give yourself a stomachache. Eevee sighed in defeat. Cynthia could be pretty stubborn when she wanted to be. But that was also part of what made her adorable. I don't care. Cynthia suddenly lifted Eevee up. Eevee got the message and quickly reverted to its normal Eevee form, letting her scoop it up into her arms. Cynthia's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Besides, I've gotten a lot stronger now. A little ice cream won't hurt. Let's go, let's go. Without waiting, she rushed off toward Vermilion City's food street, still clutching Eevee. Chapter 116, Would Release Success, Bonus. Naruto World. Vine Whip. Razor Leaf. Good, now, Uchiha Renzo focused on the seeds in front of him. Would Release, Sprouting Technique. Damn, still not quite there, huh? Watching his sprouting technique fail once again, Renzo sighed, feeling a bit frustrated. Shaking his head, he returned to his lab, activated his dojutsu, Omniscience, and began analyzing Hashirama cells again. His goal? To fully understand the nature of would-release chakra. And just like that, another entire day passed. After hours of research, Renzo finally felt a dry, stinging sensation in his right eye, forcing him to stop. Rubbing his eye, he muttered. Damn, my visual power still isn't enough. If only I had unlimited dojutsu energy. With that thought, he grabbed his eye patch from the side and gave an order to Red Queen. Red Queen, transfer some dojutsu energy to me. Understood, Master. Without hesitation, Red Queen obeyed, injecting some of Renzo's previously stored dojutsu energy into his right eye. Only after consuming 10% of his reserves did Renzo stop the transfer and resume his would-release research. Of course, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could naturally regenerate dojutsu energy over time by using chakra and mental energy. But who the hell keeps their dojutsu active all day long like Renzo? Even with massive energy reserves, the drain was too much, and regeneration couldn't keep up with consumption. 5 days later. Would release, sprouting technique. Renzo returned to his test site, ready for another attempt. After forming hand seals, he slammed his palm onto the ground. The next moment, dozens of tiny sprouts successfully emerged from the seeds. Ha! Finally. It worked. Renzo burst out laughing in excitement. The research direction was right all along. Then let's take it up a notch. Would release, Great Forest Technique. After cancelling the sprouting technique, Renzo formed another series of seals, this time using all the properties of would release. ZZZZZHHH. ZZZHHHHH. The ground in front of him exploded as hundreds of thick roots burst from below, rapidly expanding. In just 2 seconds, an entire miniature forest of towering trees had formed. As expected. Once the fundamentals are mastered, learning the more advanced techniques is just a matter of time. This was exactly why he had been focusing on the sprouting technique in the first place, mastering control and stability before moving on to larger-scale techniques. Now, the final piece of the puzzle. Mastering Yang release chakra transformation and integrating it into my would release. Renzo stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had now officially awakened his would release ability. At first, the grass-type energy he had absorbed from Eevee had some key differences from true would release chakra. That's why his previous attempts had all failed, even basic techniques like sprouting technique had been impossible to execute. But after extensive Hashirama cell research, he finally identified the differences and successfully converted his grass-type energy into true would release chakra. Oh, right. About these techniques. Renzo had traded for all these would release jutsu from Orochimaru. Gotta give that snake some credit, dude was obsessed with collecting jutsu, and even had would release techniques in his collection. Not just simple sprouting technique or great forest technique. He even had wood dragon technique and wood human technique, just not the sage art versions. Renzo figured he must have gotten them from Danzo. After all, Orochimaru had been researching Hashirama cells for Danzo for years, and they even managed to create Yamato. Yeah, Renzo definitely helped with that one, his genetic research played a role, but he wasn't about to take credit. While researching Hashirama cells and the essence of wood release, Renzo made a shocking discovery: wood release isn't just a Kekii Genkai. It's actually a Kekii Tota. Just like Inoki's dust release. Of course, Hashirama himself was on a whole different level than Inoki, but the principle was the same, both were fusions of 3 chakra natures. Dust release equals wind plus earth plus fire. Wood release equals water plus earth plus yang. And yang release wasn't like the basic 5 elements. It was closer to the true essence of chakra itself, a higher tier energy that surpassed ordinary elemental natures. That's why wood release infused with yang energy was so insanely powerful. Of course, it was also powerful because its user Senju Hashirama was an absolute beast. With his sage body, insane life force, and strong yang release affinity, combined with sage mode, it was no wonder his wood release was god tier. Yang release, huh? The best way would be to create a true wood release and a sage body. But these weakened Hashirama cells aren't going to cut it. I need the original Hashirama cells. Maybe, the Uzumaki clan's bloodline could work too. Renzo rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The search for pure Hashirama cells. Right now, the only person with access to original Hashirama cells was Danzo, even Orochimaru didn't have them. As for Uzumaki bloodline cells, even with my relationship with Minato-sensei, getting them from Kushina Uzumaki would be nearly impossible. It'd cause way too many problems. After all, how the hell was he supposed to explain that he wanted to study the Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkai? That was forbidden territory. No clan would ever allow outsiders to experiment on their bloodline secrets. Yeah, asking Kushina was off the table. That means my best option is to head to Grass Ninja Village and find Uzumaki Karen and her mother. He wasn't sure if Karen had been born yet, but either way, it didn't matter. With his plan set, Renzo returned to Konoha, leaving behind a water clone to maintain his presence. Then, without wasting any time, his real body teleported out of the village, appearing in an isolated area outside Konoha. After locking onto the Flying Thunder God seal he had previously placed on the Land of Grass's border, Renzo activated Flying Thunder God. Whoosh! In an instant, he traveled hundreds of kilometers, arriving at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. Humph, the war still hasn't ended. Looks like Inoki isn't ready to back down just yet. Expanding his sensory range, Renzo immediately picked up on scattered skirmishes between Iwa Nin and Konoha ninjas along the border. Not his problem. Disguising himself with transformation jutsu, he vanished from sight and continued teleporting toward Grass Ninja Village. Within minutes, he arrived outside the village, having left several Flying Thunder God seals along the way, just in case he needed a quick escape route later. Upon arrival, Renzo expanded his mental perception, covering the entire Grass Ninja Village in his sensory field. Found her. And her situation looks pretty bad. By detecting chakra levels and life force, he easily pinpointed a woman with an immense chakra reserve and strong vitality. But her life force was severely drained. It was obvious, Grass Ninja Village had already discovered her unique ability. The ability to heal others by letting them bite her and absorb her chakra. They had turned her into a walking blood bank. She's pregnant. Renzo suddenly sensed another life signature inside her. Though it was just over a month old, there was no doubt, this was Karen, still in the womb. With his targets located, Renzo didn't hesitate. Even though Karen's mother was inside the Grass Ninja Village's hospital, surrounded by guards and medics, he didn't care. He knew they were only keeping her alive until she gave birth, just so they could have another person to drain. Whoosh! In an instant, Renzo teleported straight next to Karen's mother. Who's there? Enemy attack. The Grass Ninja guards monitoring her immediately jumped into action, drawing their weapons and charging at Renzo without hesitation. Their orders from the Grass Kage were clear: kill or capture anyone who tried to approach Uzumaki Rina. No one was allowed to interfere with Grass Ninja Village's secret healing tool. For years, their casualties had been drastically reduced thanks to Uzumaki Rina. Oh, and there was also her husband, another Uzumaki clan member. Well, he used to be alive. Just a few weeks ago, after discovering Rina was pregnant, Grass Ninja Village doubled the demand for her healing ability. Her husband had been forced to take on both their shares of healing. And in just half a month, they had completely drained him dry. His chakra and life force were sucked out until he dropped dead. Chapter 117, The Shameless Kuzakage. Heh. Seeing the Grass Ninja charging at him with their swords drawn, Renzo let out a cold sneer. Without hesitation, he activated Body Flicker, turning into a blur of afterimages as he easily evaded their attacks. Bam. 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 With swift and powerful kicks, he sent each of the Grass Ninjas flying. They crashed through wooden walls and were thrown far into the distance. Ugh. You. Blood spewed from their mouths midair as they were flung away. How terrifying was Renzo's strength now. Every casual movement carried tens of tons of force, a result of his intense training alongside Python and Pirate Renzo. These Grass Ninjas had no chance. After taking a single blow from Renzo's furious strikes, their chests caved in, and then died. Even in their final moments, their first instinct was to reach out towards Uzumaki Rina, desperately hoping to suck her blood and heal. The corruption of the Grass Ninja Village, Kuzagakure, disgusted Renzo. His gaze grew even colder. These people truly deserve to die. Alright, time to leave. After finishing off the Grass Ninjas, Renzo turned back to Uzumaki Rina and spoke directly to her. Why you? Who are you? Did you come just for me? Uzumaki Rina's voice was filled with fear, but also a trace of curiosity and hope. For years, she and her husband had prayed that someone would rescue them from this nightmare. But no one ever came. Now, Renzo had suddenly appeared, leaving her bewildered. If that's how you want to see it, then sure. Renzo nodded. But why? Rina remained cautious. There was no way she could simply trust him just because he just looked good. Even though Renzo used transformation jutsu, he still couldn't completely hide his handsomeness. Ahem. Alright, fine, he had based this form on Pirate Renzo's template, making him devastatingly handsome, only slightly below his true self. It was acceptable. Because you are an Uzumaki, Renzo stated bluntly. You. Hearing those words, Rina's pupils contracted sharply. Instead of relaxing, her experiences over the past few years made her even more wary. So, in the end, you're just like all the others. Her heart was filled with bitterness. Fate was so cruel. Seeing her expression, Renzo immediately understood what she was thinking. He sighed, walked over, and grabbed her hand without hesitation. Ignoring the frightened medical staff and injured ninjas around them, he led her outside the hospital. At the same time, he sent her a telepathic message. Relax, I'm a Konoha ninja. I have no interest in your healing abilities. I came to rescue you because I recently heard that there was an Uzumaki here. My friend and teacher, Namikaze Minato, has a girlfriend from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was once Konoha's ally. That's why I made the trip. After this, I'll take you to Konoha. Of course, if you don't want to go, I can arrange something else for you. I can take you to Tsunade of the legendary Sannin. Her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, was once the princess of the Uzumaki clan. She will definitely take care of you. Renzo didn't actually need Rina herself, just a small sample of her blood cells was enough for his research. As compensation, he didn't mind saving her and her unborn child, Uzumaki Karen, so they could live a better life. In the original timeline, Rina died a horrible death. And Karen's childhood was equally miserable. If he could change that, he would. Ah. You. Hearing the voice in her head, Rina was momentarily stunned. But after listening to Renzo's words, she was moved. She hurriedly asked for confirmation, are you telling the truth? You're really from there. She didn't say Konoha directly. Because by now, many more grass ninjas had gathered around them, drawn by the commotion. I have no reason to lie to you. Now, go with my shadow clone for a moment and watch me avenge you. After that, we'll leave. As he spoke, Renzo quickly formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone. The clone grabbed Rina and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport her outside the village, to a high ground overlooking the grass ninja village. From there, she could see the entire village. That was Konoha Spacetime Ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God. Are you Namikaze Minato? A voice rang out as the Kuzakage of the grass ninja village arrived on the scene, his eyes narrowing at Renzo. Why did you break into my village, kill our shinobi, and even abduct our important medical personnel? Are you trying to ruin the relationship between our two villages? Return her immediately and offer a proper compensation, or we will not let this slide. The Kuzakage immediately took the initiative, questioning aggressively. After all, at this moment, Konoha and Kuzagakure had recently renewed their alliance contract. If the man in front of him was truly Namikaze Minato, then he could use Konoha's name to threaten and manipulate him. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha's third Hokage, was a spineless fool who always preached peace. He was always willing to compromise. Grass Ninja Village loved Hokages like that. Over the years, their village had wavered between Iwagakure and Konoha, often siding more with IWA ninjas. Yet, Konoha never did anything about it. Instead, they repeatedly signed alliance treaties with them. A village that was so easy to deceive and manipulate. They loved that. Hey, your so-called important medical personnel. Renzo chuckled coldly, looking at the Kuzakage with disdain. More like a walking blood bank. Kuzakage. Since you know my name, then you should know exactly what kind of woman I am involved with. As he said this, his gaze turned even colder. Your grass ninja village actually dared to imprison a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, a former ally of Konoha, and treat her like a mobile blood supply. Tell me, how would you like to die? The moment he uttered the word die, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Renzo, spreading like a tidal wave. The surrounding grass ninja turned pale with fear. This isn't our fault. The Kuzakage immediately realized the situation was dire, but still tried to argue. We had no idea they were from the Uzumaki clan. If not for us saving and taking them in, they would have died long ago. They should be grateful. Renzo scoffed. Oh. So not only should I not blame you, but I should be thanking you instead. No need for gratitude. Just leave her behind, and that will be enough. Uzumaki Rina has received so much from our village, staying here is the best way for her to repay us. The Kuzakage's shamelessness reached new heights. He probably thought that this Namikaze Minato didn't seem too aggressive after all. Maybe he could bargain with him. Maybe even gain some benefits. Of course, keeping Uzumaki Rina would be ideal. He couldn't bear to lose such a valuable asset. As long as he had Uzumaki Rina, no matter how severe his injuries, he could always be healed. The temptation was simply too great. Meanwhile, Renzo's shadow clone went and spoke with Namikaze Minato. Minato-sensei. What do you think? Renzo's shadow clone addressed him directly. If he wanted to bring Uzumaki Rina into Konoha, informing Minato and Kushina would be the best option. It would also be an excellent way to gain favor with them. This would lay the groundwork for Renzo to later acquire the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques from Kushina. Of course, he had already obtained a sample of Uzumaki Rina's blood earlier while treating her. A small amount was all he needed. So, once he confirmed that she was indeed in Grass Ninja Village, he immediately used his wristwatch communicator to contact his clone in Konoha. That clone then informed Minato. As expected, these people deserve to die. Minato's usually warm expression had darkened. Through the wristwatch's projection, he had seen and heard the entire conversation. Even with his calm nature, he was furious. Of course, maybe part of it was also fear that if he didn't handle this properly, Kushina would punish him when he got home. I'm going over. I'll leave this side to you. With that, Minato handed a Flying Thunder God kunai to Renzo's shadow clone. Renzo's clone took it and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the kunai to his main body's side. In an instant, Minato disappeared with a whoosh and reappeared right beside Renzo's true body, catching the kunai effortlessly. The two exchanged a glance and nodded. It was like a silent signal. The next moment, countless Flying Thunder God kunai were hurled in all directions. Swish. 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 The Kuzakage and his men barely had time to react before a golden light flashed before their eyes. The next thing they knew, two figures were weaving through their ranks at terrifying speeds, cutting them down with deadly precision. Chapter 118, Mission Accomplished. Relationship Upgraded. Ugh. Ha. Ha. With every breath, another grass ninja had their throat slit, collapsing lifelessly. In less than 3 minutes, the Kuzakage realized that all his subordinates had fallen. He now stood alone. You monsters. Demons. How dare you? Have you forgotten the alliance between the Grass Village and Konoha? I'll report this to your Hokage. That's right, I'll file a complaint. Even at this moment, this fool was still trying to threaten Renzo and Minato. The two men's expressions grew even colder. Step. 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 Renzo and Minato approached the Kuzakage from opposite sides. Die. A flash of determination appeared in the Kuzakage's eyes. He suddenly drew a kunai and lunged at Renzo's abdomen. Even now, he still believed that Renzo was Minato's real body, while the Minato beside him was just a shadow clone. He was convinced that Minato wouldn't be able to dodge this fatal strike. The close distance, the sudden attack, how could anyone react in time? That's why he always warned his ninjas to never let their guard down. Konoha's crisis training is lacking. That was the last thought that crossed the Kuzakage's mind. Heh. Courting death. Renzo sneered. In a split second, he lifted his leg and delivered a brutal kick. How could the Kuzakage's speed possibly compare to Renzo's reaction time and strength? Boom. The sheer force of the kick sent the Kuzakage flying dozens of meters, crashing through multiple wooden and earthen walls before finally stopping. By then, his internal organs had been completely shattered. Minato, who had followed at a more leisurely pace, looked at the scene and sighed in exasperation. Did you really have to hit him that hard? This guy's beyond saving now. He was a village leader, and yet he died that easily. Should I be impressed by your strength, or should I just call him a weakling? Even Minato's tone carried a trace of disdain. This guy really was a joke of a Kage, no wonder he was called the Grass Kage. Well, who knows? Renzo shrugged with a smirk, then teased, but Minato-sensei, I'm surprised. You're even swearing now. That's your fault. Besides, who says I can't swear? I'm human too, you know. Minato rolled his eyes. Did people really think he was some kind of saint just because he usually acted polite? Save me. Get Uzumaki Rina over here for me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I need her blood. The Kuzakage, barely clinging to life, weakly reached toward Renzo, grasping at the air, his eyes filled with desperation. Renzo and Minato simply responded with cold smirks. They ignored him, leaving him to slowly perish in despair. Dying too quickly wouldn't be satisfying enough. What's your next move? Minato asked, glancing at Renzo. I'll loot the Grass Village, see if there's anything useful, and then I'm out. After that, this whole mess is your problem. I was never here. I never even left the village. Isn't that right, Minato-sensei? Renzo flashed a mischievous grin at Minato. The whole reason he brought Minato here was to take the blame for everything. There were still plenty of surviving grass ninja and civilians who had witnessed the battle. They all saw Minato and heard the Kusakage call Renzo, Namikaze Minato. So, officially, this would be the story. Minato discovered an orphan of the Uzumaki clan suffering under the cruel treatment of the grass village. He tried to take her away peacefully, but the grass village attacked him without hesitation. Left with no choice, he fought back. And somehow, in the chaos, he accidentally wiped out almost the entire village. Meanwhile, in another part of the world. What the hell is this nonsense? Which idiot wrote this report? Do they take us for fools? Upon receiving the intelligence report, Inoki furiously tore the paper apart. He immediately summoned an elite ninja. Send a team to make contact with the grass village survivors. This is a golden opportunity. If we play it right, we might be able to rally them against Konoha. Other major villages, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and even Sunagakure, also received the news. Minato, single-handedly eliminating the Kusakage and nearly annihilating the entire village, had sent shockwaves through the ninja world. Each faction had its own reaction, but one thing was certain, Minato's name was now feared and respected like never before. Back in Konoha, the third Hokage had also received the report. At that very moment, a helpful informant passed the information along to Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. Both of them had stormed into the Hokage's office, fuming with rage. Along with them, Danzo, Udatane Koharu, and Mitokato Hamura had also rushed over after hearing the news. The Hokage's office was bustling with activity. Koharu and Hamura were taking the matter seriously, considering the future of the Jinchuriki and the importance of Uzumaki Rina and the child she carried. Danzo, on the other hand, was there purely out of greed. He was hoping to get his hands on them. After all, this was a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. But the moment he saw that Tsunade and Kushina were also present, he knew his chances were dead on arrival. So he didn't embarrass himself by pressing the issue too much. Instead, he just emphasized one thing. We must ensure Uzumaki Rina is properly settled. If the third Hokage finds it difficult to make arrangements, I can take care of it. There's no need for that. Before the third Hokage could even speak, Kushina immediately cut in, her tone firm. As she spoke, she shot Danzo a sharp glare, as if warning him not to get any ideas, or else. She had to save a fellow Uzumaki. There was no way she would let Danzo touch her. And anyone with a brain in the village knew Danzo was rotten to the core. Danzo, feeling frustrated, thought to himself, damn it, did I wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? I was actually being sincere, but no one believes me. Good intentions turned into a pile of trash. This is all Hiruzen's fault. If he hadn't made Danzo take the blame for so many things over the years, his reputation wouldn't have been this bad. The third Hokage exchanged glances with Tsunade, Koharu, and Danzo before nodding in agreement. Since Kushina insists, we'll settle Uzumaki Rina in the house next to yours. That way, you'll be close by and can take care of her. She's pregnant, after all. She'll need proper care. Finding out there was a surviving Uzumaki, and that she was carrying a child, was a pleasant surprise for the third Hokage. As for what happened with the grass ninja village, he decided to wait until Kushina and Tsunade had left with Rina before discussing it. Once they were gone, he finally turned to Minato with a heavy sigh. Let this slide this time. But next time, don't go so overboard. At the very least, give me a heads up first. That way, I can handle the cleanup and shut the other villages up. In his opinion, Minato had handled things too recklessly. Of course, if Minato were the scheming type, always planning ahead and being overly cautious, the Hokage would have actually been worried. If Minato was that kind of person, the third Hokage would have had to seriously reconsider pushing him as the fourth Hokage candidate. But from what he saw, Minato was still a bit of a reckless hothead. And people like that are easier to control. Besides, being sentimental wasn't necessarily a bad thing, it made people easier to manipulate through their bonds. Yes, Lord Hokage. Minato responded respectfully. This time, I acted on impulse. The situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to inform you or the village. I sincerely apologize. It's fine, it's fine. It's already done. Now, go home before Kushina comes storming in here. The third Hokage waved him off with a smile. That crazy girlfriend of his was no joke. Understood. Minato left feeling pretty pleased with himself. To be honest, he liked the way Kushina handled things. Because of her, the third Hokage was always careful when dealing with him, as if afraid of setting her off. Once Minato was gone, the third Hokage sighed. Thinking about Uzumaki Rina and her unborn child, then thinking about the fiery-tempered Kushina, he suddenly had a thought. Maybe, when the time is right, we should switch to a Jinchuriki with a more stable personality. Clearly, he had been dealing with Kushina's temper for too long. Of course, this was just a passing thought. Right now, Kushina was perfectly fine, and no one would dare try to replace her as the Jinchuriki. Besides, this kind of decision wasn't up to just him, it would involve Minato, Tsunade, and even Jiraiya. One wrong move could stir up a massive storm. Meanwhile, Renzo had already returned to his secret lab, staying completely under the radar. He began analyzing Uzumaki Rina's blood and tissue samples using his ocular abilities, breaking them down and studying them in detail. However, by the next day, he had no choice but to return home. Minato had invited him to a gathering, so he had to bring Kurenai, Asuma, and the others along. This time, I really owe you one. And from now on, don't call me Minato-sensei anymore, just call me bro. Minato secretly expressed his gratitude to Renzo. These past 2 days, Kushina had been in an incredibly good mood. Which meant she had been treating Minato exceptionally well, too. Alright, Minato bro. Renzo grinned as he called out. Look at that, mission accomplished. Relationship upgraded. P.S. Drop UR stones for bonus chapters. Plus 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 119, Zoro, Why Are You Dumb? Minato smiled happily and nodded, then quietly handed Renzo a scroll. Kushina is also grateful for what you did. But she couldn't come this time. She heard that you're interested in sealing techniques, so she asked me to bring you some Uzumaki clan sealing techniques as a small token of appreciation. Of course, this is far from enough to express our gratitude. In the future, I'll do my best to resolve the conflicts between the Uchiha and the village, ensuring that you receive fair treatment. This was the highest promise Minato could make. It was also the only thing he felt he could do to truly help Renzo. You're exaggerating, Minato bro. I'm looking forward to the day you become Hokage. Renzo smiled and shook his head before accepting the scroll. Both of them knew why Kushina couldn't come. Because she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen and Danzo wouldn't want Renzo getting too close to her. Even now, with Obito awakening his Sharingan, Minato had noticed that the third Hokage had become even more wary of him. There were also more Umbu and Root operatives stationed around Minato's home. This situation frustrated not only Kushina but also Minato. Did this mean they were restricting her freedom? Did they not trust her? For Kushina's sake alone, Minato knew he had to become Hokage. I'll do my best. So when Renzo made his statement, Minato didn't hesitate, he firmly nodded in agreement. Soon, the two returned to their team. Asuma. Why do you seem much stronger lately? What's going on? Obito asked curiously, genuinely noticing a change in Asuma. Heh. Asuma grinned, stuffing a few pieces of grilled meat into his mouth. Chewing, he proudly declared, you guys don't know, do you? Lately, Kurenai and I have been training under Renzo's special program. Our strength has improved a lot. Heh. Training under Renzo was amazing. Even though it was exhausting, he could feel himself getting stronger every day. The daily improvements might not seem like much, but over time, they added up. Asuma already felt significantly stronger than before. And it had only been a little over a month. He even felt that his father, the third Hokage, was treating him better now. What? Renzo has been training you. How come I didn't know about this? Obito immediately turned to Renzo with a pitiful look. Renzo, we're both Uchiha, and you never even thought of training me. Huh? Renzo looked at him in surprise. Aren't you the genius Uchiha ninja, Obito, who awakened his Sharingan? Haven't you already caught up to Kakashi? Why would you need my training? Obito. Hee. Rin giggled and chimed in, Obito has fought Kakashi many times since awakening his Sharingan, but he still keeps losing. The results haven't changed at all. Heh. Kakashi smirked, glancing at Obito with amusement. Did Obito really think he could surpass him so easily? When Obito was feeling proud of awakening his Sharingan, Kakashi had been training even harder to improve himself. He had even sought Renzo's guidance in swordsmanship. With Renzo, a sword master, coaching him, Kakashi had made remarkable progress in his blade techniques. After all, swordsmanship and kenjutsu were connected. Not to mention, the Renzo's group already included several sword users. So it wasn't wrong to say that Renzo was a master in this field. Thanks to Renzo's help, Kakashi had improved significantly. And considering his natural talent, it was only natural that he kept Obito in check. After all, Kakashi's father was the legendary White Fang of Konoha, a former Kage-level powerhouse. Kakashi inherited his father's talent, swordsmanship, and ninjutsu. In fact, he might even surpass his father in the future. Thinking he could surpass all that with just the Sharingan. Obito was still too naive. Obito was at a loss for words, so he shamelessly moved closer to Renzo and pleaded, Boss. Train me too. If you can train Asuma, then teaching me should be no problem, right? Besides, we're both Uchiha. You have to help me. He was desperate to beat Kakashi. He was even willing to throw away his pride for this. Also, Obito's attitude toward Renzo had undergone a huge transformation. After all, he knew that Renzo had defeated his former idol, the legendary Uchiha Madara. That alone proved Renzo's incredible strength. Wasn't that worth admiring? Obito had already become Renzo's fan. As for the times he didn't like Renzo in the past. What are you talking about? That never happened. Alright. If you have time, you can join in too. Renzo impatiently pushed him away but agreed nonetheless. Then he turned to Kakashi and Rin. You two can join as well. We might not be as strong as Minato bro, but we're all the same age. Training together and learning from each other will help us all grow, don't you think? Thank you, X. Kakashi and Rin nodded in agreement. As for Renzo saying he couldn't compare to Minato. Do you think they believe that? That powerful Susanoo and the massive Gundam from last time were still fresh in their minds. One Piece world, somewhere in the East Blue. A sleek steel yacht was cruising across the calm sea. Zoro. No slacking off. You haven't finished today's training. How can you be this dumb? It's been over 3 months, and you still haven't mastered total concentration, constant. Even Kuina has gotten the hang of it. If you keep this up, I won't take you out to sea next time. Maybe you aren't as smart or handsome as me, but at least you can try not to give up. Zoro, why are you dumb? Pirate Renzo lay back on a lounge chair, sipping on an ice-cold fruit juice while fishing. At the same time, he scolded Zoro, who was trying to sneak in a break to do some fishing himself. Shut up. Zoro could only grit his teeth and continue his intense training, pushing his body to meet the fundamental requirements for total concentration, constant. His goal was to be able to use it without damaging his body. You're totally biased. The way you treat Kuina and me is way too different. Besides, I'm way younger than both of you. You're just bullying me. Once I'm strong enough, I'll sail out on my own. Of course, he was just grumbling. Renzo was training him for his own good, and Zoro knew it. His strength had been increasing at an incredible rate over this time. They had even encountered several pirate crews now and then. Renzo usually took care of the most dangerous ones, while leaving the weaker ones for Kuina and Zoro to handle. This was how they honed their skills. Thanks to this method, both Kuina and Zoro had been rapidly improving their combat experience. Kuina, who was also lounging and sipping her own chilled juice, chuckled at Zoro's complaints. Zoro, are you sure you can handle sailing alone? You're a total directionless idiot. If you go out alone, you'd probably get lost and end up who knows where. Maybe you'll be so lost that you won't even find your way back home, she teased. What Kuina didn't know was that in the original timeline, Zoro actually did just that. Ever since he set sail, he had never once returned to Shimatsuki village to visit his master, Koshiro. And eventually, he got dragged onto Luffy's ship by sheer dumb luck. Shut up. Kuina, you damn. I'll cut you down. Zoro's face turned red with frustration, and he waved his sword threateningly. Oh. Perfect timing. We haven't sparred in a few days. Let me see how much you've improved. I'll make sure to loosen up your bones a bit. Grinning, Kuina cracked her knuckles and grabbed her Wado Ikemonji before walking over to Zoro. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? And don't start crying when you lose. Zoro didn't back down in the slightest. Retreating just wasn't in his vocabulary. Clang. 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 The sound of swords clashing echoed across the deck as Zoro and Kuina dueled fiercely. Both of them wielded real swords, gifts from Koshiro himself. Even Renzo had a katana, Ryuga, which was comparable to a great sword. All of them were masterpieces forged by Koshiro's father, the legendary swordsmith, Shimatsuki Kozaburo. Master. Just a heads up. We're 200 nautical miles southeast of Fusha village. At that moment, a mechanical doll-like body flew over and reported in a clear voice, it was Red Queen. Oh. We're finally getting close. All right, prepare to dock. Renzo's eyes lit up, and he stood up with a nod. Just as he did, his fishing line suddenly sank. With a sharp tug, he yanked it upward. Splash. A massive fish over 2 meters long burst out of the water. It thrashed around violently, but Renzo's monstrous strength easily overpowered it. With a flick, he sent it flying into a huge open-top tank on the deck. Chapter 120, Monkey D. Luffy. Kuina. Zoro. You heard Red Queen, right? Take a break. After lunch, we'll officially set foot in Fusha village. Today's lunch will be this fish. I'll cook it myself later. Renzo called out to the two who were still sparring nearby. Got it. Seriously. I don't know what you're thinking. You've had us drifting at sea for months. We should have stopped at a few islands already, I'm so bored. Kuina knocked Zoro back with a strike, then quickly followed up with 3 more moves, easily defeating him. She sheathed her Wado Ikemanji and walked toward Renzo, complaining along the way. Damn it. I lost again. I need to train even harder. Zoro, frustrated, slammed his fist on the deck before putting away his sword and helping Renzo prepare for cooking. This fish tastes great. Next time, let's catch a few more. During lunch, Renzo took big bites of fish, enjoying the taste. Also, we really need to find a proper cook. Having me cook all the time just doesn't feel right. Renzo was clearly dissatisfied. He tried to recall if there were any good female chefs around this time period, but nope, couldn't think of any. As for male chefs, no way. Thanks to a certain perverted cook, Renzo had no interest in male chefs. What do you mean? I help out too. Kuina protested. I've been the one washing dishes this whole time. Zoro added. Well, isn't that only natural? Renzo shrugged. If you're not cooking, then you help out and clean up afterward. Perfect division of labor. By the way, why did you choose to come to Fusha village? Is there something special here? Kuina asked curiously. Zoro also looked over, interested. Heh. Renzo smirked. There are a few interesting people here. But more importantly, I told you there's a pirate here who knows both armament Haki and observation Haki. Our main goal is to learn Haki from him. In Great Terminal, there was an old man named Naguri, once a great pirate who had learned armament Haki. Apparently, he also learned observation Haki and had even awakened Conqueror's Haki. He had once challenged the Pirate King, Gold Roger, but was easily defeated and got separated from his crew. Since then, Naguri had been recovering in Great Terminal, spending years building a ship. His goal was to set sail again and reunite with his lost crewmates. Haki, huh? What kind of power is it? Kuina and Zoro had heard Renzo mention it before, so they were eager to learn more. You'll find out soon enough. No point explaining it now. Renzo shook his head and continued, besides, training armament Haki requires a strong body as a foundation. Without it, you'll just hurt yourselves. So, your physical training must continue. A few hours later. Their yacht finally arrived at Fusha village's port. We're here. Ah, finally back on solid ground. This feels amazing. The moment they stepped onto land, both Kuina and Zoro couldn't help but sigh in relief. Who could blame them? Anyone would feel the same after spending over 3 months at sea. Alright, let's head to the tavern first. We need to restock our supplies. With that, Renzo led Kuina and Zoro to the tavern, where they met Makino. She was indeed beautiful. Unfortunately, Renzo was still too young. Even if he wanted to flirt, it wouldn't work. To her, he'd just be a kid. Welcome. What would you like to order? Makino greeted them warmly. Her gaze lingered on Renzo for a few extra seconds. This was the first time she had ever seen such a cute young boy. We're travelers passing through. We'd like to buy some supplies. Here's the list. Renzo handed her a pre-written shopping list. Of course, he could have used his ability, fantasy creation, to make everything himself. But for regular supplies, he couldn't be bothered wasting his mental energy. Even if his mental energy recovered over time, there was no need to waste it on trivial things. Plus, it was good experience for Kuina and Zoro. If they ever got separated in the future, they needed to know how to handle these things on their own. Got it. Please wait a moment. There's quite a lot on this list, so I'll need some time to gather everything. Some of these items will have to be bought from other stores in town. Makino smiled as she looked over the list. Thanks, I appreciate it. Renzo nodded. Makino. I want some milk. At that moment, a child's voice called out from outside. A young boy with short black hair, wearing a red vest and a straw hat with a red striped band, ran inside excitedly, looking at Makino with a carefree expression. Oh, it's Luffy. Hold on, I'll get it for you right away. Makino smiled as she poured a glass of milk for Luffy, then went off to prepare the supplies for Renzo and his crew. Meanwhile, Luffy curiously examined Renzo and his group, his eyes lighting up when he noticed the swords hanging from their waists. Hey there. I'm Luffy. I'm the man who's gonna be the Pirate King. Are you guys from outside the village? You have swords. Are you pirates? Are you strong? Luffy's face was full of excitement. Huh, X. Kuina and Zoro exchanged strange looks. Why did that sound so familiar? The next moment, Kuina seemed to remember it first and turned to Zoro with a teasing grin. Zoro, on the other hand, immediately frowned. Clearly, he was reminded of the unpleasant memory, why are you GAE? But then, an idea came to him, and he smirked at Luffy. You want to be the men of the Pirate King? You serious? Of course. Luffy, completely unaware that he was walking into a trap, nodded without hesitation. I'm Luffy. I'm gonna be the Pirate King. Humph. Cool, right? Awesome, huh? Awesome. Zoro nodded seriously, giving Luffy a thumbs up. Super awesome. I really admire guys like you. At that moment, he felt incredibly satisfied, so this was how Renzo had felt when messing with him before. Damn, this felt good. Watching the other guy act like a total idiot, wait, that didn't sound right. Hold on. Luffy's not an idiot. I'm not one either. Realizing he had almost insulted himself, Zoro's face darkened again. He turned and shot Renzo a glare. Renzo just chuckled. You're the one overthinking things. How is that my fault? But I gotta say, nice work, man. Learning from me and using my own tricks on someone else. Feels good messing with people, doesn't it? As he spoke, Renzo walked over to Zoro and playfully nudged him with his elbow. Zoro. What are you guys talking about? Luffy looked confused. But a moment later, he shrugged it off and turned to Renzo with a bright grin. Hey. I'm about to go find Ace. Wanna come? Ace is super strong. Oh. Sounds good. Renzo nodded. He told Kuina and Zoro to stay and handle the supplies with Makino, then wait for him on the ship. He promised he'd be back soon. With that, he followed Luffy out of the tavern. Damn it. That bastard senior. Going out to have fun without us. That's so unfair. Zoro complained unhappily. I feel like he has a reason for going. What if the person he's looking for is someone Luffy already knows? Kuina said thoughtfully. From what she knew, Renzo never did things without a purpose. There was no way he'd just follow some random kid he just met. Huh? You think so? Zoro scratched the back of his head, confused. Don't even try to figure it out. With your brain, you'll never get it. Kuina waved him off dismissively. Zoro instantly flared up. Damn it. Kuina, you wanna fight? Heh. You'll lose. You. Meanwhile, Renzo followed Luffy up a mountain. From a distance, he could see a house standing at the top. In front of the house, there were two boys. One had freckles. The other was missing a front tooth, wearing a formal little suit and a round top hat. Luffy. You're too slow. We were about to leave. And who's that with you? Ace shouted from afar, his eyes filled with wariness as he stared at Renzo. His gaze lingered on the sword at Renzo's waist for a few extra seconds, his guard even higher. Oh. This is Renzo. He just arrived in Fuchsia village. He's really strong. I brought him here to meet you. Hee hee. Ace, where are we going for today's adventure? Luffy asked with a cheerful grin. Yo. Hope you're enjoying the story. Just a heads up, I won't be posting tomorrow, April 29th, gotta head to the capital with my team to pick up some sensitive parts for my graduation project, especially the electrical stuff, so I need to be there myself. The day after, April 30th, I'll update as usual though. Still the same, 200 stones for one bonus chapter, so drop your stones and I'll post all the normal CHS plus the bonus that day. Plus 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_Koreal. Chapter 121, Renzo vs Garp. Let's talk about that later. Ace casually tossed Luffy over to Sabo before turning to Renzo with a battle-hungry grin. How about a fight? Sure. Renzo shrugged, unfazed, and slipped one hand into his pocket while beckoning Ace with his other hand. Come on, then. Let's see just how strong Luffy's amazing big brother really is. Damn it. You're looking down on me. Ace, irritated by Renzo's cocky and casual attitude, charged forward. Wielding an iron pipe, he leaped into the air and swung it down toward Renzo's shoulder. Though aggressive, his attack wasn't reckless, he avoided aiming at the head. Not bad. Noting this, Renzo smirked slightly, gaining a bit of respect for Ace. But too slow. And jumping so recklessly is a huge mistake. With a simple sidestep, Renzo easily dodged the attack. Then, in one swift motion, he grabbed Ace's leg midair, spun him around a few times, and tossed him straight into a haystack nearby. Bam. Ace crashed into the haystack, groaning in pain. Again. Ace wasn't one to give up so easily. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up and charged again, this time keeping his feet on the ground instead of jumping. He swung the iron pipe low, aiming for Renzo's legs. Clang. Renzo effortlessly kicked the pipe mid-swing. A sudden jolt of force traveled up Ace's arms. His grip faltered, and the pipe flew out of his hands. Right into Garp's forehead as he was walking toward them. Thunk. You little brats. You dare throw things at me. Garp had actually been watching the fight from a distance the whole time, observing Renzo with curiosity. A kid around 11 or 12 years old, yet so much stronger than Ace. That was no ordinary talent. Grandpa. What are you doing here? Luffy flinched at the sight of Garp and immediately ducked behind Sabo. Clearly, he was terrified. But who can blame him? Garp's training methods were brutal. And every time they met, Luffy got a taste of his fist of love. TCH. It's you, old man. Ace scowled. Bam. 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 In an instant, Garp turned into a blur, appearing in front of them and landing a solid punch on the heads of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Thud. The three clutched their swollen heads, groaning in pain. Classic Garp. Renzo, standing nearby, knew what was coming. The moment Garp moved, he sensed the danger and immediately activated Body Flicker, vanishing to a safe distance. Oh. Garp, cracking his knuckles, smirked at Renzo. Interesting. You're a sharp one, huh? That fancy yacht in the harbor, that's your ship, isn't it? That's right, Renzo confirmed. What, you got business with me, Vice Admiral Garp? Also, picking on a kid like me, isn't that a bit much? Bahaha. Garp threw his head back and laughed. What's too much about it? You're about the same age as Ace and Luffy. Calling me grandpa wouldn't be too much, would it? And isn't it natural for a grandpa to discipline his grandkids? Now, take this, my fist of love. Before Renzo could react, Garp surged forward at an even faster speed than before, his massive fist hurtling straight toward Renzo's face. Oh, hell no, again. Renzo could tell that even Body Flicker wouldn't be enough to dodge this time. In a flash, he activated his created move Lightning Flash, barely escaping the attack. Boom. Garp's punch slammed into the ground, creating a half-meter deep crater with a 4 to 5 meter diameter. What the hell, you old bastard? Are you seriously trying to kill me? And aiming at my face, do you have any idea how handsome I am? Renzo cursed as he stared at the destruction. Bahaha. Garp roared with laughter. Oh, don't worry. I held back. I can tell you're sturdy enough to take a beating. What the hell does that mean? If he weren't so outmatched, Renzo would have punched him right then and there. Alright, let's go again. Garp suddenly cranked up his speed and power, charging at Renzo with even greater force. Are you kidding me? You old bastard, this isn't fair. Frustrated, Renzo clenched his fist and met Garp's strike head-on. Impact punch. Boom. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. The impact sent Renzo flying backward. Even Garp, though unmoved, paused for a moment. Oh. Garp's grin widened. Not bad. Your punch has some force behind it, there's even an impact effect to it. Interesting, interesting. Now let's keep going. I want to see where your limits lie. Even though he had held back most of his strength, the fact that Renzo could withstand his punch was impressive. Boom. 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 Garp immediately resumed his relentless pursuit of Renzo. At first, Renzo relied on his fists and legs, using his impact punch technique and putting all his strength into fighting Garp head-on. The battle grew more and more intense. But soon, Garp started increasing both his speed and power. Renzo quickly found himself at a disadvantage, forced to dodge more and more. And to make matters worse, this old rogue was specifically aiming for Renzo's handsome face. Like hell Renzo was going to let that happen. In the end, he was forced to combine Body Flicker, Lightning Flash, and high-speed movement, fusing them in real time through his powerful combat instincts, analytical ability, and keen eyes. His speed skyrocketed, yet he was still being chased all over the mountain by Garp. Within just 10 minutes, the entire mountain was riddled with craters, and countless trees had been shattered, falling in jagged formations across the ground. Huff. Huff. As time passed, Renzo's breathing became heavier, while Garp's attacks only became stronger. It was as if this old man really wanted to push Renzo past his limits. Renzo had no idea what Garp was aiming for. But in the process, he had no choice but to improve. By this point, he had already merged his 3 movement techniques into an even stronger skill. He decided to call it Divine Speed. Kid. I see you've got a sword at your waist. You know how to use it, or is it just for decoration? For the first time in a while, Garp actually stopped, cracking his knuckles as he smirked at Renzo. Of course not. Swordsmanship is actually my strongest weapon. As he spoke, Renzo reached for his waist and drew his katana, Ryuga. The long blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Oh. That's a good sword. Seeing its luster and intricate patterns, Garp's eyes lit up. A great sword. From a distance, Garp's adjutant, Bogard, adjusted his hat and confirmed it. Weapons of this caliber aren't common, especially in the East Blue. And with that strange iron yacht. This kid is far from ordinary. Bogard thought to himself. No wonder Vice Admiral Garp wanted to test this boy. After all, this was Garp's hometown, and this young man was clearly getting close to Ace and the others. It was obvious that Garp wanted to probe his intentions. Of course, it's a good sword. Renzo chuckled lightly, running a finger along the blade before pointing it toward the ground and looking at Garp. Its name is Ryuga. A gift from my master before I set sail. You better be careful. The next moment, Renzo's entire aura changed. An overwhelming, razor-sharp presence erupted from him, causing Ace, Luffy, and the others in the distance to feel a painful pressure. Not good. Bogard sensed the shift in energy, his expression darkening. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ace and the others, sweeping them up and retreating far away. But just then, the terrifyingly sharp aura around Renzo compressed, shrinking to within a 1-meter radius of his body. Well then, let me test your true strength. Let's see what this power is all about. Garp's aura exploded once more, his speed and strength increasing yet again. In a flash, he charged at Renzo, his fist hurtling forward. Slash. Without hesitation, Renzo swung his sword. A terrifying sword strike, dozens of meters long and infused with sword energy, shot toward the incoming Garp. Even from 5 meters away, Garp could already feel the sharpness within the strike. His expression shifted slightly as he immediately increased his strength, coating his fist with armament Haki. However, his Haki was so refined that it was invisible to the naked eye, as if it weren't there at all. Clearly, Garp had mastered armament Haki to the point of total control. Boom. The sword strike and Garp's fist collided, producing an earth-shaking explosion. A faint white mark appeared on Garp's fist before he completely shattered the attack. Chapter 122, Big Bro Renzo, cut down that old bastard grandpa. What a sharp slash. What exactly is that power? Garp landed from midair, momentarily pausing his attacks as he stared at Renzo with curiosity. He couldn't help himself, if he didn't get an answer, it would gnaw at him. He could tell this was some sort of swordsmanship technique, but it was completely different from anything he had encountered before. He had never heard of swordsmanship carrying such a fierce and cutting aura. Sword aura. Renzo uttered those 2 words before slashing again, unleashing an even more terrifying flying slash towards Garp. Ha ha ha. Now that's the spirit. Garp's battle instincts flared, and he threw his fist forward to meet the attack head-on. Boom. 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 To him, every attack could be countered with his fists. If one punch wasn't enough, then a few more would do the trick. The title, Garp the Fist, wasn't just for show. Whoa. So this is that guy's true strength. Damn it, is the gap really this huge? In the distance, Ace, who was being shielded by Bogard, clenched his fists in frustration as he watched the intense battle unfold. His teeth ground together as he swore to himself that he would train even harder in the future. Whoa. Luffy, on the other hand, was cheering loudly, even shouting, Big Bro Renzo. Cut down that old bastard grandpa. Hearing that, Renzo felt a headache coming on, while Garp nearly tripped over his own feet, almost getting slashed in the process. That ungrateful brat. Garp awkwardly turned to Renzo and said, Ahem, family disgrace. I failed to educate him properly. Don't take it to heart. Renzo sighed internally. Not educating him properly. More like he grew up completely off track. You're gonna have your hands full in the future. At that moment, Garp roared at Luffy from a distance, Luffy. You little punk. Just wait till I deal with you later. How dare you say something like that? Letting someone else cut down your own grandfather, what kind of grandkid does that? Humph. Grandpa, you're the big bad guy here. Why can't I say it? Luffy pouted in defiance. Bleh. He even stuck his tongue out at Garp, making a silly face. Forget it. How about we call it a day? Renzo sheathed his blade, Ryuga. If he were to activate Susanoo and go all out, he might be able to hold his own against Garp for a bit, but he would still lose in the end. He realized that his techniques were a bit too scattered, he lacked a decisive, game-changing ability. Moreover, without Haki, he was at a major disadvantage against Garp. Alright. Ha ha ha. Garp burst into hearty laughter. I haven't fully figured you out yet, but I've got a general idea. Kid, how about joining the Marines and working under me? Nope. Renzo refused without hesitation. Are you kidding me? Why the hell would he want to join the Marines and be a dog for the Celestial Dragons? Living freely was way better. He didn't lack money, nor was he short on ways to become stronger, joining the Marines would only limit him. Of course, he wasn't interested in flying a pirate flag either. Sure, there were a few exceptions, like Shank's crew and Luffy's crew, who had more of an adventurous spirit. But the vast majority of pirates were nothing more than criminals, pillaging, killing, and committing every kind of atrocity. Even Luffy, in the original story, made a huge mistake, breaking into Impel Down and freeing a horde of criminals. That was unquestionably an evil act. Yes, some of the prisoners were innocent, framed by the world government or marines, but most of them were genuinely dangerous criminals. No matter how you tried to justify it, there was no excusing that action. Of course, Luffy wasn't the type to think about the consequences of his actions. Back then, he was only focused on saving Ace. This guy never really thought too deeply about things. Anyway, Renzo had no intention of joining the Marines. Sure, he was interested in marine techniques like the Six Powers, especially life return, but he had other ways of learning them. No need to sell himself out. Come on, don't reject it so quickly. Garp wasn't ready to give up yet. There are plenty of benefits to joining the Marines. With your talent and strength, you could definitely become an admiral one day. Not interested. Renzo shook his head again without hesitation. He dusted off his clothes and straightened them out. Man, you're no fun. Why don't you want to join? I don't see you as the type who dreams of becoming a big-shot pirate. Garp was genuinely puzzled. A person's aura could reveal a lot about them. And so far, he hadn't sensed any ambition for power in Renzo. Then tell me, what's in it for me if I join the Marines? Money. I don't need it. Power. Not interested. And most importantly, I have no desire to be a dog for the celestial dragons. Renzo whispered those last words into Garp's ear before turning away without another glance, heading down the mountain. He had already met Ace and the others. Originally, he planned to have them guide him to the Grey Terminal, but then Garp showed up. Now, it seemed like he'd have to find it himself. With his sensory abilities and Red Queen's scanning capabilities, it wouldn't take long anyway. Garp watched as Renzo walked away, letting out a long sigh. There was a deep sense of regret in his heart, but he couldn't argue against what Renzo had said. Why didn't he want to become an admiral? Wasn't it for the same reason? Garp had always been a free spirit. If not for his sense of justice, if not for the comrades and brothers he had fought alongside, he might have long since abandoned the Navy and joined his son. Don't think that's impossible. Garp was a man who defied all rules. Where do you think Monkey D, Dragon and Luffy got their rebellious nature from? It's all in the bloodline. This entire family was full of troublemakers, every single one of them. And Renzo. That kid had already seen through everything. Even at his young age, he understood the true nature and darkness of the Navy and the world government. People like him were the hardest to fool. Ha 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 ha. Understanding this, Garp suddenly burst into loud laughter. Then he called out to Renzo, who was already walking away. Hey. Kid. Let's drink and spar again when you have time. Hearing that, Renzo smirked slightly and raised his hand in a casual wave without looking back, his way of responding. That kid sure is carefree. Bogard chuckled to himself before cracking his knuckles and turning toward Luffy and the others with a sinister grin. Hee hee hee. Luffy. What the hell did you just say earlier? Oh. This. Ace, our run. Huh. Luffy, you're the one who should be running. I didn't do anything wrong. Bam. Damn it. Old man, you're crazy. Luffy. Ace. You brats can't run from me. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you today. Hey. Why am I even involved? It was Luffy's fault. Damn it. But despite saying that, Ace still ran even faster. What nonsense. You're Luffy's big brother. If he messes up, you share half the responsibility. Take this punch. Aha. Not the face. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Bwahaha. For a while, the forest was filled with screams of pain and Garp's hearty laughter. Ha. That old rascal. Even from a distance, Renzo could hear Luffy and Ace's cries along with Garp's laughter. He shook his head helplessly. With a training method like that, it's no wonder Luffy and Ace don't want to join the Navy. It's only natural that they'd reject it. He was convinced Garp was largely responsible for why Ace and Luffy ended up as pirates. You're finally back. You have no idea, just now, a terrifyingly strong Marine was here. His presence alone made it hard for me to breathe. Don't tell me you actually fought against him. As soon as Renzo returned to the port, Kuina ran up to him, looking worried. She scanned him carefully, as if checking for injuries. Yeah, I ran into him. Had no choice but to spar with him. He's ridiculously strong. One of the top powerhouses in the entire sea. Renzo smiled and ruffled Kuina's hair. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she swatted his hand away, then asked curiously, one of the top powerhouses. Then why would such a big shot come to the East Blue? Didn't you say this was the weakest sea? That didn't make sense. That's because this is Vice Admiral Garp's hometown. At that moment, Makino walked over with some supplies and explained. Then she turned to Renzo. Everything you requested has been loaded onto your ship. That'll be 175,456 berries. She had also heard the commotion earlier. Even from this distance, she could feel the ground trembling and hear the deafening explosions. It was impossible to ignore. And now, after hearing Renzo's words, she realized that the battle had been between him and Vice Admiral Garp. This gave her a whole new perspective on Renzo's strength. He looked like just a kid, yet he had caused such a massive disturbance and even fought against Garp. More importantly, he didn't even look injured. That was impressive. Makino knew Garp well, he never held back. Though he wouldn't go overboard, he always left Luffy and Ace bruised and battered after their training sessions. Thanks a lot. Renzo nodded in gratitude, then handed over the rest of the money to Makino before bidding her farewell. You're welcome. I'll get back to work then. After taking the money, Makino left. We should get going too. Can't stay here any longer. Renzo turned to Kuina and led her onto the ship. He then signaled Red Queen to start the yacht and set sail toward the Great Terminal. Over the past hour, Red Queen had sent out microdrones to scout the surrounding 100 kilometers. The location of the Great Terminal was already locked in. Chapter 123, The Pirate Neguri, Bonus. Deep in the mountains, about 10 kilometers from the Great Terminal, Renzo finally found the legendary pirate Neguri, accompanied by Kuina and Zoro. The old man had a full head of white hair and a beard, with a tobacco pipe hanging from his lips. His sharp eyes locked onto Renzo as he asked, "Kid, did you come here looking for me?" With his observation Haki, Neguri had already heard about them asking around in the area. Among the three, Renzo gave off the strongest sense of danger. Kuina and Zoro, on the other hand, didn't seem like threats at all. That's right. Renzo nodded and got straight to the point. I heard about you from Luffy and did some digging around in the East Blue. I know that you were once a great pirate who challenged the Pirate King, Gold Roger. So, I want to learn the 3 types of Haki from you. Then, he smirked and added, of course, in exchange, I'll help speed up the construction of your pirate ship and turn it into a top-tier vessel. How about that? Neguri wasn't just building a ship for fun, he wanted to set sail again and reunite with his long-lost crewmates. To Renzo, the whole pirate thing was just nostalgia for Neguri. What truly mattered to him was finding his old companions. Neguri's expression softened at the mention of Luffy, a small smile appearing on his face. Then, he raised an eyebrow at Renzo and asked in surprise, "People still talk about me out there on the seas?" Renzo chuckled. Not much, but if you know where to look, you can find traces of your legend. Of course, that was total nonsense. If he hadn't read the original story, he wouldn't have known a damn thing about Neguri. As for being a pirate who once challenged the Pirate King, there were plenty of guys like that. Neguri fell silent for a moment, taking a slow drag from his pipe. After a while, he looked at the three and said, "Fine, I agree. But I want my ship finished in 3 months, and I'll only teach you during that time." He had already wasted too much time. The sooner he could set sail and find his old comrades, the better. That was his true goal, his greatest responsibility. Also, I make no promises that you'll actually learn anything. You might have potential, but those two are still too young. They might have a shot at learning observation Haki, but as for armament Haki, not happening anytime soon. And Conqueror's Haki, that's pure talent. You either have it, or you don't. No amount of training can force it out. Even observation and armament Haki required natural talent, let alone Conqueror's Haki. No problem. Renzo grinned and agreed easily. But he didn't rush into training. Instead, he scanned Neguri's pirate ship, creating a full virtual model. With Red Queen's help, he designed the best possible upgrade plan. In no time, the new blueprint was ready. Renzo projected a virtual hologram of the ship's final design for Neguri to see. "What do you think? If we build it like this, would that be good enough?" Neguri stared at the floating image in astonishment. "What the hell is this? How can you project images into the air like that?" "Don't worry about it. Just tell me if you like the design. If you do, we'll start work right away," Renzo calmly said. Neguri turned his attention back to the ship model, studying it carefully. A moment later, he nodded repeatedly. This is amazing. More than good enough." The design was leagues ahead of the ship he had been struggling to build himself. In fact, it was even better than the pirate ship he and his crew had back in their prime. "Then we'll go with this," Renzo said. We'll spend half the day building the ship, and the other half, you'll teach us Haki. Sound good? Honestly, he could have just used his advanced robotics to build the ship instantly. He had a whole set of high-tech machines on his yacht. They were built with Gundam-level technology, way more advanced than anything this world had. But Renzo knew Naguri wouldn't accept that. The old man was stubborn. The fact that he was trying to build the ship alone instead of hiring people proved that. If Renzo just did everything for him, he'd probably refuse outright. Naguri thought for a moment before grinning. Deal. And just like that, training began that very day. Mornings were spent upgrading Naguri's pirate ship, while afternoons were dedicated to Haki training, starting with observation Haki. With Renzo's talent, insane mental strength, and heightened senses, it only took him a few minutes to grasp the basics. After feeling the power of Naguri's observation Haki, he used his omniscience dojutsu to analyze it, breaking it down completely. Within moments, he had awakened observation Haki himself. And it wasn't just an average awakening, his level was already absurdly high. Though he hadn't reached the level of seeing the future, his detection range covered hundreds of kilometers, far beyond even his normal mental perception. On top of that, his precision was already exceptional. Thanks to his omniscience's analytical abilities, he kept improving at an incredible speed. At the same time, Renzo was determined to fully break down the principles of observation Haki and develop a precise and systematic method for awakening and training it. At the very least, he didn't want Kuina and Zoro to rely solely on luck and natural talent to master it. No way. He actually learned it. And not just learned it, he already reached this level. Naguri was in complete disbelief as he sensed the fluctuations of observation Haki from Renzo. To confirm, he launched a few attacks at Renzo. The result? Not only had Renzo awakened observation Haki, but he had also reached an incredibly advanced level. Naguri's expression turned from shock to pure disbelief. If he hadn't been absolutely sure that Renzo didn't have this ability before, he would have thought the kid was just messing with him. This must be talent, huh? Haha. Renzo said with a cheeky grin. Maybe so. Naguri muttered, feeling a bit bitter. If he had this kind of talent back in the day, maybe he would have become the Pirate King instead of Roger. Life just wasn't fair. Why don't we feel any changes? Kuina and Zoro asked, visibly frustrated. What are you two thinking? Naguri rolled his eyes. This kind of thing depends on talent. Even geniuses usually take a month or more to awaken it. And you two expect to do it in a single day. Zoro and Kuina exchanged glances. Then what about Renzo? That brat isn't human. Naguri blurted out. Oi, old man. You can't just go around insulting people. Renzo protested. Heh. We agree with the old man. Kuina and Zoro nodded in unison. Renzo is definitely not human. The speed at which he gets stronger is just ridiculous. Over the past year, they had suffered setback after setback. Training with Renzo made them feel like total weaklings. Alright, that's enough whining. Let's continue. Naguri cut them off, signaling for Zoro and Kuina to step aside. He planned to keep using his attack-based training method to help them gradually awaken observation Haki through instinct and experience. As for Renzo, Naguri had already assigned him to train armament Haki on his own. With talent like his, the kid didn't need a teacher, just practice. After some time, old man, try unleashing your conqueror's Haki on me. Renzo said, pestering Naguri. Maybe if I feel its full force, I'll awaken it instantly. He didn't trust the whole, it's based on talent and luck, thing. It seemed too vague. Instead, he wanted to experience it firsthand and analyze it with his dojutsu, omniscience. That way, even if he wasn't naturally gifted in it, he could still study and develop a way to awaken it himself. Alright, let's give it a shot. Naguri nodded. Kuina, Zoro, back up. Get behind me, this could get dangerous. Naguri's eyes locked onto Renzo. Ready. He was honestly curious. Given Renzo's monstrous talent, could he actually awaken Conqueror's Haki in one go? It would be very interesting if he could. I'm ready. Bring it on. Renzo declared, standing firm. Whoom. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from Naguri's body, crashing down onto Renzo like a tidal wave. It was a direct assault on his spirit and willpower. So that's how it works. A fusion of mental strength and sheer willpower. With his omniscience fully activated, Renzo analyzed every aspect of the force pressing down on him. His mind operated at lightning speed, breaking down the mechanics of Conqueror's Haki in real time. And then, a terrifying aura exploded from Renzo's body. Whoom. It swept out in all directions, covering dozens of kilometers. Every creature caught in the range, unless their willpower and strength were high enough, was instantly knocked unconscious. Even Kuina and Zoro were no exception. Naguri managed to stay conscious, but since he was the closest to Renzo, he had no choice but to counter with his own conqueror's haki. Yet, despite his best efforts, he was completely overwhelmed. Plus 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 124, The Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. What's this? Several dozen kilometers away from Renzo's location, in Fuchsia village, Garp and Bogard suddenly lifted their heads, looking westward. Conqueror's Haki. Someone awakened it. What an overwhelming presence. Both Garp and Bogard wore serious expressions. I'll go check it out. Bogard, stay here and protect the village and Luffy. Without waiting for a reply, Garp shot into the air, using a combination of moonwalk and shave to propel himself forward at incredible speed, heading straight for the source of the powerful aura. Boom. 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 The air seemed to shatter beneath his feet as he disappeared from Fuchsia village like a white streak. Damn brat. Hurry up and suppress your haki. This old man can't take this kind of abuse. Naguri cursed jokingly. Renzo took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, quickly getting accustomed to his conqueror's haki. Within a few breaths, he had already retracted the aura completely. Grinning at Naguri, he said, "Old man. I did it." Yeah, you did it." Naguri rolled his eyes. "Kid, you're a total freak. I've never seen anyone as monstrous as you. You just needed to feel Conqueror's Haki once to awaken it. Do you know how many people spend years refining themselves, relying on sheer luck and talent, and still fail? This kid was just ridiculous." Naguri felt like his whole worldview had been shattered. Haha. I'll take that as a compliment. Renzo scratched his head and laughed, then suddenly turned his gaze toward the eastern sky. Huh. Someone's coming. This aura, it's Garp. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. After all, Fuchsia village was only a few dozen kilometers away. If Garp sensed someone awakening Conqueror's Haki nearby, of course he'd come to check it out. Especially since it was so close to his hometown. A sudden awakening of Conqueror's Haki here. He'd naturally be concerned for his villagers' safety, as well as for Luffy and Ace. What? Garp. The marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Naguri was visibly shaken upon hearing the name, staring at Renzo in disbelief. Renzo nodded. Luffy is his grandson. He recently came back to visit him. We actually saw each other yesterday, even had a little fight. So that ruckus yesterday to the east was you too. Naguri suddenly understood. You even noticed that. Impressive, old man. You really are strong. Renzo teased with a grin. Ha ha ha. I'm getting old. My only dream now is to set sail again and find my old crewmates, to see how they're doing. Naguri shook his head with a smile. He no longer had the ambitions of his youth. Rip. Whoosh. A few minutes later, the sound of a sonic boom tore through the sky as the air seemed to split apart. Then, Renzo and Naguri saw a white streak rushing toward them. Moments later, it landed on the ground nearby, revealing Garp's figure. Ha 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 ha. Garp glanced at Renzo and the surrounding area before laughing. I was wondering who it was that awakened Conqueror's Haki, turns out it was you, you damn brat. I knew you had potential. You really are something. Heh. Renzo waved a hand dismissively. You're overpraising me. This is nothing compared to you. One Conqueror's Haki awakening is no big deal for you, right? It's not just that. Garp chuckled, shaking his head. Then, he glanced at the unconscious Kuina and Zoro before turning his gaze to Naguri with a curious expression. And who might you be? Did this brat learn Haki from you? Just an old relic of the past, Naguri said calmly, puffing on his pipe. All I want now is to build my ship and find my old comrades from decades ago. That's all. Naguri definitely knew who Garp was. Back in the day, Garp was already a big name in the Marines. Plus, with the Grey Terminal so close to Fuchsia village, Naguri had long been aware of Garp's reputation. Anyone who can wield Conqueror's Haki isn't ordinary, Garp said meaningfully, eyeing Naguri, but he didn't press the issue. Instead, he simply nodded. Just don't go causing trouble in the East Blue. Otherwise, old man or not, I won't go easy on you. Then, he turned back to Renzo. Well, I'm off. Damn brat, you made me come all this way for nothing. Next time, you owe me some good booze. With that, Garp shot into the sky and sped off toward Fuchsia village. That old man is really something else. Renzo shook his head with a chuckle. Even after all these years, that guy is as dominant as ever, Naguri mused. It's clear he's refined his body and all three types of Haki down to the core. Can't compare. Can't compare at all. He sighed, shaking his head. Compared to Garp, his own physical condition had already started to decline. Garp, on the other hand, seemed almost untouched by time. Of course, his hair had turned white, and his face was marked with wrinkles. But his physique? Still as strong as ever. His vitality? Still overflowing with energy. Looks like you know Garp, old man. Renzo asked curiously, did you fight him back in the day? Me? Fight him? Naguri shook his head. I wouldn't dare. Back then, Garp was even stronger, and younger. Of course, whether or not that was true was up for debate. An old man who still had advanced armament Haki despite his declining physique. A man who challenged the Pirate King and lived to tell the tale. Was his past really as simple as he made it sound? Ugh. What happened to me? Over an hour later, Kuina and Zoro finally started waking up one after the other. Both of them looked dazed. Ahaha. It's nothing. You guys just passed out for a bit. You feeling okay? Renzo grinned sheepishly as he checked on Kuina. As for Zoro? He didn't even bother. Boys are tough. He'd be fine soon enough. Zoro. Wait. I remember now. Suddenly, Kuina snapped back to her senses, pointing at Renzo in shock. It was you. You knocked us out. That feeling. It's that conqueror's Haki you talked about, isn't it? Zoro immediately perked up. Haki? What conqueror's Haki? Ahaha. So you do remember. Renzo scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Yeah, that was conqueror's Haki. I knew it. Kuina sighed in resignation, then pouted. I'm seriously jealous. You're already insanely strong, and now your talent is just ridiculous. You're not even giving people a chance to compete. She was feeling a little disheartened. Don't compare yourself to this little freak. Naguri walked over with his hands behind his back, smiling. Kid, your talent is already impressive. At your age, my foundation and strength weren't even close to yours. Yeah, I guess you're right. Kuina smiled wryly. She had already gotten used to being crushed by Renzo, so it wasn't that big a deal anymore. All right. Old man, let's keep training our observation Haki. Kuina quickly recovered her fighting spirit. I'm in too. Zoro got up immediately. No way he was gonna let Kuina leave him behind. As for keeping up with Renzo. Heh. I'll leave this problem to future Zoro. For now, I'll just focus on defeating Kuina, Zoro thought, already having a solution in mind. Kuina and Zoro then started learning observation Haki from Naguri. Meanwhile, Renzo trained on his own, focusing on armament Haki. It only took him half an hour, he awakened armament Haki. Full body armament. With his monstrous physique, the moment he awakened it, he could already coat his entire body in Haki. Mastering the advanced techniques, like imbuing attacks with Haki or the internal destruction method, would take more control. But honestly, that wasn't much of a challenge for him either. His control over his body was already top tier. After 3 months. It took Renzo just 3 months to master advanced armament Haki, including the emission and internal destruction techniques using his ocular abilities and his omniscience. His observation Haki reached the level of foresight, allowing him to glimpse into the future. And even his conqueror's Haki. He could now control it freely, influencing his surroundings and even infusing it into his attacks. His progress was downright terrifying. Even Naguri called him a monster. During this time, Kuina awakened observation Haki in the 2nd month, though she was still struggling with armament. Zoro, on the other hand, barely managed to awaken observation Haki at the very end of the 3rd month. That being said, compared to normal people, his growth was still insanely fast. All right. It's time for this old man to set sail. Naguri stood by his newly finished boat, looking at Renzo and the others with a smile. Take care, all of you. I hope to hear your names resounding across the sea someday. Then, his eyes fell on Renzo. Especially you, kid. With your talent, there's no way the future of the Grand Line won't be shaken by your name. His ship was ready. It was time to leave. Yeah. Take care, old man. I hope you find your lost crewmate soon. Renzo, Kuina, and Zoro all came to the shore to see him off. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo had also come along. They had visited Naguri a few times before, and after seeing Renzo so often, they had become somewhat familiar with each other. During this time, Renzo even gave the 3 brothers some pointers. He was curious to see how much stronger they would become in the future. Chapter 125, A New Renzo. Inside the consciousness space. Hermione, Eevee, Python, Uchiha Renzo, and the others were gathered, deep in discussion. The topic: Transfiguration in the Harry Potter world. Pirate Renzo had arrived full of excitement, ready to show off his recent achievements. But no one paid him any attention. Left with no choice, he decided to sit quietly and listen to their conversation instead. Hermione spoke first. I've done extensive research on this, even borrowed Ron's rat, Peter Pettigrew, to analyze him with my omniscience. I gathered some pretty complete data. Then, when Hagrid's baby dragon hatched, I used the same method to analyze its entire physical structure. During summer break, I even traveled to Romania's dragon sanctuary and observed the bodies of dozens of fire dragons. I also snuck into the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts to study unicorns and other magical creatures, fully analyzing their physical structures as well. With all that, I think I'm ready to attempt an animagus transformation into a magical creature. For an ordinary animagus transformation, Hermione was already fully confident in her success. In fact, after studying numerous transfiguration books, consulting Professor McGonagall, and conducting a series of experiments using Peter Pettigrew, she had completely mastered the traditional animagus transformation. With her modified version, she was confident that any wizard with decent transfiguration skills could successfully become an animagus. And they wouldn't have to go through all the hassle of drinking potions, waiting for thunderstorms, or holding a mandrake leaf in their mouth for a month. But of course, Hermione wasn't content with just turning into a regular animal. Her real goal was to become a magical creature. She wanted to transform into a unicorn, a dragon, or even a phoenix. To her, that was what true animagus transformation should be. Compared to that, wizards like Peter Pettigrew and Professor McGonagall, who could only turn into ordinary animals and couldn't even use magic in those forms, well, that just wasn't good enough. But that's still not enough, Uchiha Renzo shook his head. Just understanding the physical structure isn't going to cut it. The key is the soul. If you don't fully analyze the soul structure of your transformation target, you're taking a huge risk. Otherwise, who knows? You might end up like those past transfiguration researchers, blowing yourself to bits. That's right. Throughout Harry Potter history, many ambitious wizards had tried to surpass the limits of a normal animagus transformation, attempting to turn into magical creatures instead. After all, if they succeeded, they wouldn't just gain an animal form, they'd also acquire the unique traits of magical creatures. Greater magic reserves. Longer lifespans. Enhanced strength. And much more. But in the end, every single one of them failed. And their failures weren't pretty. Uchiha Renzo wasn't about to let Hermione recklessly blow herself up like that. That would be a huge waste, especially since the Harry Potter world had so much to offer. Even after months of studying like crazy, using shadow clones to speed up the process, Hermione had only scratched the surface of her world's magical knowledge. There was still a long road ahead. Yeah, better play it safe, Eevee agreed. Eevee was also hoping Hermione would succeed in her experiments. That way, maybe she could develop a reverse transformation technique, one that would let Pokémon take human form. Then it could transform too. Python had the same idea. Hey, I've got a thought. Pirate Renzo, unable to hold back any longer, finally spoke up. If you need to fully understand both the physical and soul structure of your transformation target, why not choose Eevee? I mean, analyzing Eevee's body and soul shouldn't be that difficult for us, right? Do you even need to say that? Hermione shot him a glare. Of course I know. But an animagus transformation is a one-time deal. If I only get one chance, I'd rather transform into a magical creature. Eevee isn't one. Pokémon were supernatural creatures, sure. But they weren't magical creatures in the same way unicorns or dragons were. The biggest difference? Magic itself. While Eevee had gained magical energy from Hero Renzo and Hermione, it wasn't something it originally possessed. Actually, it's not impossible, Eevee spoke up. I could use your research on fire dragons and unicorns to simulate what a magical version of me would look like. Of course, since my genes are too unstable, and there are too many unknown factors, I haven't fully figured them out yet, Eevee continued. I suggest using one of my evolved forms for the experiment. Compared to my base form, an evolved form has stabilized genes and follows a specific evolutionary path. That makes the genetic structure purer and simpler, meaning it'd be much easier for you to transform. What do you think? After all, transforming into a dragon or a unicorn still sounded way too dangerous. One wrong step, and Hermione could literally blow herself sky high. Would that really work? Hermione asked, intrigued. If this was an option, then it was definitely worth considering. After all, aside from a few exceptions, most of Eevee's evolutions were pretty cool looking. It'll be fine. Eevee nodded confidently. You've already done in-depth research on fire dragons, unicorns, and other magical creatures. You've even summarized the patterns in their physical structures. All I have to do is use that as a reference and apply it to myself. That's not a problem at all. In the past, this might have been impossible. But ever since obtaining the dojutsu, omniscience, Eevee felt like it had turned into a genius. Alright, let's give it a shot. Hermione finally made up her mind. This approach was safer, after all. She wasn't reckless enough to take unnecessary risks. One mistake, and she'd be done for. At that moment, Pirate Renzo suddenly asked, Eevee, won't your soul structure change if you take on a magical form? Nope. Eevee shook its head. Ever since I evolved into Espion and awakened my psychic abilities, my soul and consciousness have already undergone a complete transformation. Even though I later unlocked other evolution forms, my soul barely changed. I've already fully grasped the patterns of those changes. Magic energy and Pokémon energy aren't the same, but they still fall within a similar range. Who knows? Maybe I'll even unlock a magical evolution form. At this level, Eevee's psychic power was already strong enough to suppress any major changes to its soul. Not to mention, there was also assistance from all the Renzo's spiritual energy and soul power. Then I've got no complaints. Let's give it a shot. Pirate Renzo nodded firmly. If this works, we might even be able to refine and upgrade transfiguration into a divine transformation technique. You're right. Everyone nodded in realization. This can only happen after I successfully transform into a magical creature, Hermione said. I also need to figure out how to break the animagus limitation, the rule that a wizard can only transform into one form for life. But this is definitely a promising research direction. Eevee sighed, spreading its paws. In that case, I'll go work on the simulations right away. Though honestly, if we had someone with deep knowledge of souls, this would be much easier. Please, I need someone who's good with souls, Eevee said, lifting his paws as if in prayer. Oh. Just then, an unfamiliar voice echoed from a nearby passage. Soul research. I happen to know quite a bit about that. I overheard your conversation just now, and I must say, I'm very interested. Please, allow me to join in. Who's there? Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, startled. A new Renzo. Their eyes lit up with excitement and curiosity. The next moment, a refined-looking young man stepped out from the passage. He wore a white captain's haori with a bold 5 written on the back, layered over a black shahakusho. A pair of glasses rested on his face, giving him an intelligent and scholarly appearance. Chapter 126, Sosuke Eizen. Holy crap. Eizen. Sosuke Eizen. That's freaking Eizen, isn't it? Bro, your luck is insane. Did you seriously get reincarnated as the big boss himself? A real powerhouse has arrived. Quick, let me cling to this thigh. Ho ho ho. Seeing that all too familiar man, Uchiha Renzo and the others went absolutely wild. Finally. A true big shot had arrived. Oh. Hearing their reactions, Eizen raised an eyebrow slightly. Interesting. So instead of assuming I'm the real Eizen, you guys immediately think I'm a reincarnated traveler like yourselves. That means, everyone here is a reincarnator. Is this some kind of traveler chat group? Well, damn. If he had been reborn as Eizen, did that mean he also inherited his insane intellect? Still, he lacked a bit of imagination. Ho ho ho. Nope. The truth is way crazier than that. Forget the details, just give me a handshake, boss. Let me get some of that good luck. Yeah, me too. The others immediately surrounded Eizen, reaching out eagerly. Eizen didn't step back. Instead, he watched them with amusement. The moment their hands made contact, a flood of memories and abilities surged into his mind. He rapidly absorbed and processed the information. And soon, he understood everything. So, that's how it is. Now, this is getting interesting. Eizen adjusted his glasses with a faint smile playing on his lips. Whoa. Pirate Renzo suddenly gasped. Boss, you've already reached pre-Hogyoku fusion peak level. And damn, the timeline here is all messed up. You never even went through the whole holification incident, but you still managed to get the complete Hogyoku. That's some serious skill. So, does that mean you're not planning on betraying Soul Society? It was clear that since this Eizen was a reincarnated Renzo, his choices were completely different from the original. This Eizen actually got along well with Kasukirahara. Can you believe that? Of course. Eizen chuckled. The original storyline is pointless. The villain route is pointless too. Not my style. And I don't have any of that stand above the heavens Chunibu nonsense. As long as I have the Hogyoku, getting stronger is easy. I don't need to go through all the trouble like in the original story. In fact, once my strength reaches a certain level, everything will naturally fall into place. Though honestly, I'm not all that interested in that path. He considered himself a more advanced Eizen. If the original Eizen Sasuke was a lonely seeker of power, then Eizen Renzo was someone who embraced the richness of life, indulging in whatever he pleased. Yeah, right. Eevee scoffed. Let's be real, your biggest interest is women, isn't it? Knowing you as Renzo, I can't say I'm surprised. Matsumoto Ranjaku, Hinamori Momo, Yoruchi Shihoin, Retsu Unohana. TSK, TSK, TSK. You might not have officially gotten them all, but damn, all your relationships are ambiguous as hell. This is basically harem Eizen, huh? The vibe was completely off. This man had fully embraced the warm-hearted big bro persona. Uchiha Renzo and the others all twitched at the corners of their eyes. They all wanted to say, bring our idol Eizen back now, please. Hermione, on the other hand, just walked away in silent frustration. Why not me? Jealousy was tearing her apart from the inside. But there was nothing she could do about it. Maybe I should start a reverse harem instead. A crazy idea suddenly popped into Hermione's head. Ha! Eizen laughed shamelessly, completely unfazed. Come on, we're all men here, we understand each other. As long as I don't slack off on training, what's wrong with having a few more women? The original Eizen had his priorities all wrong. Standing alone at the top. What's the point of that? The guy clearly had no idea how to enjoy life. But he was different. Look at him now, wasn't he living his best life? His world was rich, colorful, and full of excitement. The original Eizen had noble ambitions. He sought a higher plane of existence and had transcended petty romance. Unlike you. At some point, swordsman Renzo had arrived. He pulled his hand back from pirate Renzo's shoulder, looking utterly exasperated. Oh, please. Eizen shot him a knowing glance. Didn't you just marry that new beauty? Thanks to your sheer dominance, your wife is even letting you have a threesome. Bro, you're in a Chinese world. LOL. You're the last person who should be judging me. At the end of the day, they were all different versions of the same person. Who didn't know each other's true nature. Hell, even Hermione was scheming about starting her own reverse harem. A bunch of degenerates, none of them had any moral high ground. Swordsman Renzo. Alright, fine. He couldn't win an argument against Eizen. Yeah, makes sense. As long as your strength is absolute, Eizen, you'll always be our big boss. Pirate Renzo laughed without a hint of shame. In his mind, he was calculating, if Eizen had arrived a few months earlier, would he have been able to stop his fight against Garp? After all, even now, he still had no clue where Garp's true limits lay. That was something he really wasn't sure about. On top of that, he hadn't encountered enough strong people in the One Piece world to properly gauge power levels. Just knowing bits of the original story wasn't enough to make blind comparisons. Exactly. I completely agree. Private matters are just that, private. None of us have the right to judge each other. Uchiha Renzo nodded in agreement. Eizen had arrived at just the right time. Not just because of Hermione's animagus issue earlier, now that Eizen and his immense spiritual power were in the mix, Uchiha Renzo could feel his eternal Mangekyo evolving further. And more importantly, he had a strong feeling that his Een release was finally about to awaken completely. And not just any awakening. The future was looking bright. Oh, and by the way, his Senju Physique potion, Uzumaki version, was nearly complete. In fact, he had already developed a few weaker versions over a month ago, but none of them met his expectations. That's why it had taken so long. With the Uzumaki version Senju Physique, a boosted Eternal Mangekyo, and Een release, do I not have the chance to awaken the Rinnegan? Uchiha Renzo was hopeful. If even this didn't work, then it wasn't a problem with the Senju Physique, he might just be missing the necessary Indra and Azura Chakra as a catalyst. Either way, he was finally seeing a real path toward unlocking the Rinnegan. Agreed. +1. Boss Eizen is right. Everyone chimed in, showing their full support for Eizen. Heh, well then, thank you all for your support. Eizen gave them a gentle smile, one so eerily calm that it sent chills down their spines. Eizen, man, can you not smile like that? It's creepy as hell. Pirate Renzo rubbed his arms as goosebumps spread across his skin. Eizen. What the hell? That was a genuine warm smile, straight from the heart. Anyway, let's get back on topic. You were discussing soul-related matters earlier, right? Well, that happens to be my area of expertise. I'm very interested in this magic-based animagus transformation. Eizen swiftly changed the subject. And he really was interested. After all, he was still just a soul reaper, he didn't actually have a physical body. Right now, his form was nothing more than a highly condensed spiritual body made of reishi, the spirit particles. That meant he couldn't use many of the abilities the other Renzos had. Looks like he needed to create a powerful body for himself. Which meant it was time to fully digest all the cutting-edge genetic technology from the various worlds. At first, he thought his limit was the peak of what the original Eizen had achieved. But now he saw the truth, he could take things far beyond that. His potential was limitless. As long as he could get himself a real physical body. Alright. Hermione's eyes lit up at the topic shift. She quickly turned to Eizen. I just went through part of your memories about soul-related knowledge. With your help, we can definitely avoid a lot of unnecessary trial and error. And with that, Hermione, Eizen, Uchiha Renzo, and the others dove into a lively discussion. Guys. After being left out of the conversation for a while, Eevee finally spoke up in a slightly sulky tone. So, do I still need to work on the magical Eevee project, or? It was starting to feel really useless now. And to think, it had been so excited about finally having a true expert in soul-related matters to work with. I regret not praying to reach the level of Arceus or something. Why praying for a soul guy? Chapter 127, 9 Tomo Eternal Mangekyo, Bonus. Of course, it's necessary. Eizen replied with a smile, Eevee, you're special. Using your method to conduct the first ever magical creature version of an animagus transformation is the safest approach. Besides, this will help us gather and understand more information about the magical creature animagus transformation. So far, everything about this concept has only existed as theories, speculations, and a few failed attempts from the past. You're the key. However, I suggest we take it a step further. Eevee, Hermione, and the others raised their eyebrows. What do you mean? Eizen raised a finger. We should fully analyze the essence of magic and the power of a single Pokémon attribute, breaking them down to their fundamental cores and completely merging the two. Then, using this new power as a foundation, we can achieve your magical evolution form. This way, we won't just obtain better data and evolution results, but you'll also be able to completely integrate magic into your core power. That means all your forms will possess magical properties. In Eizen's view, this was the true way to master the gifts from other worlds, not just by switching between different powers one at a time. He had already seen memories from the other Renzos. People like Uchiha Renzo and Eevee were already heading in this direction. But they hadn't gone far enough. They were only merging techniques from different systems, layering powers on top of each other. That was merely surface-level tinkering. The real approach should start with the fundamental essence of different power systems and fuse them at their roots. That way, even if more Renzos joined in later and brought in new power systems, they could simply integrate them into their own core strength. This method would completely eliminate the issue of world rules being incompatible, no more problems where certain abilities couldn't be used due to different universal laws. Because in theory, one could always convert power into a form compatible with their world. Or better yet, by fully analyzing the essence of different powers, they would gain such a deep understanding that they could naturally adjust any skill or power to align with their world's rules. Is that so? Eevee nodded in understanding. If it were before, this wouldn't have been possible since neither I nor anyone else could do it. But with omniscience, achieving this isn't difficult at all. It'll just take some extra time. Indeed, fusing the fundamental sources of various power systems was crucial for Eevee, as it would bring an immense boost in strength. Alright, let's do it. Give me some time, and I'll analyze the essence of magic and Pokémon energy to merge them. Eevee decided. No need. Eizen shook his head. We can simply gather all the Renzo members and have everyone dedicate some time each day to solving this together. After all, this benefits everyone, it's an incredibly advantageous thing. And if we work together, we can speed up the process. Not to mention, as long as their ocular abilities were strong enough, they could even use multiple shadow clones to participate in the analysis. At that point, the speed would be 100 times faster. Agreed. I'm in. Just got back from a voyage, so I have some free time. No problem here either. Everyone quickly agreed. In fact, many had already decided to use this method to merge other power systems in the future. Hero Renzo's magic, Uchiha Renzo's chakra, the Haki newly acquired by Pirate Renzo, Eizen's Shinigami Ryatsu. All of them could be analyzed and merged through the collective effort of the group. This wouldn't just boost their strength significantly, it would also make future training much easier. Alright, let's do it. Eevee nodded repeatedly. It was more than happy to have extra hands helping out. The more people working on this, the better. After that, they divided the tasks among themselves, scheduled the next few meetings, and left messages for any Renzo members who weren't present. Then, one by one, they exited the consciousness space and got to work. Soul Society. Heh. Now this is getting interesting. Back in his body, Eizen opened his eyes and chuckled. What are you smirking about? Huh. Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking about something interesting. Eizen was momentarily stunned before shaking his head and standing up. I've got things to do today, so I'll be heading out. No need to see me off. As he spoke, he prepared to leave Anohana's room for today. Stop right there. Her sharp voice rang out, halting his steps immediately. He turned back with an awkward smile. What is it? Something else. You're not going anywhere today. I already checked, you're free all day. So, you're staying right here and keeping me company. Otherwise, you know what will happen. She made the famous scissor gesture with her fingers, scissors cucumber, causing Eizen to stiffen slightly. That was the deadliest threat to any man. He forced a laugh. Ahaha, all right. Whatever you say. Anohana let out a soft chuckle. That's more like it. We agreed on this beforehand, didn't we? I've never even complained about you juggling multiple women, so you should be grateful. At the very least, you can't shortchange my time. Since she was already on this ride, and aside from Eizen's womanizing, he was actually a good match. Especially his swordsmanship, it fully satisfied her need for combat. For Anohana, that was more than enough. Yes, yes. Whatever you say. Eizen knew he had no ground to argue. What else could he do but comply with his woman's wishes? Come on, accompany me for a spar. I've recently had some new insights into swordsmanship. Without waiting for his response, she grabbed his hand and started dragging him toward the underground prison. As they walked, several Soul Reapers noticed the sight and instinctively avoided them from a distance. Once Anohana and Eizen were out of sight, whispers filled the air. They're going to Musen again, aren't they? No doubt. Captain Eizen has it rough, huh? We all used to think Captain Anohana was gentle. Turns out, we were so naive. Rough. Are you sure the one suffering is really Captain Eizen? Half of the top-tier beauties in the Godii 13 are with him. Do you really think we have the right to say he has it rough? If that's suffering, then I'd happily suffer 100 times over. Agreed. +1. Plus 11,111. Can't argue with that. Valid point. Naruto World. At Uchiha Renzo's home, the moment his consciousness returned, he felt a massive surge of spiritual energy flooding into his body. At the same time, a tremendous influx of mental and soul power rushed into his mind, causing waves to crash within his consciousness. He could also feel his soul and eyes undergoing a transformation. His expression changed slightly. Immediately, he created a shadow clone and used the Flying Thunder God technique. His real body vanished from his home, reappearing in his underground base outside Konoha. Red Queen, activate the strongest barrier. No interruptions. After issuing his command, Uchiha Renzo entered a secluded chamber, sat cross-legged, and began to refine and absorb the influx of power. He steadily converted the overwhelming mental energy and newly awakened Yin-based chakra, channeling it into his eyes to accelerate their evolution. The process took several hours. Finally, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A terrifying aura spread out. His Eternal Mangekyo had now developed 9 Tomo rings around the design. Additionally, the original blood red color had changed slightly, adding a radiant ruby tint. A balance with spiritual energy. This is an unexpected bonus. To think that pure Shinigami spiritual power could have such an effect, Uchiha Renzo was thrilled. He quickly assessed his power. His 9 Tomo Eternal Mangekyo's visual prowess had increased 50-fold, and all 3 of his unique abilities had been significantly enhanced. With this, my analysis speed will be even faster. A smile formed on his lips as he contemplated his next steps. Images. +80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 128, Fusion of Magic and Pokémon Energy. After finishing his seclusion, he greeted Red Queen, checked the progress of the Uzumaki version of the Sage Body Potion, and left satisfied. Returning home, he dispelled his shadow clone and immediately created over 10 new ones, distributing his ocular power among them to simultaneously analyze magic and Pokémon energy using his Omniscience Eye technique. Previously, his ocular power wasn't strong enough to handle such a task, but now it was. Another month quickly passed. During this time, the members of the Renzo group dedicated a significant portion of each day to analyzing magic and Pokémon energy. Finally, on the 31st day, they completed their full analysis of both energies. At first, those who hadn't participated in the discussions on the first day joined in on the second. Thanks to Uchiha Renzo's evolution to the 9 Tomo Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, their enhanced ocular power and technique significantly accelerated the process. Otherwise, even a month might not have been enough. After all, these were the fundamental energies of 2 entirely different worlds. In fact, completing this feat in just a month was already an extraordinary achievement. Now, all that's left is to fuse Pokémon energy and magic. Eevee, it's up to you now. Eizen said after everyone had shared the latest updates on their powers and memories. Eevee nodded. Leave it to me. With that, it withdrew from the consciousness space and returned to its body. Opening its eyes, Eevee turned to Cynthia and said, "Cynthia, I'm going to attempt a new evolution. Please stand guard nearby and make sure no one, human or Pokémon, disturbs me." Cynthia nodded but then added with concern, "Be careful. If something feels off, stop immediately. We have plenty of time, so don't push yourself. Don't worry. I know my limits." Eevee shook its head confidently. This experiment was crucial to its goal of achieving a human form. It wouldn't give up easily. Compared to that, mere strength improvement was secondary. With that, Cynthia moved to the doorway, shut the door, and released Garchomp and the others to stand guard. Inside the room, Eevee returned to its normal form, sat on the floor, and closed its eyes, beginning the careful process of fusing magic and Pokémon energy bit by bit. Thanks to all the Renzo support, it had already analyzed both energies. Even Eizen had tested a primary fusion to determine the best method and energy ratio. So, the process went surprisingly smoothly. In less than an hour, Eevee had successfully fused Pokémon energy and magic. This energy, it's definitely stronger than either Pokémon energy or magic alone. And it combines the strengths of both. But the real test comes now, whether I can evolve using this fusion. With that thought, Eevee initiated its evolution, switching to its psychic form. Whoa. In the next moment, a radiant white light engulfed its body. 5 seconds later, the light faded, revealing Eevee's transformed appearance. Did I succeed? My power feels far beyond that of a normal psychic type. And I can use magic just like a magical creature. Eevee muttered in excitement, realizing that it could now cast magic freely, much like the house elves from the Harry Potter world, without the need for a wand, purely through direct magic manipulation. Though Hermione had recently analyzed the mechanics of wandless casting, she still struggled with its speed and fluency compared to using a wand. For humans, freely controlling magic in this way wasn't easy. But for Eevee, these limitations no longer existed. Additionally, it felt its new power constantly refining and enhancing its body. Actually, it had already noticed this effect in its normal form, but now it was even more pronounced. My appearance seems to have changed too. Using its mental perception, Eevee sensed the alterations in its body. With a thought, it used its fantasy creation ability to generate a massive full-length mirror before itself. What it saw stunned it. Its body had grown nearly a third larger, and mystical white arcane patterns were now spread evenly beneath its fur. Additionally, the red gemstone on its forehead had enlarged and shifted from a simple round shape to a crown-like structure. Whoa. I look way cooler now. Eevee's eyes lit up with excitement. Alright. Let's try my Glacian form. Leafian form. Jolteon form. Sylveon form. As Eevee switched through each evolution, it realized that every transformation was a success. Not only that, but as it kept switching forms, the process became smoother and faster, until it could instantly shift between them without delay. Satisfied, it finally stopped and returned to its normal Eevee form. Then with a quick use of apparition, Eevee teleported directly to the room's entrance. The sudden appearance startled Cynthia and her Garchomp. Wah. Eevee, you're out already. Wait a minute, Cynthia suddenly froze, realization dawning on her. How did you teleport in this form? Huh. Eevee tilted its head. Didn't I tell you? I could always do this. It was true. Even when reverting to its normal form, Eevee retained its psychic abilities, though using them in that form was slightly harder and drained more energy. Of course, what it had just used wasn't even a psychic move, it was apparition, a magic teleportation spell. Unlike psychic-type teleportation, this spell required no effort, felt entirely natural, and operated on pure instinct. Eevee loved how seamlessly it worked. You never told me that. Cynthia pouted, grabbing Eevee's cheeks and lifting it into her arms with a grumble. Ah. I must have forgotten. Sorry. Eevee chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, it really had forgotten to tell her. Ugh, seriously. But you're just too cute, and your apology was so sincere, so I forgive you. Cynthia's expression immediately softened into a bright smile. She gave Eevee a kiss on the cheek before asking, so, did you succeed in your new evolution experiment? Eevee nodded. It's done. I fused a new power, and now all my evolved forms are stronger. Even my base form has changed slightly. Really? Cynthia, intrigued, held Eevee up and examined it from every angle. Oh. I see it now. There are some strange white markings under your fur. They look really cool. What are they? I call them magic runes. Buffed. Magic runes. Are you saying you can use magic now? Cynthia laughed. Legends of magic existed in this world too. In ancient times, some people had mistaken Pokémon trainers for beast tamers, summoners, or even magicians. Yup. That teleport I just used. That was magic. I call it apparition. Wait, that wasn't psychic teleportation. Nope. Didn't you notice there was no psychic energy wave? Huh. Now that you mention it, you're right. So you really became a magic Eevee. Heh. That's right. So. Want to learn magic too? Huh. Can I? Well, not yet. 1 hour later, consciousness space. Eevee re-entered the mental space. Shing. As soon as it appeared, everyone turned to look at it, their gazes locking on immediately. One by one, they stood up and gathered around. So. Did it work? Yup. I did it. Eevee grinned. Let's do a memory and power share. You'll see for yourselves. Saying that, it lifted a paw towards them. Oh no you don't. Ha. You really thought we'd just listen to you? Not a chance. Unfortunately for Eevee, instead of following the usual process, everyone ignored its outstretched paw and went straight for the fluff. One by one, they reached out and ruffled its fur, petting and rubbing its soft body to their heart's content before finally pulling back their hands, satisfied. Eevee. It was furious. The next moment, it activated its full speed. Taking advantage of the brief days as everyone processed the new shared memories and powers, its body became a streak of lightning, zipping across each person's face in an instant. ZZT. 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 Every single one of them got clawed. Chapter 129, The Origin Power. Ah. That hurts. My face. Everyone cried out in pain at the same time. But instead of complaining about Eevee, they all burst into grins. It worked. Our magic and Pokémon energy can now merge directly. Yeah. This new power is definitely stronger than either one alone. I wonder what will happen if we also integrate chakra, Ryatsu, internal energy, and Haki. How powerful would it become? So, what should we call this power? Since it was a fusion of different energy systems, and they would likely merge even more types in the future, everyone agreed that it needed a strong and universal name. How about Divine Power, suggested Hero Renzo. As they continued to combine different energy sources, he felt that the essence of this power would eventually reach the level of divinity. Too basic, Eizen immediately rejected. Reaching the level of a god is inevitable, so Divine Power is too ordinary. Let's call it Origin Power instead. It signifies the origin of all things and represents the idea that this power will eventually become the foundation of all energy across the multiverse. What do you think? Eizen had high ambitions. The title of God wasn't enough to satisfy him. His goal was to surpass the divine. Ideally, he wanted an endless path ahead, so he could keep chasing it. Of course, with his women by his side. I like it. Uchiha Renzo immediately raised his hand in approval. Agreed. No objections. Same here. Count me in. Everyone voted in favor. It was simple and powerful. At that moment, Hermione spoke up. All right then, everyone, just wait for my good news. Of course, she turned to Eizen. Once I succeed with my first transformation, I'll need your expertise on spiritual evolution when I start transforming into other magical creatures. Whenever you need me, just ask. Eizen nodded without hesitation. This research was valuable for his studies on souls. The soul structures of magical creatures didn't exist in the Bleach world, making them an invaluable resource for him. If I fully understand them, I should be able to create these races in my world with fantasy creation. Also, my body should be capable of evolving, but meeting my standards would require an immense amount of mental energy, probably more than I'll ever have. After all, his strength continuously increased over time, growing in sync with his origin power. It was an endless cycle. So, I need to develop equipment that can enhance my mental energy, and something to store it as well, Eizen thought to himself. Well then, I'll be off. Everyone, wait for my good news. With that, Hermione exited the consciousness space. Clap. At that moment, Uchiha Renzo clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Next, I want us all to work together to merge chakra into origin power. Analyzing chakra will require everyone's help, doing it alone would take too long. He was eager to integrate chakra into origin power as soon as possible. Once that happened, the new origin power would inherit chakra's properties, allowing him to use it for jutsu. And naturally, its power and effectiveness would be off the charts. I wonder if it'll surpass Sage Chakra, or maybe I should obtain Sage Chakra first. Renzo pondered. At that moment, Eizen spoke up. There's no rush. I think you should get Sage Chakra first. Once you have it, we can analyze Sage Chakra directly. It'll save us from having to go through this process twice. Clearly, Eizen had already considered this point. Hentai Renzo suddenly raised a counterpoint. Wait a minute. Isn't the ultimate form of chakra supposed to be Kekii Mora and truth-seeking orbs? Even if we analyze Sage Chakra first, won't we still have to go through this process again later? Is that really the case? Gundam Renzo interjected. I remember that Kekii Mora and truth-seeking orbs aren't considered standard applications of chakra. For example, wood release is still performed using basic chakra as its source. The same goes for truth-seeking orbs. They're just the result of perfectly combining all 7 chakra natures. But that doesn't mean chakra isn't the fundamental energy source. It's just an advanced application. Even Kagaya and the Otsutsuki clan still use chakra as their base power, right? It was important not to confuse these concepts. Exactly, Uchiha Renzo agreed. Gundam Renzo is right. Chakra is still the foundation. I'll head to Ryuchi Cave to learn Sage Mode first, then I'll come back so we can analyze it together. See you guys later. With that, he left immediately. How about we analyze my energy next? Swordsman Renzo suggested. Aizen sighed. You just want an excuse to slack off. Your low energy isn't that complicated, it won't take you more than a few days to analyze on your own. Handle it yourself. I'll be working on Ryatsu. Anyone interested can join me. Or, we can just take a few days off. Everyone had been working hard, and using their eyes for long periods, especially omniscience abilities, was mentally exhausting. Swordsman Renzo. Damn, I got caught. As expected of Aizen. I'm almost done refining the life-extending potion. I don't have time right now. Let's talk about this later. Apocalypse Renzo shook his head. My coordinator gene enhancement serum is also near completion, so I'll need a bit more time as well. Gundam Renzo also declined. Pirate Renzo shrugged. I've got time, count me in. Ryatsu is something I've always been curious about. I want to see if it can merge with Haki first. The two seem to have great compatibility. Good idea. Give it a shot. Ultimately, we're going to integrate Haki into the origin power anyway. Aizen nodded in approval. Demon Slayer Renzo spoke up, I'm in too. I've always been interested in Shinigami powers. If I can merge them into origin power as soon as possible, then maybe I won't even need sunlight-based techniques. I could just use soul cutting to kill Musen directly. Wait, what? Swordsman Renzo gave Demon Slayer Renzo an incredulous look. You still haven't taken out Musen. With your current strength, you should have been able to wipe him out ages ago. What the hell are you waiting for? A festival or something? That was just embarrassing. Seriously, why is it taking so long? The others also shook their heads in disappointment. He was just dealing with a slightly stronger than average Demon King, nothing major. Especially considering Demon Slayer Renzo had domain projection. And now that Aizen was involved, wielding a Zanpakuto against demons was the perfect counter. No matter how strong their regeneration was, if their soul was cut down in one slash, what was left to regenerate? Heh. Demon Slayer Renzo scratched his head awkwardly. I've just been busy mastering different breathing techniques. I even got my hands on sun breathing and have trained it to a high level. I wanted to experiment with merging various styles into something even more advanced. I have been working hard. Pirate Renzo scoffed. Oh, please. You just wanted to delay things so you could spend more time with Shinobu, Kane, and Mitsuri, didn't you? You're afraid that once Musen is gone, they'll all go their separate ways. Am I right? Did he really think he could hide his little schemes from the others? Their memories were all shared. This wasn't even classified information. Oh well. Most of them just didn't bother digging into each other's memories in detail. Except for Pirate Renzo, who was easily bored. Demon Slayer Renzo. You nosy bastard. You really have nothing better to do, huh? How deeply did you snoop into my memories? Demon Slayer Renzo looked at Pirate Renzo in disbelief. Pirate Renzo grinned. Heh. After finishing my daily training, I get pretty bored drifting on the sea. Going through everyone's memories is actually pretty entertaining, don't you think? Especially Hentai Renzo, good job bro. You are the best at entertaining me. He. All the Renzo variants. Dealing with such a nosy guy was beyond exhausting. You should put the effort into helping Aizen analyze Ryatsu. Everyone looked at Pirate Renzo. Alright. I get it. Pirate Renzo raised his hands in surrender. It's not like he had much else to do anyway. The problem was, his talent was so ridiculously high that he mastered anything he tried almost instantly. He had originally expected Haki to be difficult to train, but Well, turns out, it wasn't. At this point, even though he still did his daily Haki training, his progress was absurdly fast. For now, it was more than enough. Then, everyone turned back to Demon Slayer Renzo and sighed. And you? Stop messing around with girls and finish Musen off already. Get that formula as soon as possible. If you keep delaying, we might not even need it anymore. Alright. I got it. Demon Slayer Renzo nodded repeatedly. Then, everyone's gaze simultaneously shifted toward Hentai Renzo. Hentai Renzo. His body stiffened under their scrutiny. Why are you all looking at me like that? I've been making significant contributions to the group's mental well-being, alright. He was working really hard, okay. Every single day. All the Renzos. What a damn weirdo. Forget it. We're not even going to bother with you. Just hurry up and get your hands on a time stopwatch or some other reality-altering artifact. Eizen waved him off. The others all nodded in agreement. Chapter 130, Animagus Eevee. Harry Potter World. Inside the Room of Requirement. Hermione took a moment to focus, using her mental perception to effortlessly locate Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. At the same time, she confirmed that it was yet another Horcrux belonging to Voldemort. With a single thought, a katana appeared in her hand. She unsheathed it and softly whispered. Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu. The blade in her hands transformed slightly in shape. Without hesitation, Hermione took down the diadem and stabbed the largest gemstone embedded within it. Ah. No. A horrifying scream and a series of agonized howls echoed from within. Dark, smoke-like spiritual energy seeped out from the diadem, dissipating into nothingness until the room fell silent again, almost as if the sinister presence had never existed. As expected, using a Zanpakuto against Voldemort's Horcruxes makes things so much easier. Hee hee. Hermione grinned, studying the blade in her hands with satisfaction. After all, a Zanpakuto was the manifestation of one's soul. Since she had shared Eizen's ability, it functioned just as mysteriously without needing to forge an Asachi and reawaken its power. It simply existed within her mindscape and could be summoned at will, a very convenient ability. Moreover, she could decide whether ordinary people could see it or not. Hermione had possessed this power for some time now. However, between her hectic schedule and her dedication to furthering her magical studies, she had temporarily put aside fully exploring it. Now that Eevee's magical fusion had settled, she couldn't wait any longer. She rushed over, retrieved the diadem, and obliterated another piece of Voldemort's soul in the process. Such a pity to destroy something as magnificent as this diadem. I wonder if it can be repaired. After storing her Zanpakuto back into her mindscape, Hermione examined the damaged diadem, a hint of regret in her eyes. Activating her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, she cast omniscience analysis on the artifact. The magical inscriptions inside are heavily damaged, and the gemstone is completely shattered. It'll need a replacement. But the structure and rune placements are mostly intact. At least it's still salvageable. Hee hee. With that conclusion, Hermione happily stowed the diadem away into her dimensional storage ring. This ring was something she had created after deciphering the secrets of a magical spatial box. Now, it served as her personal storage tool, with a massive space of several hundred cubic meters, more than enough to store countless items. Next up. Animagus transformation. After composing herself, Hermione exited the Room of Requirement. Then, she re-entered, this time, stepping into her own exclusive space. This was a secluded area she had created after studying and slightly modifying the entrance mechanics of the Room of Requirement. Now, only those who knew her personal passcode could access it. It served as her private lab and study base. Upon entering, she immediately headed to the training chamber. Standing at the center, she closed her eyes and carefully recalled every detail of her improved Animagus transformation process. She concentrated on every characteristic of an Eevee in its base form, including its soul. Animagus. As she activated the transformation, a brilliant white light, reminiscent of a Pokémon evolution, engulfed her entirely. A sharp cry escaped her as her figure began to change drastically, rapidly shrinking in size. The transformation was slow and meticulous, taking over 30 minutes to fully complete. When the light finally faded, only a small, fluffy creature remained in her place. Eevee. Ia. Eee. Cough. Wait, did it work? Hermione lifted her right paw and stared at it, struggling against the sudden instinct to lick it. She quickly summoned a full-length mirror with fantasy creation and positioned it in front of herself. Upon seeing her reflection, she let out a delighted squeal. Yay. It worked. It really worked. This is amazing. She spun around excitedly, checking herself from different angles. She looked nearly identical to an Eevee that had fused with both magic and Pokémon energy. Almost identical. Because now, she was undeniably female. Alright, time to test out magic and Pokémon abilities. Despite sensing the potent energy flowing within her, Hermione wanted to be thorough and verify everything. Wingardium Leviosa. Reducto. Scour Jiffy. Apparition. Fantastic. Everything works perfectly. And it feels just like an Eevee's natural abilities, there's no need for a wand at all. To be fair, after her Eevee transformation and fusion with magical energy, she had already discovered that even in human form, she no longer needed a wand to cast spells. This was yet another unexpected but welcome benefit of the fusion process. Quick attack. Tackle. Hee hee. No problems here either. Now, the Real test begins, Espion form. As soon as Hermione's voice fell, a surge of bright white light enveloped her once again. She could feel her body undergoing another transformation, adapting to the changes she had envisioned. Soon, the light faded, revealing an Espion in her place. Success. Now onto the Glacian form. Leafian form. Sylveon form. Hermione tested all 8 Eeveevolution forms, and every single one was a success. Not only that, but she could use the respective abilities of each form along with her magic seamlessly. Moreover, because the Pokémon energy had fused with her magic, both her spells and Pokémon moves had become significantly stronger. At the same time, the energy consumption had decreased substantially. Next, Hermione activated Animagus transformation again, attempting to return from Eevee form to her human self. The process went smoothly without any issues, she succeeded on the first try. Phew. Hermione let out a long breath, checked herself carefully, and confirmed that nothing was missing or out of place. Only then did she completely relax. Next, I need to use the memories and knowledge I obtained from Eizen to deeply analyze the souls of magical creatures. This is going to be a massive undertaking. Looks like I'll be busy for a while. Hermione shook her head helplessly. This was something no one else could help her with. That same day, she made a quick trip to her consciousness space to share her successful transformation experience. After transmitting the latest updates on her abilities and memories, she swiftly left and got back to her work. Naruto World. After returning to his body, Uchiha Renzo checked the time. It was already late, so he decided to get a good night's rest. After all, analyzing magic and Pokémon energy over the past few days had been exhausting. His eyes, though not suffering from vision degradation or blindness, were still fatigued from prolonged use. The next morning. Early in the morning, after washing up, Renzo materialized a high-nutrition breakfast using ingredients from the One Piece world. He ate his portion and packed up 5 extra servings. Then, he left the Uchiha compound and headed toward the secret training ground. Kurenai. Good morning. From a distance, Renzo saw Kurenai waiting near the training base and immediately ran toward her. Renzo-kun. Upon seeing him, Kurenai excitedly dashed over and threw herself into his arms. What's this? Why are you being so affectionate today? Renzo was momentarily stunned, but he gently stroked her back and asked softly. It's nothing. I just missed you. This is really your actual body, not a shadow clone, right? Kurenai shook her head slightly and hugged Renzo even tighter as she whispered. Yeah, it's really me. Renzo smiled and nodded. But I can only stay for a little while. After this, I need to head back and study more about ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Of course, that was a lie. His actual plan for today was to visit Ryuchi Cave. If things went smoothly, he should be able to return the same day. If not, he might have to stay for a few days. Of course, if the delay was too long, he could always use the Flying Thunder God technique to return home midway. Kurenai nodded and rested her face against Renzo's chest, whispering, I understand. That's how it should be. You're already doing so much for us by training us every day with your shadow clones, it's really exhausting. After all, fatigue stacks up. We're the ones who are too slow. Just let me lean on you for a bit. As time passed, Kurenai's feelings for Renzo only deepened instead of fading. Her emotions had already transformed into genuine love. As for Asuma, he hadn't pursued Kurenai for quite a while now. In his own words, he had matured and was no longer the foolish Asuma of the past. Besides, Kurenai's affection for Renzo was obvious. Unless he was blind, he could clearly see it. Having grown significantly, he realized it was time to let go. Additionally, Renzo had done him a great favor, and Asuma already considered him a trusted friend and brother. Naturally, he wouldn't make things difficult for Renzo. In fact, months ago, before Kakashi and the others had even joined their training, he had already given up. Rumor had it that he had actually found a girlfriend, a fellow Konoha Chunin who was quite beautiful. Plus 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 131, Ryuchi Cave. Uchiha Renzo scanned his surroundings and compared them with the map and images Orochimaru had given him. After confirming the dark and eerie cave before him, he muttered, "This should be the place." Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Raising a hand, he extended a finger and softly chanted, "Lumos." A gentle white glow emanated from his fingertip, illuminating the path ahead as he ventured deeper into the cave. The cave was long. Renzo walked for nearly 2 hours before reaching a vast cavern. "Kid. You've got guts, daring to set foot here." A massive purple serpent coiled in the distance, its cold eyes glaring at Renzo. Its tongue flicked menacingly as it spoke in a low, threatening voice. Its gaze was that of a predator eyeing its next meal. "You're Manda, right?" Renzo smirked at the giant snake. "Didn't Orochimaru warn you not to mess with me?" "Manda. Shouldn't I be the one saying that to him? And since when did any human dare speak to me like that?" "Brat. You're courting death. Even Orochimaru doesn't dare talk to me like this." Enraged, Manda lunged, its massive jaws snapping toward Renzo. Swish. In an instant, Renzo vanished like a flash of lightning and reappeared above Manda's head. Then, he threw a devastating punch downward. Impact punch. Boom. A sharp, searing pain erupted in Manda's skull. A terrifying shockwave sent the colossal snake crashing headfirst into the ground, embedding its head deep into the cavern floor. A crater several meters deep and dozens of meters wide formed beneath it. A fist-shaped indentation was visible on Manda's head. Scales shattered, and blood oozed from the wound. "Damn you. You wretched brat. I'll eat you. I'll devour you." Despite its injuries, Manda showed no fear. Roaring in fury, it lunged at Renzo again. However, to Renzo, its movements were sluggish, like a snail in slow motion. With his advanced observation abilities, he easily sidestepped the attack. Die. Manda swung its enormous tail at him, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. It was truly furious. Armament Haki, impact punch. Renzo didn't dodge. Instead, his right hand was instantly coated in black armament Haki, merging high-level armament power with the impact force of an Eevee's skill. With his monstrous strength, he delivered a devastating counterpunch against Manda's tail. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out as their attacks collided. The resulting shockwave sent both Renzo and Manda flying backward. Renzo twisted in midair, dispersing the force before stabilizing himself in the sky. Manda, however, wasn't as lucky. Its tail slammed into the floor, shaking the entire cave. Stones and debris rained down, sending smaller snakes scattering in panic. But Manda wasn't done, it lunged again at Renzo. Susanoo. Renzo's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan spun, and a torrent of chakra surged from his body. In an instant, a colossal, semi-formed Susanoo materialized, towering dozens of meters high. Raising a massive hand, Susanoo's clawed fingers clamped tightly around Manda's neck. It was as if a giant had seized a worm. Damn it. Let me go. Let me go right now. This is humiliating. Utter humiliation. You brat, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Manda flailed and thrashed, shrieking in rage. It struggled like an earthworm caught by a child, but no matter how much it twisted, it couldn't break free. If snakes weren't cold-blooded creatures covered in scales, Manda's face would have been burning red from embarrassment. After all, it was Manda, the greatest snake beneath the Ryuchi Cave snake's age. Since when had it ever been humiliated like this? Buffed. What a sight, Manda. A mocking laugh echoed from the distance. A large red serpent with a single eye slithered into view. Its missing eye only made it look even more sinister. Garaga. You bastard dare laugh at me. You better watch out, I'll make sure you lose that other eye too. Just you wait. Manda roared in rage. Of course, more than anger, he was utterly humiliated. He had never been this embarrassed before. Hiss, you should probably worry about escaping from that human first, Manda. TSK. Garaga was irritated at being reminded of his lost eye, but outwardly, he maintained a mocking smirk. In truth, many of the other snakes felt the same way as Garaga. They couldn't help but take some pleasure in Manda's suffering. After all, Manda was notorious for his arrogance, and they had all suffered under his tyranny before. Damn it. You little brat. Let me go right now, or I swear I'll make your life a living hell. Manda, enraged by Garaga's taunts, was desperate to restore his dominance and immediately turned his fury toward Renzo. You really don't know when to quit, do you? Renzo smirked coldly at the struggling Manda. Controlling Susanoo, he grabbed Manda's tail with one massive hand while loosening his grip on the snake's vital weak point. Just as Manda thought he was about to be freed, Renzo lifted the gigantic snake and began slamming it violently against the ground. Back and forth, side to side, repeatedly smashing Manda like a rag doll. The scene was eerily reminiscent of how the Hulk had once smashed Loki into the floor. Bang. 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 The sheer force of the impact made the entire cave tremble. The other observing snakes, including Garaga, felt a chill run down their spines. This human is brutal. We better not mess with him. Since when did humans become so terrifying? I thought Orochimaru was weak and easy to talk to. The cave filled with hushed whispers of frightened snakes. Orochimaru. After slamming Manda more than 10 times, Renzo finally loosened his grip. The once mighty serpent was now a limp, battered mess, lying motionless like a discarded piece of old wood. Renzo dismissed Susanoo and turned to the other snakes. I'm looking for the white snake sage. Who can take me to her? Ah, hiss hiss. The snakes visibly shuddered under Renzo's gaze and instinctively backed away. Manda had been completely humiliated. Who among them would dare step forward now? Just then, 2 human-like girls approached from the back of the cave. They nodded slightly at Renzo and spoke. Orochimaru has already informed the white snake sage about you. You've passed the initial test. Follow us. Oh. Shape-shifting snakes. Interesting. Renzo smirked. Only now did he recall that the snakes of Ryuchi Cave had the ability to transform. He figured it might be worth studying, perhaps he could learn something unexpected from them. Of course, mastering Sage Mode was still his top priority. Soon, under the guidance of the 2 snake women, Renzo entered a massive, ancient stone hall deep within the cave. Inside, an enormous white-scaled serpent rested atop a grand stone throne, lazily puffing from a massive pipe. The snake's slitted eyes gleamed with interest as it gazed at Renzo. A young Uchiha, huh? You're even more fascinating than Orochimaru described. The white snake sage finally spoke. The ancient being found itself unable to fully perceive Renzo's true nature. More disturbingly, it had an eerie sense of danger, an instinctive feeling that this human could pose a genuine threat to it. That was absurd. As one of the 3 great sages of the summoning realms, the ruler of Ryuchi Cave, the white snake sage had lived for 1,000 years and possessed terrifying power. Yet, a mere 10-year-old Uchiha was making it feel uneasy. You're too kind, sage. Renzo smiled faintly. I assume Orochimaru already told you my purpose for coming here. Hiss. Indeed. The white snake sage exhaled a smoke ring and flicked its forked tongue. He has. And I have agreed. After all, you are a summoner of Ryuchi Cave. However, I must warn you, training in senjutsu is extremely dangerous. There is no guarantee you will succeed. It all depends on your own talent and willpower. Additionally, we have an unspoken rule here. If you fail to master Sage Mode and don't immediately die, you'll be eaten by the ones training you. The white snake sage's slitted eyes gleamed with amusement. If you still wish to proceed, then I will have Tajitsuheim and the others teach you with all their effort. Anything you are capable of learning, you may learn. Chapter 132, Snake Sage Arts. There's nothing to hesitate about. I will succeed. With unwavering confidence, Renzo flashed a smile and turned to the 3 snake princesses, Tajitsuheim, Tagiriheim, and Ichikishimaheim. All right then, I'll be counting on you all. SSSS. Tajitsuheim licked her long tongue with a playful smile. I like your confidence. Let's hope you really can pull it off. Follow me. Without hesitation, she led Renzo to a side chamber and began explaining, ordinary ninjutsu is powered by chakra. Chakra itself is a fusion of spiritual and physical energy in a certain ratio. I assume you're already familiar with this. Of course. Good. Now let's talk about senjutsu. Senjutsu is the application of sage chakra in jutsu, which we refer to as sage arts. Sage techniques far surpass normal jutsu in both power and effectiveness. The foundation of senjutsu is sage chakra. To obtain sage chakra, you must balance physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy in a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. Only then can you successfully fuse them. Now, I'll guide you in sensing natural energy. 1 minute later. A terrifying surge of absorption power erupted from the side chamber. The snake sage, who had been resting, suddenly snapped its eyes open and looked toward the source of the disturbance. This brat. It could feel the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave rushing wildly toward the chamber. Without hesitation, it teleported over. What it saw left it in shock. Renzo was seated cross-legged, madly absorbing natural energy, but showed no signs of losing control. 10 minutes passed before Renzo finally stopped. He slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura burst forth, sending shivers down Tajitsuheim's spine and making the other snakes in Ryuchi Cave instinctively tense up. Even their scales tightened in fear. Only the snake sage remained calm, merely narrowing its eyes slightly. How is this even possible? You already mastered Sage Mode. And it's a perfect version. How? Tajitsuhime was in complete disbelief. Never before had she seen someone with such terrifying talent. It took him just 1 minute to comprehend senjutsu, and the next 10 minutes. Those were purely spent absorbing natural energy. In other words, this brat had mastered the technique just by hearing the method once. Renzo clenched his fist, sensing the changes in his body. But instead of standing up, he shut his eyes again. However, beneath his closed eyelids, his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan activated, analyzing Sage Chakra and the principles behind Snake Sage mode. What is he doing? Both Tajitsuhime and the Snake Sage were baffled. Wasn't he done mastering Sage mode? Why continue meditating? Yet Renzo had no intention of answering their questions. So that's how it works, huh? No wonder it has snake-like features. They added an extra element, but that just makes it impure. This won't do. It's not pure enough. For 2 days, Renzo dissected every last secret of Snake Sage mode. Now that I understand everything, I can strip away the unnecessary elements and create a version of Sage mode perfectly suited for humans. That was his plan. Of course, he wouldn't do it now. At least, not in front of the Snake Sage and Tajitsuhime. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a direct slap in their faces? With his objective achieved, Renzo finally opened his eyes again. He stretched lazily, cracking his joints before grinning at Tajitsuhime. Thanks for watching over me. I fully mastered Sage mode. Next, I want to learn all of Ryuchi Cave's Sage techniques. I'll be counting on you. If there was one thing Renzo appreciated about Ryuchi Cave, it was their straightforwardness. Whether it was about the risks of learning senjutsu or their approach to teaching, they were refreshingly direct. No manipulation, no deception. They even warned about the downsides. Now that was honesty. A rarity in this world. Sure, there were hot-headed idiots like Manda, but there were also decent ones, or, well, decent snakes. At least, that was how Renzo saw it. Alright. Follow me. There's not enough space to practice here. Tajitsuhime shot Renzo a deep look, as if trying to see through him. But no matter how hard she tried, she found nothing. Well, except for one thing. Renzo seemed to be maintaining Sage mode the entire time. It was as if this was his normal state. So, you've spent the last 2 days figuring out how to stay in Sage mode permanently. On the way, Tajitsuhime couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. You could say that. Renzo responded with a playful smile. Of course, that wasn't the whole truth. What Tajitsuhime mentioned was just a small side effect of his deeper analysis of the Snake Sage mode, not even worth mentioning. When your mental prowess and comprehension are on another level, you can do whatever you want. His control over Sage Chakra was unprecedented. But, what's the point of this? Tajitsuhime still didn't quite get it. As long as you generate new chakra, the balance will be broken again. To constantly merge ordinary chakra with natural energy, making it second nature, is nearly impossible. Besides, Sage Chakra is powerful, but it also puts a heavy burden on the body and mind. You should be careful. Tajitsuhime was genuinely concerned. After all, Renzo was incredibly talented and, let's be honest, pretty good-looking. Having such an exceptional contract holder from Ryuchi Cave would bring prestige to their name in the ninja world, wouldn't it? At the very least, it'd be satisfying to rub it in those damn toads' faces. I get it. Thanks for the warning, Tajitsuhime. Renzo smiled and nodded. Even though it wasn't really an issue for him, he still appreciated the concern. Gratitude is important. Alright, let's start with Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. For the next 2 days, Renzo followed Tajitsuhime and learned every single Sage Art Ryuchi Cave had to offer. His learning speed was terrifying. By the end, Tajitsuhime was completely numb to it. She was convinced, Renzo wasn't human at all. This guy was a straight-up freak of nature. Who the hell learns Sage Arts like they're just eating and drinking? No technique stumped him for more than half an hour. Most of the time, he mastered them just by hearing the explanation once. After practicing a few times, he had them down perfectly. For someone like Tajitsuhime, who had spent centuries honing her own abilities, this was a massive blow to her confidence. Another day passed. With everything learned, Renzo decided not to linger any longer. He went to see the White Snake Sage one last time to bid farewell. Go on. Come visit Ryuchi Cave whenever you get the chance. The White Snake Sage actually smiled at him. Yeah. Even though it was in snake form, Renzo could tell it was smiling. It was, just scary. Definitely. Renzo nodded. Before I go, I've prepared some gifts for both the White Snake Sage and Tajitsuhime. Here you go. With a wave of his hand, Renzo used his ability, Fantasy Creation, to conjure a mountain-sized pile of top-tier tobacco from the Konosuba world, along with a massive stockpile of Sea King-class meat from the One Piece world. Creating them only required a bit of mental energy, barely any effort at all. Oh! This tobacco, it actually contains a trace of natural energy. The white snake sage instantly perked up and rushed over to inspect the pile with fascination. And this meat? It's overflowing with vitality and energy. What kind of beast is this from? Tagitsuheim practically pounced on the heap of sea king meat, licking a piece before biting off a chunk. As she chewed, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she looked at Renzo in astonishment. Haha. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Renzo gave a slight smile but didn't answer her question. Tagitsuheim got the hint and didn't push further. Chapter 133, Orochimaru summons Manda, bonus. Thanks for the gift. The snake sage nodded at Renzo with satisfaction. If you ever have any questions regarding your training, feel free to ask me anytime. Also, you may summon any of the great snakes of Ryuchi Cave whenever you need them, including the 3 snake princesses. If you ever find yourself in a life-threatening situation, you may even summon me. I will personally aid you. That was a huge promise. This meant that the white snake sage had fully acknowledged Renzo, and the entirety of Ryuchi Cave was now willing to back him up. Following this, the snake sage granted Renzo full summoning rights to Ryuchi Cave's contract scroll. This essentially meant that Renzo could now allow others to sign any summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave without needing Orochimaru as an intermediary. Sorry about that, Uncle Snake. Looks like I just stole Ryuchi Cave from you. Ha ha ha. Renzo chuckled inwardly. He wondered how Orochimaru would react once he found out, probably not too pleased. Thank you, Snake Sage. But with my current strength, I doubt I'll find myself in danger too often. Of course, if you ever run out of tobacco, just send a snake to let me know, and I'll prepare some for you. As for the princesses, they can visit me once a month, and I'll provide them with a batch of this meat regularly. Renzo smiled as he made his promise. He had indeed gained quite a bit from Ryuchi Cave this time, and with the snake sage and the others being so accommodating, he didn't mind offering a few small benefits to maintain a good relationship. Who knew? He might need their help someday. All right. You're very considerate. Then I'm off. With that, Renzo activated the Flying Thunder God technique, connecting to the spacetime coordinates he had left at home. It worked effortlessly. Then, in a flash, he vanished from Ryuchi Cave, leaving the Snake Sage and the Snake Princesses staring at each other in surprise. That was Konoha's spacetime ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God, right? This kid even managed to master the technique to such a degree. Impressive. Upon returning home, Renzo dispelled the water clone he had left behind and absorbed its memories from the past few days. Kurenai stopped by a few times. Looks like I should go comfort her and spend some time with her. Oh man. Too bad I'm still too young for that. Speaking of which, why doesn't Hentai Renzo have this age problem in his world? It's really unfair. Renzo shook his head with a smile and headed off to take a bath. After all, he hadn't been able to bathe properly while at Ryuchi Cave. Even though he had used cleansing spells on himself, it just wasn't the same as a proper bath. It just didn't have the same feel. Once he was done, he reached out to sense another clone and made his way toward his secret training base. Kirigakure Battlefield. On this day, as the Mist Ninja launched yet another assault, Orochimaru was forced to summon Manda in preparation for a confrontation with the Mizukage. Bang. A cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing the massive form of Manda in front of Orochimaru. Manda looked down at Orochimaru with impatience. Orochimaru. What do you want this time? Let me make it clear, I demand proper compensation. Otherwise, I refuse to fight. And don't even think about offering me humans. I'm not interested in eating them anymore. Oh. Orochimaru was visibly surprised. What's this? Even you have changed your tastes, Manda. In the past, every time Manda was summoned to fight, he would demand an absurd number of human sacrifices in exchange. This was one of the main reasons why Orochimaru preferred not to summon him too often, the cost was simply too high. That said, Manda's strength was undeniable. Humph. Manda flicked his tongue and replied, that's because Ryuchi Cave has recently started providing a much superior kind of meat. It's not only highly nutritious, 1 pound of it is equivalent to 100 pounds of regular meat, but it's also brimming with life energy. It's the best thing I've ever tasted. The only downside is that it's limited in supply. That part annoys me. What Manda was referring to was actually the meat of sea kings. He had only eaten it once but had instantly fallen in love with it. As the #1 snake in Ryuchi Cave, second only to the Snake Sage and the 3 Snake Princesses, he was naturally given a monthly share. But it was far from enough. After learning that this special meat came from Renzo and that he would be supplying it every month from now on, Manda no longer felt any resentment towards him. Oh. There's something that good. Mind giving me a little? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing this. This was the perfect material for his experiments. Eating it would be such a waste. Orochimaru felt deeply pained by the thought. No way. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Not even a tiny bit. I barely have enough for myself. Now, let's get to the point. Why did you summon me this time? And what kind of hefty price are you willing to pay? Manda shook his head like a rattle drum, refusing outright, leaving Orochimaru feeling quite helpless. Fine. Although it was a pity, he couldn't force Manda. He would just have to ask the other snakes of Ryuchi Cave later. Then, his gaze shifted to Manda's still unhealed injuries, especially the bright, unmistakable fist imprint on his head. It was clearly fading, but still very noticeable. Orochimaru twitched at the corner of his eye, trying to hold back his laughter as he asked, "Let's put that aside for now. Why don't we talk about those injuries of yours, Manda? Looks like you got your ass kicked. Let me guess, Renzo has already visited Ryuchi Cave, hasn't he?" Manda. Damn it. Why did you have to bring that up? So what if he did? You never told me he was that strong. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten beaten so badly. Manda roared in frustration, thoroughly embarrassed. That beating had been absolutely brutal, especially the part where he got slammed around like a rag doll. It had been humiliating. Even now, Tajitsuheim still laughed at him about it all the time. TSK. Orochimaru smirked. Did I not warn you? Didn't I tell you to be polite to Renzo? He's not as tolerant as I am. He's not going to put up with your arrogance. More importantly, he's really strong. Looks like you really got wrecked this time. By the way, that special meat you're talking about, don't tell me it's his compensation for beating you up. Orochimaru gave Manda a strange look, making the giant snake feel uncomfortable. Like hell it is. Manda grumbled, I wish. At least then, it would have been a decent comfort. But no, he gave that meat to the Snake Sage and the 3 Snake Princesses after mastering Sage Mode. I only get a monthly share because of my status. Speaking of which, you and he seem to have a good relationship, right? How about we switch the sacrifices to that kind of meat instead? Let's just settle it like that. If you don't agree, don't even think about getting my help. Humph. Manda felt quite pleased with his own cleverness and gave himself a mental pat on the back. This was a great idea. All right. But I'll have to owe you this time. Also, I need you to fight for me tomorrow. Orochimaru nodded without hesitation. His trade relationship with Renzo was still in a good place. And from the looks of it, Renzo had actually mastered Sage Mode in an incredibly short period of time. That made their connection even more valuable. Since Renzo was willing to provide that special meat to Ryuchi Cave every month, it probably wasn't a big deal to him. A long-term trade arrangement could easily be established. For Orochimaru, this was actually an even better deal. Using human sacrifices too often wasn't just troublesome, it also attracted unwanted attention from certain people. Plus 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 134, Black Zetsu's Schemes. Also, Orochimaru, don't brag too much. At that moment, Manda sneered at Orochimaru and continued, that Uchiha brat not only mastered Sage Mode completely in just a few days but also managed to charm the White Snake Sage and the 3 princesses. The White Snake Sage even granted him a higher summoning contract authority than you. In other words, he's practically stolen your position as Ryuchi Cave's chief summoner. The entire Ryuchi Cave is now on his side, and the Snake Sage has even promised that if he ever faces danger, he can summon them for help. Even I. Orochimaru's face darkened. His smirk disappeared as he narrowed his eyes. Even you. Don't tell me. You've also sided with him. This was bad. Orochimaru hadn't expected Uchiha Renzo to be this terrifying. Not only did he master Senjutsu, something Orochimaru had coveted for years, in just a few days. But he also won over the White Snake Sage and the others. He thought he was merely trading a chance for Renzo to learn Senjutsu. How did it turn into this? Orochimaru never imagined Renzo would actually succeed. After all, it was Senjutsu, the legendary Sage Jutsu. Infamously difficult to master. Even he couldn't dictate the attitudes of the White Snake Sage or the 3 princesses. At first, he had thought this deal was a massive win for him. Now, he realized he had suffered an irreversible loss. What the hell is this mess? Orochimaru couldn't help but regret making this deal with Renzo. Manda hesitated slightly before saying, anyway, you better be careful. Whatever you do, don't provoke him. Even without Ryuchi Cave's backing, I doubt you could defeat him. You're more likely to get crushed. It wasn't that Manda was underestimating Orochimaru. But Renzo was simply too powerful. That dojutsu. That chakra giant. Still, Manda didn't reveal these details to Orochimaru. In fact, it warned the other snakes in Ryuchi Cave not to leak anything either. Partly for the sake of its pride. But mostly because it didn't want to further antagonize Renzo. Manda was already thinking of ways to repair their relationship. It had no choice. That kid provided some seriously good meat. Even the tobacco Renzo brought was incredibly tempting. Unfortunately, that was the white snake sage's treasure. Even the 3 princesses weren't allowed to have any, let alone Manda. Maybe I should get Orochimaru to trade with Renzo. Genius. Manda acted immediately and relayed this idea to Orochimaru. Tobacco. You mean the white snake sage got won over by that? Orochimaru was confused. Was the white snake sage really that easy to please? That seemed impossible. He had tried many times before, but the white snake sage remained indifferent, like a true cold-blooded creature that cared for nothing. Unless that tobacco is special. Orochimaru speculated and turned to Manda. Is there something unique about it? Of course. Manda nodded firmly. That tobacco contains pure natural energy. Even the white snake sage benefits from it, let alone me. It was an absolute treasure. Not to mention, it was a luxury. I see. Orochimaru nodded in understanding. I'll arrange a trade with Renzo as soon as possible. After that, Orochimaru asked Manda for more details about Renzo's time at Ryuchi Cave. Manda shared what it could, then quickly left, growing impatient with the conversation. Meanwhile, beneath the Kirigakure battlefield, Black Zetsu had already arrived, accompanied by several white Zetsu clones. They had been monitoring the battle above while also making some preparations in secret. The next morning, as the war resumed above, Black Zetsu sneered, "Oh. It looks like Uchiha Fugaku is deliberately cleaning up certain members of the Uchiha clan. He's not outright sabotaging them, but there's definitely a pattern. Seems like there's some internal instability within the Uchiha. This could be our opportunity." A nearby white Zetsu nodded. "You're right. Also, it looks like Konoha's ninjas are secretly collecting Sharingan from fallen Uchiha. Judging by their movements, they must be from Danzo's route. That guy doesn't seem to be playing fair. It's obvious he's got his eyes on the Uchiha's Sharingan. Think we could work with him for a bit. Maybe wipe out some Uchiha or at least cause trouble for Uchiha Renzo. Would be a nice way to get revenge for Lord Madara's death, don't you think? Ever since Lord Madara died, I've been so bored. There's no one left to talk to, it's so lonely." Black Zetsu. Shut up. Black Zetsu felt exasperated. How did he end up stuck with this idiot white Zetsu? Your plan isn't bad, and we could manipulate things from the shadows. But first, we need to focus on finding the right successor to Madara's will. Once we have our chosen executor fully on board, then we can make our move. Black Zetsu shook his head. He wasn't about to let distractions ruin his carefully laid plans. He had already set his sights on someone from the battlefield, Uchiha Aiko. This guy had a personality somewhat similar to Obito, deeply emotional. But more importantly, he had strong attachments to his father and his twin brother. See? A father and a twin brother, such a perfect candidate for manipulation. With the right guidance, he could easily replace Obito and become an even more valuable pawn. As for Obito, Black Zetsu had already given up on him. The main reason? Uchiha Renzo was just too unpredictable. Who knew what kind of failsafe Renzo had planted on Obito? Black Zetsu wasn't about to take any unnecessary risks. For now, he would lie low, gather strength, and bide his time. He had waited for so many years already. A few more wouldn't matter. Mother, just wait a little longer. I will succeed. Soon, we will be reunited. Black Zetsu thought to himself. Meanwhile, Fugaku was feeling immense pressure. Lately, the Uchiha had suffered heavy casualties on the front lines. Many in the clan were growing restless and dissatisfied. For now, he had managed to suppress their discontent, but it was only a matter of time before things exploded. Most of these Uchiha were from the factions led by the first and second elders. They had never truly acknowledged him as their leader. Now, with the mounting losses, their resentment was even greater. I just hope all of this is worth it, Renzo. I've put all my chips on you. Don't let me down. Fugaku sighed to himself. Inside a mental space. After spending a few hours shopping and eating delicious food with Kurenai, Renzo finally arrived here. At the moment, Aizen and Pirate Renzo were deep in discussion about the fusion of Haki and Ryatsu. Yo. Uchiha Renzo walked over, raising a hand in greeting. So, you guys are analyzing Ryatsu and Haki. Looks like you're making fast progress. How far have you gotten? Not even close, Aizen shook his head, then extended his hand towards Renzo. But more importantly, it looks like you've mastered Sage Mode. Let me see your progress. Me too. Pirate Renzo eagerly placed his hand over as well. Chapter 135, The Possibility of Elemental Sage Modes. On the other side, Hero, Gundam, Python, and the others gathered around, sharing their recent discoveries with Uchiha Renzo. After a while, Aizen opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at Renzo. Not bad. You've actually managed to fully analyze the Snake Sage mode and even created a version of Sage mode that suits humans. That means we can now prioritize analyzing Sage Chakra. I see great potential in this power. As for Ryatsu, we can put that on hold for now. No rush. Since Aizen had already said so, Uchiha Renzo had no objections whatsoever. In fact, he couldn't be happier. At that moment, Hero Renzo also opened his eyes, a look of realization crossing his face. As expected, this thing is closely related to elemental affinity. Uchiha, if we use different types of natural energy to merge with chakra of corresponding attributes, wouldn't that result in different effects? Could we then achieve different types of Sage modes? He had already reviewed Uchiha's analysis of Snake Sage mode. Essentially, it involved integrating snake-like traits into Sage Chakra, granting those who train in Snake Sage mode some of a snake's extraordinary characteristics. The most typical example was the Sage art, inorganic reincarnation. Terrifying regeneration, infrared perception, enhanced flexibility, and so on. From his past life's memories, the original story had made it clear that the effects of Sage mode from Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave were completely different. This was obvious, one resulted in frog-like traits, while the other brought out snake-like traits. If incorporating the power of Mount Myaboku's frogs or Ryuchi Cave snakes could shape different Sage modes, then what if different elemental energies were used instead? For example, water affinity. Would that create a water Sage mode, maximizing enhancements to water-based abilities? It might even grant characteristics associated with water, such as healing and regeneration, flexibility, and so on. Since Uchiha Renzo had already managed to strip the snake attributes from Sage mode and develop a fully human-compatible version, there was no reason this wouldn't work. That's definitely worth testing. Aizen nodded in agreement. From what I've seen of the human-compatible Sage mode you modified, it seems to be a pure, interference-free version tailored specifically for humans. It only provides a moderate boost to physical attributes like reflexes, strength, stamina, and minor regeneration. It no longer grants the terrifying regeneration, flexibility, or other traits that came with the snake affinity. If we can construct elemental variations of Sage mode, we could compensate for the lost power and abilities. In fact, it might be more appropriate to call this the basic human Sage mode. Strictly speaking, it wasn't exactly a weakness. There were advantages, too. For one, it ensured purity of power, making it easier to control. Additionally, this version of Sage mode was significantly easier to learn, with lower requirements and fewer risks involved. No risk of turning into a stone frog, no chance of becoming a snake. Great idea. I was already considering something similar. You guys just reminded me of it. I'll definitely experiment with elemental Sage modes when I get back, the chances of success should be pretty high. Uchiha Renzo grinned and nodded. Now this was a solid suggestion. He always enjoyed exchanging ideas with his other selves. Aizen nodded as well. Then you should focus on that next. Meanwhile, we'll start analyzing Sage Chakra. The best outcome would be to find a way to stabilize its fusion and make it a permanent replacement for regular chakra as the fundamental energy source in the chakra system. Otherwise, it'll just be a floating, rootless force. Of course, the ultimate goal is still to purify the entire energy system and merge it into the origin power. At the very least, they needed to integrate the existing power systems of all the Renzo variants before considering it. That way, when new members from different worlds with unique power systems joined, all they would need to do was integrate those new systems and update their origin power accordingly. Sounds good. Uchiha Renzo nodded in agreement. What are you guys talking about? At that moment, Hermione stepped out of a spatial portal, smiling as she asked the question. Just give me your hand, and you'll know. With that, Uchiha Renzo raised his fist, bumping it against Hermione's. In an instant, he processed all the information about Hermione's recent breakthroughs. Oh. So you've already succeeded in transforming into a magical Eevee. And you can even switch between different forms. He had been so busy training in Sage arts lately that he hadn't visited the mental space, making this news a surprise to him. Although he had received bits and pieces of information from Aizen and the others, he hadn't had the time to pay attention to it until now. You're way behind the times. Hermione rolled her eyes. I've already completed the analysis of the unicorn soul and successfully converted into a unicorn before. The transformation went perfectly. Honestly, the research went so smoothly thanks to my Leafian form's natural affinity. It made it easy for me to get close to unicorns and earn their trust. This greatly helped her study and analyze the souls of unicorns. Uchiha Renzo and the others were intrigued. That's pretty interesting. Who would have thought Leafeon's abilities would come in handy like this? I didn't expect it either. At that moment, an Eevee leapt onto Hermione's shoulder. After completing their shared connection, the little Pokémon couldn't help but voice its thoughts. In the Pokémon world, there were plenty of grass-type Pokémon, but no creatures like unicorns. So, this natural affinity never really stood out before. Guess some abilities that seem insignificant in one world can turn out to be game-changers in another. Eevee, you're here too. How's the research going on reversing the transformation? Eizen and the others were curious. Ever since Hermione had successfully transformed into a magical Eevee, Eevee had been obsessively working on reverse engineering the process. It was more excited about this than anything else. There are still a few key problems to solve, but I'm almost there. Just wait. Soon, I'll be back in human form and living happily with Cynthia. Human Eevee is coming soon. Wahahaha. Eevee laughed smugly, brimming with joy. It had been waiting for this moment for so long. And now, it was finally about to become a reality. Are you sure about that? Are you sure Cynthia will fully accept you once you transform? And more importantly, what about your appearance? Hermione smirked teasingly. This Eevee might have turned into a Pokémon, but its heart was just as flirtatious as ever. What a pity for me, sigh. Hermione couldn't help but let out a deep sigh in her heart. Maybe she really did have to find a different path to pursue her own happiness. Recently, she had been getting along quite well with some of the senior and junior girls at school. As for the boys, she didn't even think of them. Chapter 136, Eevee's Twisted Morals. Eevee blinked in surprise for a moment before scratching its head awkwardly. Well, let's talk about that later. We're still young, there's plenty of time. Honestly, he thought Sabrina was pretty great too. She'd grow up to be a stunning beauty, cold and mysterious, just the way he liked it. And on top of that, her psychic abilities were insanely strong. Seemed like they were a good match, right? Are you seriously trying to be a scumbag, Eevee? Uchiha Renzo gave Eevee a teasing side-eye. Exactly. Pirate Renzo chimed in, crossing his arms. Back when you didn't have a chance to transform, you kept going on about how Cynthia was your one and only. And now that you've barely gotten a shot at it, you're already wavering. That's low, man. Shame on you. Eizen, shame on you. Gundam Renzo, shame. Hero Renzo, ditto. Apocalypse Renzo, yeah, same. Uchiha Renzo, just kill yourself. Eevee instantly exploded in rage. How do any of you have the right to judge me? Which one of you isn't having multiple love interests? I'm just thinking about it. I haven't even acted on anything yet. You guys, on the other hand, have already turned your harems into full-blown realities. Need me to start naming names? Eevee shot them all a disdainful look. Uchiha Renzo quickly raised his hand in surrender. Hey now, just for the record, I only have Kurenai. Oh really? And what about in the future? What about Tsunade? Or even Hinata later on? Eevee smirked knowingly. This guy had already turned his AI assistant, Red Queen, into a chibi Tsunade lookalike. His intentions were clear as day. Acting all innocent, who did he think he was fooling? I wouldn't be surprised if you were even eyeing Hanabi. No, honestly, the only reason you're leaving Mikoto and Kushina alone is because of your age. As for them being married? Ha! Your other self is this damn hentai scumbag. Uchiha Renzo. Like you said, who knows what the future holds? Eevee, I support you. I've always seen you, Eevee, as an honest and responsible Pokémon. With that, Uchiha Renzo gave him a big thumbs up. Traitor. Shame on you, X. The rest of the Renzo crew shouted in unison. At some point, Python had slithered over and now looked at them all in exasperation. Can you guys not have this ridiculous conversation? They are more important discussions right now. Then, turning to Hermione, it asked, so next, are you planning to research the Animagus transformation into a dragon? Does that mean I don't need to undergo the dragon blood fusion experiment anymore? To be honest, Python had been looking forward to that experiment, but if there was a faster way, then why not? Of course you still need it. Hermione rolled her eyes. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into becoming a unicorn? The difficulty of transforming with a bloodline versus without one is completely different. It took me over half a day just to successfully morph into a unicorn. It was an extremely slow transformation, and let me tell you, the process was not fun. Even now, even though I've managed to master the transformation, I can feel that because I lack the actual bloodline, improving my transformation speed is going to be insanely difficult. It's nothing like switching between Eevee's various forms. If it was this hard for a unicorn, then a dragon transformation would be way worse. That's why, in the next phase, I plan to develop a dragon bloodline potion for you. You'll fuse with it before attempting to transform into a dragon. For now, I can shift my focus to the Sage Chakra analysis project. Everything needed to be done step by step. She had already made major breakthroughs in her transformation research. At this point, calling it a divine ability wouldn't even be an exaggeration. She had even solved the issue of animagus transformations being limited to just one form per person. That discovery came from studying the transformation mechanics of Eevee's 8 different evolutionary forms. Breaking through that limitation had been a game changer. Looking back, she was really grateful she had chosen a magical Eevee as her first animagus form. If she hadn't, the progress she had made wouldn't have been nearly as smooth. Sounds like a solid plan. Eizen Renzo grinned and nodded approvingly. He was all for anything that sped up the Sage Chakra research. When it came to research and analysis, Hermione was a powerhouse. Wait a second, Python interrupted, looking puzzled. If transformation affects the body, magical structure, and even the soul, then why doesn't it grant the transformed person the actual bloodline traits of the magical creature? That seemed like an obvious conclusion, right? What are you even thinking? Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. You think it'd be that easy? No way. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Maybe if you stay transformed as a magical creature long enough, you might gradually acquire some of its traits. But that's a slow process. Don't expect it to happen overnight. It's still nowhere near as fast or as efficient as directly integrating the bloodline. That being said, my magic has been improving at an incredible rate lately. Plus, I've started developing some natural affinity abilities as well. I do believe that, given enough time, I could fully acquire a unicorn's bloodline. But we're talking decades, maybe even centuries. And dragons. That would take even longer. I'm not planning to transform into some common fire dragon, either. My goal is to refine and extract the essence of true ancient dragon blood. Which is exactly why your bloodline fusion experiment is crucial. I need it to obtain the authentic body structure, magical framework, and soul composition of a true dragon. This meant that the theories of past scholars on magical creature transformation weren't just baseless speculation. If one successfully transformed, they could indeed acquire the abilities and traits of magical creatures over time. Of course, whether there would be any side effects was an entirely different question. I get it now. I'll cooperate. Just hurry up with it. Python nodded, eager to begin. Recently, human adventurers had started appearing in Borneo, searching for blood orchids. Though Python no longer needed them, it could create an endless supply at will by using fantasy creation. It was more concerned that their presence would attract too much unwanted attention. If that happened, it would become far too easy for it to be discovered. After all, it wasn't like it could just sit in the underground base forever. Sometimes, it needed to stretch out, take a walk, and breathe in the fresh air. Being cooped up indefinitely would drive it insane. As a serpent, its very nature urged it to stay connected to the natural world. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Hermione reassured. Oh, right. At that moment, Apocalypse Renzo spoke up. I've completed the life-extending potion. The formula is done, and I've already brewed the first successful batch. If anyone wants it, you can create it directly using fantasy creation. If you'd rather study and refine it further, be my guest. I welcome any improvements. My next focus will be on developing genetic evolution and enhancement potions. The rapid progress was largely thanks to the blood orchid, along with Gundam Renzo's assistance. Oh. The life-extending potion is finished. How many years does it extend lifespan by? Everyone's interest was immediately piqued. They hadn't yet checked Apocalypse Renzo's latest memories, so this news caught them off guard. After exchanging glances, they quickly accessed the shared information while continuing to ask questions. After all, this potion wasn't just for them, it could be invaluable to their loved ones as well. 300 years. That's the current limit. There's potential for further refinement, but for now, I'm shifting my focus to gene enhancement and evolution potions. I want to make sure Seiko and the others have a better chance of survival. Apocalypse Renzo shook his head. Even though the zombie crisis had mostly been dealt with, it was always better to be prepared. Who knew when another disaster might strike? A new apocalypse could emerge at any moment, perhaps even something worse. He figured it was best to strengthen Seiko, Shizuka, and the others as much as possible. Not to mention, their physical capabilities were slowly falling behind his own. 300 years, huh? That's more than enough. We can refine it further later. Everyone nodded in agreement. Eizen Renzo, however, raised an eyebrow. Wait a sec, Apocalypse, you haven't taken it yet. Why? Though the Renzo's group had already extended their lifespan significantly thanks to Python's influence, there were still limits. And yet, Apocalypse Renzo had somehow resisted the urge to take the potion himself. Apocalypse Renzo shrugged. I wanted to share the good news with everyone first before I drank it. Besides, I'm curious. If we all take the potion together and then share our memories and abilities, will our extended lifespan stack? Wouldn't that be worth testing? After all, so far, they hadn't been able to stack their eternal Mangekyo Sharingan even with their memory-sharing ability. Then what about the potion? Apocalypse Renzo figured this was an intriguing subject for future research. Well, let's find out. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even if they didn't expect much, there was no harm in experimenting. And if it actually worked, that would be a game changer. Plus 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 137, The Raid on Danzo's Root Treasury. Alright. At this moment, Eizen clapped his hands and said, let's get back to the main topic. We're going to start analyzing Sage Chakra now. Later, I'll also leave a message for those who haven't arrived yet. Let's aim to finish this within a month. Agreed. No objections. Looking forward to it. Everyone voiced their agreement. After some more discussion, they all exited the consciousness space. 5 days later, in the Naruto world. As expected, maintaining Sage Chakra for a long time and using it to temper and nurture the body does gradually push the body towards the Sage body. After 5 days of analyzing Sage Chakra and constantly maintaining Sage mode, even though it was overloading his body, his monstrous recovery ability allowed him to endure it. Then, Uchiha Renzo noticed new changes in his body. But this process is way too slow. Master, I've done the calculations. Completing this transformation will take at least several years, if not close to a decade. I doubt you'd want to wait that long. Red Queen analyzed Renzo's physical changes over the past few days and reported her findings. You're right. Uchiha Renzo nodded. Stepping out of the testing chamber, he dressed and asked Red Queen, how's the final test on the Uzumaki Sage body serum going? As he spoke, he walked to the adjacent lab, entered a small compartment, and picked up an Eevee inside. That's right. An Eevee. This was an Eevee that Renzo had created using his abilities during recent experiments. Rather than wasting the results of the Uzumaki Sage body tests, he decided to use it for experimentation. Now, this was an Eevee with the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, Uzumaki Eevee. Master, Red Queen promptly responded, all tests have been completed, and Uzumaki Eevee is in excellent condition. Do you want to proceed with the final trial? No need. This is fine. Using his ocular abilities, Renzo performed a thorough analysis of Eevee and compared it to its pre-experiment state. The results confirmed that the serum was safe for human use. After all, in some ways, he wasn't so different from an Eevee himself. He understood the biological gap between Eevee and humans better than anyone. Red Queen. Administer the Uzumaki Sage body serum to me. As you command. That very day, Uchiha Renzo completed the injection of the Uzumaki Sage body serum. As expected. Sage Chakra and the Sage body are the perfect combination. Not only has my body's burden been minimized, but the evolution process has significantly accelerated. My theory was correct. Over the next 3 days, after completing his transformation, Renzo continued analyzing Sage Chakra while monitoring his body's changes. He quickly identified the benefits. Congratulations, Master. The experiment was a success. Red Queen congratulated him. Heh. You played a crucial role too, Red Queen. Now, let's move on to the Senju Sage body and would-release bloodline experiments. Hopefully, we'll succeed soon and acquire an even stronger would-release bloodline serum. Renzo spoke with anticipation. At the moment, although he had already analyzed and learned would-release, even with Sage Chakra's assistance, his level was only comparable to Senju Hashirama's base setup. His mastery of yang release wasn't thorough enough. Master, as you know, this requires Hashirama's original cells, which we currently don't have. Red Queen reminded him. Hashirama's original cells, huh? Looks like I'll have to borrow some from Danzo. Uchiha Renzo rubbed his chin, pondering. With that thought in mind, he immediately left his laboratory base, returned home for a moment, and left a shadow clone stationed there. His real body then transformed and teleported to an abandoned street in the eastern part of Konoha. Using his sensory abilities, he tried to locate the underground root base several hundred meters away, but he encountered resistance. As expected, it won't work. Konoha's barrier and sealing techniques are still quite impressive. Danzo was a cunning old fox. He had set up a powerful and hidden sealing barrier around his root headquarters, showing just how cautious he was. Looks like I'll have to go in using my Shinigami state. It's not time to confront Danzo yet. With that in mind, Renzo chose to separate his soul from his body, transforming into his Shinigami form. With a wave of his hand, he stored his physical body inside his dojutsu dimension, Takamagara, and then casually walked toward the entrance of the root base. As expected, they can't see me. Renzo suppressed his spiritual pressure as much as possible, making himself appear like a normal wandering soul. As a result, he easily bypassed the root guards at the entrance. Once he was 100 meters inside the base, standing in a large hall, his spiritual perception fully synchronized with the underground facility, allowing him to sense everything within it. However, when trying to extend his senses outside the base, he still encountered interference. But this was enough. Sweeping the area with his spiritual perception, Renzo quickly located several areas filled with strong life energy. One was a laboratory dedicated to wood release research. Another, which he avoided scanning too closely to prevent detection, was where Danzo was located. That old schemer had already replaced his right arm with one embedded with Hashirama's cells and multiple Sharingan. Found it. This should be the place. The next moment, Renzo locked onto the area with the densest life energy and instantly teleported there. A Shinigami might not have teleportation abilities, but Renzo, even in his soul state, still possessed his psychic powers. Effortlessly, he teleported into a treasury. Inside, a vast collection of unique items was stored. Powerful and mysterious ninja tools, rare ninjutsu scrolls, special minerals, and even samples of rare bloodlines. And, of course, in a massive container made of metal and glass, a large mass of Hashirama's cells. A huge lump of living flesh. The size of the sample was as big as a bowl, proving just how much Danzo had taken from the first Hokage's body back in the day. No, Renzo even suspected this wasn't all of it. Danzo was known for his paranoia and caution. He wouldn't put all his precious assets in one place. There are even Sharingan here. And judging from their appearance, these aren't from long ago but recently acquired. His gaze shifted to a nearby shelf filled with test tubes, each containing pairs of Sharingan. Some were 3 tomo, others 2 tomo, and even a few single tomo ones. With a single glance, Renzo could tell that these had been collected over the past few weeks, or even the past few days. It seemed that the Uchiha clan situation on the Kirigakure battlefield was indeed grim. However, he wasn't too concerned. As long as Fugaku and a few others were safe, that was enough. As for the rest, most of them belonged to the hardliner faction led by the clan's elders, who were stubborn traditionalists. They had always looked down on him, treating him with disdain even though he was a prodigy of their own clan. Their deaths. Not his problem. It was no secret that Renzo was on good terms with the third Hokage and Asuma, which made those elders suspect him of betraying the Uchiha clan. Such suspicions were understandable among the hardliners. Fortunately, the moderate and neutral factions, along with those close to Renzo, didn't share the same hostility. And that was all that mattered to him. Those were the only Uchiha he cared to protect. As for the hardliners who despised him, let them die. The fewer of them, the better. Less trouble for him. I'll take everything. No way am I leaving anything for Danzo. Heh. With a wave of his hand, Renzo stored all the test tubes containing Sharingan into his Takamagara dimension. Next, the giant jar of Hashirama's cells. Taken. Rare minerals. Could be useful for enhancing his chakra-based Gundams. Taken. Samples of various Keki Eigenkai. He planned to study bloodline limits in the future. Taken. Secret route documents and classified mission reports. Blackmail material. Taken. In less than a minute, Renzo had completely cleaned out the entire route treasury. Satisfied, he teleported back to the entrance, concealed his spiritual presence, and casually walked out of Danzo's hidden route base. Yo. Still loving the story? Chapter 138, Lakes Klein. An hour later, when Danzo went to retrieve some things from his treasury, he was stunned to find it nearly empty. He stood frozen for a moment, his expression darkening rapidly. Damn it. Damn it. How the hell did everything just disappear? What the hell is going on? No matter how much he raged, it was already too late. Who is targeting me? Who stole everything? How was there not a single sign of intrusion? Damn it. Are you all useless? He roared at his guards. The items were gone, completely vanished without a trace. Not even the slightest clue was left behind. It was as if a ghost had swept in and taken everything, leaving not a single footprint. Danzo felt a chill run down his spine. What did this mean? It meant that his supposedly impenetrable base was nothing more than a sieve to this mysterious intruder. They could come and go as they pleased without him even noticing. And it wasn't just any ordinary theft. He had lost a significant portion of Hashirama's original cells, as well as over a dozen recently acquired Sharingan. On top of that, a large number of Route's secret files and mission records had been stolen. These were highly classified documents, evidence of all the dirty dealings that could never be exposed to the public. Danzo could only pray that whoever took them wasn't affiliated with Konoha and wouldn't leak them. If they wanted to use the information to threaten him, that would actually be preferable. At least then, he would know who it was and could plan his revenge. But months passed, and no one came forward. Danzo waited and waited, but it was as if the thief had never existed, or perhaps, they had simply considered him beneath their notice. Who could it be? Orochimaru? Impossible. He's still tied up in the Kiri battlefield. He doesn't have the ability to steal from me without leaving a trace. Namikaze Minato. He has the Flying Thunder God, but even he can't bypass my security that easily. Uchiha Renzo. No way. That's ridiculous. Who the hell was it? If I ever find out, I swear I'll make them regret ever being born. Danzo could only curse in the darkness. Meanwhile, the real culprit, Uchiha Renzo, was already deep into his research on the Senju physique, with Red Queen assisting him. A few months earlier, Gundam World. Master. The person you asked me to track, Lakis Klein, has been spotted near the Junius 7 debris field. Inside a hidden space base, Renzo received Red Queen's report. Oh. So she's finally here? Then let's go meet the pink songstress. Smirking, Renzo put down his research materials, left the lab, and headed for the base's dock. He climbed into his Gundam, the Deus Gundam, and blasted off, accelerating toward the debris field at terrifying speed. The base wasn't too far from Junius 7. With the Deus Gundam's capabilities, it only took him half an hour to reach the area. His Gundam was fast, faster than most cruisers. Red Queen, locate Lakis. Target confirmed. Coordinates, XXX.XXX.XXX. She is currently in an escape pod. Additionally, 5 ZAFT mobile suits are engaged in combat nearby. One group is protecting her, while the other is attempting to assassinate her. Also, the Archangel is en route to this sector. Estimated arrival, 10 minutes. Red Queen reported efficiently. Oh. Renzo maneuvered the Deus Gundam closer while musing, so the Archangel has arrived as well. The story has reached this point, but it's still moving too slow. Honestly, he wasn't too interested in interfering just yet. The real game would begin when Lord Gibral's Earth Federation and ZAFT launched their full-scale war. That was when he planned to step in. If he could gain control over Earth and even plant, it would be a massive boost to his research and space exploration plans. Advancing technology and achieving true progress was nearly impossible without the backing of an advanced civilization. Sure, he could sit back and let other high-tech worlds bring their knowledge to him once they joined the Renzo Alliance. But by then, he would be completely left behind, just another spectator in their grand designs. That wasn't the path Gundam Renzo wanted. That would just make him a useless idler, wouldn't it? Right now, he still had ambition. At the very least, seeing a civilization under his influence achieve peace and challenge the ranks of higher cosmic civilizations, that sounded like an interesting goal, didn't it? In the future, his lifespan might be limitless, and those close to him would also live forever. Having a purpose, something to strive for, wasn't a bad idea. Captain. We've spotted an unidentified mobile suit approaching. Destroy it. Renzo wasn't even trying to be stealthy, so naturally, the battling Zeon mobile suits detected him. The assassins targeting Lakis had 4 mobile suits. When they saw Renzo and his Gundam approaching, they immediately decided to eliminate him as well. They couldn't afford to have any witnesses. Or rather, they couldn't let someone unexpected uncover their mission. This operation had a very clear objective. Oh. Renzo smirked as he noticed 2 Zeon mobile suits aiming their weapons at him. Without hesitation, he pushed his Deus Gundam to maximum acceleration, closing the distance to just 2 kilometers from the Zeon battle group. Zap. Zap. Striking first, he fired 2 particle beams straight at the enemy mobile suits. Boom. The Zeon pilots tried to evade, but they had miscalculated the speed of his particle beams. Before they could react, their cockpits were hit directly, and they perished instantly. Their remaining comrades widened their eyes in shock. What? You bastard. You'll pay for that. One of the surviving pilots snapped out of their daze just in time to land a fatal shot on Lakis' bodyguard. Then, the last 2 Zeon mobile suits turned their guns on the Deus Gundam, opening fire in a frenzy to avenge their fallen comrades. Too slow. Renzo sighed. This wasn't even a challenge. Both their mobile suits and their piloting skills were leagues behind his. Effortlessly dodging their attacks, the Deus Gundam moved with an agility that seemed almost supernatural. Zap. Zap. 2 more particle beams lanced through space. The remaining Zeon pilots were instantly obliterated. How? How could the difference be this huge? That was the last thought running through their minds before they exploded. Boom. Boom. As the explosions faded, Renzo piloted the Deus Gundam toward a floating escape pod in the vastness of space. Inside, Lakis had been watching everything unfold, her face full of shock. She had just witnessed the Deus Gundam descend upon the battlefield and wipe out all 4 enemy suits in an instant. With her deep understanding of mobile suit technology, she could already tell the Deus Gundam was far more advanced than anything currently being developed in plant, including the top-secret Freedom and Justice units. What faction built this mobile suit Gundam? And why is its pilot here, at this exact moment? He eliminated my assassins, but what's his real objective? Lakis was full of questions. At the same time, she couldn't help but grow curious about the faction behind this incredible machine. Meanwhile, Renzo had already maneuvered the Deus Gundam next to the escape pod. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed it, then immediately accelerated away from the area. Lakis. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away aboard the Archangel, Captain Maru Ramius and her crew were closely monitoring the situation through their sensors. They had just watched an unknown Gundam appear, wipe out 4 Zeon mobile suits, and take off with the escape pod. What the hell is that mobile suit? Why have we never seen it before? Could it be some secret faction's prototype? Maru frowned, deep in thought. No idea, Mullah Flaga replied, arms crossed. I've never seen a design like that. No markings, no identifiers. And we have no clue what just happened over there. He stared at the screen, watching the mysterious Deus Gundam disappear into the distance, his expression heavy with both curiosity and unease. Chapter 139, The Shameless Playboy. Captain. I saw a news report earlier saying that Chairman Patrick Zala's future daughter-in-law, Lakis Klein, the daughter of Siegel Klein, was here mourning the innocent victims of the Bloody Valentine tragedy at Junius 7. Do you think the battle earlier had something to do with her? And that mysterious Gundam? Could the escape pod it took away have been carrying Lakis? Communications Officer Mirialia voiced her speculation. What? Maru Ramius and Mullah Flaga were both taken aback. Are you serious? That was happening here. What should we do? Everyone turned to Maru Ramius, waiting for her decision. As the captain, the final call was hers. You're asking me? I don't know what to do either. Maru felt a bit helpless. Leaving aside how terrifyingly powerful that mysterious Gundam is, even if the person in the escape pod is Lakis Klein, she's still from the enemy side. We have no reason to intervene, do we? Risking her entire crew for the daughter of an enemy leader. That wasn't a decision she could make lightly. The captain is right. We have no reason or obligation to interfere. Second-in-command Nataro Badgerul spoke with her usual composure. Besides, that Gundam pilot chose to take the escape pod instead of destroying it. From the battle footage earlier, it's clear that his goal was to rescue Lakis. For all we know, that might be a secret Gundam developed under the chairman's orders. Why would we pick a fight with them? Don't forget our situation. Saying we're in a dangerous position would be putting it lightly. Right now, securing water is our top priority, or we'll all die of thirst in this damned space battlefield. Nataro wasn't one to meddle in things unnecessarily. Unlike Maru, she was a pure soldier, trained to think and act like one. She's right. Most of the crew agreed. Given their current circumstances, they couldn't afford any unnecessary risks. Some still had their doubts but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Kira Yamada was staring at the rapidly disappearing Gundam on the screen, deep in thought. Lakis. Wasn't she supposed to be a Thrun Zala's fiancée? A part of him wanted to go after her, but he ultimately held back. It was clear that no one else on the ship would support such a reckless move. All he could do was hope that Lakis would be safe. On the other side, Renzo was speeding away from the battlefield, escape pod in tow. Once he was clear of any threats, he activated the optical camouflage and stealth systems of his Gundam. In an instant, he vanished into the vastness of space, leaving no trace behind. Half an hour later, he returned to his hidden base along with the escape pod. Young master, you're back. As soon as Renzo stepped out of the cockpit, an elderly man rushed over to greet him, his face filled with concern. And this is... His eyes landed on the escape pod that had been placed on the ground. Just someone interesting I decided to save. Renzo chuckled, then lightly tapped on the escape pod's outer shell. Knock, knock, knock. Rise and shine, princess. Time to wake up. Inside the pod, Lakis' eyes slowly fluttered open. She glanced through the transparent shell and immediately locked eyes with Renzo. What a handsome young man. She thought to herself but quickly shook off the distraction. She wasn't some love-struck fool. Her mind quickly began analyzing the situation, formulating her next move. Once she had her thoughts in order, she reached for the pod's hatch and opened it. Lakis slowly sat up. Huh. She barely had time to greet Renzo before she noticed something strange. Where are we? There's actual gravity here. But this should still be deep space, right? She distinctly remembered being rescued not too long ago, and there were no large colonies or space stations nearby. Under normal circumstances, artificial gravity in deep space was practically unheard of. Welcome, Miss Lakis. Consider this a little visit to my base. I'm Renzo. Renzo smiled and extended his hand toward her. Your base. Renzo. Lakis hesitated for a brief moment before reaching out and shaking his hand, allowing him to help her stand. I'm Lakis Klein. Thank you for saving me. If not for you, I might not be here right now. She gave him a polite bow of gratitude. To be honest, she was still confused about the current situation. This was completely different from her original plan. However, she had already decided to change her approach. After all, Renzo seemed to be far more capable than she had initially imagined, perhaps even more helpful to her future plans than Kira Yamato. So, she decided to observe and learn more about him first. After all, he did save her life. Moreover, whether she could leave and how she would do so required careful consideration. I know who you are. Even though we haven't met before. And yes, I specifically came to save you. Come with me first. Renzo said with a meaningful smile. Miss Lakis, this way, please. Beside them, the elderly man named Uncle Fu gestured politely. Thank you, sir. Lakis snapped out of her thoughts, flashed a gentle smile at Uncle Fu, and quickly followed Renzo. Lord Renzo, what did you mean when you said you deliberately came to rescue me? Did you already know something was going to happen to me? Lakis cautiously probed. This was an important detail, she needed to understand Renzo's motives. It seemed like her rescue was premeditated. Things were turning out to be much more complicated than she had expected. No rush. Let's eat first and talk while we dine. Renzo smiled and shook his head. Soon, they arrived at a luxurious dining hall. With a wave of Renzo's hand, the dining table was instantly filled with steaming hot, delicious food. He gestured toward the feast and said, have a seat and dig in. We can talk while we eat. Lakis was dumbfounded. One moment, the table was empty, and the next, a full-course meal had appeared. She stared in shock at the food, then at Renzo, and couldn't help but ask, what just happened? Some kind of advanced teleportation technology. Oh, right. Suddenly, Lakis had a realization. Earlier, when I was inside the rescue pod, I heard your voice inside my head. And the pod is supposed to be soundproof. Was that some kind of advanced communication technology? Or, magic? This was shaking her entire understanding of the world. She couldn't wrap her head around it at all. In this moment, Renzo seemed even more mysterious to her. Call it magic, call it technology, call it superpowers, it doesn't really matter. Just eat. The food is delicious, and I guarantee you've never tasted anything like it before. Renzo smiled as he urged her to eat. The dishes were exotic delicacies from different worlds, some from the world of Hero, others from the pirate world. Not only did they taste amazing, but they were also incredibly nutritious. Regular consumption could even provide long-term health benefits. Superpowers. Lakis picked up on the keyword instantly. She hadn't mentioned superpowers, yet Renzo had deliberately brought it up. So, was this really some kind of supernatural ability? She felt like things were spiraling beyond her comprehension. Alright, Lord Renzo, tell me, why did you specifically come to save me? Lakis quickly composed herself and asked. Because you're beautiful. I plan to make you one of my wives. And besides that, I want to collaborate with you to put an end to the war between Earth and Plant, reunite naturals and coordinators, and lead humanity towards the stars. How does that sound? Renzo grinned mischievously as he spoke. Are you serious? Lakis froze for a moment before frowning slightly and giving Renzo a serious look. She couldn't tell if he was joking or not. After all, what he just said was ridiculously ambitious. And putting aside everything else. Becoming his wife. Was this guy a shameless playboy? And he wasn't even trying to hide it. Lakis was completely speechless. Just what kind of person was he? Admittedly, he was handsome, with an air of elegance and mystery about him. And he clearly held a great deal of power. But he also seemed kind of unreliable. Still, she couldn't deny that he had piqued her curiosity. Chapter 140, Time to Wipe Out Musen. Haha. Young master is looking for a young mistress, huh? Well, this Miss Lakis does seem like a good match for you. I'd say she's worthy. The old butler Fu chuckled as he spoke. Lakis. Uncle Fu, sit down and eat with us. There's way too much food here, and we won't be able to finish it all. No need to waste it. Renzo smiled as he motioned for Uncle Fu to join them. Uncle Fu had watched him grow up and had always been by his side. Before Renzo gained his golden finger, before he matured, it was Uncle Fu who had kept the family business together. Without him, there wouldn't have been any later achievements to speak of. To Renzo, Uncle Fu was practically a father figure. Lakis, after a long silence, finally let out a helpless sigh and looked at Renzo. Were you serious just now? What kind of situation was this? Of course, I'm serious. But it's too early to talk about that. This meeting was just to get acquainted. What happens next will depend on the timing. Isn't that what you were thinking as well? Renzo gave her a meaningful look. Lakis felt as if she couldn't see through him at all. And she wasn't wrong. Renzo had already used his mind-reading ability to peek into her thoughts, fully understanding everything going on in her head. Her current predicament had actually been part of her plan. She had intended to encounter the crew of the Archangel, especially Kira Yamato. For now, she had no grand schemes, just laying the groundwork, getting acquainted. Afterward, she would adjust her plans accordingly. Ultimately, both she and her father were maneuvering to take true control over Plant while also aiming to bring peace between Earth and Plant. Ending the war would serve their own interests as well. Overall, her goal was noble, but there was certainly some self-interest involved. Then again, who didn't have their own selfish motives these days? Only saints were entirely selfless. And saints usually ended up dead, because you never knew when someone like that would end up stabbing you in the back. Those were the types of people Renzo avoided at all costs. Oh. Lakis raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This just keeps getting more interesting. Can you show me around your place? Also, I'd like to learn more about you. I think we should get to know each other better. After all, you did say you wanted me to be one of your wives, right? After finishing her meal, Lakis playfully winked at Renzo, emphasizing the word one. This guy really dares to say anything, doesn't he? She thought to herself. Who was she? She was the daughter of the Plant Chairman, the most famous songstress of Plant, and a beloved idol of countless people. That a man had his eyes on her wasn't surprising. But to openly admit to wanting a harem. And to say it directly to her face. The sheer audacity, the confidence, Lakis had to admit she was almost impressed. All right. Everything you need to know, I'll show you. I'll even give you a demonstration of my abilities. Renzo had no reason to refuse. In fact, he had already instructed Red Queen and Uncle Fu to make preparations in advance. Everything that needed to be hidden was already tucked away. Whatever Lakis would see from now on was only what Renzo was willing to let her see. Meanwhile, in the Demon Slayer world. Today, Ubuyashiki Kagaya had summoned all the Hashira for an emergency meeting. Why did the master call us here? Does anyone know? The Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, scanned the others as he asked impatiently. He wasn't the type to keep his thoughts to himself. No idea. But if the master is summoning us in such a hurry, it must be something important. The flamboyant sound Hashira, Yuzuitingen, shook his head. Agreed. Be patient. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. The Hashira exchanged their thoughts, each with their own speculation. Speaking of which, where's that Cloud Hashira guy? That bastard has been ridiculously lucky lately. He's already encountered 3 of the 12 Kazuki in a row. The Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kayajuro, clenched his fist in excitement. He wouldn't mind some of that luck himself. Yeah, seriously. Most of the Hashira nodded in agreement. After all, none of them feared demons, in fact, they actively wanted more chances to fight them. At that moment, the doors of the main house creaked open. Ubuyashiki Kagaya and Demon Slayer Renzo stepped out together. Renzo. Kayajuro's eyes lit up. So you've been here all along, huh? Don't tell me this is another one of your schemes. This guy definitely had a history of pulling wild stunts. That's right. Renzo grinned and nodded. I found Musen Kibutsuji's hideout. The reason Lord Ubuyashiki called you all here is simple, we're going to wipe Musen out completely. So, what do you say? Are you in? What? The gathered Hashira were visibly shocked. A few of them even stood up abruptly. If they weren't worried that Renzo might throw a punch, they probably would have grabbed him by the collar to demand whether he was serious. Sanemi said with burning passion. Lord Ubuyashiki. Is what Renzo said true? Everyone's eyes were on Ubuyashiki Kagaya, waiting anxiously for confirmation. Yes, it's true, Kagaya said with a warm smile. Honestly, when I first heard it from Renzo, I was just as shocked as you all. But after verifying through his satellite surveillance, we've confirmed the exact location of Musen's lair. On top of that, we've pinpointed where the remaining 12 Kazuki are hiding as well. Gasps and murmurs filled the room. This gathering was Renzo's idea. He wants to end things in one fell swoop, team up with all of you and completely exterminate the demons. Kill Musen, and bring an end to this nightmare once and for all. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's voice was filled with belief. Are you all ready for this? The weight of his words settled over them. This was it. Finally. The curse and suffering that had plagued the Ubuyashiki family for generations could finally come to an end. How could he not be emotional? cough, cough. His frail body couldn't handle the excitement. Blood stained the silk handkerchief in his hand as he coughed violently. Lord Abuyashiki. Are you all right? Sanemi and the others rushed forward, their concern evident. Cough. I'm fine. Kagaya waved them off with a gentle smile. Just got a little too excited. As long as Musen was eliminated, the curse on his family would break. The Abuyashiki clan would no longer suffer early deaths, and future generations could finally live normal lives. Lord Abuyashiki, Renzo suddenly spoke up, I recently learned a purification technique. It might help with your condition. Want to give it a try? He was referring to the holy purification ability he picked up, one originally taught by that airhead goddess, Aqua. It was a powerful cleansing magic, and he wanted to see if it could work on Abuyashiki Kagaya. After all, Kagaya was a good man. Keeping him alive as the head of his family would also be beneficial to Renzo. Oh. Are you serious? Not just Kagaya, everyone looked at Renzo with wide eyes, surprised yet hopeful. Renzo was notorious for having all kinds of strange abilities, so no one doubted that he actually had such a skill. The only question was, would it work? There's only one way to find out. It's not an offensive ability, so it won't make things worse, right? Renzo shrugged. To be honest, even he wasn't completely sure. After all, Abuyashiki Kagaya's condition was a bloodline curse originating from Musen himself. Since he hadn't tested it yet, there was no telling if holy purification would actually work. P.S. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. If we hit top 20, get ready for a mass release. 80 plus advanced chapters available at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 141, Holy Purification. Then let's give it a try. I trust you, Renzo. Abuyashiki Kagaya said with a smile. By now, he was used to Renzo surprising him. First, Renzo used healing magic to greatly ease his illness. Then, he eliminated several upper demon moons, Kazuki, one after another. A few months ago, he even found Kamado Tanjiro's family, who inherited the lost sun-breathing technique. Not only did he save them, but he also ensured that both Tanjiro and Nezuko learned sun-breathing. Of course, they were still too young and far from their full potential. Additionally, Ms. Tashira Takito Machiro and others had also learned sun-breathing, making the Demon Slayer Corps stronger than ever. Aside from being a bit of a flirt, a playboy, and a show-off idiot, Renzo was practically flawless in some way. Thank you for your trust, Lord Abuyashiki. Let's begin now. Without hesitation, Renzo raised his hand toward Abuyashiki Kagaya and softly chanted, Holy Purification. A magic circle formed beneath Kagaya's feet and another appeared in front of Renzo's hand. In the next moment, a radiant white light burst from the circles and surged into Kagaya's body. Ah. For the first time in years, Kagaya felt an indescribable sense of relief. It was as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his body, and his condition continued to improve. From the perspective of Renzo and the other Hashira, they could see dark smoke emerging from Kagaya's body, which was then quickly purified and dissipated by the holy light. 5 minutes later, Renzo lowered his hand, stopping the flow of magic as the circles disappeared. He then cast 2 additional healing spells to repair Kagaya's body, which had been severely damaged by the curse. I can see. Abuyashiki Kagaya was overwhelmed with shock and joy. His eyes, which had long since gone blind, had fully recovered. And it wasn't just that. Lord Abuyashiki. Your face, it's healed. This is incredible. Unbelievable. Renzo, you're amazing. Seeing Kagaya fully healed, the Hashira were ecstatic, some even giving Renzo a hug. This was beyond expectations. I really don't know how to thank you. To think I've actually been healed. Renzo, truly, thank you. Abuyashiki Kagaya touched the once disfigured side of his face, feeling completely restored, and looked at Renzo with deep gratitude. Not completely healed, Renzo corrected with a shake of his head. Everyone froze in surprise. But he looks fine. I've only temporarily cleansed the curse, Renzo explained. This curse is unique, it's rooted in blood. As long as Kibutsuji Musen exists, it will return. That means we must eliminate him. His voice was resolute. As long as the source remained, the problem would never truly be gone. I see, well, that's fine. At least for now, I feel much better. Abuyashiki Kagaya said cheerfully. Now then, let's discuss our strategy to take down Musen. Renzo, do you have a plan? Since Renzo had been the one to gather the intelligence and had the confidence to kill Musen, it was only natural to follow his lead. If this mission succeeded, with Renzo's purification and healing magic, Kagaya believed he might even live for decades longer, experiencing a natural lifespan for the first time in generations. When it comes to Musen, no amount of planning matters, Renzo said, shaking his head. He took a stack of documents from Coach Akane and distributed them. Here's everything I've gathered on the remaining upper moons and their abilities. Study these carefully. Tomorrow at dusk, we set out for Musen's lair. This time, we will end it once and for all. You all handle the others, Musen is mine. Are you ready? Renzo knew he had dragged things out long enough. Musen Kibutsuji wasn't worth all this planning. With his current strength, he could take him head-on without issue. Of course, he still had to make sure Musen didn't escape. Yes. Leave it to us. We've got this. Everyone was fired up, itching to get out there and slaughter those damn man-eating demons. Renzo, are you really okay taking on Musen alone? Sabito, Makomo, Tomioka Juo, and Kocho Shinobu all looked at him with concern. Haha. Renzo chuckled confidently. You guys know how strong I am, right? I can say for sure that even the legendary Yuriichi Tsujikuni at his peak wouldn't stand a chance against me now. Musen, who lost to him, definitely won't be a threat. Trust me on this. But you guys need to be careful too. I won't always be able to watch over you. These people were his close friends, and some even closer than that, of course, he worried about them. Don't worry. I'll make sure everyone stays safe. Sabito reassured him with a grin. As an older brother figure, it was his duty to look out for his juniors. He was already thinking about how, once this was all over, he'd return home with Makomo and Renzo to visit their master. Renzo nodded, placing a reassuring hand on each of their shoulders. After leaving a few precautions in place, he finally felt a little more at ease. That night, atop the butterfly mansion, Shinobu sat quietly, gazing up at the starry sky. Tonight's sky was exceptionally beautiful. Tomorrow would surely be a good day. The sound of footsteps approached, and soon Renzo sat beside her. With a gentle voice, he asked, "What's on your mind?" "Nothing much," Shinobu replied with a slight shake of her head. "The night sky is just really beautiful tonight. Do you think everything will go smoothly tomorrow?" "Definitely. I'll make sure of it." Renzo wrapped an arm around her waist reassuringly. Shinobu leaned against his shoulder, savoring the peaceful moment. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "I have to be there tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself. And you're not allowed to stop me." "Well." Renzo couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl was sharp, she had already figured out why he had come to see her. Even though he knew it was pointless, he still tried to persuade her gently. "It's going to be really dangerous. I don't want anything to happen to you, and I don't want to be distracted because I'm worried about you. Do you understand?" "I do." Just as Renzo was about to sigh in relief, Shinobu continued, "But I'm still going. Don't worry, I'll stick with my sister, and I'll be careful." She had a deep-seated hatred for demons. If she didn't go, she would never find peace. The horrors of her past, the nightmare of losing her family to demons, were still fresh in her mind. How could she not see this through? She had to witness Musen's death with her own eyes. "All right, but be careful. I'll protect you." Renzo leaned in and kissed her forehead gently. Shinobu's face immediately flushed red. At that moment, Renzo's gaze flickered toward two hidden spots below the roof. There, he could sense both Makomo and Kocho Kane. A smirk played on his lips. Chapter 142, Kyoka Suigetsu vs. Kokoshibo. As dusk settled the next day, Renzo and the others were still having dinner at the Butterfly Mansion when Rengoku Kaijuro and the others arrived. "You're seriously just sitting here eating dinner? Aren't you even a little nervous?" Kaijuro asked as he plopped down in a seat, grabbing a bowl and chopsticks from the table. Without hesitation, he started shoveling food into his mouth. Delicious. So good. This is amazing, he exclaimed between bites. Seeing Kaijuro's reaction, the others grew curious and gathered around. "Is it really that good?" they asked. Renzo sighed and shook his head. "Fine, I'll make some more." With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured 2 more tables full of food. Since everyone was here, they might as well eat together before setting off. "What kind of meat is that?" "Subarashi." Once they finished their meal, they departed toward their destination. "We'll all ride this to get there faster and catch Musen off guard," Renzo said, revealing his personal mid-sized aircraft from the Butterfly Mansion's backyard. He had spent the last few months gradually crafting the parts and assembling them. "Whoa! What is this thing? It can fly." The others were immediately captivated by the aircraft, crowding around it and chattering excitedly. "Hey, just sit tight." Renzo smirked. 1 hour later, outskirts of Kyoto. A barren wasteland stretched before them. "This is it. Step back, everyone. I'll flush out the rats hiding underground." Renzo led the group a few hundred meters away before signaling them to stand back. Once everyone had moved to a safe distance, he clapped his hands together and activated Sage Mode. Then, pressing both hands against the ground, he unleashed his technique. Sage Art, Earth Release, Moving Earth Core. A deep, rumbling quake echoed through the ground as the hidden fortress of Infinity Castle, buried hundreds of meters underground, began to shake violently. The surrounding soil and rock forced it upwards at an incredible speed. Inside Infinity Castle. What's happening? Megumin, report. Why is Infinity Castle rising to the surface? Musen demanded, his crimson eyes narrowing as he turned to Megumin. Lord Musen. The Demon Slayer core is above us. It seems to be the work of the Cloud Hashira, Renzo. Megumin answered as she used her spatial abilities to assess the situation. What? Musen's expression darkened. The upper moons in the room exchanged glances, their surprise evident. That bastard dares to come knocking at our door, one of them sneered. That's not the main issue here. How did they even find Infinity Castle? Kokoshibo, the strongest upper moon, frowned. Before anyone could answer. Boom. The entire structure trembled violently. The demons standing were suddenly thrown to the floor as the forceful impact sent them crashing down. Musen, despite his incredible agility, was also caught off guard and slammed into the ground. There was no avoiding it, Renzo's Sage Art had forcefully dragged the entire fortress to the surface in mere seconds. Above ground. So this is Infinity Castle. As expected, it reeks of demons. Wind Hashira Sanemi scoffed in disgust as he sniffed the air. It was underground this whole time. No wonder we could never find it. But now, it's time for the final reckoning. I'm so moved I could cry. Haimjima Jiomiai clasped his hands together in prayer, tears streaming down his face even as his expression remained fierce. Shouldn't we be more amazed at Renzo? He just casually yanked Infinity Castle out of the ground without damaging its structure. That's insane. What kind of technique was that, Renzo? Sabito asked in awe. Renzo didn't turn around as he replied, Sage Art with Earth Release. I'll explain later. For now, stay sharp. The enemies are coming. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath, whispering under his breath, shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu. With that, he released his Zanpakuto Shurikai. Then, he turned to the others and said, everyone, I'll handle Musen. The rest of you, be careful. If you can't win, stall them as much as possible. Don't fight recklessly. Once Musen is dead, everything else will fall into place. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from sight. Inside Infinity Castle. Renzo instantly appeared within one of the many rooms of the massive structure. Musen and Megumin were still there, looking around in confusion. Damn. We're under attack. Megumin instantly sensed the spatial disturbance caused by Renzo's teleportation. Without hesitation, she waved her hand, shifting herself and Musen to another location within the castle. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Renzo's blade slashed down at the spot where Megumin and Musen had been moments before, carving a deep scar into the ground. Megumin, huh? Missing his strike, Renzo immediately realized what had happened. If Megumin could sense his spatial movement, then naturally, he could sense hers as well. You can't escape from me. Dojutsu, Takamagara, Domain Projection. Activating his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Renzo unleashed Takamagara, expanding his projection domain over a range of several hundred meters. In an instant, Musen and Megumin were both trapped within his technique. You little brat, take this. Moon breathing, first form, Dark Moon, Evening Palace. Without warning, Kokoshibo appeared behind Renzo, slashing toward his back with a vicious grin. He had heard much about this so-called genius named Renzo. The Demon Slayer Corps even rumored that Renzo possessed talent surpassing Yoriichi himself. Kokoshibo scoffed at the idea. Today, he would cut down this arrogant brat and show him his place. Sun breathing, clear blue sky. It was as if Renzo had eyes in the back of his head. In an instant, he spun around and met Kokoshibo's attack head-on with a single swift strike. Clang. A tremendous force surged through Kokoshibo's blade, numbing his hands. Before he could react, Renzo's Kyoka Suigetsu easily sliced through his sword. And with terrifying speed, his blade continued downward, splitting Kokoshibo in half from head to toe. Kokoshibo froze in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. The next moment, his body fell apart, sliced cleanly into two. Regeneration. Immortality. None of it worked. In that instant, it was as if his demonic resilience simply ceased to exist. What the hell just happened? Why isn't he regenerating? How did Kokoshibo die so easily? Musen, who was watching from a neighboring chamber through Kokoshibo's perspective, was in utter disbelief. That was Kokoshibo, second only to himself in power. Yet, he had been obliterated in a single strike. No, it must be his sword. That blade isn't a Nichiren blade, yet it possesses such devastating power against demons. What kind of weapon is that? No, this isn't the time for that. I need to escape. This brat is far more terrifying than Yoriichi. Yes. Escape. I'll outlive him. Neikime. Panic-stricken, Musen turned to Neikime. Neikime understood immediately, activating her spatial abilities to teleport them away. But nothing happened. What? Neikime was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Renzo leisurely stepped into the room, his blade glinting under the dim light. His footsteps echoed, tap. Tap. Tap, growing ever closer. Neikime. What the hell are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Hurry up and teleport us out of here. Musen roared in sheer terror. How dare she fail him at such a critical moment? If she weren't so useful, he would have killed her on the spot. P.S. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 80 plus advanced chapters available at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 143, The End of the Demons. Master. It's not that I won't use it, it's that it failed. For some reason, my spatial abilities aren't working here. Neikime shouted in a panic. What? Musen's face twisted in shock. Are you sure? Try again. Now. I've tried. 10 times. Every single attempt failed. Neikime was on the verge of tears. Oi. 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 Why are you in such a rush to leave? At that moment, Renzo strolled in at a leisurely pace, a cheerful smile on his face as he looked at Musen. Musen Kibutsuji, the famous demon king, I came all this way just to see you. I even planned a little sunbathing session for you, why are you trying to run away? That's not very hospitable, is it? Musen's expression darkened instantly. Sunbathing? Are you kidding me? You're literally trying to kill me. What the hell are you? Why can't Neikime use her spatial abilities? Musen's mind was working overtime, scrambling for answers while simultaneously stalling for time. Renzo saw through him immediately but played along. He, too, needed time, for a different reason. Because, Renzo answered slowly, you're already trapped inside my domain, Takamagara's projection. In this domain, your spatial techniques are useless. The only way out? Defeat me. Renzo smirked as he spoke. While he talked, he silently activated his mind-reading ability, diving into Musen's thoughts. Logically speaking, as the final boss, Musen should have had unshakable resolve and immense mental fortitude. It should have been difficult for Renzo to read his mind. And yet, to Renzo's surprise, Musen's mental power, while strong, was nowhere near Renzo's level. Both in quality and quantity, he fell short. Even worse, his willpower was mediocre. In fact, many of the Hashira had stronger resolve than him. Seriously? This is the so-called ultimate big boss. Renzo was baffled, but also pleased. If Musen was this weak mentally, then reading his memories would be a piece of cake. Sure enough, Musen didn't even notice his mind was being invaded, let alone resist it. I see. It's because he's a coward. All these years, he never recovered from the fear instilled by the great Yoriichi. If anything, it's only gotten worse. Renzo smirked as he pieced it together. Musen, the so-called demon king, had been traumatized beyond repair. Takamagara's projection. A domain. Since when did humans have abilities like this? Musen gasped in shock. Of course, he was genuinely shocked, but he was also stalling. The name Takamagara wasn't just any ordinary title. It referred to the home of the gods in Japanese mythology. Musen had no idea why Renzo was willing to chat with him instead of attacking outright. Was he just toying with him? Did he enjoy watching him struggle in vain? If that was the case, Musen would gladly play along. As long as he could escape, nothing else mattered. Heh. Renzo chuckled. Humans? Of course not. But I'm not just a human, am I? Then, as his grin widened, he added, and since I've already gotten what I came for, it's time to wrap this up. Musen Kibutsuji, let's start with a little sun exposure, shall we? Renzo had finished extracting Musen's memories, including the research notes of the doctor who had originally created the blue spider lily medicine. Musen, paranoid as ever, had memorized every detail. That saved Renzo a lot of trouble. Slash. Without warning, Renzo swung his blade, sending 2 flying slashes straight at the ceiling. Boom. The entire roof shattered. Sunny day. Renzo raised his hand, gathering an orb of light resembling a miniature sun. The glowing sphere shot upward, rapidly expanding as it reached the sky. In mere moments, it erupted into a blinding, sun-like radiance, flooding the entire area with light. Nu. Where did this sunlight come from? Isn't it nighttime? Impossible. As the golden rays washed over them, the demons caught in battle with the Demon Slayer Corps screamed in agony. Smoke sizzled from their bodies as their skin began to burn away, turning into ash. Although the effect was significantly weaker than true sunlight, only about 1% of its actual power, it was still enough to terrify the demons. Frantically, they scrambled toward the safety of the infinite castle's shadows. Could this be Renzo's doing? Tomioka-ju murmured in disbelief. Who else could possibly pull off something like this? Just how many hidden abilities does Renzo have? Ju wondered. Creating a sun at night. Even if it's not as powerful as the real thing, the fact that it can harm demons at all is terrifying. Wait. Where do you think you're going? Don't even think about running. Get back here and fight. The Hashira weren't about to let this golden opportunity go to waste. Renzo had just created the perfect battlefield, how could they not take advantage of it to wipe out the demons? Ayaha. Musen and Megumin shrieked as the artificial sunlight scorched their flesh. Then, in a sudden act of desperation, Musen grabbed Megumin and threw her toward Renzo before dashing in the opposite direction at full speed. Halfway through his escape, his body suddenly exploded into more than 1,800 pieces, scattering in all directions in a desperate bid to flee. For someone hailed as the ultimate big boss in the Demon Slayer world, this was downright embarrassing. He didn't even have the guts to fight Renzo and instantly resorted to his final, most desperate survival tactic, running away. The title of the King of Cowards was now truly well earned. Heh. You think I'll let you get away? Renzo let out a cold chuckle. With a flick of his wrist, his blade, Kyoka Soijetsu, flashed through the air, effortlessly beheading Megumin. Then, raising his sword above his head, it became completely enveloped in a platinum-colored glow, sunlight continuously gathering and condensing around it. Sunlight slash. In the next moment, he swung his sword down. A massive, blazing slash composed entirely of sunlight erupted from the blade, stretching over 10 meters in length as it shot toward Musen's scattered remains. Upon reaching the core of Musen's fragmented body, the slash exploded, engulfing a 100-meter radius in radiant light. The attack was simply too fast. Musen's 1,800 pieces hadn't even managed to spread far before being consumed by the scorching sunlight. Oh. No. Standing his ground, Renzo calmly listened to Musen's final, despairing scream, shielded by a psychic barrier. Using his mental perception, he carefully confirmed that not a single piece of Musen remained. Simultaneously, as Musen perished, the other demons across the battlefield began disintegrating into ash. Only then did Renzo relax. It's finally over. Mission complete. Sheathing his sword, he stretched lazily before turning toward the exit of the Infinity Castle, walking away at an unhurried pace. He had initially expected to use Kyoka Soijetsu to deal with Musen directly, but the guy was such a coward that he didn't even put up a fight. Still, fusing the harsh sunlight skill he got from Eevee with his swordsmanship and unleashing it as a massive, expanding explosion had been a successful experiment. These demons are disappearing. Our side too. Does that mean? Everyone stared at each other, realizing the same thing. It's Renzo. He must have killed the Demon King. Ha ha ha. That's insane. Rengoku Kaijuro burst into hearty laughter. We haven't even taken down a single Upper Moon demon, and he's already finished off the Demon King. It's more than that, Kane added with a smile. Don't forget, we haven't seen Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo, at all. If he didn't simply happen to be absent, then the most likely explanation is that he attacked Renzo, and got taken care of before Musen. A soft chuckle sounded from the distance as Renzo emerged from the ruins of Infinity Castle. Sharp as ever, Kane. You got it in one. Call me big sister, little Renzo, Kane playfully scolded, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Then, her expression turned serious. So. Musen is truly dead. Everyone turned their expectant gazes toward Renzo. They had already pieced things together, but they wanted to hear it directly from him. Yes, Renzo nodded with a small smile. The Demon King is dead. There will be no more man-eating demons. You're free to celebrate now. Oh. We did it. Father, mother, my little brother, my little sister, you hear that? The Demon King is dead. The demons are gone. Your souls can rest in peace now. Dad. Sob. My love. This is the best day of my life. Tears streamed down the faces of the Demon Slayer Corps warriors as they whispered to the spirits of their lost loved ones. Every single Hashira had lost family and friends to demons. That was why they had joined the Demon Slayer Corps, to take revenge, to prevent others from suffering the same loss. For generations, Demon Slayers had passed down their will, sacrificing everything for one goal, the eradication of Musen Kibutsuji and the annihilation of all demons. And now, that dream had become reality. Words could not begin to express the overwhelming joy and relief they felt at this moment. Thank you, Renzo. Thank you for giving us this future. Led by Kane, the Hashira stepped forward and bowed deeply to Renzo in gratitude. The battle had been swift, and they hadn't even managed to kill a single Upper Moon demon themselves. But this fight had shown them the immense gap between themselves and the Upper Moons, let alone Musen. Had it not been for Renzo, they would have suffered immense casualties. Even then, it was doubtful they could have exterminated all the demons, let alone Musen himself. Every victory they now celebrated, was thanks to Renzo. Moreover, the intelligence, the extraction of Infinity Castle from the underground, and all their strategic advantages had been his doing. They all had the same thought, Renzo hadn't needed them at all. He could have solo cleared the entire Infinity Castle like it was an RPG dungeon, wiping out Musen and his demons without any help. But he had chosen to include them. Perhaps it was so they could witness the moment the demons were eradicated. So they could fight for their fallen comrades. And for that, they were endlessly grateful. Chapter 144, The Fate of the Demon Slayers. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Ubuyashiki Kagaya and his children suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted from them. Father. This feels so good. Kagaya's daughter, Hinaki, exclaimed with joy. Yes. Her sister, Nichika, nodded in agreement. Ubuyashiki Kagaya gazed into the distance, a faint smile appearing on his face. It seems that Renzo and the others have succeeded. Musen Kibutsuji has been destroyed. Without realizing it, tears began to flow down his face. Dear, you're crying. His wife, Amain, gently took out a silk handkerchief, knelt beside him, and softly wiped his tears. The Demon King is really dead, isn't he? That means the Ubuyashiki family's curse is also gone, right? Our children won't have to suffer anymore, will they? The series of questions revealed the storm of emotion surging in Amain's heart. Yes, he's dead. The tragedy and misfortune of the Ubuyashiki family have finally come to an end. Our children will have a future filled with happiness and normalcy. Kagaya gently embraced his wife and spoke with a soothing voice. Hearing his words, Amain's nose tingled, her eyes reddened, and she finally broke down, sobbing into his chest. It's okay, crying is good. From now on, everything will be all right, Kagaya whispered, stroking her back gently. Half a day later, Renzo and the Demon Slayer Corps' Hashira returned to headquarters in their aircraft after thoroughly searching the remains of the Infinity Castle. They were greeted with a grand welcome by the Ubuyashiki family and the remaining members of the Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as Renzo stepped out of the aircraft, he smiled and said to Kagaya, "Mission accomplished. Musen Kibutsuji has been confirmed dead, and all other demons have been eradicated." Good. Good. This is wonderful. Kagaya, though having already anticipated the outcome, couldn't contain his excitement when hearing the confirmation directly from Renzo. He stepped forward and patted Renzo's shoulder. You've done well, Renzo. He then turned to the Hashira. You've all worked hard too. The Hashira exchanged awkward smiles and shook their heads. To be honest, we didn't contribute much this time, one of them admitted. Yeah, it felt like we were just bystanders. Renzo took down both Musen and Upper Rank 1 by himself. Even when it came to handling the other demons, we had his assistance. Honestly, Renzo could have done it alone. I think he just brought us along so we wouldn't feel left out. He's just too strong. As the Hashira casually recounted the events, Kagaya sighed in admiration. It seems I underestimated Renzo's strength and contributions. Alright, let's talk about this later. For now, let's celebrate your victory. I've prepared a banquet in your honor. Kagaya announced warmly. Oh. A banquet. Perfect timing. I'm starving. Rengoku Kaijuro cheered. Kaijuro, weren't you the one who ate the most at Renzo's place earlier? How are you hungry again after eating that kind of food? But that was half a day ago. Ha ha ha. After the banquet, Kagaya invited Renzo for a private meeting. Once they were alone, Kagaya bowed deeply to Renzo and expressed his gratitude. Lord Renzo, I cannot thank you enough for what you've done. From now on, the Ubuyashiki family will remember your kindness for generations to come. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as it is within our power, we will fulfill your request. He even used honorifics, a rare display of utmost respect. In a rigidly hierarchical society like theirs, the Ubuyashiki family was a noble house of great prestige. Renzo, on the other hand, had once been just a common orphan, and even now, though a Hashira, he was still technically just a warrior. For Kagaya to offer such deep respect showed the depth of his gratitude and his noble character. Lord Ubuyashiki, this is too much. Please, rise. I don't deserve such a grand gesture. Renzo quickly stepped forward and helped Kagaya up. Kagaya shook his head. No, you do deserve it. And my words are not empty. The Ubuyashiki family does not forget kindness. His expression grew solemn. Besides, I've heard the full details of the battle. Your strength is beyond comprehension. Someone of your power could very well be called a god. Strength deserves respect. This was one of the main reasons Kaguya held Renzo in such high regard. Just because the man-eating demons were gone and the Demon Slayer Corps would soon transition into something else, it didn't mean people like Renzo were no longer needed. The strong would always remain strong. Do whatever you want. I really can't do anything about you. Renzo laughed, shaking his head. The reason he respected Ubuyashiki Kaguya so much was precisely because of his character and the way he handled things. It was comfortable having a friend like this. Heh. Kaguya chuckled, sensing that Renzo had mostly accepted his words. He poured them both some tea and asked, "What are your plans now, Renzo?" With the demons gone, the transformation of the Demon Slayer Corps was inevitable. Kaguya already had an idea of what most of the members wanted. He was gathering their opinions, and as long as their requests weren't excessive, he planned to accommodate them. The strength and influence of the Ubuyashiki clan were evident now more than ever. At the very least, they could fulfill most of the core members' wishes and ensure they live prosperous, fulfilling lives. I haven't really decided yet, Renzo said with a smile. I'll probably go back and see my master first. Then I might travel around with Shinobu, Kane, and Mikomo, maybe do some healing work along the way. After I've had my fill of traveling, I'll probably settle down near Mount Fujikase. Oh, right. Renzo suddenly remembered something and pulled out a communication wristband, handing it to Kaguya. This is for you, Lord Ubuyashiki. With this, you can contact me anytime, anywhere. Also, I've given you partial access to the communication network. I'll send over a batch of similar wristbands later. You can distribute them to your family and the Demon Slayer Corps members so we can all stay connected. Kaguya was already aware of the communication satellite system. He had received a device before, but it was clearly not as advanced as this one. Oh. Kaguya took the device with interest and fastened it to his wrist. With Renzo's guidance, he quickly learned how to use it. It even had a built-in AI assistant, making it incredibly convenient. Kaguya couldn't help but marvel, no matter how I look at this, it's an incredible piece of technology. Have you ever considered mass-producing it and making it widely available? Of course, it doesn't have to be as advanced as this model, just a simpler version would be enough. The Ubuyashiki family is willing to provide funding, facilities, connections, whatever is necessary to make this happen. In return, we'll take just 10% of the profits while you keep the rest. How about it? This was an incredibly generous offer. Naturally, the Ubuyashiki clan wouldn't be at a loss either. Once the technology was fully integrated into society, they would gain not just financially but also in terms of social standing and influence. Oh. Renzo raised an eyebrow. It seems like you have quite the vision, Lord Ubuyashiki. The communication industry is definitely promising. I accept. But let's make it 80-20 instead. No need for such an extreme split. No. Kaguya shook his head firmly. It has to be 90-10. This is already a huge win for our family. Money isn't what's important here, the social and political influence this brings is what truly matters. Furthermore, we will help elevate your status, Renzo. You may not care about such things, but in this country, status is a necessity. Without it, life won't be easy, and trouble will find you. I don't want some fool offending you one day, forcing you to take action. If it ever came to that, blood would flow like rivers, and the consequences would be catastrophic. More importantly, it would bring unnecessary trouble to Renzo. Business was the perfect way to integrate him into society. It would not only grant Renzo social standing, wealth, and fewer hassles, but it would also deepen the bond between him and the Ubuyashiki family. Why not go for it? That's true. All right, let's do it your way, Renzo said with a small laugh. After all, if it made life easier for him, why refuse? Chapter 145, Black Bullet World. With the issue of man-eating demons finally settled, Renzo could now focus on what came next. Aside from traveling with Shinobu, Kane, and Mikomo as he had planned, he had two major tasks ahead of him. First, he needed to experiment with and refine the formula and notes he had obtained from Musen. The goal was to develop a true, immortal elixir, one that preserved the advantages of Musen's transformation, such as longevity, incredible vitality, accelerated healing, and enhanced physical attributes, without any of the weaknesses of demons. Ideally, it would even allow users to awaken unique abilities. Second, he wanted to further study and evolve the breath techniques. His ultimate aim was to create a breathing method that rivaled or even surpassed the sun-breathing technique. After all, he had to find something to occupy his time. That night, Renzo gathered with Shinobu, Kane, and Mikomo. So, have you guys decided what you're going to do next? Renzo asked. Kane and Shinobu nodded in unison. We still plan to travel and practice medicine for a while. What about you, Renzo? Of course, I'll be coming with you. Renzo grinned. What if someone bullies you or tries to snatch you away from me? Gotta make sure that doesn't happen, right? You really? Kane shook her head, amused. Can you have a little more faith in us? And maybe a little more faith in yourself? I doubt there's anyone out there more powerful or more handsome than you. Then, she turned to Makomo. Makomo, why don't you come with us? Can I? Makomo hesitated, looking a little shy. Of course you can. You're more than welcome, Kane said warmly. Shinobu chimed in, shooting a playful glare at Renzo. You know how possessive this guy is. There's no way he'd let any of us go off on our own. So domineering, Makomo pouted. Exactly. Shinobu nodded in agreement. The girls exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. But isn't this nice? Kane smiled gently, wrapping an arm around Shinobu. Renzo is talented, rich, and good-looking. Plus, I don't want to be separated from Shinobu either. In this era, polygamy was not uncommon. Even within the Demon Slayer Corps, Sound Hashira Yuzuitingen had 3 wives, after all. I heard you've partnered with the Ubuyashiki family to start a communications company. Is that true? Won't you be busy with that? Kane asked curiously. Yeah, it's true, Renzo nodded. But honestly, I won't have much to do. The Ubuyashiki family is handling most of the operations, and even the technical side can be managed by my AI, Red Queen. So, I'll just be traveling with you all. With the aircraft, getting around will be a breeze. Kane chuckled. Are you seriously making the Ubuyashiki family work for you? Only you would think of something like that. As for traveling, let's not rely too much on the aircraft. We still need to train. Fine, whatever you say, Renzo said with a helpless smile. But first, we should visit Mount Fujikase to see our master. You guys okay with that? Makomo had no objections, but Kane and Shinobu blushed slightly. Was this, meeting the parents? Still, they nodded and agreed. Inside the consciousness space. When Demon Slayer Renzo arrived, Apocalypse Renzo's eyes immediately lit up. You're here. So. Did you take care of the Demon King Musen? Did you get the formula? Heh. Demon Slayer Renzo crossed his arms and smirked. Obviously. Who do you think you're talking to? No time for nonsense. Share it with us. Apocalypse Renzo eagerly reached out and high-fived Demon Slayer Renzo, initiating the data transfer. Then, he sat back and closed his eyes to carefully examine the information. He had been waiting for this. The other Renzos also completed the transfer, absorbing the knowledge. Eizen carefully examined the formula before shaking his head. This is quite something. Looks like I really need to speed up the process of creating a physical body. Recently, he had resolved the design and production issues surrounding a mental energy storage device. Now, he was in the process of accumulating energy, preparing to create a body that perfectly suited him. This is valuable, but it needs thorough research. Gundam Renzo opened his eyes, then turned to Demon Slayer Renzo. By the way, you need to find the blue spider lily as soon as possible. Once you do, analyze its components and medicinal properties. Or you could just eat one directly. That way, we could replicate an unlimited number of them. Just like how the blood orchid was unique to the Anaconda world, the blue spider lily was exclusive to the Demon Slayer world. Without it, the formula might end up with the same flaws as Kibutsuji Musen's failed immortality attempt. Yeah. Demon Slayer Renzo nodded repeatedly. Even if you didn't say anything, I was already on it. I've instructed Red Queen to conduct a grid search using satellites and micro-drone scouts all over Japan. I should have results soon. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from a nearby corridor. Everyone turned their heads toward the source. Demon Slayer Renzo muttered, a new member. Oh. That might be it. It's been a while since we got a new member. Wonder what kind of guy it'll be this time. Everyone perked up. They loved getting new recruits. Soon, a well-built man in modern clothing emerged from the corridor. Seeing the gathered crowd staring at him, he froze on the spot. The others scrutinized him in return. Looks like he's from a modern world. An ordinary person. No, his physical abilities are far above average. Speaking of which, how come we can gauge each other's physical stats in this consciousness space? Has anyone figured out the mechanics behind it yet? Obviously not. Well, at least we know he's not from some ordinary slice-of-life world. Everyone's gazes seemed to strip the newcomer bare, analyzing him thoroughly. The new arrival, visibly uncomfortable, stretched out his words, Can someone please explain where I am? Wasn't I just fighting Gastria? And, can someone send me back? He was utterly confused. Still, he wasn't too worried, after all, he had Enja by his side. Welcome, newcomer. Demon Slayer Renzo stepped forward with a smile and extended his hand. If you want to understand what's going on, just shake my hand. Gastria. That sounds familiar. Hero Renzo stroked his chin, lost in thought. The world of Lolis. Pirate Renzo's eyes lit up. You mean Black Bullet, right? Uchiha Renzo sighed. Oh, I see. Now that's quite the unexpected twist. The newcomer completed the memory-sharing process with Demon Slayer Renzo. As he absorbed the information, his face filled with astonishment. Enough talking. Give me your hand too. The rest of the Renzos didn't wait. They all stretched out their hands, eager to share memories. Yep, this world is as frustrating as ever. After fully digesting the new guy's memories, everyone now remembered the world he came from. Those disgusting, corrupt humans really deserve to die. Newbie, you've been in that world for years, and you still haven't wiped them out. What a disappointment. Pirate Renzo muttered under his breath, clearly unimpressed. Shame on you. If it were me, I'd make sure no human survives in this world. Chapter 146, Safe World for the Cursed Children. Yeah, it's kinda disappointing, but understandable. After all, our new guy here is just average. Gundam Renzo shook his head in understanding. If you're not cheating, how dare you be reckless? He used to keep a low profile and develop in secret too. It's only recently that he started making waves. His connection with Lakis was going well, and he had already sent her back to plant to carry out their next phase of the plan. Hey, that's right. It's not like I had a choice. The newcomer, Black Renzo, shrugged. Against the massive forces at play, unless your strength reaches a certain level, you're still just a pawn. There wasn't much I could do. Just saving a few cursed children infected with the Gastria virus already took everything out of me. But now, things have changed. My cheat has arrived. It's time to settle the score with those disgusting bastards. In the Black Bullet world, he hadn't replaced any major character from the original story but was instead born as an orphan with good talent in swordsmanship and martial arts. Through sheer effort, he grew stronger, eventually meeting Tendo Kazara, from whom he learned the Tendo-style swordsmanship and combat techniques, gaining a huge power boost. Later, he even became a civil officer, teaming up with one of the original story's little heroines, Ehara Enju, a 10-year-old girl infected with the Gastria virus. In that world, girls like her had a cruel nickname, Cursed Children. For over a decade, he had witnessed too many tragedies involving them. Even though he did his best to save as many as possible, it was like trying to put out a forest fire with a cup of water. In that disgusting world, human nature had been twisted into its worst form, making him constantly tempted to just wipe those scumbags off the face of the earth. No kidding. Uchiha Renzo nodded in agreement. Hurry up and purge those human trash. Especially that bastard Tendo Kikunajo and that smug four-eyed captain of the Saitenchi's guard, Takuto Yasuaki. Wipe them all out so the kids in that world can finally live in peace. Agreed. Apocalypse Renzo nodded and turned to Black Renzo. Also, I'm really interested in the Gastria virus. Try using your eye techniques to analyze it thoroughly. Once we get the full data, we can work together to figure out how to neutralize or even completely cure it. Who knows? If we do this right, we might even be able to create an evolutionary serum that gives humans animal-like abilities. Still, your main mission is to make the world safe for the cursed children. Just take analyzing the virus as a side mission. The virus was originally the result of human genetic experiments gone wrong. If they had the right technology, reversing its effects and turning it into something beneficial wasn't impossible. Just because that world's people couldn't fix it doesn't mean we can't. Exactly, X. Gundam Renzo, Eizen, and even Hermione nodded in agreement. You guys really think we can solve it? Black Renzo's eyes lit up with excitement. Ehara Enju's infection rate had already reached 41%, putting her in an extremely dangerous state. If it weren't for Sumair Muroto's suppressants, she might have already lost control and transformed into a Gastria. That was something he absolutely wouldn't accept. It should be possible. Don't forget who we are. Apocalypse Renzo smirked confidently. As more and more Renzos gathered, their collective intelligence, power, and knowledge had grown exponentially. With enough time, cracking the Gastria virus shouldn't be an issue. That's a relief. I'll get to work analyzing the virus right away and hand over the data to everyone. I'm counting on you all. Saying this, Black Renzo bowed deeply to the group. TSK. Pirate Renzo smacked his lips in mock disdain, eyeing Black Renzo. Man, I didn't expect you to be a lolicon. Seeing you so worked up, you must really be obsessed with Ehara Enju. Heh. I can teach you a few tricks for the Lolis. Hentai Renzo snickered, joining in on the teasing. Everyone started at Hentai Renzo with weird expressions. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Hentai Renzo wanted to slap himself. But he felt he wasn't the wrong one, that damn hentai world was. Still, he loved that world, especially with all the powers he had now. So, Black Renzo. Are you into Lolis? Hentai Renzo said, wanting to shift the focus that was on him. Everyone then started looking at Black Renzo with amused expressions. Black Renzo immediately snapped, puffing his cheeks in frustration. We're literally the same person. Do you guys seriously have the nerve to say it? I mean, aren't you just as guilty? You know yourselves better than anyone. No, no, no. Pirate Renzo shook his head firmly. I prefer mature women. Gotta agree. Gundam Renzo nodded. Apocalypse Renzo, me too. Eizen, hey. Hero Renzo, TSK. Ah, same here. Hentai Renzo nodded like the others. You guys. Uchiha Renzo rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. How did the conversation derail into this nonsense again? Forget it. I can't be bothered with you lot. I'm heading back. I'll figure out the data behind the Gastria virus as soon as possible. I'm out. With that, Black Renzo exited the mental space. Looks like that guy is about to go on a full-blown rampage, Eizen said with a smirk. He had clearly sensed the murderous intent in Black Renzo's eyes. It was obvious he had been holding in his resentment for far too long. Now that he had the power to finally fight back, there was no way he wouldn't unleash it. If he still held back now, he might as well just go die. Someone that weak-willed didn't deserve to be part of the Renzo's group. The world of Black Bullet. It was another apocalyptic world. The exact cause of the catastrophe was unclear, but it was undoubtedly due to humanity's forbidden genetic experiments spiraling out of control. Countless humans had transformed into Gastria monsters overnight. Some women, infected during pregnancy, gave birth to children with crimson eyes, girls carrying the Gastria virus within them. Due to their infection, they also gained animal-like abilities. For example, Black Renzo's partner, Enju Ehara, carried the genes of a rabbit-type Gastria, giving her incredible jumping power and leg strength. Simply put, it was a rotten world. After living in this hellhole for more than a decade, Black Renzo had long since grown sick of it. But now, things were different. He had returned, equipped with the power bestowed by the Renzo's group. And this time, he would change everything, even if it meant becoming an enemy of the world. Renzo, you idiot. Watch out. Just as his consciousness returned to his body, Black Renzo heard Enju's warning from nearby. Bang. Enju leapt forward at lightning speed, soaring nearly 8 meters in a flash. In an instant, she landed in front of Black Renzo and delivered a brutal kick to the head of a massive, 3-meter-tall spider-like Gastria. Her foot crushed the creature's skull, causing blue-green fluids to splatter everywhere. A large amount of the disgusting liquid shot toward both of them. Vroom. Black Renzo casually lifted a hand, summoning a telekinetic barrier that shielded him and Enju, preventing a single drop from reaching them. Then, with a grin, he reached out and ruffled Enju's hair. Sorry, I was a little distracted. Thanks, Enju. That's not important. Enju pouted, placing her hands on her hips. What is important is, what the heck was that just now? When did you get powers like that? She pressed her hand against the telekinetic shield curiously, before narrowing her eyes and pouting even harder. You actually kept this a secret from me. I'm your future wife. So what were you planning to do behind my back? Black Renzo. Without hesitation, he flicked Enju on the forehead. Talk properly. Ow. You hit me. Enju clutched her forehead, looking at him with fake teary eyes, pretending to be pitiful. All right, I surrender. Black Renzo raised his hands in defeat. Honestly, my cheat ability just unlocked, that's all. Just know that from now on, I'll keep getting stronger and stronger, and I'll have more and more mysterious abilities. I can even teach you some little tricks. Oh. That thing you did just now, can I learn it? Enju's eyes sparkled with excitement. The telekinetic barrier was just one of many uses for psychic energy. He even got an improved meditation method that was created by Eevee. With the improved ESP meditation method, which was based on the Espion Pokémon form of Eevee, Enju should theoretically be able to learn it too. And given her exceptional physique as an initiator, her talent in developing this power might even surpass that of ordinary people. Chapter 147, The Takeover of Tokyo. Ehara Enju immediately forgot about acting upset and pitiful as she clung to Renzo's arm, her eyes wide with surprise. I can learn it too. Of course. If I say you can, then you can. Renzo nodded confidently. So, what do you think? Wanna learn? Yes. Yes. Teach me now. Enju excitedly shook Renzo's arm. This power looked super cool. And besides, if she got stronger, she could help Renzo even more, right? We'll talk about it when we get back. For now, I need to call Kazara and have her send someone to clean up. With that, Renzo pulled out his phone, found Tendo Kazara's number, and dialed. The call connected quickly. Hello. Renzo. Mission accomplished. Of course. Who do you think you're talking to? Send someone to handle the cleanup. Renzo chuckled. Got it. Give me a second. The call ended abruptly. Within 10 minutes, Kazara arrived with Rentaro Satomi and a small truck. You liar. You took all the credit when Enju did all the work. Kazara scoffed after glancing at the corpse of the spider-like Gastria. Rentaro also shot Renzo a look of disdain. Oh. Renzo wasn't having it. He turned to Rentaro with a smirk. You dare look down on me, you low-rank brat. Have you gotten cocky? Looks like we need a little sparring session when we get back. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles. Ah, let's not do that. Rentaro shook his head frantically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew he wasn't on Renzo's level. Renzo was just built different. His talent in swordsmanship and martial arts far surpassed Rentaro's, making him the clear superior in a real fight. Still, the other Renzo saw this talent as just average. TCH, coward, Renzo muttered before turning to the cat girl standing next to Rentaro. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and had an amused look on her face. Say, Midori, Rentaro's looking pretty weak these days. Why don't you ditch him and team up with me instead? Renzo. Are you betraying me? Am I not enough for you? Before Midori could even respond, Enju leaped onto Renzo's back and bit his shoulder, glaring at him angrily. He, Fuse. Midori chuckled before teasingly saying, Renzo-san, you should take care of Enju first. Though I wouldn't mind being your partner. She had a great relationship with Renzo. He was the one who had saved her, after all. Because of him, she had never met her original partner from the canon timeline. Instead, she became Rentaro's partner but only temporarily. Thanks to Renzo's intervention, she had also received medical support from Miroto Sumair, keeping her Gastria infection level at 42%, much safer than in the original story. Oi. Rentaro suddenly interrupted, raising his voice. Renzo, stop trying to steal my partner. You're being way too greedy. Ha. Renzo rolled his eyes. Midori was mine to begin with. I only let you partner up with her because I felt bad for you. You should be thanking me. You. Rentaro was at a loss for words, so he decided to change the subject. Whatever. Just deal with Enju first. She's practically drooling on your shoulder. Huh. Renzo turned his head and locked eyes with Enju. Enju. She blinked, then quickly let go and wiped his shoulder with her sleeve, looking embarrassed. You little. Renzo flicked her forehead in exasperation. Ow. All right, let's move out. Kazara called, ending the conversation. Several days had passed in the blink of an eye. With his new power, Renzo intensified his efforts to help the cursed children. By now, he had already rescued most of the abandoned and mistreated cursed children in Tokyo area. He was done playing by the world's rules. It was time to start changing them. He relocated these poor children to a newly constructed underground base, which he created using earth release techniques and his fantasy creation ability. The base was located 500 meters beneath Renzo's residence. Thanks to his knowledge of Gundam World's colony satellite technology, coupled with his powerful earth release techniques and creative abilities, he spent just half a month building an underground space spanning over a square kilometer with a height of 50 meters. The walls were reinforced with metal plating to prevent Gastria from burrowing in. Additionally, he used a combination of sealing barriers from the Ninja World and stealth shielding technology from the Gundam universe to further fortify the base. It was safe to say that this stronghold was practically impenetrable. However, the sudden disappearance of so many cursed children naturally caught the attention of certain powerful individuals. Among them, Tendo Kakunajo was the most active in launching investigations. This is amazing, Renzo. You're incredible. Enju stood beside Renzo on a tall building inside the base, looking down at the 20,000 plus rescued cursed children playing happily. She couldn't help but feel immense joy. Everything she saw was something Renzo had accomplished in just half a month. At first, she couldn't believe it, but after witnessing Renzo's almost godlike abilities time and time again, she gradually became accustomed to it. Not only that, but she had already begun learning psychic powers from Renzo. Even Kazara had joined in on the training. Hearing Enju's praise, Renzo smiled and ruffled her hair. Watching the children slowly regain their smiles, he said, "It's still not enough. There are countless cursed children all over the world waiting for us to rescue them. Also, it's about time we started cleaning up the scum ruling over them. He had waited this long because the time wasn't right yet. More importantly, he needed to create a safe haven first, a place to protect the cursed children he saved. Otherwise, in the chaos that would ensue, many of these innocent children could become collateral damage. That was something Renzo would never allow. This had to be done step by step. His plan was to take full control of the Tokyo area first, purging the filth, and then gradually expanding outward. Eventually, he would rescue all the cursed children and eliminate every piece of human trash standing in his way. And finally, he would find a way to eradicate all Gastria, restoring the world to its former peace. It was a long-term goal, but he was ready to see it through. Yeah. I'll support you all the way. Enju nodded enthusiastically, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. That cow, Kizara, still doesn't want to accept your help in healing her kidneys. Kizara Tendo had lost her kidneys to a Gastria attack in childhood. She relied on artificial kidneys and had to undergo regular dialysis to survive. Most of the money Renzo earned went into supporting her treatment. Because of this, the Tendo Civil Security Company was doing better than in the original timeline, but not by much. It was still a struggling agency with only a handful of members, relying mostly on Renzo and Enju's strength. Currently, Renzo was ranked 257th in the organization, making him quite well known in Tokyo. She's still refusing. Renzo sighed and shook his head. That girl is way too stubborn. She insists on keeping her pain as a reminder until she gets revenge on Tendo Kakunajo and others. Only then will she accept my help and start a new life. I agreed to wait. Besides, that day isn't far off. The perfect opportunity is coming soon. Just yesterday, Tendo Kakunajo had invited Hiroko Kajitane to Tokyo. One of his main goals was to prevent the Saitenchi from passing the new Gastria law, which aimed to protect the cursed children. Instead, he wanted to tighten his grip on Tokyo's power. Based on the timeline, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 days before the events of the original story's Hiroko Kajitane incident would begin. This would mark the beginning of Renzo's complete takeover of Tokyo. Chapter 148, Saitenchi's 2 Missions, Bonus. As expected, 2 days later, Tendo Civil Security Corporation received an invitation from Saitenchi. She was summoning all civil officers in the Tokyo area for an important meeting. Renzo, Rentaro, Enju, Midori. Let's head out. Tendo Kizara called out, holding a katana in one hand as the group piled into a car and sped off to the meeting venue. What's this about? They called in everyone from the Tokyo area. That's huge, Rentaro asked, confused. No idea yet. We'll find out when we get there, Kizara replied, shaking her head. After about half an hour, they arrived at the venue. Led by Kizara, they pushed open the doors to a massive hall. Well, looks like anyone can call themselves a civil officer these days, huh? This meeting isn't for kids like you. Why don't you just turn around and crawl back home? A bulky man with a giant sword strapped to his back mocked them the second they entered. Everyone in the room turned to look. Some were watching for drama, others narrowed their eyes slightly when they recognized Renzo, their gaze turning amused as they looked at the burly man. Renzo and Rentaro exchanged a silent look. Renzo gestured with his eyes, who's handling this guy? I got it, Rentaro sighed and stepped forward. I know you. You're Akuma Shogun, IP rank 1584. You picking a fight on purpose? Oh. So you do know who I am, Shogun raised an eyebrow and looked down on him with a sneer. If that's the case, you must have guts to talk to me like that. If you're done acting tough, could you get out of the way? Rentaro shook his head, clearly not in the mood. Shogun's grin widened, clearly enjoying the attention, and looked like he was about to spout more nonsense. That's when Renzo stepped in, casually cracking his knuckles. Rentaro, I told you to handle him, not stand around chatting. With guys like this arrogant idiot, the best way to deal with them is to beat the crap out of them. What did you say? Shogun roared and charged straight at Renzo, fist flying. Alright, punk, let me teach you a little something about respect. His fist aimed straight at Renzo's face. Boom. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, Renzo was already in front of Shogun. He lifted his leg and slammed a brutal kick into Shogun's stomach, sending him flying. Puff. Shogun coughed up a mouthful of blood midair before crashing straight into a middle-aged man seated near the conference table. Gahhx. The impact was so strong, both men screamed in pain as bones cracked audibly. The whole room went dead silent. That speed, damn. Renzo walked over slowly, unbothered, to where the two men lay. A small girl with ash-blonde hair stepped protectively in front of Shogun, arms outstretched. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, Mr. Renzo. Please let Shogun go, he's already been punished enough. I beg you. Renzo looked down at her and gently patted her head. Oh. You know me. You must be Senju KO, right? What a smart and adorable girl. Don't worry. I wasn't planning to kill him. Just giving him a small lesson. The others glanced at Shogun, who lay unconscious with blood seeping from his stomach. Their expressions twitched. A small lesson, huh? That man's half dead. If he doesn't get medical help soon, he might really die. Besides. Renzo continued, his voice suddenly colder. This brute was just a pawn, right? Sent here to provoke us. Isn't that right, Mr. Boss of Shogun? Renzo walked around KO and stood before a middle-aged man. I honestly wonder what gave you the confidence to come after me. Did you not do your homework before making enemies? Or? Renzo leaned in closer, eyes gleaming dangerously. Do you actually think I wouldn't dare to kill you, huh? Why you, don't do anything stupid. This is a meeting arranged by Saitenchi-sama. If you fight here, if you do anything here. The middle-aged man stammered, face pale and soaked in sweat, absolutely terrified, and deeply regretting everything. He had just wanted to make an example out of someone to show off, hoping it would earn him some points when contesting for missions. Basically, he wanted to make an example out of someone while showing off his company's strength. He even told Akuma Shogun to pick a few kids who looked young and easy to bully. How could he have known these kids were monsters, especially that Renzo? This guy was a straight-up demon. That terrifying speed, and how he casually knocked out a rank 1584 officer like Shogun with one kick, it was nightmare fuel. Renzo, that's enough. This is an official meeting hosted by Saitenchi. Let's not cause too much trouble, Tendo Kazara called out with a sly smile from nearby. The message was clear, the intimidation was effective enough. She didn't want to escalate things too far, not here, not now. Still, inside, she was pleased. Renzo had become stronger and more mysterious lately. Just watching him was exciting. She couldn't wait for the day she could finally get her revenge, with Renzo's help. Hey, well, since my boss is giving you face today, I guess I'll let you off, you fat bastard. But next time, oh wait. Scratch that. There won't be a next time. If you screw up again, no one will be able to save you. Got it. With that, Renzo casually walked back to stand behind Kazara. Everyone else in the hall stiffened up. In their hearts, they silently placed Renzo in the category of, do not mess with under any circumstances. If someone like Shogun, rank 1584, got one shot like that, what hope did they have? Soon, security arrived to carry away both Shogun and the fat middle-aged man. As KO walked away, Renzo's voice echoed softly in her mind. Little KO, if you ever have nowhere to go or you're in danger, just use the communicator bracelet I gave you, okay? I slipped it into your pocket. She felt her left pocket grow slightly heavier. Reaching inside, she pulled out a metallic bracelet and stared at it in shock. Her head turned toward Renzo. He looked back at her with a wink and put a finger to his lips in a show gesture before turning away. Brother Renzo is so cool, and so mysterious, she whispered in awe as she left the conference hall. She had heard about Renzo before, from the cursed children he helped around Tokyo. Word of his actions had slowly spread among them. That's how she knew his name. And from that day, she had always been curious about him, maybe even a little fond of him. Not long after, an older government official walked to the front of the room and announced, next, Saitenchi-sama herself will explain the details of the mission. The screen at the front of the hall lit up, revealing Saitenchi, and standing beside her was none other than the old geezer, Tendo Kakunajo. Saitenchi looked over the crowd with a calm, dignified gaze before speaking, greetings, everyone. Today's urgent gathering has two missions. First, eliminate the Gastria that entered the city yesterday and became a new infection source. Second, recover the container it swallowed. Huh. Murmurs of confusion filled the room. That's it. Those two things don't sound like enough to gather everyone, someone whispered. Yeah, unless that Gastria monster is really dangerous. Or maybe, it's not the creature, but the container that matters. Tendo Kazara raised her hand and asked directly, excuse me, what exactly is inside the container? What's so important that it deserves this kind of large-scale operation? 80+ advanced chapters available at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 149, Dealing with Hiroko Kajitane and Tendo Kakunajo. Saitenchi hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. Suddenly. Boom. Keh. The roof of the conference room exploded without warning. A man in a red tailcoat and a creepy white smiling mask crashed down onto the center of the conference table. I know what's inside the container. Who the hell? The crowd instantly panicked and backed off, their expressions wary. Standing beside the masked freak was a little girl wielding two swords, an initiator, clearly ready to fight. My name is. Before the masked man could finish his dramatic intro, Renzo flashed above him in a blink. Wham! With a single move, Renzo smashed the man's head straight into the table, shattering it completely and driving him deep into the stone floor below. The room froze. Bastard! Get off my dad! The twin-blade girl, Hirako Kohina, roared and shot forward like a bullet, slashing at Renzo's neck with incredible speed. She looked absolutely fierce. And way too cute to be that deadly. Renzo simply turned and glared. Sit down. In the next second, Kohina was frozen in midair, locked in place by his psychic energy, unable to move a muscle, still frozen in her angry chibi attack pose. Gasps echoed through the room. Even Saitenchi and Kikunoju on the screen narrowed their eyes in surprise. What kind of ability is that? Some kind of tech. Doesn't feel like it, no energy readings at all. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, Renzo crouched down and looked at the masked man now crushed beneath his boot. Seriously, why do you have to act tough in front of me? Come on, Hirako Kajitane, just tell me, what are you here for? He activated his psychic hypnosis. What? That guy's Hirako Kajitane. The enhanced soldier. He was ranked as high as 134 back in the day. He's a monster, and this Renzo just casually floored him like that. Everyone was shocked. Then they looked at Renzo again, the one who stomped a former top-ranked mercenary into the floor like he was nothing. Who the hell is this guy? But Renzo didn't care about the whispers. Under hypnosis, Hirako Kajitane began spilling everything like a broken faucet, his deal with Kikunojo, the mission, and the entire setup behind this event. The room went dead silent. Every single person slowly turned to stare at the screen. At Kikunoju, who was standing beside Saitenchi. Even Saitenchi herself looked stunned. You filthy liar. That's all nonsense. Guards. Kill that man now. Kikunoju snapped. And kill Renzo too. He's clearly in on this. Do it. He was practically frothing with rage. But Renzo just stared at the screen and smirked. Getting nervous, old dog. Losing your mind already. Shut up. Kikunoju yelled like a madman. Why are you all just standing there? He's your top target now, take him down. Saitenchi, trembling, looked at Kikunoju with disbelief. Lord Kikunoju, is it true? Was this really all your plan? But why? Tokyo is our home too, why would you do this? She couldn't understand it. Why couldn't people just live in peace? Why would someone like Kikunoju betray them all? Yes, Saitenchi was just that innocent and naive. Bright and clean, even in the darkest dirt. She wasn't pretending, she really was just that sweet and kind-hearted. Shut up. Kikunoju completely lost it, barking at her with no restraint. Saitenchi stumbled and collapsed back into her seat, terrified. TCH, Renzo clicked his tongue mockingly. Losing your temper already, old dog. Too bad for you, today's the day you meet your end. You're finished. I'm calling it. With that, Renzo sent a mental shockwave that instantly knocked Hirako Kajitane unconscious. Then, with a wave of his hand, Hirako Kohina floated toward him. He reached out and pressed a finger on her head, and she passed out as well. A flicker of light passed through Renzo's eyes, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated. He cast a powerful ocular technique, which stored both Hirako and his daughter inside a confined, otherworldly space about a few square meters wide. He turned to Tendo Kazara and Ehara Enju and gestured. Come on, you two. What are you up to now? Kazara asked, still a bit stunned from witnessing the father-daughter duo vanish into thin air. Enju clung to Renzo's hand curiously. Renzo. Where did you take them? I'll explain later. Now, I'm taking you to get revenge. With that, Renzo grabbed both of their hands, and in a blink, they vanished from the room. Everyone left behind just stared at each other, completely baffled. What the hell just happened? Was that some kind of tech or something else? Rentaro. This guy just ditched me and Midori to run off with his two waifus. I can't believe this. Rentaro, look at the screen. Midori tugged his sleeve. Huh. Rentaro looked where she was pointing and instantly blurted, wait, what? Did they just jump into the screen? Sure enough, Renzo, Kazara, and Enju were now standing right next to Saitenchi on the display. Everyone nearby stared at Rentaro like he was dumb. Of course, they didn't jump into a TV, dude. They teleported to where Saitenchi was. Still, even that was wild enough to shock the whole crowd. The meeting hall was hundreds of meters away from Saitenchi's residence. That was full-on space teleportation. Man, if we had a method like that. Stop dreaming. You think he'd sell it to you if he did? Fair point. People could only chuckle bitterly. Meanwhile, Renzo, Kazara, and Enju popped into existence right in front of Saitenchi and Tendo Kikunajo, making both of them jump. Saitenchi was shocked. Kikunajo, though, was clearly terrified. He instinctively backed away a few steps, raising a trembling finger toward the three of them, trying to say something but failing to form words. "TCH, trash," Renzo scoffed, then turned to Kazara. "This old dog's all yours. After this, I'll help you hunt down the rest of your scumbag relatives." "Thanks. I've been waiting a long time for this." Kazara nodded, placing a hand on her sword at her hip. Her eyes locked on Kikunajo, brimming with fury. "Old man. The debt of my parents' blood is due today. You can't kill me. I'm your grandfather." Kikunajo shouted, trying to play the family card. But that card was long expired. To Kazara, he was nothing but a monster. "Grandfather? Ha! Don't make me laugh," Kazara sneered, her voice growing colder with every word. "When you let the Gastria attack my parents for your so-called interests, when you let that monster take my kidney as a child, did you remember you were my grandfather? My father's father?" Her voice was filled with bitter hatred. Nothing he could say would change what was coming. Chapter 150, Gastria Virus Cure. Die already. In the next moment, a blinding flash of light lit up the grand hall. Tendo Kazara unleashed her deadliest and most refined sword technique, the one she had modified and perfected herself. Across from her, the aging Tendo Kikunajo tried to dodge, but how could he possibly keep up with Kazara? He was way past his prime. With one clean slash, her blade cut straight through Kikunajo's neck. Schlick. Blood spurted like a fountain as his head was cleanly severed from his body. Kazara stood still, gripping her sword tightly, her eyes cold as ice, watching Kikunajo's head roll across the floor. She didn't flinch as blood splashed onto her face. She didn't react as the blood on her sword slowly dripped from the tip, forming a dark red puddle on the ground. After a while, Renzo walked over, waved his hand, and used a cleaning spell to wipe away all the blood debts from Kazara's body. Then, he pulled Kazara into his arms and gently rubbed her back to comfort her. "All right, the first enemy is down. I told you, I'd help you get your revenge. But don't drown in this hatred forever. These trash aren't worth it." "Yeah." Kazara nodded softly and leaned into him before stepping back. Just then, Renzo turned to the terrified Saitenchi, ready to say something. Bang. One of the doors in the hall suddenly burst open. Yasuaki Takuto barged in, gun in hand, leading a squad as they stormed inside. He pointed his weapon directly at Renzo and shouted, "Hands up. Get on your knees and surrender, or else." Before he could finish, Renzo's expression turned cold. Whoosh. In a blink, he was in front of the guy, landing a brutal kick right into his mouth. Takuto flew back like a ragdoll, crashing into the hallway wall behind him. Bam. The impact created a massive dent in the wall. Blood splattered everywhere, and his face was a mess of broken teeth and ruined flesh. He was out cold. Whoosh. The other guards instinctively backed up, raising their guns and aiming at Renzo. "Don't move." Bang. 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 In the next second, Renzo flashed past them like lightning. Every last one of them got launched through the air, ending up in a crumpled heap against the far wall. As for Takuto, he was already dead, crushed underneath the bodies of his comrades who landed on top of him. How could you do that? Captain Yasuaki had nothing against you. Why would you kill him?" Saitenchi cried out, unable to hold back. "Ha." Renzo turned to her and scoffed coldly. "You're kidding, right? You actually thought that guy was a good person. Do you even know how many atrocities he committed behind your back using the power and authority you gave him? He tortured and killed dozens of cursed children for fun. And that's just the part you know. You really think that scumbag was worth saving? Also, he was one of Kikunajo's people. One of the old bastard's lapdogs. Just the stuff he did in the original timeline, not to mention his pervy obsession with Saitenchi, was reason enough for Renzo to end him right there. Yeah, maybe it was a bit of a double standard. But so what? Renzo owned that double standard. Proudly. And no way. Saitenchi turned pale, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. Renzo casually flipped out a projection device and tossed it to the ground in front of her. Then he signaled Red Queen to play all the dirty records they'd collected on Takuto and the rest of the dirty clans, all their crimes, their abuse of cursed children, and their shady dealings. All of it was instantly uploaded to the entire Tokyo network. The whole city erupted in shock. People were furious, demanding the Tendo clan pay for their sins. Especially those who had long mistreated the cursed children, they now pretended to be the most outraged and righteous of all. Disgusting hypocrisy. The sheer weight of the evidence made it impossible for Saitenchi to deny any of it. But now she was completely lost, overwhelmed, not knowing what to do. That's when Renzo officially began his purge and reconstruction of the Tokyo region. Of course, Saitenchi remained the figurehead in public, while Renzo was the one truly calling the shots from behind the scenes. He even gave her a smartwatch. If she had questions, she could ask Red Queen directly. If Red Queen couldn't handle it, then she could come to him. Naturally, Red Queen was something Renzo had already created a while back. His underground base was now fully managed by her. After that, Renzo took Tendo Kazara with him to eliminate the rest of her enemies, even the ones hiding out in other regions. He had everything planned. Kazara was given full control of the Tendo clan's assets and responsibilities. She immediately began restructuring the entire family business. Oh, and as a side note, the relic known as the Legacy of the Seven Stars ended up attracting a Gastria from the 12 zodiac, Scorpio. Renzo didn't even blink. One slash of his Kyoka Suigetsu and the thing was sliced clean in two. Dead, no revival. For monsters with insane regeneration and vitality, nothing beats a Zanpakuto. Once he got all the affairs sorted and delegated, Renzo re-entered the consciousness space. Consciousness space. It was just after lunch. Everyone was still there, discussing chakra and sage arts. As soon as he arrived, the others turned to look. Oh, it's you again. Some glanced over, then quickly returned to what they were doing. Only Apocalypse Renzo grinned and asked, "So? You all done over there? Did the Tokyo purge go well? What's the status on the initiators? Did you crack the Gastria gene code yet?" "Yeah, it's fully decoded," Black Renzo nodded. "I've got a few ideas too. Want to brainstorm with me?" After sharing his memories and new powers with the group, Black Renzo moved off to the side with Apocalypse Renzo to talk privately. Enju and Fuse Midori's infection levels are already above 41%. 50% is the limit. I don't have much time left. He paused. I want to create a cure as soon as possible. And if not that, at least develop a more effective Gastria gene suppressant. As they talked, Apocalypse Renzo stayed fully engaged, answering every question. He was seriously passionate about Gastria genes. Even aside from helping out Black Renzo, he was personally aiming to develop a real evolutionary drug based on them. One that would allow humans to gain animal-like abilities. It would literally give people superpowers, beast-based, insect-based, you name it. All of them heavily evolved, surpassing their original animal counterparts by miles. The potential was insane. Hey, this guy's hardcore. First thing he did was kill Tendo Kikunajo, then jumped straight into purging and rebuilding Tokyo. Eizen smiled as he glanced at Black Renzo, still deep in discussion with Apocalypse Renzo. Well, hey, it's that trash world. And you gotta cut through the chaos fast, Pirate Renzo shrugged. He completely approved of Black Renzo's recent actions. Honestly, it was exactly what he would have done in his world. If he had the strength and time, he'd already have sailed to Mary Geos, wiped out the celestial dragons, killed Emu, and crushed the 5 elders and all their lapdog CPO agents. Total world overhaul. New era. Totally agree, Eizen nodded. He liked that style too. Though, he had his own world crises to deal with. Hueco Mundo wasn't the issue, he hadn't done the Vizard experiments like in the original story, but the Arancar program was well underway. Still, everything was under control. What really had him on edge were the hidden Quincy's lurking in the shadow of Soul Society, Wandenreich, the Invisible Empire. Especially Yawatch. Can't let him recover his full power. If he does, he'll be a threat to me and all of Soul Society. I need to power up fast and end him first, Eizen thought to himself. Which was why he was so eager to get his hands on a physical body, only then could he fully harness the powers of the other Renzos. Chapter 151, The Black Cat Pirates. The Black Bullet World's Varanium metal is actually pretty great. It's strong, flexible, and conducts energy really well. Should give my Gundam a serious upgrade, said Gundam Renzo, grinning from ear to ear. Yeah, it's solid, Uchiha Renzo nodded. We should run some tests to see how well it handles chakra. If it's good enough, we could totally replace chakra metal with this for gear and the chakra transmission system in my Gundam. Chakra metal was decent in conductivity, sure, but way too brittle. This new Varanium metal had way better stats across the board. I'll try mixing some into my Nicaran blade later, added Demon Slayer Renzo. Now that the man-eating demons are gone, those blades aren't really needed anymore. Might be time to rethink the whole material thing. The Scarlet Crimson ore we've been using is weak in both strength and flexibility. Honestly, if it weren't for demon slaying, no one would even bother using it in swords. Agreed, Pirate Renzo chimed in. This metal Varanium seems even better than the stuff I use. More importantly, it channels energy like a dream. When I get back, I'm gonna forge a full Varanium metal katana and see how it performs. Alright, I think we've covered enough today. Everyone can head back and keep working on breaking down Sage Chakra. The sooner we figure it out, the sooner we can merge it into origin power. I'm out. With that, Pirate Renzo exited the consciousness space. The rest of the crew gradually left too, until only Apocalypse Renzo, Gundam Renzo, and Dark Renzo remained, deep in discussion about the Gastria factor. In the world of One Piece. Captain. We're about 300 nautical miles from Syrup Village. Also, there's a pirate ship about 150 miles ahead near a small island. Flag shows it's the Black Cat Pirates, or what used to be the Black Cat Pirates. Pirate Renzo had just returned to consciousness when Red Queen reported in. He raised an eyebrow. Oh. So Kuro faked his death and snuck into Kaya's household, huh? Trying to weasel his way into her family's fortune. What's Kaya's family situation right now? Did our scanners pick anything up? He really hoped he wasn't too late. In the original story, it was never made completely clear, just that Kaya's parents supposedly died of illness. But Renzo always found that fishy. Kuro had faked a shipwreck and collapsed outside Kaya's mansion. They took him in, gave him a job, and over time he became their butler, scheming in the shadows to steal their wealth. Not long after, Kaya's parents mysteriously died one after the other. Even Kaya herself became weak and constantly ill. If that's not a textbook case of inviting a wolf into your home, what is? Reporting, Master. Red Queen projected a hologram showing the current state of the mansion. Kaya's parents were in bed, sickly and pale. It didn't look good. If they didn't get help soon, they probably wouldn't make it. Meanwhile, Renzo spotted Kuro, now going by the name Claudor, dressed in a neat suit, glasses and all, playing the perfect gentleman. So it's already this far along, huh? Red Queen, let's hit the Black Cat Pirates first. Wipe them out, then head to Syrup Village. Understood. Red Queen responded, altering the ship's course. Renzo. Are we almost at the next island yet? Zoro ran up, swinging his swords excitedly. Renzo gave him a side eye. What did you just call me? And nothing. Of course I meant, senior brother. Ahaha. Zoro laughed nervously. Crap. That slipped out way too fast. Bonk. Renzo smacked Zoro on the head with a Haki-coated fist, leaving a big lump. That's what you get for not learning. Ignoring Zoro's offended puppy eyes, Renzo continued, yeah, we're almost at the next island, but we're not going there just yet. I found a low-tier pirate crew nearby. You and Kuina are gonna use them for today's training. Go get ready. Oh. Zoro perked up. Instead of annoyed, he looked even more hyped. A real pirate crew, huh? Are they strong? Not another group of nobodies, right? That'd be lame. Lately, he had been getting a lot stronger. His swordsmanship had already come a long way. With the help of breathing techniques and internal energy training, plus a diet stacked with Sea King meat, he was growing at lightning speed. He was even shooting up in height, already 1.2 meters tall. Don't worry, there are a few solid fighters among them, Renzo said with a grin. If you and Kuina aren't careful, there's a real chance you could lose. I'm not gonna let my guard down. Zoro huffed. I'll go all out and crush that bunch of scummy pirates. He waved his sword excitedly and ran off to get ready. Kuina. Kuina, he shouted. We've got a fight coming up. A real pirate crew is on the horizon. Meanwhile, Kuina was meditating in the lounge, opened her eyes and walked over, opening it to find an excited Zoro rattling off what Renzo had told him. Oh. Kuina raised an eyebrow. More opponents, huh? Got any intel on them? Didn't ask. Zoro replied, shaking his head. But Renzo said there are a few decent ones in the bunch. Let's go. I can't wait. Let's make this a contest, whoever takes down the most wins. Kuina chuckled. Fine by me. Like I'd be scared of you. You've never beaten me once, remember? Up to now, the two of them had sparred more than 3,000 times. And their battles weren't limited to sword duels. Whether it was enemy kills, training exercises, even fishing competitions, Zoro turned everything into a rivalry. Kuina never turned him down. Crushing Zoro in every category was kinda fun, and honestly, it felt good. Of course, she also challenged Renzo a lot more frequently. He always held back, but even then, she never once won. Still, she learned a lot each time, which made her even more eager to fight again. The yacht sliced through the waves, speeding toward the cat pirates. It covered the 100+ nautical miles in under 10 minutes. Captain. Strange yacht spotted headed this way. Back with the cat pirates, a lookout shouted to acting Captain Django. Looks like they're headed straight for us. Django, sporting heart-shaped sunglasses, leapt from his recliner. Can you tell who they are? He rushed into the captain's quarters and grabbed a telescope. One look and he cursed under his breath. Damn. They're coming in hot. And that yacht looks way too fancy. No way, those are just regular folks. Everyone. Battle stations, now, he shouted. The pirates scrambled, grabbing weapons and lining up on the deck. Should we go meet them head-on? One pirate asked. No, Django said with a serious look. That yacht is way too elegant. Better we wait here on the shore. Let's just hope they're not too powerful, or we might be in serious trouble. If that yacht's speed was anything to go by, they might not even get a chance to fight back. Chapter 152, Boss. Please, spare me. They're here. A minute later, the yacht had already approached to within 100 meters of the pirate ship, slowing down as it steadily closed the distance. Django and his crew could finally get a good look at the people on board. He wasn't sure if there were people inside the cabin, but on the deck, there were only 3 kids who looked like they were barely 10 years old. One of them was even lounging casually on a beach chair, completely motionless, clearly ready to just sit back and watch the show. The other 2, a girl and a boy, looked like they were 8 years old, each held a sword as they stood at the bow, staring them down with battle intent written all over their faces. The pirates on Django's side were stunned. You kidding me? Just 3 little kids? That's it. No way, are they seriously planning to send 2 snot-nosed brats to fight against all of us, the crew of the great Captain Ku, cough cough, black cat pirates? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. For real. They've completely overestimated themselves. I'm gonna beat the crap out of them. Their ship looks awesome though, and damn fast. Should we snatch it? Hell yeah, we're taking it. Seeing that there were only 3 little kids, and one of them not even getting up, all the pirates' earlier tension vanished. They burst out laughing, already discussing how to divide up the loot. Only acting Captain Django frowned slightly. What's going on here, he wondered. There's no way they're just being cocky, right? Is there some kind of trap? Are there others watching from inside the cabin? Django couldn't figure it out. Let's go, Kuina. Okay. In the next instant, Zoro and Kuina leapt high off the yacht, directly charging towards the pirate ship. As they dived down, they slashed their swords at the pirates below. They've got guts, I'll give them that. Wait, what? One pirate tried to laugh them off, but before he could finish, Zoro's sword swept across his neck in a flash. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. A cold gleam, and a clean decapitation. Flower breathing, 6th form, whirlpool peach. Kuina twisted midair, her sword dancing like a flower petal as it cut cleanly through the throats of 2 pirates. Without slowing down for even a second, she plunged straight into the crowd, slaughtering like a demon, moving as gracefully as if she were performing a dance. Every motion carried a certain beauty, like an elegant executioner amidst a rain of petals. Even those dying under her blade seemed to glimpse falling flower petals in their final moments. These ordinary pirates were absolutely no match for Zoro and Kuina. Were there really supposed to be strong pirates here? Within just a few seconds, they'd already cut down over a dozen pirates, yet still hadn't run into a worthy opponent. Both of them were starting to feel suspicious. Still, staying cautious, they simultaneously charged at the 2 tallest pirates in the middle of the battlefield. Bastards. Go to hell. Sham and Buchi, the Nyaban brothers, roared as they swung their clawed weapons at Zoro and Kuina. Clang. For the first time, Zoro and Kuina's attacks were blocked. But almost immediately after, they forced Sham and Buchi back with sheer power. Not far away, Django's expression turned grim. He pulled out a strange pendant and started swinging it while shouting, Sham. Buchi. Look over here. The 2 instantly reacted, turning their eyes towards Django. 1, 2, Django. Hypnosis, berserk mode. In the next second, Sham and Buchi's eyes turned blood red. Their bodies swelled, muscles bulging, and killing intent surged around them. Get them. Django wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted. What the hell? They transformed. Zoro eyed his now raging opponents with confusion. Probably some kind of hypnosis technique. Be careful, Zoro. Don't lose to them. Kuina frowned slightly, reminding him. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the berserk Sham and Buchi charged towards them, claws tearing through the air. Clang clang clang. Within just a few exchanges, Zoro and Kuina had already traded dozens of blows with them. Gradually adapting to their opponents' wild attacks, they used the fight to temper their own offense and defense. Once they realized their opponents had no new tricks left, and their usefulness as practice dummies had run its course, Zoro and Kuina exploded into action. Flower breathing, first form, flower flash. In that moment, it was as if flower petals drifted down from the sky. Kuina's figure seemed to scatter like petals, surrounding her enemy from all directions. Buchi only saw a flash of light in front of him, then felt a sharp pain in his neck. The world spun upside down. He even caught a glimpse of his own body still standing in place, before everything went black, and his consciousness faded away. Water breathing, first form, surface slash. Almost at the same time, Zoro unleashed one of his signature moves. He slipped past Sham's claw attack, which had been boosted in power, and closed in on the opening in Sham's defense. With a single clean slash, Zoro cut across Sham's chest. A huge gash split open. Blood spurted wildly. Impossible. Sham, reeling from the intense pain, collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe it, he'd been one-shot, by a brat barely 7 or 8 years old. After that, Zoro and Kuina made quick work of the remaining pirates, cutting them down like vegetables, leaving only Captain Django standing. The two of them casually rested their swords on their shoulders and slowly walked towards Django, step by step, like reapers closing in. Kuina, I took down 19 of them. How about you? Zoro asked coolly. 20. Looks like I win again, Zoro. Kuina replied smugly with a triumphant grin. TCH. There's still this guy left, right? And he's the captain. He should at least count as 2 regular pirates. If I take him down, I win for sure. So this isn't over yet. Zoro argued stubbornly. You think I'm gonna let you have him? He's mine. Kuina shot back. Zoro wants to win. Keep dreaming. Ahaha. Forced to retreat step by step, Django raised both hands with an awkward laugh. Hey now, let's not be so hasty, okay? Can't we talk this out like civilized people? Seriously, let's just talk. No need to be so crazy like murder machines, right? He tried to reason with them, desperate. Look, we didn't even offend you guys, right? We don't even know you. You just showed up and started killing everyone. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? We are just a peaceful cat pirates. Django was honestly feeling victimized. Who did they mess with to deserve this? All because their captain suddenly had a change of heart, didn't want to be a pirate anymore, and faked his death just to go after some rich merchant's fortune. As the vice-captain, what was Django supposed to do? All he could do was hold down the fort here, wait for his captain's call, and maybe help out with the plan behind the scenes. Honestly, if he wasn't scared shitless of Kuro, who was both terrifying and insanely strong, Django would have quit this pirate life ages ago. He thought following a cold-blooded, ruthless captain like Kuro might lead to success. Maybe even fame and fortune as a great pirate. But what happened instead? The captain quit pirating and ran off to play butler. Where was the justice in that? You're a pirate, right? Zoro suddenly asked, staring at Django like a wolf eyeing its prey. Yeah, technically speaking, but... Django nodded awkwardly, still trying to explain. That's all I needed to hear. Zoro interrupted him coldly, tightening his grip on his sword. Pirates are asking for death. Especially you guys, no way you're clean. If our senior brother didn't give us the green light to go all out, we wouldn't be here cutting you down like this. You all wouldn't even last for 5 seconds. Humph. Django broke into a cold sweat, waving his hands frantically. Isn't that a little one-sided? I don't think your senior is necessarily right, you know. Oh. Right then, a voice came from behind Django. Are you saying I'm lying? Guh. Django's neck stiffened as he slowly turned around. It was him, that laid-back kid who'd just been lounging around watching everything like a spectator. What the hell kind of speed is that? Django hadn't even noticed when or how Renzo appeared behind him, not even a whisper of movement. Like a ghost. And no. Of course not. Django practically broke down on the spot. In the next second, thud. He dropped to his knees in front of Renzo, begging for his life. Boss. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Renzo. Zoro. Kuina. Chapter 153, The Scum Yasop. Bonus. The 3 of them looked at this guy with pure disgust. Do you even have a shred of dignity left, they asked, faces full of contempt. Dignity? What's that compared to staying alive? Bosses, please have mercy. Just let me go. I swear I haven't done anything bad in my entire life. They did it. Django put on his most pitiful smile, begging desperately. Oh. Renzo's lips curled into a mocking smile. You really think I came to mess with you guys without knowing exactly who you are? Django the hypnotist, vice-captain of the Black Cat Pirates, right? Django's fake smile froze on his face. You even know that much? He never expected that someone would actually know their background so clearly. And from Renzo's tone, it even sounded like he knew Captain Kuro was still alive. I'm screwed. The next moment, Renzo directly hypnotized Django and asked, explain the principles of your hypnosis, especially the one you used to send Shaman Butchie into a berserk state. He was genuinely curious. If that technique could be used on others, it might just become a pretty useful trump card. The principle is. Without any resistance left, Django obediently spilled everything he knew. This guy's a hypnotist, he must have hypnotized a lot of people, huh? Bet he never dreamed he'd end up getting hypnotized himself one day. Heh. Kuina teased with a mischievous grin. This hypnosis stuff is kinda scary. Zoro said nervously as he looked at Renzo. Bro, doesn't this mean no one can keep secrets from you anymore? Wait, have you hypnotized me too? Maybe, Kuina teased playfully. Zoro. Renzo just rolled his eyes. Why would I waste my time hypnotizing you? What secrets could you possibly have worth my attention? I already know everything about you. Faced with Renzo's look of utter disdain, Zoro immediately fumed. You. Forget it. Whatever. Anyway, now that you've asked everything you wanted, can I have this guy's head? I just need this last one to beat Ku. Swoosh. Before Zoro could finish, a flash of silver light swept past him. Kuina calmly sheathed her sword, her face indifferent. Blood suddenly gushed like a fountain from Django's neck, spraying all over Zoro's face. Zoro froze on the spot. Kuina. That's cheating. Zoro roared furiously and charged after her to argue. Idiot. Kuina couldn't be bothered with him. She lightly leapt onto the yacht, flashed away a few times, and headed straight back to her cabin. Bang. She shut the door. No matter how loudly Zoro pounded on her door outside, she completely ignored him and casually went to take a bath. After all, even though there was barely any blood on her, killing so many people still left her feeling a little gross. Quina. Zoro pounded on the door for a while with no response, then clenched his fists and stomped away, grumbling under his breath. Boom boom boom. Get out. Cheater. Meanwhile, Renzo returned to the yacht, drew his blade, and unleashed 3 terrifying flying slashes dozens of meters long, directly slicing the Black Cat pirate's ship into 3 clean pieces. Sheathing his blade, he silently watched as the ship and the corpses slowly sank into the sea. Red Queen, adjust our course, we're heading to Syrup Village. Yes, master. The Red Queen immediately adjusted the yacht's course and, within minutes, docked them right at Syrup Village's harbor. Whoa, what kind of ship is that? Looks so cool. On a small hill not far from the harbor, a long-nosed kid was standing there, staring blankly at Renzo's yacht in awe. Renzo instantly sensed the gaze on him from the yacht. Glancing over, he spotted the long-nosed boy. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Usopp, huh? Already playing pirate games even now? TSK, Yasopp really messed this kid up bad. What a scumbag dad. Sweeping his spiritual sense across the whole island, Renzo quickly discovered, Usopp's mother had already passed away. What a shame. Renzo shook his head. He originally thought he might save her too. Red Queen. Keep an eye on the ship. Kuina, Zoro, let's go. With that, Renzo hopped off the ship with Kuina and Zoro and headed straight inland. The island path stretched right from the harbor straight through the town. At the end stood Kaya's big mansion. Hey. Who are you guys? Are you pirates? Suddenly, Usopp popped out of a bush on a hillside, his voice a mix of curiosity and suspicion. You're Usopp, right? Renzo turned and looked directly at him. Huh. Usopp froze for a second. You know me? How do you know me? It was weird, he'd never left the island, and Renzo obviously had never been here before. How could he possibly know who he was? Heh. Renzo chuckled. Because I know that scum Yasopp from the red-haired pirates is your old man. They used to hang around in Fuchsia village for a while. I heard all about him from Luffy. He said Yasopp had a kid in Syrup village. He pointed at Usopp. With that nose and that hair, no doubt about it, you're definitely his kid. This time he wasn't exaggerating. Back when they were in Fuchsia village, Luffy used to come around all the time and had talked about this a lot. What? You know my dad? You've seen him. Where is he now? Usopp got excited right away. But then he remembered something from Renzo's earlier words, he called his dad a scum. Usopp suddenly glared at him. Why did you insult my dad like that? What gives you the right? Oh please, Renzo replied, totally unimpressed. For the so-called dream of being a pirate, he abandoned his wife and kid, left you two stranded on this island. And now your mom's dead, right? If that's not scum, I don't know what is. If you can't stick around to grow old with someone, then don't marry her. Don't get her pregnant. Running off mid-journey for some dumb dream, thinking it's all romantic and noble, what kind of man is that? Renzo might be planning to have a harem someday in the future, but if someone became his woman right now, he'd take full responsibility, no exceptions. Usopp's eyes welled up with tears. He thought of his late mother and wanted to argue back, but the words just wouldn't come. Deep down, didn't he already know? Hadn't he resented his father all these years for abandoning them? For not even returning when his mother was dying? Of course he had. But over time, with his carefree personality and years of longing, the anger had slowly turned into an overwhelming yearning. If Renzo hadn't brought it up today, he probably wouldn't have thought about it this way at all. Wah. Tears streaming, Usopp wiped his face with his sleeve and ran off sobbing. Was that okay? Both Kuina and Zoro were stunned. Kuina asked, Renzo, was all that really true? I never heard Luffy mention any of this. Yeah, me neither, Zoro added. Renzo rolled his eyes. You guys were busy getting your butts kicked training Haki with Naguri back then. Every day you were half dead with exhaustion. When would you have had time to sit around listening to Luffy tell stories? Kuina. Zoro. Renzo. Don't run. Ha ha ha. Catch me if you can. Renzo took off running, laughing. Kuina chased after him, fuming. Zoro just grinned and followed behind. Before long, they reached a big mansion. Halt. Who goes there? As soon as they got near the front gate, two men in black suits stepped out to block them. 80+ advanced chapters available at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 154, The Oscar Actor, Kuro. Boom. Renzo had zero interest in chit-chat. With precise control over his conqueror's Haki, he unleashed a sweeping blast that hit every target within the mansion. Thud. Thud. In an instant, dozens of guards at the gate and in the yard collapsed unconscious. Huh. Inside the house, Kuro was listening to Kaya's parents explain something when he suddenly sensed something strange. He turned and saw several guards at the door suddenly drop to the floor. But Kaya, her parents, and the old butler Mary were all perfectly fine, just confused and shocked at what had just happened. What's going on? Butler Mary quickly moved to check outside. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed from beyond the door. Then, a teenager strolled in with a boy and a girl at his side. Renzo flashed a bright grin. Yo. Afternoon, folks. His eyes immediately locked on Kuro. Especially you, Captain Kuro. Didn't expect to find you hiding out in a rich merchant's house. He nodded toward the couple in the bed. Looks like Kaya's parents are still heavily poisoned. If they don't get help soon, they're done for. So that's your grand plan, huh? Secretly kill off the merchant family, inherit all their wealth, and get yourself a clean new identity. Clap clap clap. Renzo started clapping. Not gonna lie, pretty smart plan. If I hadn't stumbled across the truth while checking into the new Black Cat Pirates, and got the full scoop from Django, I might not have figured it out. Behind him, Kuina and Zoro both rolled their eyes. Yeah, right. Django my ass. Didn't you already know all of this ages ago? What, X? Everyone in the room, Mary, young Kaya, even her ailing parents, turned to stare at Kuro in shock and fear. But Kuro, the guy was a true Oscar-worthy actor. Cool as ever, he calmly adjusted his glasses with a slow flick of his wrist, his eyes flashing coldly. He looked straight at Renzo and said in a low voice, I don't know what you're talking about, sir. But attacking the guards and falsely accusing me? That's a crime. I'll have to ask you to leave. Renzo didn't move an inch. Instead, he tilted his head and smiled. That weird little glasses push of yours, it's a habit you formed so you wouldn't cut yourself with those claw blades, right? Makes sense. So where are they? Let me see. Kuro's eyes narrowed dangerously. He could feel Kaya and her family starting to doubt him. He knew this was going south fast. His entire infiltration plan, ruined. Sighing, he reached into his coat like a magician and pulled out a set of long, sharp finger blades. As he calmly slid them onto his fingers, he kept his head low, voice cold and steady. Since you know my name and reputation, why would you still come here to ruin everything? Why force my hand? I was this close to success. All I wanted was a fresh start. A clean life. Is that so wrong? Just one little merchant family, just 3 people, and the world gets rid of a dangerous pirate. Isn't that a good trade? The sheer nonsense of it made Renzo and his friends collectively roll their eyes. What kind of trash logic was that? You murder, lie, steal, and now you think you're entitled to someone else's fortune in exchange for a redemption arc? Clawdor. You really are Pirate Captain Kuro. Did you really poison Master and Madam? Butler Mary was trembling with rage and disbelief. How could you? After everything they did for you. They took you in when you were dying. They saved your life. Ha 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 ha. Kuro suddenly threw back his head and laughed maniacally. How pathetic. You actually believed that story? That I was some dying stray you rescued? It was all fake. A performance. You were all just pawns. There was no life-saving favor. I was never dying. I just needed a cover to change my identity, and maybe pick up a fat inheritance while I was at it. Why should someone as strong as me be chased like a dog by the Marines, while that weak old man gets to live in luxury? Where's the fairness in that? Kuro's voice was icy as he spoke, his finger blades pointing right at Kaya's father, who was still lying weakly in bed. Cough. You, cough cough. Kaya's father turned beet red, his frail body trembling as he was overtaken by a fit of violent coughing, barely able to breathe. Keklahador, how could you? Little Kaya's eyes welled up with tears as she pointed a trembling finger at Kuro, her expression a mess of disbelief, sadness, and betrayal. Miss Kaya. He's not Claudair, he's Kuro. The pirate Kuro. Stay away from him. Old Butler Mary quickly pulled Kaya behind him, shielding her with his arms. Annoying fool. Get out of my way and die. A cold light flashed in Kuro's eyes as he swung his finger blades straight at Mary. Swish. In a blink, Renzo appeared right next to Kuro, casually resting a hand on his shoulder. He gave Kaya a wink before the two of them vanished from the room. And reappeared outside in the villa's courtyard. In a flash, Renzo leapt back several meters, now facing Kuro with a calm grin. Bullying regular people. That's no fun. Fight me instead. Let's see what you've really got. If you can kill me, maybe your whole plan won't be a complete waste. He didn't kill Kuro right away. He was curious about that infamous technique, Nukiashi, pussyfoot maneuver. He wanted to see if it had any value. Renzo respected anyone who could develop his move. You, what did you just do? Are you one of those devil fruit users from the legends? Kuro glared at Renzo, suspicion and disbelief mixing in his gaze. But that only showed how small his world was. When did devil fruit powers become some kind of rare legend? Even in the weakest of the four seas, East Blue, there were still devil fruit users around. No wonder this guy wanted to quit pirating halfway through. Beat me. Do that, and I'll tell you everything. Renzo drew the dragon spine blade from his waist, pointing it at Kuro with a challenging smirk. Fine. Let's do this. Kuro's eyes went cold. He adjusted his glasses with a flick of the wrist, then suddenly slumped forward like a puppet with its strings cut, his torso and arms swinging weirdly, almost like he was convulsing. Renzo activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, watching with great interest. Shikushi, out of the bag attack. In a flash, Kuro vanished. SHHK. 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 Three claw marks suddenly slashed across the ground in front of Renzo. In the next second, Kuro was already beside him, his finger blades slashing viciously at Renzo's chest and stomach with terrifying force. Die. Kuro's face twisted into a mad grin. But that was only Kuro's perspective. From Renzo's view, Kuro was fast, sure, but not nearly fast enough. Even without using the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Renzo could easily track his movements. With it, Kuro looked like a turtle trying to sneak up on him. Still, Renzo carefully observed the move's structure with his enhanced dynamic vision and deep analysis skills. With a knowing nod, Renzo muttered, not bad. 1 second it's your move, the next, it's mine. Then, faster than a blink, he raised his hand and calmly caught both of Kuro's finger blades with pinpoint accuracy. He didn't even need to use Haki. Chapter 155, A Business Deal. Crack crack crack. Renzo's fingers tightened slightly, and just like that, Kuro's razor-sharp claws shattered completely, scattering across the ground. Thanks to the skills he inherited from the hero Renzo, the physical enhancements from the night class were finally paying off. Even without using armament Haki, his body's defense had reached a whole new level. Right at the moment Kuro's face twisted in shock and disbelief, Renzo raised one leg and slammed his foot straight into Kuro's stomach. Boom. Kuro felt a sharp, gut-wrenching pain in his abdomen, and before he could even react, the scenery around him blurred, he was flying through the air. He was launched dozens of meters away, slamming hard into the wall of Kaya's estate. A huge chunk of the wall collapsed from the impact, and Kuro crashed into the dirt, embedded deep into the ground before finally coming to a stop. Coughing up blood, Kuro's face was full of disbelief. How is he this strong? Whoosh. Renzo appeared in front of him again, raised his foot, and with one swift motion, stomped straight down on Kuro's head. Impact kick. Boom. Kuro's entire head was smashed into the ground, the force crushing his skull and turning his brain into mush. Dead, completely, utterly dead. The earth around the impact cracked from the sheer force. So strong. Kaya and her loyal butler Mary, who had rushed to the window, saw the whole thing unfold and couldn't help but gasp in awe. Renzo heard their voices, looked up, and gave Kaya a gentle smile. With a graceful leap, he floated up to the windowsill and stepped inside. He reached out and gently patted Kaya on the head. All right. Next up, let's go check on your parents and see what we can do about their condition. MHM. Big bro, you're the best. Kaya nodded obediently, her small hand grabbing onto Renzo's tightly, her eyes full of admiration. In her heart, Renzo was already a savior, someone like a hero from a fairy tale. Sir, may we ask your name? And, do you think there's hope for the master and madam's illness? Butler Mary followed closely, his voice filled with respect. Kaya looked up too, her eyes full of hope. Of course. Renzo nodded. Don't worry. As for my name, just call me Renzo. And those two over there are my companions, Kuina and Zoro. As he spoke, he held Kaya's hand and walked over to her parents' bedside. Placing his fingers on their wrists, Renzo allowed his mental energy and chakra to flow through their bodies, checking their internal state. He quickly figured out what was going on. As I thought, it's chronic poisoning. Been going on for over half a year now. Honestly, if it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to save these two. But lucky for them, I'm not just anyone. He raised his hand above their bodies, and a brilliant platinum-colored magic circle lit up in his palm. Holy purification. A moment later, streams of pure white gold light scattered and were absorbed into the couple's bodies. The toxins in their organs, blood, and flesh began to vanish like snow melting under the sun. Within seconds, it was completely gone. Renzo followed it up by casting 2 healing spells, and their complexions instantly turned healthy and pink again. They're fine now, he said with a calm smile. Huh. Kaya's parents blinked in surprise. They felt better than they had in months, no, years. They slowly sat up, then stood from the bed and moved around a bit. It's true, we're completely healed. We're really, truly healed. My love, this is amazing. Kaya's mother cried as she threw herself into her husband's arms, tears of joy streaming down her face. She had been so sure her time was up, but now, this miraculous turnaround. How could she not be overwhelmed? Then, she pulled away and knelt down, wrapping Kaya in a warm embrace. My sweet little girl. Mommy missed you so much. I don't have to leave you anymore, sob. Kaya's father turned to Renzo, bowing deeply, his face filled with gratitude. Sir, we owe you our lives. If it weren't for you, Kuro surely would have killed us all. From now on, whatever you need, whatever it is, if it's within my power, I will do everything I can to repay this debt. Just thinking about what could have happened if Renzo hadn't shown up today sent chills down his spine. He had been far too careless. There's no need to be so formal, Renzo said with a wave of his hand and a relaxed smile. I just happened to be passing through, that's all. This really turned out beautifully, Kuina said from a short distance away, watching Kaya's joyful reunion with her parents. A gentle smile touched her lips. Suddenly, memories of her own mother came to mind. She had never even had the chance to meet her. Seeing Kaya being cherished by both her parents made something stir inside her, a tiny, wistful longing. After that, Renzo and his crew decided to stay at Kaya's home for the time being. The whole family welcomed them with open arms and genuine hospitality. During some casual conversation, Renzo finally learned more about Kaya's father. His name was Cliff. Not only was Cliff a high-ranking noble, but he was also one of the top merchants in all of East Blue. The guy had serious connections and influence. Reflecting on everything, Cliff suspected that Kuro's infiltration and attempt to steal his fortune probably wasn't some random act of greed. There was a good chance one of his business rivals had secretly teamed up with Kuro, or at the very least leaked information about him and put a bounty on his head. But hey, that part didn't concern Renzo. After this close call, Cliff wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. He knew full well how to protect himself and strike back if needed. Renzo, on the other hand, was a little curious about Cliff's business network. He was thinking about introducing some goods from other worlds, stuff that didn't exist here, and teaming up with Cliff to make some money. You know, build something legit. It's not like Renzo needed the cash, but he didn't mind earning more, especially if it could help fund development back on Shimatsuki Village. This world seriously lacked basic supplies and infrastructure. Making things better for everyday people. That was definitely on Renzo's to-do list. No better time to start than now. Business partnership. Please, you're doing me the favor. Cliff said firmly. If you're willing to trust me, I'll handle all the operations. You don't have to worry about a thing. All profits go to you, how about it? Nope, not happening, Renzo waved him off with a grin. Let's do a 70-30th split. I get 70%, you get 30%. Running a business costs money, and I'm not gonna let you take a loss just because you feel grateful. That's not how favors work. No, no. Cliff shook his head insistently. Since you've already put it like that, then let's make it 90/10ths. I'll take just 10%. Please don't argue anymore. This really isn't a big deal. Not only because you saved our lives, but also because the products you've got. They're insanely rare. There's nothing like them on the market. Even just distributing these, I can already imagine how our business will explode. Honestly, with all the indirect benefits, I won't be losing a thing. Plus, after what happened with Kuro, I've finally come to understand, making money is useless if you can't protect yourself. Under your protection, our family can finally be safe. Let me act in your name. Please grant me that honor. As expected of someone who made it big in business, Cliff wasn't an idiot. If anything, he'd probably just been too soft-hearted before, which is how he got caught off guard. But now, he wasn't going to make the same mistake again. All the money and influence in the world meant nothing if you couldn't hold on to it. And Renzo was the key. Renzo scratched his cheek, looking a little awkward. You do realize I'm basically a nobody right now, right? I don't have some grand reputation or anything. No one's gonna respect my name just yet. Cliff, however, shook his head firmly. That's only for now. I truly believe that with your power, your name will soon echo across the East Blue, maybe even the Grand Line and the New World. Kuro wasn't just some random pirate. His bounty had once been 16 million berries, he was considered a major player in East Blue. And if he hadn't gone into hiding, that bounty would have easily been much higher. Yet in front of Renzo, Kuro was a complete joke. He couldn't even fight back before getting one shot. That alone spoke volumes about Renzo's terrifying strength. What made it even more incredible was that Renzo looked barely 11 or 12 years old. If he was already this powerful, what would he become in a few years? Plus, Cliff had seen with his own eyes how Renzo healed people, used strange powers, things beyond this world. Maybe Kaya could marry him one day. That thought popped into Cliff's mind unexpectedly. And no, it wasn't just about forming a political alliance or using her for leverage. He'd seen the way Renzo looked at Kaya. It was obvious he cared for her. And Kaya clearly liked Renzo too. Wasn't that more than enough? Two kids genuinely fond of each other, in a world this chaotic, trusting a powerful person like Renzo wasn't just wise, it was essential. Cliff couldn't think of a stronger bond than becoming family. He had full confidence Renzo could protect Kaya, and make her truly happy. This wasn't just a win-win. It was a win-win-win, maybe even more. Cliff nodded to himself in approval. Yeah, this was a solid plan. He'd try his best to make it happen. Sooner the better. Meanwhile, Renzo noticed the weirdly excited look on Cliff's face and got curious. He casually used a bit of mind reading to peek into the guy's thoughts. And immediately broke into a complicated expression, somewhere between, "Are you serious right now?" and "Why am I kinda flattered though?" Chapter 156, Cabbage's Event, Konosuba. At the port, aboard Renzo's yacht. Today, Renzo and the gang took Kaya and her family out to sea for some fishing and relaxation. Hey, Kuina. Zoro nudged Kuina and nodded toward Renzo, who was off in the distance telling stories and making Kaya laugh. You think that guy's got a thing for that little lady Kaya? Shut it. How would I know? Kuina growled, chomping aggressively on the meat in her hands like she was imagining it was Renzo's arm. Her eyes didn't leave him for a second. Looks like it to me. Zoro nodded to himself like he'd cracked some great mystery, then, foolishly, turned to Kuina again and said, "Didn't he used to be into you? What, is he dumping you now and falling for someone else?" Bam. A split second later, Kuina decked Zoro with a clean punch, knocking him flat on his back. Wow. Zoro clutched his head, whining in pain. What the hell, Kuina? You're hitting the wrong guy. I'm not the one ditching you. If you're gonna hit someone, hit Ren. Wham. Before Zoro could even finish, Renzo appeared out of thin air beside him and casually kicked him, lightly, of course, sending him flying over 10 meters and straight into the sea with a huge splash. Splash. The kick didn't hurt much, Renzo had pulled his strength, but it was enough to send Zoro skipping like a stone across the water. Blue blub, buffed. Renzo, you jerk. That was way too much. Zoro flailed around in the water before managing to surface, shouting and waving his fists from the sea in protest. Cliff and his wife exchanged glances and couldn't help laughing at the chaotic scene. You brat. You think I'm just gonna stand by and watch? Renzo shouted back, rolling his eyes. Then, with a chuckle, he handed Kaya, who'd been giggling in his arms, over to Kuina. Take care of Kaya for me for a bit, will ya? I'm gonna go fish for real this time. He gave Kuina a quick wink, then another one at Kaya, and walked off casually. The two girls just looked at each other in silence, a bit stunned. Meanwhile, in the mental space. After syncing memories, Pirate Renzo was bragging to Demon Slayer Renzo about his heroic moment rescuing Kaya. You wouldn't believe it. Kaya's super close to me now. Her dad's even thinking about setting us up. Hee hee. Pirate Renzo wiggled his eyebrows proudly. Demon Slayer Renzo gave him a deadpan look. Dude, what is wrong with you? She's like, how old again? You're getting ahead of yourself. For all you know, a few years from now, she won't even remember you. It's not like you're staying on Syrup Village forever, right? Hmop. No way she'd forget me. Pirate Renzo shook his head confidently. Anyway, Uchiha Renzo cut in, that technique from Kuro, you picked up this time. Not bad. I think I can integrate it into my Godspeed technique, create a stealth version of it. For a shinobi, something like that could be insanely useful. He figured he could refine it and even teach it to Kurenai and the others. Heh. That's exactly what I was thinking too. I've already got a working prototype. Just give me a few days and it'll be polished. You guys should try it out. Pirate Renzo gave Uchiha Renzo a big thumbs up. Kuro's skill is solid, Demon Slayer Renzo nodded in agreement. But when are you going to get your hands on the Navy 6 powers techniques, especially life return? I'm super interested in that one. Right. I think the technique could totally help accelerate digestion, reinforce the body, stuff like that. To him, life return was the model of a superhuman body technique. But to master it, you'd have to train your body to its absolute peak, and gain total control over every inch of it. Different worlds really did have their own unique treasures, huh? Exactly, Uchiha Renzo agreed. I've wanted that skill for ages. With your current strength, and the new hypnosis skill, you shouldn't have much trouble getting it, right? Pirate Renzo nodded. Yeah, I'll head to the Grand Line solo soon. Also, I'm thinking of checking out Sky Island while I'm at it. Huh. Demon Slayer Renzo gave him a weird look. Why Sky Island? At this point in the timeline, hasn't Enel already eaten the Rumble fruit? You think you can just extract it or something? Pirate Renzo shrugged with a smirk. You never know till you try, right? I could try analyzing Enel using the dojutsu, omniscience, break down the Rumble fruit, maybe even understand the core of what devil fruits really are. And after that, he added casually, I could kill Enel. See where the fruit would be restored after his death. This wasn't just a random thought, Pirate Renzo had read tons of One Piece fanfics in his previous life, and he had plenty of wild ideas to test. Honestly. He didn't think it was impossible. And if it worked? If he really managed to break down the Rumble fruit and recreate it using his fantasy creation cheat, he could strip out all its flaws. Maybe even make a stronger, upgraded version. Or apply that to other devil fruits. That would be a game changer. Let's go for it, Uchiha Renzo said, a little fired up himself. No harm in trying. Honestly, it's about time we took that step. Who knows how long these opportunities will even last. Then he turned to Demon Slayer Renzo and asked, still haven't found the blue spider lily? Nope, Demon Slayer Renzo sighed, shaking his head. Give me a bit more time. I've increased the number of scanners 100-fold. I'm confident we'll get a hit soon. It's not like he wasn't anxious about it. Something that important. The sooner they got it, the better. In the hero world, Konosuba, inside Hero Renzo's villa. Bang. 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 A loud voice blared from the outside speakers. Attention, citizens of Axel. The annual cabbage migration is about to begin. The Adventurers Guild has issued a new mission, capture the migrating cabbages. Reward, 10,000 Eris per cabbage. All interested adventurers, please sign up immediately. That is all. The announcement repeated 3 times before finally cutting off. Wait, what? Cabbage catching. 10,000 Eris each. Aqua, who had just been lazing around the living room, shot up like a rocket. What kinda quest is this? What the heck is a cabbage migration? Don't tell me these things can move. And are we talking about actual, literal cabbages here? Kazuma stared at Renzo, Megumin, and the others, completely baffled. Aqua had the same confused expression and turned to look at them too. Darkness finally spoke up. Actually, cabbages do move around here. It's a local specialty in Axel. They say when they ripen each season, the cabbages instinctively migrate north to avoid being eaten. Eventually, they wilt and die up there. It's just how things work around here. Then, without waiting for a reply, Darkness clasped her hands together, cheeks slightly flushed, and added, "Ah. Just imagining being charged by a stampede of cabbages, what a feeling. MMM. Renzo. Kazuma. Megumin. Girl. You're beyond saving. We're doing this. We have to. That's 10,000 Eris per cabbage. This is my big money-making moment. Let's go, go, go." Aqua grabbed Renzo by the arm and started dragging him toward the door. All right. Calm down. No one's gonna steal your cabbages. The event hasn't even started yet. Luna definitely built in a buffer period so everyone has time to prepare. Renzo looked at her like she was some kind of walking wallet vacuum. Honestly, they had made decent money over the last 6 months. But Aqua. She was a damn financial black hole. She blew through money like it was cursed, sometimes without even knowing how. She'd even racked up debts more than once. Renzo had long since given up trying to reason with her. You can't exactly argue logic with a complete idiot. Wait for us. Kazuma called out. Boss Renzo. This time I'm gonna score big. I swear I'll pay you back what I owe. Ha ha ha. Megumin and Darkness followed right behind. Soon, the whole gang had made it to Axel's East Gate. It was already packed, hundreds of adventurers were gathered, all ready for the same mission. Clearly, nobody wanted to miss out on this big money-making opportunity. Chapter 157, Axel's Strongest Adventurer. So many people, are we really gonna be able to grab any at this rate? Kazuma glanced around nervously at the huge crowd and muttered, what if they're all gone before we even start? That'd suck so bad. Hey, kid. Just then, a bald uncle-looking adventurer walked up and gave Kazuma a friendly pat on the shoulder. Don't worry too much. These cabbages aren't as easy to catch as they look. They're a real handful. You should be more worried about getting run over. He gave Renzo a respectful nod, then wandered off toward an open field on the left. Kazuma looked a little spooked now and turned to Renzo. Boss, what's the deal with these cabbages? Don't tell me there's some terrifying monster in disguise. Relax. Renzo waved his hand casually. They're not dangerous or anything. They just hit really hard. You're strong enough now, you'll be fine. Just think about the money you're about to rake in. Oh, and listen up, all of you. Renzo added. Don't mess this up, all right? There are 2 types of migrating flying vegetables today. The ones we want, the cabbages are worth 10,000 Eris each, but there's also these look-alike lettuces that aren't worth junk. Huge price difference. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wait, what? Aqua and Kazuma both looked stunned. There's a fake version. Man, good thing you told us in time. They only waited about 10 minutes at the gate before the sky suddenly darkened. They're here. The cabbage swarm is coming, stay alert. The moment someone shouted, a wave of adventurers rushed out through the gates, and Renzo's party followed right after. In the distance, a huge green mass filled the sky like an endless cloud. Looking closely, they were all cabbages. Wind blade. Watch this, slash attack. Waterball. Spells and sword strikes flew into the air as everyone started unloading their best attacks on the airborne cabbage swarm. Naturally, the cabbages got pissed and dove straight down at the attackers in retaliation. Bang bang bang. Arg. Ow, damn it. All at once, adventurers were getting flattened left and right. Kazuma barely dodged a couple cabbage headbutts using his decent agility and even managed to slice down 2 of them with his sword, but he still couldn't help yelling, geez. What the hell? These are seriously just cabbages. Wind style, tornado. Renzo finally stepped in from a distance. He waved his hand casually and summoned a small, swirling breeze. Kazuma opened his mouth to mock it, but before he could say anything, the breeze exploded into a towering tornado, dozens of meters tall and several meters wide. Under Renzo's precise control, the tornado swept through the field like a vacuum, sucking in a ton of cabbages in one pass. The ones that got caught were instantly spun senseless and shot out the tornado's center, dropping neatly into a massive iron cage that Renzo had just conjured using his creation ability. In less than 15 minutes, the first 5-meter-wide cage was full. Renzo waved his hand and created 2 more. Within the next 30 minutes, he filled those 2. Once they were packed to the brim, he stopped hunting and sat down with one of the cabbages in his hand, calmly analyzing its structure and composition, like some kind of mad vegetarian scientist, while watching the chaos unfold around him. Ah. Yes. Come at me, you glorious green beasts. Hit me harder. Harder. Suddenly, a rather unhinged voice cut through the air. Renzo looked up with a frown, and sure enough, there was Darkness, who had stripped off her armor and was standing arms wide open in the middle of the battlefield, moaning happily as cabbages slammed into her. Her face was bright red. Renzo's expression darkened. He immediately flew over, grabbed her by the back of her collar like a misbehaving puppy, and gave the surrounding adventurers a slightly apologetic smile before hauling her back into the air. Was that Renzo? Yep. Damn, I'm jealous he can fly. I think wind magic can give flight too, right? Just learn it. Yeah, right. You need to be level 50 plus for that spell. Who knows how long that'll take? The adventurers chatted as they watched the commotion. Renzo had gotten pretty famous around Axel lately, thanks to completing a string of ridiculously hard quests. Back in the air, Renzo set Darkness down on top of one of the iron cages. She was still squirming and breathless. Renzo. Let me go. Please. Let me get hit again. Please. Ah, but being dragged around like this is kind of shameful, too. Hee. Darkness's face flushed red again. Yep. This woman was hopeless. What the hell are you blushing for? Renzo was speechless. Honestly, Darkness had top-tier looks and a figure to match. And when she wasn't being a masochistic weirdo, she actually had a really noble, refined vibe. Sigh. Renzo shook his head helplessly, then pushed her down to sit on the cage and scolded her, "Sit your ass down and behave. Stay right here. Or I swear I'll spank you." Huh. Darkness gasped, immediately covering her butt with both hands, blushing harder than ever. SP spanking. That's a little too intense, don't you think? Even if it's you, Renzo, why you can't just do something that bold? Renzo just stood there like, seriously. He genuinely considered just grabbing her and hauling her back home on the spot. But then he remembered what a walking headache she was, and that killed the motivation instantly. Another long, deep sigh. Cheers. To another successful cabbage-catching festival. Whoa. A few hours later, the operation was over. Adventurers had gathered at the guild to celebrate. Naturally, Renzo's group was there too. Ahahaha. I caught so many this time. I'm rich. I've decided, I'm gonna treat myself to the finest sparkling wine in the shop. Humph. That'll show Renzo, the stingy bastard who wouldn't share his last stash with me. Aqua bragged proudly, not forgetting to throw shade at Renzo while she was at it. Renzo waved her off, deadpan. Yeah. Knock yourself out. This woman. She really knew how to push her luck. Back on their very first mission, after she got swallowed by the giant frog, Renzo had tried to comfort her by gifting her a whole crate of top-shelf bubbly wine. Big mistake. After that, she practically glued herself to him, begging for more every chance she got. Renzo learned his lesson real quick. No more spoiling Aqua, ever again. Otherwise, she'd turn the whole world upside down. And she still hadn't let it go. Everyone. Here are your final payout slips. Take these to the back to redeem your rewards in cash. Don't lose them. Luna, the receptionist, showed up holding a stack of slips and handed them out, one each to Renzo, Kazuma, Aqua, and the rest of the group. Then she flashed a wink at Renzo and teased, "You made a ton this time, huh? Got any plans for how you're gonna spend it?" Renzo shot her a playful wink right back. "How about I take you out for dinner and shopping tomorrow?" Luna's cheeks instantly turned pink. I guess that sounds okay." She hurried off, pretending to focus on handing out the rest of the slips. "Hey. Miss Luna. Don't waste your time on Renzo, how about giving us a chance?" "Ha. Come talk to me after you can actually beat Renzo." "Ugh, are you kidding? That guy's the strongest adventurer in all of Axel now. He's probably even in the top ranks back in the royal capital." "Exactly. So it's not our fault, all right." After Renzo and Luna had openly started showing interest in each other, things had been heating up pretty quickly between them. In the beginning, there were a few dense adventurers who thought they could compete with Renzo for her affection. They don't exist anymore. After one incident where Renzo soloed over 100 guys in a full-blown brawl, everyone wised up real fast. It wasn't even close. It was a beatdown. That one-sided stomp made it painfully clear to the entire guild, Axel now had a terrifying new top dog, and there was no stopping Luna from chasing her happiness. Not that any of those adventurers would ever admit they were trying to get in the way of Luna's happiness, of course. They all wanted to be her happiness. Too bad for them, Renzo won that jackpot. Chapter 158, Fairy Tale Renzo. Hey. Aqua leaned in curiously, eyes wide as she asked Renzo, "So, how much did you make this time?" Even Luna looked super excited. It must have been a ton, right? Megumin and Darkness also turned to look at him with interest. Heh. Renzo chuckled lightly. Not that much. Around 90 million or so. Nothing crazy. Just enough for a decent mid-tier piece of gear. To him, that kind of cash was basically pocket change. He was just in it for the fun. And today, he had a blast. Also, he'd already finished analyzing those cabbage-like monsters. Wait, 90 million. Aqua and the others all froze, mouths dropping open in total shock. That's freaking rich. Kazuma, who just moments ago was still feeling proud of how much he earned, suddenly went stiff. And 90 million. He stared at Renzo like he was seeing a god. Boss, seriously. I busted my ass and only made a bit over 10 million. That's not even enough to cover your bill. Yep, the boss was still on another level. Kazuma even remembered Renzo just chatting for like half an hour, barely lifting a finger. The rest of the time he was just watching the show. And even that somehow earned him over 90 million. You just can't compete. Still, Kazuma decided he wasn't paying back his debts just yet. Tonight, he had a special visit planned, to that one succubus cafe. He and the bald uncle had already made reservations. He wasn't even planning on going back to Renzo's villa tonight. Instead, he was gonna treat himself to a luxury suite in a nice hotel. Staying at Renzo's place. Too much hassle. Especially with that weird barrier Renzo set up over there. What? Kazuma, you made over 10 million too. No way. Aqua nearly flipped out. Why do you guys have so much? I only got like 500k. I need to go have a talk with Luna right now. She was already storming off, fuming. There was no way she didn't get scammed. She definitely caught a ton of cabbages. Renzo quickly grabbed her by the collar. Whoa, hold up. She didn't cheat you. Huh. You're defending her now. I knew it. You two have been getting all cozy lately. But that doesn't mean you can just ditch your old love like this. Aqua glared at him accusingly. Renzo's face went deadpan. Okay, what the hell are you even talking about? First off, we're not even a thing. And second, Luna didn't scam you. Most of what you caught were lettuces. I even warned you ahead of time. How did you still mess it up? This girl was hopeless. Blaming others for her own brain malfunctions. Seriously? Aqua tilted her head, looking totally lost. And no way. I thought I was being careful though. How did that happen? And that's why you're a total idiot. Kazuma chimed in mercilessly from the side. The boss literally warned her, and she still blew it. Classic Aqua. No way he was counting on her to ever help with getting rich. Best bet. Stick with the boss and copy everything he does. Honestly, even 500k isn't bad. I made even less. I was planning to buy a new magic staff too. Megumin pouted. I didn't make much either. Darkness shrugged, laughing to herself. Not like she cared much. But hey, Darkness turned to Megumin, don't you already have that super high-tier staff Renzo gave you? Why were you looking to buy another one? Are you saying his gift isn't good enough? Renzo's eyes narrowed as he turned toward Megumin, expression blank. Megumin panicked immediately. And no, it's not that. I just saw one that looked really cool. And it boosts explosion magic too. I just got a tiny bit tempted, that's all, hee. The staff I made for you literally has the same effects. You just like hoarding magic staves, don't you? Renzo rolled his eyes. So what if I do? If you've got the skills, then copy that staff for me. That way I won't have to buy it. But can you even do it? Megumin looked at him expectantly, stars in her eyes. But Renzo just shook his head. Nice try. That reverse psychology won't work on me. A newbie's bonus is a newbie's bonus. If I start handing out freebies to everyone, where does it end? You guys already get lazy when you've got money. A bunch of you don't even want to go on quests anymore. So nope, I'm not spoiling you brats. And yes, he was definitely talking about Kazuma the perv and Aqua the airhead. Honestly, people like them should be the most motivated to take down the Demon King, and yet, somehow, they're the first ones to go full couch potato mode. Seriously, where do you even begin roasting that? Inside the consciousness space. Where am I? A new Renzo had joined. 1 second, the newbie clearly remembered he was mid-battle with his master, fighting the demon Deliora. Now suddenly, he found himself here. Noticing a faint light coming from the end of a corridor, he immediately, and a little anxiously, started walking toward it. Soon, he found himself standing in a large hall. At the same moment, Eevee casually strolled out from the other side and caught sight of the newbie Renzo. Its eyes lit up, and with a graceful leap, it landed smack on the center table and greeted him. A newbie, huh? So, are you a powerhouse or just a comic relief? What world did you transmigrate into? From the magic vibes radiating off Renzo, especially the icy mana signature, Eevee could tell he'd been sent to a pretty legit world. Huh. Newbie Renzo blinked, confused. What do you mean by powerhouse or comic relief? And transmigrate? Wait a second, aren't you Eevee? Why the hell can you talk? At this point, newbie Renzo's head was filled with nothing but question marks. And even though he was trying to stay calm, his guard was definitely up. Ah, don't worry about all that. Eevee waved a paw dismissively. Just give me a high five and everything'll make sense. Before newbie Renzo could dodge, Eevee lunged and bam, latched right onto his head. Too fast. Newbie Renzo couldn't avoid it. Before he could get mad and swat Eevee off, he suddenly felt a huge rush of memories and power flood into his mind. He froze on the spot, stunned. At that moment, Uchiha Renzo arrived in the hall. Seeing Eevee sitting on the new guy's head, and noticing newbie Renzo's outfit and aura, he raised an eyebrow. Whoa, another newbie already. He stepped forward, placing a hand on the new Renzo's shoulder. Eevee, what world's this guy from? As soon as he made contact, the memories and powers transferred over. So he's from the fairy tale world, huh? Ice make magic. Disciple of you are. Fellow students, Lion and Gray. That's actually a pretty decent start. Uchiha Renzo grinned. This is perfect. My ice talent is about to get a major upgrade. Your ice talent, huh? Eevee scoffed, hopping back to the table. You mean my ice talent? Quit acting like you invented it. Unless you actually go dig up the Yuki clan's Keki and turn it into a bloodline serum, you can forget mastering that properly. Still, Eevee added with a smirk, this newbie's ice make magic has given me a solid boost. Looks like my ice Pokémon form, Glacian, is officially back to being my second strongest. Glacian had previously been bumped to third, thanks to all the fire-type upgrades they got, like Hermione's Fiendfire spell and Renzo's Barrage of Fire release jutsu. The number 1 spot. That still belonged to Psychic form, Espion, no contest. We'll get there, Uchiha Renzo shrugged. Let's at least finish analyzing Sage Mode Chakra before we get sidetracked again. Man, there were so many bloodlines he still wanted to study. That recently finished Uzumaki Sage Body bloodline alone gave him a massive boost, he even awakened Yang release. His chakra control had been skyrocketing lately. Still, what he really wanted now was to finish cracking the code on the Senju Sage Body bloodline. Once that was done, his wood release would be at Hashirama tier. Maybe even stronger. Especially since he could merge it with Eevee's Leafian powers. Whatever, do what you want, Eevee grumbled, kicking his tiny legs while lying on the table. I've still got tons of stuff I need to learn and research too. It's just that my other evolution forms haven't made much progress yet. He sounded a bit bummed. He was stuck again, close to the next level, but missing just a few key elements. Chapter 159, Fairy Tales Dragons. Damn. So that's what's going on. Suddenly, Fairy Tale Renzo had just barely digested most of the memories and information flooding his mind. When he snapped back to reality, he couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn. He had always thought he was just a regular guy who transmigrated without any cheat codes. Turns out, he was split into 36 different parts. Luckily, when he suddenly appeared in the northern town of Ishgar in the fairy tale world, he heard rumors of a powerful ice mage named Yuar nearby. Without hesitation, he rushed to become her student. And yep. He actually succeeded. Even though he worked really hard afterward, he couldn't change how things played out. Gray still ended up becoming Ul's disciple, and when he found out about Deliora, he still ran away from home to get revenge. Yuar, being tough on the outside but soft on the inside, eventually gave in and chased after him with Lion. In the end, not wanting to see Deliora destroy another town, and hoping to lift the shadow in Gray's heart, Yuar stepped up and fought Deliora herself. And right now, things were at a super critical point, when suddenly, his consciousness got yanked into this space. Hey guys. Sorry, I've got something urgent going on. I need to head back right away. Once I'm done, I'll swing by again. Seriously, thanks for the help this time. You all showed up at just the right moment. I'm out. And with that, the newcomer Fairy Tale Renzo disappeared from the consciousness space without another word. Haha. That might have been the fastest exit we've seen yet, Uchiha Renzo said with a laugh. Can't blame him, Eevee said, casually spreading its paws. His master's in a life-or-death situation, after all. But still, the fairy tale world has so many awesome things. Magic everywhere. Next time, we really gotta convince that guy to join the Fairy Tale Guild and go all in on training. The Fairy Tale Guild has all kinds of epic magic, it continued excitedly. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, wood, poison, light, giant form, there's just so much. Eevee was practically drooling. A lot of those could merge with its own elemental forms. If it pulled that off, its power would seriously level up across the board. That'd be a huge step toward reaching champion level. Well, its strength already surpassed a typical champion-tier Pokémon, but its actual level was still just below that threshold. It still needed more foundational energy and to master some high-level techniques. All of that would take time. Totally, Uchiha Renzo said, stroking his chin, intrigued. Now I'm wondering, if someone learned wood element magic from that world, would it boost my wood release jutsu? Oh, and didn't someone from the Dark Guild, Grimoire Heart, use Arc of Embodiment magic? I wonder if that could help enhance our fantasy creation cheat. That world had tons more goodies to offer. If Hermione and Python heard about this world, they'd lose their minds, Uchiha Renzo chuckled. Those dragons in Fairy Tail. Way stronger than the fake ones in the Harry Potter universe. What's this about going crazy and dragons? Hermione happened to walk through one of the portals just then and asked curiously. A newcomer showed up from the Fairy Tail world. We were just talking about it. Eevee replied with a grin. The dragons over there put yours to shame. Wanna check it out? Oh. Fairy Tail. Hermione's eyes lit up. She immediately reached out and patted Eevee's little head twice to sync up and share the info. Eevee. What's wrong with these people? Eevee didn't even have the energy to complain anymore. Knew it. Hermione's eyes lit up with excitement. That really is a cool world. But those dragons do have their downsides. Wait, did you know they get motion sickness? And when they turn into dragons, they lose things like proper taste and normal sensory perception. That even drove the Queen of Dragons, Urza's mom, Irene Belzerian, almost insane. So yeah, dragons in that world are strong, but not without flaws. Still, if we get the chance, it'd be amazing if the newbie could get us some dragon blood to study. After all, they're way more powerful than the fake dragons from her world. If they could make a hybrid dragon blood elixir, combining fairy tale dragon blood and refined techniques from the Harry Potter world, then maybe, just maybe, Python could surpass the dragons and beasts of both worlds. That dragon blood's not gonna be easy to get, Uchiha Renzo said with a shake of his head. Most of the dragons were basically wiped out by the Dragon King, Acnologia. And at this point in the timeline, Natsu and the others probably haven't even time-traveled from 400 years ago through the Eclipse Gate yet. Even if they have made it through, there's no way you're getting dragon blood from the dragons hidden inside those Dragon Slayer mages. But, sub-dragons might be doable. The newcomer can hunt a few of those later on. Refined properly, their blood should be good enough for your research. Compared to the whole dragon blood thing, Uchiha Renzo was actually more hyped about the magic system in that world. Yeah, that's true, Hermione nodded. Blood from sub-dragons should be able to be purified into something close to real dragon blood. Even if the quality's a bit lower, it shouldn't be a huge issue. That's kinda a plan, but we have to wait for the new guy to come here. Fairy Tale World. As Fairy Renzo's consciousness returned to his body, he felt a surge of energy flooding through him. His physical strength, mental resilience, even his magic power, they were all skyrocketing. And in his magic, a fusion of Pokémon energy and the magical system from the Harry Potter world, thanks to Eevee's fusion, had started transforming it. His magic was evolving, turning into something even more powerful, source energy, also called origin power. Looks like, this is where it ends for me. I didn't think you'd almost beat me to it, Lion. At that moment, UR had just knocked Lion unconscious right before he could cast Iced Shell Seal. A mess of emotions flickered across her face, relief, bitterness, calmness. Then, she gently handed the unconscious Lion to Renzo and Gray, who had just regained consciousness. Renzo, Gray, take care of Lion for me. Her eyes lingered on Renzo. Especially you, Renzo. You're a good kid. As the older one, you've got to look after the other two. She turned to Gray. Gray, I know the shadow that's been weighing on your heart. Today, let me be the one to clear it away. You must live on. You are. Gray's heart dropped, he could tell something was wrong. He cried out instinctively. But UR didn't even glance back. She walked toward Deliura, magic rising from her body like a storm. Her presence immediately caught the demon's attention, and it turned toward her. You monster. I'm going to seal you away today, and wipe you from my student's heart once and for all. Iced Shell Seal. UR took her stance, feet spread, knees bent slightly, arms crossed, shape X. Her magic exploded like a wave, wild and powerful. Snap. Right then, Renzo suddenly appeared at her side. He cut through the swirl of energy, placed a hand on hers, and gently pushed her arms down, interrupting the spell completely. UR froze in shock. Renzo. What are you doing? And how the hell are you even able to stand near me right now? When she was preparing Iced Shell Seal, her power was on par with the 10 Wizard Saints. Not even someone 10 times stronger than Renzo should have been able to get close to her in that moment, yet here he was. But there was no time to question it. Deliora had already turned fully toward them, gathering energy in its mouth, ready to attack. There's no time. Move. UR tried to shove Renzo away, but he didn't budge an inch. I've awakened my powers, Renzo said, calm and steady. Leave this demon to me. What? UR was stunned, angry, confused. What kind of nonsense are you saying right now? Get out of the way. Roar. Deliora let out a thunderous howl, and the energy in its mouth was reaching critical mass, an attack was incoming. No time. UR lunged to pull Renzo and the others away. Seriously, her students were going to be the death of her. One by one, they all kept charging headfirst into trouble. She used to think Renzo was the easiest to deal with, the most sensible. Now it turns out he was the most reckless of them all when it really mattered. But then, Renzo caught her wrist, and with one swift motion, he used his strength to toss her back toward Gray and Lion. And in that instant, the aura around him exploded. An overwhelming, terrifying magic burst from his body, so intense that even Deliora and the surrounding monsters paused in confusion. Gray stood frozen in place, stunned. Is that really our Renzo? Both he and UR were stunned. Renzo didn't look tall, but in that moment, he seemed towering and unstoppable. Like they were seeing him for the very first time. 80+ advanced chapters available at backhand index pointing right patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 160, Renzo vs. Deliora. The moment Deliora tilted its head back, the attack it had been charging was finally ready, aimed straight at Renzo and the others behind him. Crap. Boom. Without a second thought, Renzo stomped down, shattering the ice beneath him and launching himself forward like a missile. He cut through the air in a blur, reaching Deliora's chin in a flash. Sage mode, on. Armament Haki, Ultra Impact Punch. In the next instant, a monstrous punch, infused with Armament Haki, shockwave power, Sage Chakra, and his own insane physical strength, slammed into Deliora's jaw. The sheer force clamped Deliora's mouth shut mid-attack, sending its massive head, and entire upper body, reeling backward. Boom. A muffled explosion burst from its mouth, followed by a puff of black smoke. Raff. Deliora let out a painful screech, its eyes flashing red. Staggering back a step, it somehow managed to stay upright. Then it lunged with a massive claw straight at Renzo. Watch out. UR screamed from nearby and immediately dashed forward. Renzo moved, vanishing in a blink and reappearing behind Deliora just in time to dodge the swipe. Don't come any closer. He also warned UR to stay back. His eyes lit up, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with 9 Tomo. Sage Chakra surged out of him like a tidal wave. In seconds, a towering chakra giant began to form, dense and solid, not like ordinary Susanoo. In less than a second, a colossal Susanoo over 100 meters tall towered above the battlefield, casting a massive shadow over everyone. UR, Gray, and even Lion, who had just regained consciousness, stared up, jaws dropped. What the hell is that? Compared to this mountain-sized Susanoo, Deliora, at barely 20 meters, looked like a toddler trying to square up to a titan. Master, get Gray and Lion out of here. I'm about to go all out. UR heard Renzo's voice again, this time directly in her mind. Telepathy. Thought magic. Whatever it is, ugh, fine. You'd better explain everything when this is over, or I'm gonna beat you, you hear me? Grumbling, she rushed back to Gray and Lion, scooping both of them under her arms like sacks of rice, and bolted away from the battlefield. UR. What is Renzo doing? Gray was totally lost. Lion, equally confused, just stared. What even happened while I was unconscious? Since when did Renzo turn into a walking disaster boss stronger than Master? Shut it. I've got no idea either. You two are already in big enough trouble today, just wait till we're back. Humph. UR huffed, frustrated beyond words. Seriously, why couldn't she get a single peaceful day with her students? Still, she was worried about Renzo. She wouldn't have left him there if he hadn't shown such overwhelming power. Plus, dragging these two around meant she'd only slow him down. Back on the battlefield. Renzo, inside his Susanoo, drew a massive chakra longsword from his waist. With a burst of sword aura, he swung it down hard at Deliora. Sensing the threat, Deliora twisted its body and threw a punch upward, colliding head-on with the blade. Rah! The chakra blade, humming with sharp, cutting energy, sliced deep into Deliora's fist, nearly splitting it in two. But Deliora's monstrous defense barely held, though the impact still gouged 2 deep trenches beneath its feet as it was forced back. Then, it opened its mouth again, this time, unleashing a massive wave of magic. A giant magic circle appeared, followed by a devastating energy blast fired straight at the Susanoo. Renzo didn't flinch. Controlling Susanoo, he raised its free hand and punched straight into the oncoming blast. Boom. The explosion rocked the battlefield. The ground around them shattered, cracked, and was blown apart by the force. Susanoo was shoved back more than 10 meters, and its punching arm was visibly damaged, parts of the chakra armor cracking away. But with Renzo's chakra constantly pouring in, the arm healed almost instantly. Within seconds, it was good as new. Susanoo fueled by Sage Chakra and my magic, now that's a real powerhouse. Deliura was a demon so dangerous that even someone like you are, who had saint-level power, had no choice but to seal it away instead of fighting it head-on. That alone showed how terrifying it truly was. Honestly, Renzo felt like if Deliura had ended up joining Tartaro's guild, it would have been ranked really high, probably one of the strongest in that entire demon guild. Its attack power, its defense, everything about it was monstrous. Boom. 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 Renzo kept controlling Susanoo, swinging down strike after strike with the chakra blade. Each hit carved deep, savage wounds across Deliura's body. But the damn thing just kept healing. No matter how bad the damage looked, it was all gone in seconds. Its regeneration was insane, and Renzo was starting to feel the pressure. This isn't gonna work. Sure, he had tons of chakra and magic, but Deliura was just getting more savage and more powerful the longer they fought. This kind of battle of attrition. Totally not in his favor. And that's when he remembered, this thing wasn't running on magic. It used cursed energy. Right. It's not magic, it's curse power. His eyes sharpened. Guess it's time to try that move. In the next moment, Renzo launched himself from the crystal on Susanoo's forehead, leaving the Susanoo itself behind to continue battling Deliura within a limited range. Now floating midair, Renzo raised both hands and aimed directly at the monster below. As a terrifying wave of magical energy surged from him, he chanted in a low, steady voice. Holy purification. Right after, a massive platinum gold magic circle, easily over 100 meters wide, appeared high above Deliura and Susanoo. Sensing a dangerous energy that could actually kill it, Deliura broke through Susanoo's sword strike and snapped its head up at the looming array in the sky. Then, without hesitation, it turned and tried to escape. Where do you think you're going? Renzo saw this and instantly had Susanoo punch straight into Deliura's side, slowing it down for a couple of seconds, just long enough. Susanoo slammed the demon down and pinned it to the ground. At that moment, the giant magic circle finally erupted. A blinding, holy light burst forth, crashing down in a massive torrent of purifying energy. The entire area was bathed in white gold brilliance. Both Deliura and Susanoo were swallowed by it. Susanoo, empowered by Sage Chakra plus magic and not a creature of darkness, remained completely unaffected. Deliura. Not so lucky. Because it was an evil demon through and through. Hero Renzo got this spell, Holy Purification, from the water goddess Aqua herself. It was made to obliterate the undead, demons, and all things corrupted or evil. Rah! Deliura screamed as the holy light tore through it. Smoke poured from its body, and then, it began to disintegrate, its flesh turning to ash, its form slowly fading away. It could feel it, both its body and soul were being erased. It struggled, thrashed, tried desperately to escape. But the purifying light was too strong. Its power was being sealed, drained, and destroyed. It was growing weaker by the second. And with Susanoo pinning it down, it had nowhere to run. All it could do was scream, until finally, its body completely dissolved into ash and vanished into the light. UR was close enough with Grey and Lion to see the entire purification. They stared at the battlefield, at the empty spot where Deliura used to be. It's dead, X. The three of them stood frozen, silent. Then, tears suddenly spilled down Grey's face. Dad. Mom. Deliura's gone. I finally avenged you. It's over. It's really over. He sobbed uncontrollably. He knew he should be happy right now, but the tears just wouldn't stop. Eyes red as well, gently placed her hand on his head. Let it out. Cry it all out. I couldn't take away the darkness in your heart, but your big brother Renzo, he did. Meanwhile, Lion was just staring at Renzo, still floating above, surrounded by light. His mind was spinning. He's that strong. Even stronger than you are. How did he get this powerful? Could I ask him to teach me? Would he even say yes? For Lion, there was only one thing that truly mattered, becoming stronger. Everything else came second. Chapter 161, Holy Healing You Are. Seeing Deliura finally disappear for good, Renzo let out a deep sigh of relief. With a thought, he deactivated Susanoo and flew over to where UR and the others were, landing smoothly on the ground. He turned to UR with a big smile. Master. Mission accomplished. I did it. MHM. Nice job. That's my disciple. UR gave him a thumbs up and winked in approval. Then Renzo looked over at Gray. Hey Gray, your big bro took care of that revenge for you. So stop walking around with that sad face all the time, yeah. I believe your parents are watching from the other side, and they'd want you to step out of the shadows of the past and move toward a brighter future. Yeah. Thanks. Gray tried to hold back his tears, his voice choking a little as he nodded. His heart was overflowing with gratitude for Renzo. It wasn't just that Renzo had avenged his family and saved his life, he had also stopped UR from sacrificing herself to take Deliora down with her. Thinking about it now, Gray still felt a chill. If UR had died because of him too, he really might have lost it. Alright, let's head back. I'm exhausted. Renzo stretched as he spoke. Oh. Renzo, UR suddenly said, turning serious. You owe me a proper explanation about everything going on with you. Got it. When Renzo saw the worry in her eyes, he instantly understood. She was concerned he might have used some kind of forbidden magic or power. He nodded without hesitation. Yeah. As long as it's something I can tell you, I'll explain everything. But let's get moving, someone's coming. With that, the four of them quickly left the area together. Clearly, none of them wanted to run into the locals. Too much of a hassle. Deliora's gone. Was it really defeated? What was that giant made of magic earlier? A god, maybe. Did someone actually save us? Who was it? Who was that boy floating in the air before? More and more people started crawling out from the ruins nearby, gathering at the massive crater where the battle took place. As they stared at the vanished Deliora and the fading aura of the demon, they began to chatter excitedly. Some cried tears of joy. Others broke down in grief. Because during this disaster, many had lost their homes, and even more had lost their families. A few days later, even the Magic Council sent investigators after hearing the news. But in the end, they didn't find much. Looks like the locals were telling the truth, Deliora really was destroyed. But whether it was really done by a single boy, that's another story. One of the council investigators commented skeptically. After all, that was Deliora. Even one of the 10 wizard saints would struggle to take it down. And now they're saying some random kid did it. Yeah, right. Something's fishy here. Forget that for now. Just gather as much intel as possible and report back. At least Deliora being destroyed is a good thing, right? True enough. The investigation continued, but all of that had nothing to do with Renzo anymore. By the time the council arrived, Renzo and the others were already long gone, back at UR's home. UR's home. UR took Renzo aside to talk to him privately. Renzo shared a few details he was allowed to reveal, and finally summed it up with a grin. Long story short, Master, just think of it like I awakened some special ability or got some kind of blessing. It's not a bad thing, trust me. Anyway, let's fix your leg first, yeah. He pointed at UR's left leg, still formed from ice magic. Just looking at it made his chest tighten. You little brat. UR shook her head helplessly. So in the end, I still don't know much. But as long as it's not something bad, I won't push you. As for this leg, don't bother. It's completely gone, erased. Healing it isn't that easy. Besides, she added with a chuckle, this look isn't too bad, is it? It's kind of a cool design with just a simple use of ice make, leg. In the world of fairy tale, strong healing magic is almost non-existent. Even basic healing spells are rare, like the whole concept was erased from magic altogether. Hey, just watch me. Renzo smiled confidently. If I said I can heal it, I mean it. He held out his hand, aiming at UR's left leg. Holy healing. A glowing magic circle appeared above her leg. Soft green light started raining down, completely wrapping her leg in a gentle aura of restoration. Aqua's holy magic was really amazing. And then, UR felt it. A tingling itch at the stump of her leg, and then, right before everyone's eyes, new tissue started to grow. Her leg began regenerating, bit by bit, clearly visible to the naked eye. Whoa. Outside the door, Lion and Gray had been secretly peeking through a crack. The moment they saw what was happening, both of them gasped with wide eyes and mouths hanging open. It was seriously unbelievable. UR's leg was completely gone before, how could it actually grow back? To them, Renzo had just become even more mysterious and powerful. You two brats. Still hiding out there. Quit lurking and get in here already. UR rolled her eyes and snapped at them. Lion and Gray gave awkward chuckles and quickly pushed the door open. They stepped inside, bowing their heads a little as they walked over and apologized without hesitation. Sorry, Master. Sorry, Renzo. We were wrong. It's fine. Renzo waved it off casually. Honestly, Master and I noticed you two sneaking around a while ago. We just didn't say anything because we didn't want to make things weird. He smirked. Well, now you've exposed yourselves. Just sit tight and don't interrupt, this healing thing isn't exactly instant, you know. Hee hee. Lion and Gray giggled sheepishly and stood off to the side, eyes glued to the healing process with curiosity and awe. Ur looked down at her gradually regenerating leg with amazement written all over her face. I can't believe this is actually working. Renzo, your healing magic is incredible. But listen, try not to show this off in front of outsiders, alright? Especially, she added seriously, not until you have the strength to fully protect yourself. There are way too many twisted mages in this world, especially in the dark guilds. If they find out about your power, they'll definitely come after you. Some might even try to kill you. Her tone was deadly serious. It wasn't an empty warning. I get it, Master. Renzo nodded with a smile. But to be fair, your disciple here isn't so easy to mess with anymore. Truthfully, his current strength was already top tier, even among the 10 wizard saints, he'd probably rank near the top. Though his raw magic power still fell a bit short, barely at the S-class level, still, it was only possible for him to reach that level because his magic came from a fusion of 4 different sources, his own magic, Hero Renzo's magic, Eevee's Pokémon energy, and Hermione's magic. And once Uchiha Renzo and the others finished analyzing Sage Chakra and fused it into his source energy, he'd truly step into Wizard Saint territory. Still, don't get cocky. Ur chuckled and ruffled his hair. Then she turned to Lion and Gray, who were still watching in amazement, and reminded them sternly, Lion, Gray, you two better keep your mouths shut about your brother's powers. Got it. Why yes, Master. Both of them nodded like their lives depended on it. Lion even asked with sparkling eyes, Master. Is Renzo already stronger than you? I thought you were the strongest mage ever. Ur sighed and rubbed her forehead. I knew you were gonna ask that. Her disciples really were a handful, each of them with their own quirks. Listen up, Lion, she said seriously, turning to all 3 of them. The magic world is huge, there are countless nations out there. Even here in Ishgar, I'm nothing special. There are plenty of mages out there way stronger than me. So don't let your vision get too narrow. Even Renzo's strength, impressive as it is, doesn't make him invincible. There are still many who surpass him. Don't let power cloud your eyes, and don't let your limited view of the world hold you back. In the far south, there are guilds everywhere, and most of them are filled with crazy strong mages. She paused, then added thoughtfully, honestly, it's about time you two went out to see the world for yourselves. Even though Ur wasn't thrilled by the idea, she knew it was the right thing. Especially for Renzo. There wasn't much more she could teach him. Holding him back now would only slow his growth. She'd already made up her mind, she'd spend the next little while teaching him everything she could, and then send him south to find a good magic guild. Let him see more, experience more, make more friends, and really start his own journey. Wayot. Gray and Lion, who had been listening in silence, suddenly panicked. Master, are you kicking us out? You don't want us anymore, they cried. Idiots. Ur smacked both of them lightly on the head. Who said anything about abandoning you? But you're going to grow up eventually, right? Baby birds need to leave the nest sometime. You two planning to stay with me forever and mooch off me like freeloaders? Chapter 162, Altair and Hades appear. Lion scratched the back of his head and gave a sheepish grin. Well, I guess it's not impossible. I still think Ur's the strongest. Big Bro probably just had a burst of power that one time, right? Hee hee. I don't want to leave Ur either, Gray quickly added, shaking his head like a drum. Scram, both of you. Ur snapped, waving them off with an annoyed look. What, you two planning to sponge off your master forever? You think I'm gonna raise you into old age? Seriously, you brats are gonna be the death of me. She muttered under her breath while glaring at them. Lion and Gray just laughed awkwardly, trying to avoid her wrath. Then Lion turned to Renzo. So, what about you, Big Bro? Got any plans? Also, could you teach me how to get stronger? Oh. Renzo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why ask me? What, Master's teaching isn't good enough? Lion froze on the spot. He could feel Ur's gaze piercing through his soul. Nope. Not saying that. Lion still wanted to live. So he quickly shook his head. No way. Master's amazing. I just want to learn more. Be stronger. That's all. You little sneak. Renzo chuckled. Fine, I guess I can show you a body training method. Gray can learn it too. Should be useful for both of you. Even though wizards mainly rely on magic power, having a strong body definitely helps. At least, that's what Renzo believed. Master. The healing's done, try it out and see if there's any issues, Renzo said, glancing at UR's now fully regenerated leg. Huh? Oh, right. UR blinked, then nodded. She sat up and moved her left foot a little, testing it out. Then she stood up, walked around a bit, and quickly adapted. Smiling, she walked straight over and pulled Renzo into a hug. Thank you, little Renzo. Renzo's face instantly turned red. He quickly wriggled out of her arms, looking flustered. And no big deal. I just did what I had to. Oh ho. Our little Renzo's getting shy now. Growing up, are we? UR teased with a mischievous grin, looking every bit the cheeky troublemaker. Renzo groaned. His teacher was back to being completely unserious again. Even he couldn't help rolling his eyes. Lion and Gray cracked up laughing on the side. Just then. Huh. Renzo's expression shifted. He suddenly looked toward the western forest outside, eyes narrowing. Master, I'll be right back. Before UR could even respond, he vanished from the room in a blink. Renzo. UR frowned and turned to Lion and Gray. You two stay inside. Don't move. Without waiting for their answer, she rushed out of the house too. Meanwhile, Renzo reappeared in the forest to the west, standing next to a little girl. You're Altair, aren't you? He asked calmly, looking at the girl. Her eyes were filled with hatred, but also clear caution. He just happened to be scanning the area with his spiritual sense and caught a glimpse of her aura. Talk about a coincidence. Or maybe, it wasn't a coincidence at all. You. Altair's eyes widened in panic. The next second, she turned and ran. Renzo didn't chase. Instead, his eyes shifted toward a nearby tree, where an old man had been hiding, cloaked in magic. No need to hide. Why not come out and talk man to man? Renzo called out. So, Altair's with you, huh? What's your goal? Are you here to kill my master? The old man had cloaked himself well, suppressing even the tiniest magic fluctuations. But none of that could escape Renzo's spiritual awareness or his observation Haki. To Renzo, that dense magical power inside the old man was as obvious as a giant flashing beacon. Oh. The old man chuckled in surprise and stepped out of the shadows, canceling his concealment spell. Well now, aren't you something? Just a kid, what, 11 or 12? And you already have this kind of power. He studied Renzo carefully, an intrigued look on his face. So the rumors were true. They said a young boy killed the demon Deliora, and looks like that boy is you, huh? He already knew UR had taken her disciples to face Deliora. And from the traces left behind, he'd seen signs of strange power. If his hunch was right, this kid was far more dangerous than he'd expected. Originally, he'd only brought Altair here to sever her emotional ties, to turn her into his pawn completely. But now, things had just gotten a lot more interesting. With a gleam in his eye, he looked at Renzo and made an offer. Hey kid, how about it? Why not come with me? I can show you a broader, grander world of magic. Follow me, and follow the great dark mage Zeref, and witness the dawn of a new magical era. Come on, join me, boy. Only by following me can you reach the pinnacle of magic. He never expected to run into someone who might even be more gifted than Altair. Since he was actively looking for talents to nurture and recruit, there was no way he'd let this kid slip through his fingers. Today, this boy, he had to have him. As for Altair, she stood quietly beside him, her face blank and unreadable. Tisk, TSK, Tisk. Renzo chuckled as he shook his head and said mockingly, I've gotta say, not bad, Prect, or should I call you Hades now? Still the same old scam man. Your pitch hasn't improved at all. Just as lame as ever. All that crap about the pinnacle of magic, a new magical era, and Zeref's big dreams. It's all just empty talk. If I want to go further in magic, I'll do it through my own effort. Why would I ever need someone like you, who's already lost his way, to guide me? Then, his eyes turned icy cold as he stared down Hades. Why don't you cut the nonsense and just tell me why you really brought Altair here? Huh. Hades' eyes narrowed sharply at Renzo's words, locking onto him. Kid, how do you know who I really am? Have we met before? That's impossible. Who are you really? That tone, that way of speaking, like they were old acquaintances, what the hell was going on? Hades was sure he'd never seen this boy before. His magical presence was completely unfamiliar. So how the hell did this brat know his identity? Well, obviously, you told me yourself, Renzo replied with a playful shrug. I can read minds, you know. Every little thought, every emotion, it's all laid bare to me. Yeah, that was total bullshit. There was no way some basic mind-reading ability could penetrate the mental defenses of someone like Hades. The guy's spiritual power alone was off the charts, let alone his defenses. Mind reading. Hades raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. You expect me to believe a brat like you has that kind of power? You saying it works regardless of the difference in strength or mental power? Nice try. Don't play games with me, kid. I was pulling that trick before you were even born. Exactly. Renzo nodded quickly, playing along with a grin. And didn't you just use that same trick on Altair over there? I mean, let me guess, didn't you tell her something like this? Once the new magical era begins, the arc of time she's learning will finally reveal its true brilliance. She'll be able to rewind time and bring her mother, my master you are, back to the time when she still loved her daughter. At that moment, Hades didn't say a word, but Altair turned sharply, her expression twisting in surprise. That's exactly what Hades had told her. And it was exactly what she'd been hoping for. She resented her mother for abandoning her and choosing Renzo and the others over her, but deep down, what she truly wanted was to bring her mother back to that time when she still loved her. To fix it all. Step. 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 Just then, footsteps echoed behind Renzo. UR burst through the trees, and the moment her eyes fell on Altair, she froze. No, no way, this has to be an illusion. Her eyes welled up. Tears spilled down her face as she reached out with trembling hands and whispered, Altair. Is it really you? You're alive. I thought. Before she could finish, she rushed forward, only to be stopped by Renzo, who gently blocked her path. Seeing her confusion, he gave her a calm shake of the head. Master, please wait just a little longer. Let me deal with this old man first. After that, you and Altair can talk, clear things up. Altair's hands trembled slightly at the sight of her mother. There was no way she wasn't moved. More than once, she nearly ran forward, ready to throw herself into her mother's arms. Because, in her mother's eyes, she saw something she hadn't seen in a long time, pure, unconditional love. But there was still a thorn in her heart, and she held herself back. Okay. UR knew when to step back. She trusted Renzo. So she stayed put, eyes locked on Altair, full of longing, love, and regret. Chapter 163, Devil's Heart, Grimoire Law. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Hades burst into laughter the moment he heard what Renzo said. Deal with me. You brat. Don't tell me you think taking down that little Deliora gives you the right to challenge me. Do you even know who you're talking to? I am Hades. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of dark purple magic exploded from Hades' body, so intense it made Deliora from a few days ago seem like a joke in comparison. It swept across the area like a violent storm, snapping trees like twigs and melting away large patches of snow. Only Altair was spared, thanks to Hades deliberately shielding her from the blast. But Renzo and UR weren't so lucky. Even though they weren't directly targeted, the sheer pressure of that magic made the air feel like it had frozen. Both of them could feel their chests tightening with the oppressive weight. UR's eyes narrowed sharply at the overwhelming aura. She turned to Renzo and asked, "Who is that guy?" Without missing a beat, Renzo replied, "He's the leader of the Dark Guild Grimoire Heart, formerly the second guild master of Fairy Tail, Precht Gaybolg. After falling into darkness, he took on the name Hades. A stubborn old fossil who lost himself to the dark." As he said that, Renzo suddenly shot into the sky at high speed, heading toward a specific point far above. At the same time, he used a transmission spell to speak to UR, Master. I'll lure that old man away. You need to force Altair to leave this place, no matter what. She's got a huge misunderstanding about what happened back then. You have to tell her the truth. Everything, no matter how painful. Don't hide a thing. Maybe that'll help her let go of the hatred she's been holding onto. If it doesn't work, just wait for me to come back. I've got another way. UR nodded slowly. But deep inside, she was confused. Can Renzo really make Hades chase after him just like that? And more than that, can he even beat Hades? The pressure coming off that man, it was way worse than Deliora. Still, at this point, all she could do was trust Renzo. Just as Renzo flew toward a specific location in the sky, Hades' expression suddenly changed. UR watched in shock. You brat. I admit I underestimated you. You're not getting away. With that, Hades launched himself into the air and shot after Renzo like a missile. He was clearly pissed. Furious, even. As for Altair, he wasn't worried. There was no way she'd escape from his grasp. No one he had his eyes on had ever escaped. Boom. A loud explosion echoed through the skies as Renzo flew nearly 1,000 meters high, then suddenly punched the air in front of him. Ripples of magic shimmered through the sky. A magical barrier was revealed, one that had been hidden by stealth magic. Inside it, a massive flying battleship loaded with Magitech cannons. At this point, Renzo stopped. He didn't attack the barrier any further. Instead, he turned around midair, arms crossed, hovering effortlessly. He smirked at the approaching Hades. Heh. I bet you do care a lot about this flying fortress. Let me guess. The thing inside, Devil's Heart, right? Wow, 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 that magic power is nuts. Saying it's unlimited might not even be an exaggeration. What do you think would happen if I blew it up? Devil's Heart, the magic core inspired by Fairy Heart, created by Hades himself. If that thing gets destroyed, his combat power would plummet by several tiers. I mean, just look at the original story. After Happy, Carla, and Lily accidentally wrecked it, Hades went from beating the crap out of the Fairy Tail team to getting absolutely dunked on by Natsu's new lightning fire combo. The gap in strength? Massive. Honestly, without destroying Devil's Heart, Renzo wasn't confident he could beat Hades. But with it gone. Totally different story. Seeing Renzo suddenly stop and float there all confident, Hades lit up with wicked glee. You foolish brat. You shouldn't have stopped, now you're dead meat. Dark Grimoire Chain. Hades shouted as he launched 18 dark magic chains straight at Renzo. But Renzo just smirked and teleported, instantly dodging the attack. He reappeared inside the barrier, inside the magic battleship, and looked at Hades with a calm, cocky smile. You really sure you want to keep this fight going? Or do you want to find out if I'm bluffing? You. Hades' pupils shrank. He hadn't expected Renzo to be able to teleport through the magic barrier. No, he had completely forgotten. Renzo had used teleportation before, but he hadn't paid it much attention then. Now he finally understood why Renzo had dared to stop so confidently. At this point, Hades had no choice but to halt as well. His face darkened as he glared at Renzo, growling, "Brat. What the hell do you want?" "What do I want?" Renzo chuckled. "Simple, I want you to completely let go of Altair. Stay away from her and her mother. If you even think of getting close again, I'll track down your hideout and blow up your so-called Devil's Heart. Don't believe me? Try me." He wasn't planning to kill Hades just yet. The guy still had some use. Oh. But did Hades look like someone who'd bow to threats? Suddenly clapping his hands together, he let out a deep shout. "Then take this instead. Devil's Heart, Grimoire Law." In an instant, a terrifying surge of magic energy began swirling between his palms. A mysterious and powerful orb of energy started forming in the space between his hands. Renzo's instinct screamed danger, real danger. Without a second thought, he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan eye. Takamagara Domain, Nullify. In the blink of an eye, he pulled both Hades and the entire magic cannon airship into his Takamagara domain. Inside the domain, he had full control over everything. He immediately activated his authority and tried to shut down the casting of Grimoire Law by force. But something was off. The magic didn't vanish like he expected. Instead, it stalled mid-cast, locked in a tug-of-war. Hades, powered by the terrifying immense magic power of the Devil's Heart, was actually holding his ground against the anti-magic field of Takamagara. Still, the spell-casting process slowed way down. Oh. Hades could feel the interference too. He frowned and glared at Renzo, narrowing his eyes. "You're full of surprises, kid. To think you've mastered this level of domain magic. I'll admit, I underestimated you again. But don't think that changes anything. You're still going to die. Still, I'll give you credit, no one's ever dared to threaten me to my face before." He estimated it would take about 30 more seconds before Grimoire Law fully activated. And when that happened, Renzo was dead meat. Renzo muttered to himself, a little surprised. This might have been the first time any version of him had used Takamagara's real form in battle. With a thought, his shadow clone appeared behind him. Then with a flicker, the clone vanished from sight and reappeared right beside the core of the airship, the Devil's Heart. Phew. The clone let out a breath as it landed. As expected, the magic barrier around this thing really blocks out spiritual perception, almost didn't make it in. Good thing Takamagara included the airship in its range. If he hadn't pulled that move earlier, he probably couldn't have gotten in at all. "Who's there?" The moment the clone arrived, dozens of guards inside the airship spotted him. They saw a stranger pop up out of nowhere and immediately rushed in, weapons drawn. Raikiri. The clone didn't even blink using the lightning cutter. A thunderous bolt of lightning gathered around his right arm as he lunged forward and plunged his hand straight into the Devil's Heart. The sheer force of lightning and vibration tore the heart apart. Its internal structure shattered, and wild torrents of magic began gushing out like a broken dam. Just to be sure, the clone gave it a few more clean slices. Only when the Devil's Heart was neatly split into 8 pieces did the clone nod in satisfaction. Then, ignoring the incoming guards completely, he dispelled himself. As for Raikiri, that was a jutsu Uchiha Renzo had reverse-engineered from Kakashi's Chidori during one of their ability exchanges. Honestly, it was even more refined than Kakashi's original. And yeah, this technique was perfect for surgical strikes like this, clean, precise, and devastating. Chapter 164, Heading to Fairy Tale. Puffed. My heart, it actually got. Outside, the moment Renzo's shadow clone destroyed the devil's heart, Hades felt a sharp pain in his chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as the backlash hit him hard. The magic he'd been casting instantly collapsed, and the flow of magical power in his body started plummeting fast. Damn it. With his face twisted in fury, Hades shot a glare at Renzo. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had just enough magic left to resist the pressure of Takamagara, he vanished from the domain in a flash, completely abandoning the magical airship and fleeing in a mess. You little brat. This isn't over. Even as he escaped into the distance, his angry roar echoed behind him. Mark my words, I'll crush you next time. TCH. What are you, some kinda rabid mutt? Keep barking, it won't change the outcome. Renzo just sneered, dismissing Takamagara and watching Hades run without bothering to chase him or block the way. Honestly, after the devil's heart was destroyed, he could have easily killed or trapped Hades inside Takamagara. The guy wouldn't have had a chance of getting out. But Renzo let him go on purpose. Hopefully, that old bastard will be useful and gather up the original 7 kin of Purgatory. At the very least, I want those lost magics, Arc of Embodiment, Great Tree Arc, Fire God Slayer magic. If he can lead me to those, it'll be worth sparing his sorry life, hee. Yep, Renzo planned to use Hades as a glorified fetch quest NPC for rare magic. That's the only reason he didn't finish him off. And honestly, beating Hades this easily, even easier than Deliora, wasn't because Hades was weak. If his heart hadn't been destroyed, the old guy would have been even stronger than Makarov, the current fairy tale master, by a long shot. But hey, who told him to have such a blatant weak point? And who told him Renzo had already figured it out, watched the anime, and aimed straight for it? This just proves one thing, covering your weaknesses is super important. Even if you can't fix them completely, at least don't broadcast them like a neon sign. Otherwise, it's just a matter of time before someone uses it to end you. Huh, he really ditched his heart like it's nothing. Well, don't mind if I do then. Looking at the crashing magic airship, Renzo activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan again and summoned Takamagara, swallowing the entire ship into the domain. With a single thought, he wiped out every living soul on board and kicked their corpses out of the domain. Then, he stored the entire airship inside the Takamagara pocket world and shut the domain down. As for those he wiped out, just a bunch of nobodies. Not a single tough one in the lot. So either the real threats haven't joined yet, or they just weren't around. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Renzo shrugged and flew downward. In just a few moments, he touched back down and spotted Ur and Altair not far ahead, waiting. Renzo. Are you okay? The moment Ur saw him return, she rushed over with Altair in tow, her face full of concern. Relax, master. Don't you know me by now? Renzo laughed confidently, patting his chest. Hades may be strong, but he's still no match for me. I already drove him off. He won't be coming back anytime soon. Though, we should stay alert. That old man's fixated on Altair's talent. I doubt he'll give up that easily. After all, Altair's magical potential and innate talent are nothing short of remarkable. Especially since she managed to grasp something as crazy as Arc of Time so easily, a forbidden lost magic, no less. If Renzo were in his shoes, he wouldn't want to let her go either. Ur furrowed her brow, nodding slightly, then asked, you said earlier that he used to be Fairy Tail's guild master, correct? As in, the same fairy tale with Master Makarov, one of the 10 wizard saints. She'd definitely heard of that guild. Especially Makarov's name. That guy was on a whole other level, way stronger than her. But, why would the former guild master fall to darkness? Does Makarov know? That's right. Renzo nodded, then crouched down and reached out to pat Altair's head. But the little girl clearly wasn't having it, she dodged immediately, hiding behind Ur and glaring at Renzo like he was some kind of enemy-class bully. Renzo just smiled and stood up, not minding at all. Yeah, that fairy tale. Like I said before, Prek lost his way on the path of magic. He fell into darkness. Of course, that's not really our problem. But Hades is a real threat. So, Master, how about this, why don't we head south together? We can go to the Fairy Tale Guild and report this to Master Makarov. Plus, me, Grey, Lion, and Altair all need a better place to grow. Joining a guild wouldn't be a bad idea. Not necessarily Fairy Tale specifically, but it's definitely better than staying up north. Don't you think? He was saying all this now because he was worried UR might refuse to go with them. But if she agreed, that'd be perfect. He really didn't want to part ways after living together for so many years. Is that so? UR frowned slightly, clearly thinking it over. Then she looked at Renzo. You've been keeping a lot from me, huh? You seem to know an awful lot about Hades and Fairy Tail. So, tell me, do you think Fairy Tail, or rather, Makarov, can be trusted? There won't be any hidden dangers, right? Couldn't blame her for being cautious. After all, the former master of Fairy Tail had become the leader of one of the Balam Alliance's 3 biggest dark guilds, Grimoire Heart. It'd be weird not to be suspicious. I can vouch for that. More or less. Renzo nodded but looked a bit hesitant near the end. After all, this world was real. He couldn't exactly guarantee everything with 100% confidence, since most of what he knew came from the anime in his past life. UR caught the hesitation in his eyes and smiled. Fine then. Let's go together and see for ourselves. You're coming with us? Renzo asked, eyes lighting up. What else? She chuckled and ruffled his hair. I'm not gonna let you go scouting ahead on your own. I'd be worried sick. Besides, I'm no slouch. If something really goes wrong, having one more fighter won't hurt. True enough, Renzo laughed and nodded. But then he felt a certain, hostile stare. He glanced down, and as expected, it was Altair again. More specifically, she was glaring at her mom's hand on top of his head. This girl's got a serious jealous streak. Guess it's about time I help her sort out her issues too, he muttered to himself with a wry smile. Then he turned to UR. Let's go back inside first. We can talk properly in there. All right, she nodded and gently pulled Altair along as the 3 of them headed back inside. Master. Big bro. You're back. Huh. There's another girl with you. She kinda looks like Master. Who is she? Lion and Gray were hanging out in the living room when they saw the trio come in. Both immediately stood up, surprise written all over their faces when they spotted Altair. Yeah, everything's fine now, UR nodded, then motioned toward the girl beside her. This is my daughter, Altair. I'll introduce you guys properly later. Lion, Gray, go back to your rooms for now. I've got something to handle. Wait. Master's daughter. But she's... Lion froze in shock and blurted out without thinking, but before he could finish, Renzo shot him a glare that shut him right up. Then Renzo waved a hand. Go on, back to your rooms. Otherwise, no Renzo's special training for you guys tomorrow. Ah, got it. We're going. Lion and Gray immediately jumped off the couch like their lives depended on it and bolted upstairs. Yeah, that threat definitely worked. Once the kids were gone, Renzo, UR, and Altair sat down on the living room couch. UR clearly wanted to talk to her daughter, but didn't know how to start. Meanwhile, Altair sat there in awkward silence, heart tangled up in misunderstandings and confusion. Chapter 165, Tears of Blood and Hatred. Renzo knew just talking things out wouldn't solve anything. So, he looked at the 2 of them and said, Master. Altair. I have a kind of magic that can guide you both into an illusionary world, where you'll be able to see each other's memories. That way, you'll get to feel what the other has really been through over the years, clear as day. And at the same time, you'll both see the truth of what happened back then. Only by doing this can we clear up the misunderstandings. Are you both willing to try it? He didn't know how to use Tsukuyomi like Itachi, but as a Uchiha Renzo had mastered a ton of illusion techniques, and even created a few of his own. So with the eternal Mangekyo and powerful mental energy, as long as UR didn't resist, he was confident he could use something similar to Tsukuyomi. I'm in, UR said without hesitation. She looked at the silent Altair, gently reached out to stroke her head, and said with pain in her voice, I want to know what really happened back then. Why did that damn Magic Institute lie to me? What did they do to my little girl? As soon as she brought up the Institute, a rare flicker of deep hatred passed through UR's eyes. She swore that once she uncovered the full truth, those bastards who played with her and her daughter's lives would pay a heavy price. That was the vow of a mother. A mother strong enough to stand at the level of saints. And you, Altair. Renzo turned toward her. UR also shifted her gaze to her daughter. Altair stayed quiet for a long moment, then slowly nodded. I'll see this truth you're talking about. She clearly still didn't fully believe them. But that didn't matter. Once the truth was revealed, she'd understand everything. Renzo nodded, then said seriously, all right, look into my eyes. Don't resist. The next second, he entered Sage mode, and activated his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Altair's eyes widened in shock, it was her first time seeing such a powerful dojutsu up close. Even UR was taken aback by the sight of those spinning tomo. She'd never seen eyes like these before either. Illusion technique, memory corridor. In the blink of an eye, a flash lit up in Renzo's eyes, and both UR and Altair were pulled into a surreal, dreamlike world of memories. Inside that space, the three of them stood suspended in a void. Renzo turned to them and said, "Let's start with UR's memories. Altair, you okay with that?" As he spoke, he glanced at her. Altair shook her head. "Go ahead." Renzo nodded and waved his hand. Instantly, the space around them shifted, and they were surrounded by images, scenes from long ago. UR was holding a baby Altair, pleading with the people at the Bureau of Magical Development for help. Then, the memories began playing, one after another. From desperately seeking treatment, to being told the devastating news by the Institute, that Altair hadn't made it, that her body couldn't withstand the magical backlash and she had died. That's not true, that's not how it happened. Altair murmured to herself as she watched, trembling slightly, but she forced herself to keep going. The images continued. UR broke down, begged them for answers, but no one helped her. She didn't even get to see her daughter's body. After that, it was as if her soul had left her. She walked away like a broken shell of a person, heart shattered, spirit crushed. For a long time, she was lost in grief. Until the day Renzo showed up, asking to be her student. With his help and companionship, she finally started to recover, little by little. Seeing that, Altair shot a sharp glare at Renzo, then quickly turned back to keep watching. At this point, she could already tell. This was nothing like what she'd been told. But she bit her tongue and kept quiet. Later in the memories, UR took in Lion and Grey as students. Then came the battle with Deliora, where she nearly lost her life. "This is completely different from what I was told," Altair finally said out loud. "Exactly," Renzo nodded. "It's clear now, the people at that Magic Institute lied to both of you. Memories don't lie. And if you still have doubts, we can find the ones who were there that day and forcefully read their memories one by one. What do you think, Altair?" As he said that, Renzo looked straight into her eyes. I. Altair faltered, unable to find the words. In truth, she already believed everything she'd seen. She now understood, her mother never abandoned her. It was all lies, crafted by the bastards at that Magic Institute who tore them apart. Even worse, they subjected her to those horrific magical experiments over and over again. Just thinking about it made Altair's eyes burn with fury. She gritted her teeth and hissed, "Those people, they all deserve to die. I already killed a bunch of them back then, what a shame I didn't get them all." Ugh, sob. Hearing that, UR's eyes instantly turned red. Tears burst out as she threw her arms around Altair, sobbing, "What the hell did they do to you? I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If Master wants to see, then go ahead and watch." Renzo raised his hand again, and the scene shifted once more. This time, everything was shown from Altair's perspective. But what played out was completely different from UR's memories. It started with the people from the Magic Research Institute deceiving a young Altair, convincing her that her mother had abandoned her. Then came the beginning of her tragic time as an experiment. Altair's desperate cries, her screams of pain. Watching it all, UR nearly snapped on the spot. Even outside the illusion, her body was reacting. A surge of magic exploded from her, instantly freezing the entire living room. The ice kept spreading. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above, pressing down with suffocating intensity. Even the illusion world itself began to shake and distort. "Master. Please calm down." Renzo quickly grabbed UR's hand, trying to calm her down. At the same time, he activated Takamagara domain projection, wrapping the living room in a divine barrier to stop the freezing from getting worse. Crack. The illusion shattered in an instant. UR couldn't bear to watch anymore. She collapsed, wrapping her arms tightly around Altair, blood-tinged tears pouring from her eyes. Her expression twisted with rage, she roared like a demon, "That Magic Research Institute, Bureau of Magical Development. Those fucking monsters. I'll make them pay in blood." At that moment, UR was completely consumed by hatred for the people from that institute. How could they have been so heartless? How could they torture her daughter like that? And how could she have believed their lies? She regretted it so much, not storming in to rescue Altair, not tearing the whole place down if that's what it took to find her. "Altair. It's all my fault. I should never have believed them. I should have burned the place to the ground to bring you back." I sob. Feeling her back getting soaked with her mother's tears, Altair gently pushed her away, wanting to say something to comfort her. But then she saw UR's face, her eyes blood red, and two dark streaks of blood tears running down her cheeks. In that moment, all of Altair's hatred, all her distrust toward UR, started to collapse and fade away. "Mom, it's not your fault. It's those bastards, it's all their fault. If it weren't for them." As she said that, Altair's eyes welled up with tears too. Wah. And finally, she broke down. She cried out loud, her heart finally finding someone it could lean on, letting out all the pain and misery she'd kept buried for so long. Ur cupped Altair's face in her hands, pressed her forehead gently to hers, and sobbed with her. Upstairs, two sneaky observers who'd been watching this whole time were now frozen, exchanging awkward glances. It was clear, this was their first time ever seeing Ur cry. And she was crying this hard. Who the hell hurt Master this badly? Lion and Grey couldn't help thinking the same thing. At the same time, they silently swore, once they found out who was behind all this, those people would definitely regret it. Of course, neither of them dared to make a sound. Renzo had already shot them a look earlier, a very clear warning. And right now, Renzo's intimidation factor was no joke. Eventually, Ur and Altair's sobs finally quieted. Altair had cried herself to sleep. Ur, on the other hand, was still wide awake. Actually, she was more clear-headed now than she had been in years. Her eyes glinted coldly. She was planning to lay Altair down gently, then go ask Renzo for more details about everything they'd seen. But even in her sleep, Altair clung tightly to her and refused to let go. As if sensing Ur's intent, she murmured in her sleep, "Mom, don't leave me again." Hearing that, Ur almost lost control again. What kind of pain had her daughter gone through for that to become an instinctual fear, even in sleep? Everything she'd just witnessed in Altair's memories flashed again in her mind, and her hatred for the people at that research facility grew even more monstrous.